I traversed into another world with the cultivation of the purple-robed heavenly master. The tragic realization hit me. There is no such thing as Taoism in this world. Even with supreme Taoist magic, can only be a talent streamer. Until that day, when I casually summoned heavenly lightning during my livestream, 800 million netizens worldwide instantly couldn't sit still. Countries went all out in a frenzied race to top the charts. It was only half a month ago. Supernatural incidents occur frequently. Countless evil spirits have invaded Blue Star, launched large-scale killings. There is no method known throughout the entire blue planet to deal with this kind of malevolent entity. Yet I could wave my hand and wipe out all the evil within thousands of miles. To equip more people with methods to deal with ghosts and evil spirits, I've decided to start a livestream to teach everyone how to exorcise ghosts. As the livestream begins, hundreds of viewers quickly flooded in. Why isn't the streamer doing the Kamusin dance today? You're giving lectures on exorcism now. You're risking your life just for the sake of traffic, aren't you? Gotta say, this streamer is really bold. Outdoor live streaming at night, unbelievable. The viewer count in the livestream remains steady, and I feel somewhat satisfied. Everyone, since I'm doing live science education. Of course, I must tell everyone how to effectively deal with ghosts and monsters. I just finished talking. The live stream chat is spamming wildly. Damn, they're already pulling tricks right after the broadcast started. This person is a scammer. Please click to report and show your support. The streamer really had me laughing my ass off like an old lady diving under the covers. I watched the barrage of comments. Not angry inside. I almost couldn't help but laugh. Did not pay any attention. Instead, he headed straight toward the area shrouded in dark mist. I had just arrived at the intersection. Was stopped by the official combat personnel in the room. You've got a death wish. The visitor was named Zhou Dongliang. I see the person before me shrouded in a sinister aura. I knew he was haunted by evil spirits. Is there a haunted house here? As soon as these words were spoken, Zhou Dongliang and the audience were instantly astonished. What surprised them was, I could actually ask such a bizarre question. Zhou Dongliang was already irritated by what had happened. Here comes another troublemaker. I was furious right away. But just as he reached out to grab me, suddenly froze. He stared at his hand clutching at the air, and looked at me just 2 centimeters away from his hand. His brows furrowed instantly. Yet my next sentence. Zhou Dongliang's calm heart was stirred once again. You are in that house. Did you encounter a red ghost? Zhou Dongliang was suddenly astonished. How did he know? They had indeed seen a figure earlier, though it was just a fleeting moment. But it really is red. With a solemn expression, I said, let's go take a look. Kid, this isn't a place for you. Zhou Dongliang heard it and he immediately came forward to pull me away. But his hand grasped at empty air again. The teammate crouching in the corner witnessed the scene. Full of shock, how could it miss its grab? Seeing this, the others also rushed over to stop them. But one never knows when. I had already walked up behind them. As if I had been walking all along. Never stopped moving forward. Arrived in front of the old house. Opened the gate. A chilling wind swept across my face. Now I'll give everyone a live science lesson. How ordinary people should properly deal with ghosts and monsters. By the time Zhou Dongliang and the others chased their way in, as they were about to drag me out, the door eerily closed by itself. A team member wanted to open the door, but could not pull it no matter how hard he tried. I calmly said, this is a ghost. Don't want to let us go out. It wants to trap us here. Hearing my words, fear was written all over their faces. Yet Zhou Dongliang wanted to use explosive charges. Blow the door open directly. I said unhurriedly, it's useless. It was determined not to let us out. Unless you can bring a tank over here. They looked at each other blankly. Because I wasn't wrong. Shaoli was previously detained on the 2nd floor. They attempted to bomb it. It only blew a hole in the ground. And I looked up at the ceiling. You just said someone got caught, right? He's still alive, hurry and go find him. Hurry back to the 1st floor after you're done. Zhou Dongliang glared at me with a stern face. He had considered it before. Rushing in recklessly would only lead to unnecessary casualties. The ghosts and monsters you encountered. It doesn't have a head, right? Zhou Dongliang was stunned. I had indeed heard the monsters say so before. I want my head back. You can tell from their expressions. I was right. It's not upstairs now, it's in the kitchen. Live stream audience, seeing me ramble on nonsense, instantly exploded with rage. Don't shout nonsense here. As if you could see it yourself. This streamer is truly bold. Even officials dare to deceive. Actions speak louder than words. Then he took out a willow branch he had picked along the way from his pocket. Then, under their gaze, she walked into the kitchen. A single lift of the hand yields a tenfold draw. In people's eyes, I'm just sucking air. But screams suddenly erupted all around. Zhou Dongliang and his team members were stunned in an instant. They were all too familiar with this voice. It was that eerie voice from the ghosts. Can he really see ghosts and monsters? The most important thing is, why do ordinary willow branches cause such pain to ghosts and monsters? The people in the live stream room were stunned. What's going on here? Damn it! Did the streamer really win something in the draw? Is this for real? It's definitely the sound effects. Yes, exactly, sound effects. I was smoking beside the headless ghost lying on the ground. Tell him to go upstairs and save people. Wait for you to come back. Let me properly educate you on this topic. Zhou Dongliang gritted his teeth. Send other team members up to rescue them. And he himself stayed here guarding it. Soon, the team members rescued Xiaoli. But Xiaoli remained unconscious all along. Can't wake up. At that very moment, I walked over. Zhou Dongliang said anxiously, "You're here. What about the ghost?" Suyu said calmly, "We'll need it later to demonstrate to everyone how ordinary people can effectively deal with ghosts and monsters, so let it rest for a while." Just as Zhou Dongliang was about to speak, Suyu raised his hand slightly. "Don't worry. With me here, nothing will go wrong today." As he spoke these words, Zhou Dongliang and the others felt an inexplicable sense of security wash over them. Suyu glanced briefly at the unconscious combatant. He's just suffering from depleted yang energy and severe fright. Nothing serious. A 10 to 15 day hospital rest followed by proper nourishment at home will see him through. Though they didn't understand what yang energy meant, hearing he was fine put Zhou Dongliang and the others at ease. Suyu stepped in front of the phone camera. Now, let's start by explaining how ordinary people can see invisible spirits. At these words, Zhou Dongliang and his teammates perked up instantly. This question had troubled them for a long time. Over the past half-month, many brothers had sacrificed their lives precisely because of this. The first method is quite simple for those who own cattle. Simply smear cow tears onto your eyelids, and you'll be able to see things invisible to the naked eye. The second method applies when a person's yang energy is deficient. Qi is the foundation of human life. Those with excessive yin energy suppress their yang energy, creating an unclean aura around them. This leads to constant misfortune and bad luck when venturing out. Conversely, those with robust yang energy enjoy good fortune, radiate vitality, and repel negative forces, thus remaining oblivious to impurities. Therefore, everyone should exercise regularly, eat fewer snacks, get ample sleep, and rise early to maintain good health. Only then can sufficient yang energy be guaranteed. Zhou Dongliang was still pondering, could the problem that had troubled them for so long really be solved with just ox tears? A teammate beside him couldn't help but ask, "Do soldiers have strong yang energy?" Suyu replied, "Of course soldiers have strong yang energy. Men are yang in nature, and the military is predominantly male. Coupled with their toughness, unwavering resolve, and the aura of combat they carry, they are impervious to most evils. Thus, military bases are places where yang energy gathers. Generally, no foolish evil spirit would dare to venture into a military camp." Zhou Dongliang and the others recalled that over the past fortnight, while ghosts and monsters had appeared everywhere else in the world, the military base had remained relatively safe. Indeed, no supernatural incidents had occurred there thus far. But Zhou Dongliang sensed something amiss. "You say soldiers have strong yang energy and an aura of combat that repels all evil, then why have we lost so many brothers over the past half-month?" Suyu asked. "When this all began, weren't you able to drive away ghosts and monsters smoothly wherever you went?" Zhou Dongliang nodded. Initially, things had indeed gone smoothly without incident. But as time went on, things grew increasingly dire. Suyu continued, "Do you know why the spirits didn't attack you directly from the start? Why did they first appear suddenly before your eyes to frighten you? That's because ordinary malevolent spirits dare not touch you when your yang energy is strong. So before each attack, it creates disturbances to frighten you, aiming to weaken your yang energy. Once your yang energy drops below a certain threshold, it's game over for you. Add to that your frequent visits to places heavy with yin energy. Over time, your yang energy will inevitably weaken. And yours is weaker than the average person's." Just as Zhou Dongliang and the others were beginning to see the logic in Suyu's words, the livestream suddenly erupted with comments. "Ha, I rubbed a few drops on my old cow's eyes and made it cry. Now it still can't see a thing. My family has a cow too. I put a few drops in its eyes, and it still couldn't see a thing. You dog of a streamer, pulling another fast one." Chapter 006, I saw the streamer. Viewers flooded the chat with angry comments. "This streamer really thinks we're donkeys. Wait, you guys actually believed him? I'm speechless. Official combatants, why aren't you arresting him? Everyone, hit the report button and get him kicked off the stream." But just then, through the eyes of those viewers who'd smeared cow tears on their own, a headless red-clad ghost slowly descended, passing right through the ceiling. Holy! I actually saw it, a headless red ghost falling through the ceiling. Heh, the shell actor finally showed up. I'm not lying, my family farms the land, and I saw it too. The streamer wasn't lying. Keep acting. I thought there were no actors. This dog streamer's method of bringing out the dog-backed actor is kinda interesting. May my entire family die if I'm lying. I have 300 cows, and I saw it too. The streamer really has something. Zhou Dongliang was now holding Suyu's phone. When he saw the live chat comments, he immediately tensed up. Everyone, aim at the ceiling. Kid, hurry over to our side. Even in this moment, Suyu's expression remained utterly calm. This surprised Zhou Dongliang and the others. But regardless of whether it was real or not, ordinary people couldn't be put in danger now. Can you all see now that the red-robed headless ghost has landed behind me? Suyu said into his phone. Zhou Dongliang saw the live chat comments all agreeing Suyu was right. Before he could think further, Suyu swiftly whipped a willow branch backward. A piercing scream echoed as a gust of wind swept into the kitchen. Pots and pans on the countertop toppled over as if struck by an invisible force, scattering across the floor. The clatter of falling objects rang out sharply in the otherwise quiet space. This scene left Zhou Dongliang and the others on site wide-eyed, filled with disbelief. They knew full well this couldn't have been caused by some hidden mechanism or fishing line. There was only one possibility. Damn, Fire Chicken Bar Master, you're awesome. Holy, I saw Master Fire Chicken Bar whip that ghost into the kitchen and knock all the pots and pans to the floor. You guys aren't bluffing, you can't imagine how shocked we are right now. Enough said, Master Fire Chicken is just awesome. Half a month later, we finally met a master with real skills. Suyu curled his lip, glancing at the headless specter sprawled in the kitchen. Don't interrupt my science lesson, it's not your turn yet. Then he continued. The red specter you just saw is a vengeful ghost, filled with intense resentment. If you encounter white or black ghosts, they might not be too dangerous. But if you run into a red vengeful spirit, there's a high chance you'll die. Hearing Suyu's words, cold sweat broke out on Zhou Dongliang and the others' backs. Come to think of it, they had indeed encountered white and black ghosts before. As for the red ones, other combatants had faced them. And the outcome matched his description exactly. No one who had encountered a red specter had ever returned alive. Zhou Dongliang glanced at the unconscious Shaoli lying nearby. Had it been even a moment later, he would likely have perished. No, not just him, everyone would have perished. One combatant couldn't help but ask, we lack sufficient yang energy. Facing the red-robed specters means certain death. Is there any way to deal with them? Or is it just a matter of whipping them with willow branches like you did? This question was on Zhou Dongliang's mind, and in the livestream, it was on the minds of all the viewers who trusted Suyu. Suyu raised his hand holding the willow branch. For ordinary people, the first effective means to harm ghosts and demons is the willow branch. Willow trees are among the 5 Een trees. Being inherently Een, they easily attract ghostly evils. The willows gather Een, objects that gather Een can also harm Een-aligned entities. As he spoke, he pulled several coiled willow branches from his pocket and distributed them to the combatants. Originally, he had intended to bring a bundle to whip the ghost until it smoked, which would have been more convincing. But now that he was dealing with official combatants, having them test it would be more effective. Besides, they were the ones who dealt with such matters, having them test it themselves would prove most effective. Suyu continued, you mentioned earlier that yang energy is insufficient. There are actually temporary methods to boost it. That's cursing. Vent your anger by cursing, the filthier the better. Use the same intensity you'd use when scolding your son or berating your boss. As long as you maintain that rage, your yang energy will rise significantly. And just then, viewers in the livestream, their eyes red from crying, flooded the chat with a headless ghost is drifting out of the kitchen. Zhou Dongliang and the others saw these comments and immediately grew alert. Suyu, acting as if nothing was wrong, said, alright, now try it my way. As he spoke, he pointed toward the stairwell beside the kitchen. Without a word, Zhou Dongliang and the others charged up and delivered 20 or 30 lashes in quick succession. They cursed viciously as they beat him, their words utterly vile. Suyu was taken aback. Such a resolute-looking man could curse with such viciousness. The headless specter endured their relentless beating and cursing for several minutes. It was beaten until it screamed incessantly, its body becoming translucent and emitting faint white smoke. Those in the livestream who had doubted Suyu saw the official combatant cooperating so fully, and witnessed the white smoke materializing at the stairwell entrance. Began to believe. Zhou Dongliang and the others, seeing the sudden white smoke, stopped their actions and turned to look at Suyu. Master, what's going on? Suyu explained, this means you've inflicted effective damage on it. Just as humans bleed when wounded, ghosts emit smoke when injured. But ordinary people can't kill it, they can only wound it. To kill it, ordinary people need a different method. At these words, Zhou Dongliang and the audience, who had been wiped out, were all shaken to their cores. Kill a ghost. Who had dared to consider such a thing in the past half-month? Every conceivable tactic had been tried, yet none proved truly effective against the supernatural, barring perhaps shelling residential areas with artillery. But now someone claimed there was a way to kill the ghost. How could this not astonish everyone? If someone had claimed this before, they'd have been arrested on the spot. Yet now, everything the youth explained matched perfectly. Even if it was hard to comprehend, they couldn't deny the evidence before them. The sensation of pulling out a ghost truly felt different from pulling out air. Zhou Dongliang blurted out, "What method?" Suyu ordered the combat team to halt, giving the vengeful spirit a moment's respite. The headless specter shot upstairs in an instant. Suyu ignored it and continued, "The first method, a peachwood sword dipped in chicken blood. But given our limited resources now, I can't demonstrate it. The second method is simpler. Fry the ghost in hot oil." Chapter 007, Heat the Oil, Fry the Ghost. Both the livestream audience and the combat team members on site were momentarily speechless. They had expected some earth-shattering, soul-stirring technique, and this was it? Frying ghosts? Should we coat them in breadcrumbs? I like it spicy, add some chili oil and cumin. I told you this shady streamer is a fraud. Does he have any evidence to back up his claims? Excuse me, would it actually be edible after being breaded and fried? You there! Put those wild thoughts out of your head. Zhou Dongliang rubbed his head, feeling a bit dizzy. These past 2 weeks, they'd been tormented by these ghosts and monsters. Now, suddenly, there was a real way to deal with them. And it was so simple. For a moment, they couldn't quite believe it. But when they whipped the air with willow branches, they could indeed feel something invisible being struck. The blood-curdling screams and billowing white smoke were witnessed and heard firsthand. But Zhou Dongliang glanced toward the door. The door's been locked by a ghost. How are we supposed to get out? Suyu replied, "That was earlier. Now that you've whipped it so badly, it doesn't have the energy to lock the door." Zhou Dongliang walked over and pulled the door, actually swung open effortlessly. He immediately ordered, "Old Gua, Xiaobai, Monkey, the three of you go find nearby residents for help. Let's get the pot ready, heat the oil, and fry that ghost." "Yes, sir." The three combatants responded in unison and immediately ran off to find nearby residents. Zhou Dongliang approached Suyu, "Master, now what should we?" Suyu found a stool and sat down. "Don't worry. The vengeful spirit won't emerge now. You smoked it out, and it'll need time to recover. We'll just wait here." Zhou Dongliang sat beside him, holding Suyu's live streaming phone. Meanwhile, the live chat flooded with comments. "Seriously, this dog streamer's got some skills. Did he even fool the official combatant? I'm speechless. You guys just believe that? Scientific research shows that when people encounter things they can't understand, they first scour literature for explanations. If they can't find any, they start arguing. You shills are even pulling out scientific evidence now? Just wait till this blows over, you'll be getting arrested. You actually believe this unscientific nonsense? I'm speechless. This is ridiculous. It's a ghost story, and you're trying to explain it scientifically? Do you think ghosts are related to quantum entanglement, or that their molecular structure differs from other species? That's just fancy jargon, right? Turns out that's my knowledge gap, can't argue with that. I'm outta here." Zhou Dongliang watched the comments stream, his tense nerves finally relaxing a bit. Suyu suddenly asked, "How many people are in my livestream right now?" Zhou Dongliang replied, "Over 2,000. Suyu nodded slightly. 2,000 was enough for now. A few minutes later, the three team members returned, each carrying a pot filled with steaming hot oil. "Captain, Master, will 3 pots be enough? If not, several households behind us are still frying oil over high heat. They'll bring us more shortly." Suyu glanced toward the stairwell entrance. A corner of a red robe peeked out from the wall. "It's right at the stairwell entrance. Go one by one and pour directly." A team member named Old Gua stepped forward first, raising his hand to douse the stairwell. "Ah! Ah! Ah!" An even more wretched scream erupted from the surrounding area. "Captain, it's working." This was the first time he felt a thrill while executing a ghost fighting mission. Immediately after, the second team member ran up to pour oil. Just as the third team member finished pouring, several people arrived at the door, neighbors from nearby, each carrying a large pot filled with bubbling hot oil. Zhou Dongliang immediately directed them to enter one by one and pour the oil. At that moment, the wailing of the vengeful spirits sounded like music to their ears. For Zhou Dongliang and his team, this was the first time in half a month they'd heard a ghost scream so wretchedly. Previously, only humans had ever emitted such agonized cries. The pent-up frustration in their hearts dissipated considerably in that moment. In just a few minutes, they had poured hot oil over a dozen times. Thicker white smoke billowed out. Zhou Dongliang had been confident at first, but after so many pours, the screams persisted. This proved the vengeful ghost was far from dead. He glanced at Suyu. Suyu seemed to anticipate his thoughts and immediately ordered everyone to stop. Everyone must be wondering, didn't I just say boiling oil could kill ghosts? How come after all these pours, the vengeful spirit is still alive? Everyone nodded. Suyu explained, that's because splashing it alone won't kill it. We have to grab the ghost and fry it in the oil pot. Zhou Dongliang and the others exchanged glances. Catch the ghost and throw it into the oil? We can't even see it, let alone catch it. How could we possibly grab it? Suyu seemed to know what they were thinking. So, ordinary people should avoid trying to kill ghosts. It's best to just drive them away. Otherwise, there's a high chance you'll end up getting hurt by the ghost instead. If you really want to kill ghosts, ordinary people can catch them with plastic wrap. Once caught, just toss them into a pot of oil and fry them until dawn. Suddenly, the air turned bitterly cold, piercing even Zhou Dongliang and his companions with a chill that stabbed deep into their hearts. The residents outside the door felt it too. Suyu looked at the crimson-robed vengeful spirit slowly rising to its feet and chuckled, suddenly feeling chilly, aren't you? That's the vengeful spirit getting angry and ready to fight for its life. Zhou Dongliang grew anxious. If the vengeful spirit was going all out, wouldn't everyone here die? What should we do now? And you kept mentioning ordinary people earlier, does that mean there are methods for those who aren't ordinary? Of course there is. Next, I'll personally demonstrate for everyone a method for those who aren't ordinary. No sooner had Suyu finished speaking than a vicious, icy wind swept in. A headless specter roared with vicious fury as it charged forward. The viewers in the live stream room, who had been wiping away tears, instantly scared themselves silly. Fire Chicken Barmaster, get out of here. It's coming for you. Holy. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. Mom, I'm pissing myself. I can't watch this. People are gonna die today. Damn it. Can't even load the comments, I'm gonna die of fright first. Zhou Dongliang saw the live stream comments and immediately shouted, Master, it's coming, hurry. Before he could finish, he suddenly saw golden light blazing from Suyu's eyes. Just as the headless specter's crimson claws lunged toward Suyu's head, a protective golden light erupted around his body, illuminating even the darkroom. The moment the headless specter's claws made contact, they instantly emitted billowing white smoke. Simultaneously, an unbearably horrifying scream pierced the air. Even Zhou Dongliang and the others, who couldn't see it, felt the sheer agony just from hearing the sound. But what astonished them even more was that the youth before them was now completely enveloped in golden light. A scene straight out of a movie was now unfolding before their very eyes. Chapter 008, The Master is Awesome. The Fire Chicken Barmaster is glowing. Are you sure it's not special effects? What the hell is going on here? Can someone explain this to me? Golden light erupting from his entire body out of nowhere, what kind of insane power is this? This kind of thing should only happen in movies. Am I dreaming? The livestream viewers might not know, but those present like Zhou Dongliang were absolutely certain this was no special effect, but genuine golden light. They couldn't fathom why the youth before them was enveloped in golden light, nor why that light could make the vengeful spirit scream in agony worse than being fried alive. Yet that brilliant golden light, even for ordinary people like them, instilled an inexplicable sense of profound reassurance upon witnessing it. What Suyu did next left them even more stunned. He grabbed the headless specter before him and slammed it onto the ground. The impact left a deep dent in the floor, cracking it into a spiderweb of fissures. Then, with a single kick, he sent the specter flying out the door like a ball. Zhou Dongliang and the ordinary residents standing by the gate felt a chill wind sweep through them. Simultaneously, a chilling wail echoed away into the distance. Before they could comprehend what had happened, Suyu brought his fingers together. In that instant, a golden sword materialized within his protective aura. He can turn golden light into a sword with just 2 fingers? That's insane. Are you sure this isn't a movie? How the hell did he pull that off? It's utterly unbelievable. Blackie, speak up. I feel like this sword formed from golden light isn't ordinary. Is this real or fake? With officials present, how could it be fake? I'm starting to believe Master Fire Chicken is seriously awesome. Master Fire Chicken Bar, you're so cool. Just as the live chat flooded with comments, those present unconsciously rubbed their eyes, thinking they must be seeing things. But how could what was happening right before their eyes be fake? Both residents and combatants stood frozen, their minds completely blank. They were just like the viewers in the live stream, utterly baffled by what they were witnessing. It felt like special effects, but what kind of mind-blowing special effects could be conjured up right before their eyes? AR or VR would require specialized equipment. But if this wasn't special effects, then how was it created? A whirlwind of confusion swirled in everyone's minds, yet no one could find a plausible explanation. Zhou Dongliang appeared outwardly composed, unlike the others who were visibly shocked, but internally, his world was already in turmoil. His entire worldview was being violently shattered. The last time his worldview had been shaken this violently was half a month ago during the ghostly chaos. Suddenly, Suyu pointed toward the doorway. In an instant, a golden sword shot out, soaring over everyone's heads and piercing through the headless specter's body. A piercing scream echoed. Boom! An explosion erupted from thin air, billowing white smoke that dissipated in an instant. In that moment, everyone froze in place. Simultaneously, after that piercingly wretched scream, everyone sensed that the place no longer felt as bone-chillingly cold as before. The live stream chat exploded with comments. Holy! It blew up! The headless ghost blew up! I saw it! The moment the golden sword pierced the specter's body, it exploded instantly. The ghost really got killed. Its body blew up into white smoke. Could it be explosives? That's illegal. Don't believe it? Call the cops. The Fire Chicken Barmaster even glows so awesome. Fire Chicken Barmaster, you're awesome. Master Fire Chicken, you're awesome. Can Turkey Barmaster come stay at my place? My bed's huge, and I'm super flirty. Get lost, old lady. Turkey Barmaster, come to my place. I've got a top-of-the-line computer and tons of snacks. When you're tired from gaming, you can sleep in my room with me. Even my burps smell like milk. Get lost, address book. Turkey Barmaster, I'm Lou Royan, CEO of a publicly listed company. You can stay at my place. Huge house, huge bed. Just say yes, and you'll be my white moonlight. Is this the true power of Master Fire Chicken Bar? He can actually emit golden light to slay demons. Could Fire Chicken Bar Master be some reclusive master? No wonder Master Fire Chicken Bar said he hadn't been around for half a month, otherwise all the ghosts within 20 miles would have emigrated. Turns out he wasn't just bragging. Master Fire Chicken Bar, my account got hacked earlier. I wasn't cursing you. Right. It was my cousin who logged into my account. I'm already dealing with it. Gifts flooded the chat in an instant. The gift notifications nearly overwhelmed the screen of chat messages. Zhou Dongliang and the surrounding residents, just like the viewers in the livestream, were utterly stunned. The golden sword actually flew out according to Suyu's command. It was more effective than a gun. From their perspective, they only saw the golden sword swiftly streak past their eyes before exploding mid-air. Incredible power. It was gone in an instant? That formidable specter just vanished like that? Is this even possible? For a moment, the surrounding residents and combat team members felt as if they were in a dream. One team member even checked the directional explosive charges on his body and found they were still intact. Zhou Dongliang was absolutely certain this wasn't explosives. Suyu wasn't carrying anything at all, let alone their directional demolition explosives. The sheer force of the explosion and the billowing white smoke it produced were far beyond what a directional charge could generate. Not to mention the piercing scream that echoed from outside. This clearly demonstrated that the chilling wind earlier was caused by Suyu hurling the ghost into midair before obliterating it with a golden sword. And when he saw the bullet comments from those viewers in the livestream who were wiping away tears, it only reinforced this point. In other words, the ghosts that ordinary people couldn't vanquish, ghosts that required immense effort to destroy, took this young man less than 30 seconds to eliminate. In other words, this youth could vanquish ghosts in under 30 seconds. And to empower ordinary people with the ability to vanquish such entities, he had invested considerable time in educational outreach. Otherwise, the battle would have ended the moment he stepped through the door, the instant the headless specter appeared before him. Zhou Dongliang gazed deeply at Suyu, profoundly impressed by his magnanimity. If it were anyone else, they would have long since used this unique knowledge to amass wealth. Yet he freely shared this invaluable knowledge without seeking anything in return. What a magnanimous spirit! Now, humanity's fight against ghosts and monsters was no longer empty talk, no longer a dream. It was something anyone could achieve. At this thought, Zhou Dongliang suddenly felt hope fill his future once more. With this young man's science popularization and his abilities, humanity would eventually return to its former normal life. Never again would they suffer the harassment of ghosts and monsters. Chapter 009, Explaining the Golden Light Incantation. Could he be the great Taoist master? While everyone else was still in a daze, Zhou Dongliang was the first to snap out of it. His gaze toward Suyu now brimmed with admiration and respect. The others gradually snapped out of their daze, their eyes brimming with excitement as they turned to Suyu. Master, was that fierce ghost truly vanquished just like that? Zhou Dongliang had been holding Suyu's phone and had seen every comment in the livestream. But it all happened so fast, he still found it hard to believe. For everyone else, this dreamlike sequence unfolding in the blink of an eye was equally surreal. They found it hard to believe, yet they believed it. After all, it had been far too effortless. Compared to their previous missions, where they feared for their lives and dreaded sudden supernatural encounters, the pressure was off the charts. This time, it felt almost too easy. They barely had to lift a finger, just whip with willow branches, then pour boiling oil from the cauldron. Finally, Suyu stepped in to finish them off instantly. Everything was so effortless. Suyu spoke slowly. Have you noticed how much less chilling this place feels now? Zhou Dongliang and the others nodded in unison. The moment they witnessed the golden sword explode, they all sensed the chill had indeed lifted, and the eerie wind had ceased. This means the vengeful ghost has been successfully vanquished. Hearing Suyu's confident words, no one present doubted him, for they had all witnessed it firsthand and could feel the stark difference in the atmosphere. Zhou Dongliang approached Suyu with utmost respect. Master, why did your body emit golden light just now? And how did you transform that light into a golden sword? His eyes brimmed with unmasked curiosity. If he could master such power, he would pay any price. With such power, he could finally succeed in vanquishing the ghosts, monsters, and demons that plagued the mortal world. No one would need to live in fear, nor would anyone fall victim to these creatures. Peace would return to the mortal world. Those around him and the viewers in the livestream were equally eager to know how this was achieved. At this mention, Suyu immediately sat up straight. The light radiating from my body comes from casting the Golden Light Mantra, one of the 8 great Taoist mantras. In One Punch Man, the Golden Light Mantra is the exclusive technique of the Dragon and Tiger Mountain Tianchi Palace and a mandatory introductory mantra. Upon hearing this, the crowd realized there were 7 other equally formidable divine incantations. The Golden Light Mantra was merely a foundational mantra for beginners, yet this young master had already wielded it with such formidable power. If he mastered all 8 divine mantras, just how powerful would this master be? Zhou Dongliang, however, noticed 2 key phrases Suyu had mentioned, under one and Tianchi Palace of Dragon and Tiger Mountain. Why did he say, under one person? Was it some kind of symbolic reference? And the mention of the Dragon Tiger Mountain Tianchi Palace, could this young master actually be from there? Yet Zhou Dongliang had never heard of it. Still, if it was a reclusive mountain sect that avoided the world, they might not use their official name to designate their location, a clever method of concealment. Since it's an organization, there must be many others as formidable as this young master. This thought sent a surge of excitement through Zhou Dongliang's heart. The radiance of the Golden Light Mantra is a righteous light of life and essence. When cast, it manifests as living golden streams of light that envelop the practitioner, retracting to shield, extending to strike. The essence of the Golden Light Mantra lies in entering a state of righteousness to elevate one's vital energy cultivation. The golden light is merely a byproduct of combining certain rituals and incantations. The key to cultivating and wielding the Golden Light Mantra lies in achieving a more perfect state of righteousness. Through prolonged practice, one's vital energy cultivation deepens. As this cultivation grows, the golden light naturally manifests with increasing solidity. The greater its solidity, the more controllable the Golden Light Mantra becomes. However, when practicing divine mantras, both body and mind must be upright. For whether it be the 8 great divine mantras or other magical techniques, as I just mentioned, they are all the righteous light of life. When discussing the Tianchi Palace of Longhu Mountain and the Golden Light Mantra, one figure cannot be overlooked. This individual has long perfected the Golden Light Mantra to its ultimate level. It can transform in myriad ways, repelling all evil forces, and none can rival it. All others stand beneath him alone, he is the pinnacle. This man is Zhang Jiwei, the 65th Tianchi of the Dragon and Tiger Mountain Tianchi Palace. The moment the words Supreme Master were uttered, both the audience present and the viewers in the livestream felt a chill run down their spines, as if struck by lightning. The term supreme refers to the highest peak of a mountain, and when applied to a person, it signifies the strongest in the mortal realm, unmatched in this age. To receive such an exalted title, one could scarcely imagine the sheer magnitude of Zhang Jiwei's power. Moreover, upon learning he was the 65th generation Celestial Master, it dawned on everyone that the Celestial Master's office must have existed far longer than they had ever imagined. The thought of such a formidable organization silently protecting them from behind suddenly filled people with a profound sense of security. Now, witnessing a disciple of the Celestial Master's office demonstrate such overwhelming power, crushing malevolent spirits with ease, filled them with boundless excitement. Zhou Dongliang steadied the surge of excitement within him, then approached Suyu and bowed respectfully. Master, I dare to make a request. Might you impart the Golden Light Mantra to the combat operatives of the Ghost and Monster Special Operations Bureau? If we could master the Golden Light Mantra from your Dragon Tiger Mountain Tianchi Palace, we would be better equipped to combat ghosts and monsters, restoring peace to the world. The surrounding combatants felt a surge of desire within themselves, each yearning to learn the technique. They followed Zhou Dongliang in bowing respectfully to Suyu. Suyu's eyes flickered as he pondered for a moment. Teaching you the Golden Light Mantra isn't the issue. But to master it to this level with talent, it'll take at least a decade or two. Without it, it could stretch to 30 or 40 years. Zhou Dongliang and the others, along with the live stream audience, were stunned. It would take over a decade, or even decades, to see results? In the current situation, surviving a single year would be a miracle. Decades from now, they'd likely be dust. At the same time, a question suddenly occurred to everyone. Earlier, Suyu had mentioned that the Golden Light Mantra was the light of life and vitality, and prolonged cultivation could enhance one's life force and cultivation. Yet he just mentioned that mastering the Golden Light Mantra to such a level requires decades of practice. If one were to add the other 7 divine mantras to that. The gazes directed at Suyu shifted once more, eyes brimming with disbelief. Could the man before them truly be the legendary Grand Taoist Master of Dragon Tiger Mountain? He had already cultivated to the legendary state of rejuvenation. Zhou Dongliang knew it would be impolite to ask directly. He pursed his lips, but ultimately decided to voice his lingering doubt. Master, is your surname Zhang? Suyu replied promptly, I am not surnamed Zhang, nor am I Zhang Jiwei, the Grand Taoist Master of Dragon Tiger Mountain. Don't misunderstand, and don't jump to conclusions that would be disrespectful to the Grand Taoist Master. Chapter 010, Alarming the Bureau Chief. Though Suyu had immediately clarified he was not But in some people's minds, his refusal to reveal his identity so quickly meant he was trying to hide something. After all, someone who had cultivated to the legendary realm of rejuvenation would naturally want to avoid trouble. That's why he immediately denied it. Suyu remained unaware of their speculations, but witnessing the world's inhabitants now suffering demonic assaults, he couldn't help but feel pity for their plight. I considered whether to impart the incantation of the Golden Light mantra to them. But without cultivation, even if they recited it, it would have no effect. At best, it would only offer a false sense of security. Better to educate them on ghost fighting knowledge instead, giving them at least some means to protect themselves. Suyu retrieved his phone from Zhou Dongliang's hand. Now that this place is safe, I'll be taking my leave. Zhou Dongliang hurriedly protested, Master, where are you going so late at night? Why don't we accompany you? The other team members nodded in agreement, eager to follow. Because the sense of security felt by being close to the boss was addictive. Suyu waved them off. You have your responsibilities, and I have my goals. Besides, your comrade is still unconscious. Get him to the hospital quickly. But hospitals have a heavy aura of gloom. Don't wander around aimlessly there unless you have to. Suyu thought he'd send some talismans to the hospital once he had them. Zhou Dongliang only remembered that Xiaoli was still unconscious after Suyu brought it up. Alright then. I hope we meet again someday. When we do, please continue enlightening us. Suyu nodded and slowly walked toward the intersection, heading in the direction of the treasure hunting spot. Under everyone's gaze, he gradually walked out of sight. Captain, that fire chicken barmaster is really something else. I wonder if he takes apprentices. Now I finally understand what it feels like to have a big shot guiding you, like even if the sky fell, you wouldn't have to worry. Captain, should we ask the Bureau if we can operate alongside Fire Chicken Barmaster from now on? Zhou Dongliang nodded in agreement with his teammates. Yeah, having Master Fire Chicken Bar's help is a blessing for us. We'll bring this up with headquarters once we return. Alright, enough talk. We've got our own mission to focus on. First, get Little Lee to the hospital. Then gather more willow branches, and prepare the chicken blood and ox tears too. Oh, and make sure to jot down everything Master Fire Chicken Bar just explained. I'll type it up into a report for the Bureau later. After settling the arrangements, Zhou Dongliang and the others loaded the unconscious Xiaoli into the car and drove toward the hospital. Meanwhile, at the Ghost and Monster Special Operations Bureau, Director Liu had already noticed Suyu's livestream. After witnessing Suyu successfully vanquish the supernatural entity with the Golden Light incantation, he immediately convened a meeting with department heads. He also summoned the Bureau's technical staff to meticulously analyze the livestream footage, seeking to determine whether this streamer's methods were genuine or fabricated. Although Zhou Dongliang and his team were present at the scene, the Bureau had encountered numerous fraudsters over the past fortnight, necessitating extreme caution. Moreover, this livestream had reached the entire nation. If it was fake, they needed to shut it down completely before it caused any repercussions. If it proved genuine, the implications would be immense. It was a red ghost, after all. Prior to tonight, there had been no recorded successful exorcism. No one had ever returned alive. Some areas still have caution tape up, barring anyone from approaching. And now, not only has the Red Spectre been successfully eliminated, but the entire team survived. And Suyu accomplished it all by himself from start to finish. Had it not been for the need to explain things, the process would have been even faster. This signifies that humanity has finally gained a genuine means to combat ghosts. This holds epoch-making significance. Technical analysis confirmed the live broadcast contained no special effects. As for the mechanisms involved, they couldn't have fooled Zhou Dongliang and the others present at the scene. Given these facts, the authenticity of this streamer appears exceptionally high. Director Liu decided to proceed with preparations based on Suyu's scientific guidance. He immediately dispatched teams to harvest willow branches overnight, otherwise, once tomorrow's livestream went viral, every willow tree in the city would be stripped bare. Simultaneously, he planned to contact the Forestry Bureau to encourage farmers to plant more willow trees. At this moment, the Logistics Department Director interjected, Director Liu, this won't do. Master Fire Chicken Bar said willow trees are gathering wood, prone to attracting ghosts and evil spirits. They'll summon spirits. Director Liu waved his hand dismissively. How long does a single willow branch last? How many operatives are risking their lives out there on missions? Without a steady supply of willow branches, how are they supposed to fight ghosts? Haven't the sacrifices over the past half-month been enough? As for attracting evil spirits, Master Fire Chicken Bar also said men are yang in nature, with strong yang energy. Gather 100 men to stand guard there. Any ghost that dares approach gets whacked. If 100 men can't whip it to death, then send 1,000. I refuse to believe we can't beat the crap out of it. What our dragon nation lacks least is men. I refuse to believe that under such overwhelming yang energy, a single ghost could still bully us. From this moment on, I'll make those ghosts understand who truly rules this world. Bureau Chief Liu paused, sipping tea to moisten his throat. Tomorrow, go out to the countryside and find some large cattle farmers. Have them supply us with cow tears. Also procure some plastic wrap. Simultaneously, we must swiftly enact temporary regulations to prevent the public from resorting to extreme measures to obtain cow tears, chicken blood, and peachwood. The most critical issue is the cattle. If left unchecked, they might cry even more pitifully than the ghosts. You must also expedite research into more humane methods for collecting bovine tears. Director Liu issued a series of tasks, and the heads of each department immediately set to work. Simultaneously, he ordered someone to investigate Suyu's background and requested Zhou Dongliang's phone number. Hello, is this Zhou Dongliang? Voice on the line, this is Zhou Dongliang. Who's this? This is Liu Zhenmin. Zhou Dongliang, who was in his car, sat up straight the moment he heard the director was calling personally. Commissioner Liu continued, I'd like to discuss a potential collaboration with Suyu, the fire chicken bar master. Put him on the line. Zhou Dongliang looked somewhat helpless. Director Liu, we parted ways 5 minutes ago. On the other end, Director Liu paused noticeably. This is urgent. Take your team back immediately and find him. Zhou Dongliang glanced at Xiaoli, who was lying in his seat. Director Liu, one of my brothers is injured. We need to get him to the hospital first, then go find fire chicken bar master. On the other end, Director Liu instructed, leave one person to drive him. The rest of you go find Master Fire Chicken Bar. I'll have someone waiting at the hospital to meet you. Don't worry about that. Zhou Dongliang understood the gravity of the situation and finally nodded in agreement. He then led 4 team members off the vehicle and hurried after the direction Suyu had departed. Chapter 011, We Must Subdue the Ghost with Virtue. Suyu walked along the quiet night road, following the treasure hunting instructions in his mind until he reached a large building. On that building, a large, eye-catching boxing gym billboard stood out. Treasure location, 3 meters ahead. 3 meters? That's going to be tricky to find. Suyu surveyed the building's surroundings. To the left was a pile of trash, and to the right was the entrance to an alley. If it wasn't on either of those sides, then it must be inside the building. He'd thought it would be easy to find, then see how many science points he'd get, and maybe even try his luck at the lottery. If it really was inside the building, that would be a problem. A live streamer caught burglarizing a building? That'd be a total disaster. Let's check the alley first. Suyu glanced at his phone and saw the live stream's viewership had surged to 5,000. He noticed the chat was buzzing with activity and felt quite pleased. But when he saw what the comments were flooding with, his face instantly darkened. Master Fire Chicken Bar, taking on apprentices? Master Fire Chicken Bar, my house has felt really spooky lately. Can you come take a look? Master Fire Chicken, I feel terrible all over, come check me out. Master Fire Chicken, where is Dragon Tiger Mountain? Can I go pay my respects at the mountain gate? Master Fire Chicken, I've been feeling a bit overheated lately. Could you help me check it out? Hey, Turkey Bar Master, say something. After Suyu retrieved his phone, he hadn't checked the livestream. He'd been holding it while navigating and searching for treasure. Now that he was almost at his destination, he decided to check in only to witness this utterly speechless scene. Look, you can call me Master if you want, but could you drop the Turkey Bar part? And my channel's name is Turkey Flavored Pot Sticker. Not Turkey Bar. Seeing Suyu finally acknowledge them, the viewers flooded the chat with even more comments. Got it, Turkey Bar Master. Turkey Bar Master, please teach me. Turkey Bar Master, when are you going to send those ghosts packing? Turkey Bar Master, what are you up to now? Suyu pressed his forehead and shook his head helplessly, suddenly feeling like he was being bullied. He shouldn't have chosen that name in the first place. Right now, I'm off on a treasure hunt. Once I find something good, I'll continue educating everyone. Seeing the chat flooded with Master Fire Chicken, he knew it had become his signature. Suyu first ventured into the alley to see if any treasures might be hidden there. The moment he stepped inside, a stench hit him like a pair of foot odor socks that hadn't been washed in 6 months, stepped on stinky tofu, then dropped into a cesspool, dried in the sun, only to be caught in a wind and rainstorm that prevented it from drying, leaving it with that musty, moldy smell. Suppressing the urge to gag, Suyu covered his nose and turned on his phone's flashlight before venturing in. But just as he rounded the corner, a white shadow darted past his feet with a whoosh. Holy, this one's white. Ghosts are really aggressive at night. How long has it even been since we last encountered one? What nonsense! That white ghost just had the misfortune of running into our Fire Chicken Bar Master. Fire Chicken Bar Master, take it down. Suyu rolled his eyes at the comments. That's not a ghost, it's just a white cat. Friends, remember this, not all ghosts are evil, just as not all people are good. If we encounter spirits, we should strive to win them over with virtue. Never recklessly commit the sin of killing. After speaking, he continued walking inward. Suddenly, he realized the warning in his mind had grown distant. Suyu immediately backed out of the alley and headed toward the garbage pile on the other side. Just then, a swarm of black shadows materialized 10 meters behind him, steadily closing in. Just as Suyu was about to rummage through the trash, he sensed who it was and turned his head. 5 meters behind him, several fully armed figures were approaching. It was Zhou Dongliang and his crew. Spotting Suyu rummaging through the trash, Zhou Dongliang and his crew didn't know where to look, their toes curling in such awkwardness they nearly chewed through their shoes. After all, he was a renowned master. Being seen rummaging through trash by so many people was utterly humiliating. Suyu acted as if nothing was amiss, looking at them and asking, "Is there something else you need?" Zhou Dongliang cleared his throat and stepped forward. "Well, our chief has something he'd like to discuss with you. Would now be a convenient time?" After seeing Suyu nod, he immediately called Bureau Chief Lu and handed the phone to Suyu. The moment Suyu placed the phone to his ear, a very polite and enthusiastic voice came through. "Hello, may I speak with Master Suyu?" Suyu silently breathed a sigh of relief, having feared the director might not be able to find his name. Turns out he'd worried needlessly. "Are you asking me to collaborate with you?" Suyu's words surprised Director Lu. How did he know? But upon reflection, it made sense. If the director himself was reaching out, it couldn't be about anything else. Director Lu said on the other end of the line, "Master Su is quite right. That is precisely my intention. We hope you'll serve as an advisor to our Ghost and Monster Special Operations Bureau, helping us educate the public about supernatural phenomena." Suyu replied, "Serving as an advisor is acceptable, but for science outreach, I believe it's best to target the general public. If we only educate within the Bureau, it still won't be safe for the public. Our Special Forces team is too small to cover every possible situation. It would be better to let more people know how to effectively protect themselves in this chaotic world of supernatural threats. Besides, the knowledge I've shared previously is already sufficient for the Special Forces to handle most situations." Director Lu listened and found the reasoning sound. After all, those who feared ghosts vastly outnumbered those who didn't, and the Special Operations Bureau nationwide was severely understaffed. Compounded by the significant casualties over the past fortnight, manpower has become critically strained across all supernatural task forces nationwide. Empowering the public with self-protection methods could significantly ease the burden on these units nationwide. Moreover, the previous educational materials had indeed provided the Ghost Countermeasures Task Force with a clear direction, proving to be immensely helpful. In that case, Master Su, when you conduct your next live science outreach session, could you have Zhou Dongliang's team accompany you? It would also allow them to learn through real combat experience, just like during your previous science popularization live streams. Suyu considered that having these Special Forces members perform hands-on demonstrations during his science outreach coupled with their authoritative status would enhance public trust in his content. He saw no reason to refuse. "Alright, let's do it that way." He then returned the phone to Zhou Dongliang. After receiving his phone back, Zhou Dongliang nodded repeatedly in agreement. After hanging up, he saluted Suyu. "Master, the director has ordered us to follow your commands from now on. None of us will ever hold you back." The other team members, thrilled to be assigned to work alongside Suyu, saluted one after another and introduced themselves. Meanwhile, the live stream audience erupted in excitement at the sight. Chapter 012, It's Just a Piece of Wood. How powerful could it be? Master Fire Chicken Bar has actually been acknowledged by the Ghost Special Forces Bureau. That means Master Fire Chicken Bar is the real deal. He was always real. Ever since I wiped away my tears, he's been my god. Now that the Master has official recognition and official combat team members following him, I can't even imagine how miserable the ghosts will be crying in the future. For the past 2 weeks, we humans have been the ones crying. Now that we have someone who can deal with them, it's their turn to cry. And the Master didn't just choose to educate the Ghost Special Forces, he still chose to educate us. If it were anyone else, they'd have cashed in on this obscure knowledge for financial freedom long ago. But our Fire Chicken Bar Master still shares it with us for free. From this moment on, Master of Fire Chicken Bar is my idol. What about those little cuties who used to call the Master a dog streamer? Oh right, wasn't there one called Lao Ba who said if the Master was real, he'd pull off a 360-degree mid-air spin while eating? I remember that too. Lao Ba, come out, it's your turn to perform. Meanwhile, the live stream had already surpassed 9,000 viewers, climbing into the top 3 of the city's live streaming charts. Beyond the relentless wave of generous donations, a large number of viewers were rushing to other live streams to recruit more people. Suyu was unaware of this. After introducing himself to Zhou Dongliang and the others, he turned to rummage through the trash bin. Zhou Dongliang hurriedly stepped in to stop him. "Master, is there something dirty in there?" Suyu replied, "This is my treasure hunting and ghost hunting science livestream. Of course there are treasures left to find." Zhou Dongliang and the others, along with the live stream viewers, froze in place. They looked at the trash-filled heap. Treasures here? This was all just trash. Zhou Dongliang and the others watched as Suyu began rummaging through the trash without batting an eye. Though they had no idea what kind of treasure he was after, if the Master was doing it, there must be a reason. He immediately joined his 4 teammates in sifting through the trash. Meanwhile, in Suyu's livestream, viewers who had just switched over from other channels were greeted by the sight of Suyu and his combat team rummaging through the trash heap. They were utterly baffled. "This is the Master you've been talking about?" He's actually rummaging through trash with his combat team? Are you guys out of your minds? Bet he's a con artist extraordinaire, even fooled the Ghost Special Operations Bureau. Newcomers, don't rush, just sit back and watch the master's performance. The live stream audience buzzed with lively chatter. Meanwhile, Suyu and Zhou Dongliang had finally sifted through all the trash. Master, did you find what you were looking for? Zhou Dongliang asked. Suyu scratched his head, thinking the clue was right here. How could he not have found it? Shine your flashlights around and see if you spot any books, weapons, or other unusual items. Zhou Dongliang and the others immediately began searching with their flashlights. As a team member named Xiaobai moved a trash bin aside, a glimmer of light caught Suyu's attention. But to Zhou Dongliang and the others, as well as the viewers in the livestream, there was nothing there. Suyu walked toward the light. The moment his hand touched it, the glow vanished. Simultaneously, a wooden knuckle duster appeared in his hand. Carved into the wooden knuckle duster were numerous talismanic symbols. Congratulations on obtaining the treasure, thunderstruck Jujube wood knuckle duster. Zhou Dongliang saw Suyu's gaze fixed entirely on the wooden knuckle duster. A broad smile spread across his face as he asked in puzzlement, Master, is this wooden knuckle duster what you were looking for? To him, it was nothing more than a wooden knuckle duster carved with strange symbols. Using it to hit someone might even break it. A metal one would be far more practical. To the viewers in the livestream, it was nothing more than an ordinary wooden knuckle duster. Master, this is the treasure you mentioned? I could whip up 10 of these in a night. If you want some, Master, I'll deliver a whole bunch tomorrow. Wait, this is the Master you're talking about? Calling a piece of junk wood a treasure? Seeing the confusion among the livestream viewers and Zhou Dongliang, Suyu began explaining the lightning-struck Jujube wood knuckle duster. Folks, this isn't just any wooden knuckle duster, it's a lightning-struck Jujube wood knuckle duster. The crowd remained skeptical. Was it really that impressive just because it was made of lightning-struck Jujube wood? At the end of the day, it's still just wood. It's hard to hit anyone with it, and it's barely enough to burn as firewood. Suyu continued, in Taoist artifact crafting, lightning-struck Jujube wood is often used alongside lightning-struck peachwood and lightning-struck cypress wood, with Jujube wood being the most prized. Wearing it can also ward off negative energies and evil spirits. Zhou Dongliang and the others hadn't expected such a small knuckle duster to offer such significant benefits, yet they remained somewhat skeptical. But why must it be struck by lightning? His question echoed the confusion in many others' minds. Suyu explained, heavenly thunder is both the celestial tribulation and the primordial energy of the universe. Century-old Jujube wood often harbors spirits. When these spirits undergo tribulation, they frequently attract heavenly lightning that scorches the wood. Since Jujube wood can store the energy of heavenly lightning, it becomes the first sacred wood of the Xianmen, the lightning-struck Jujube wood. Hearing it was ranked as the foremost sacred wood, its status so exalted. When they looked again at the thunderstruck Jujube wood knuckle duster in Suyu's hand, their initial disdain had faded. Thunderstruck Jujube wood embodies the essence of yin-yang qi, the convergence of cosmic energies, and the quintessence of the 5 elements. Within it dwells the righteous energy of heaven's gong, along with the spirit's divine essence and their armies. Moreover, through the lightning strike, the energy of thunder gathers within the wood, imbuing it with the power of divine retribution. Naturally, it can vanquish evil and ward off demons. Zhou Dongliang, his teammates beside him, and the viewers in the livestream were all stunned into silence. Who knew a piece of lightning-struck Jujube wood could be so powerful, even possessing divine retribution energy? Master, every rainy season, lightning strikes the mountain behind my house. Is it too late for me to plant Jujube and peach trees now? What about using high-voltage electricity? Absolutely not. The master said it needs to be century-old Jujube wood, peach trees would be the same. Plus, heavenly lightning is a natural calamity, a force of nature. High-voltage electricity? That's useless. I happen to have a century-old Jujube tree at home. I'll go install a lightning rod right now. Suyu saw the comments in the livestream chat and explained. Not all lightning-struck Jujube wood possesses this effect. After being struck by lightning, Jujube wood can lose its gang energy and spirit essence due to climate, terrain, and other factors. That's why many struck Jujube woods become lifeless, devoid of flowing lightning energy. True lightning-struck Jujube wood only achieves its full potential when, according to Taoist ritual, the wood is ritually harvested, lightning is sealed within it, and its energy gathered. It must be preserved through the 5 thunder rites, carved on an auspicious day, and refined through secret rites. After hearing this, Zhou Dongliang and the others, along with the livestream audience, felt that while it sounded impressive, no matter how they thought about it, they found it hard to believe that a piece of wood could possess such extraordinary effects. Seeing the treasure found and no hint of the next one yet, Suyu decided to first check how many science points he'd earned. He decided to check his accumulated science points to see if he could draw a prize, and also upgrade his treasure hunting radar. Suddenly, Zhou Dongliang's phone rang. What? The entire team sent to deal with the ghost has been wiped out. His expression turned grave as he looked at Suyu. Suyu nodded decisively. Lead the way. Chapter 013, Grab Your Gear, Save the Master. Seeing Suyu's nod, Zhou Dongliang immediately called the team member who had taken Xiaoli to the hospital, ordering him to drive over immediately. The hospital wasn't too far away, and with no traffic on the roads at night, they could reach here in minutes. While waiting for the vehicle to arrive, Suyu sat down on a roadside stone block and first turned off his livestream. Then he checked his current science points. Host's current science popularization points, 23,280. Suyu was somewhat surprised he hadn't expected so many. It seems science popularization was quite effective after all. How many science points does it cost for one lottery draw? Current lottery level, LV1. Each draw requires 2,000 science points. Lottery level can be upgraded using science points. Upgrading increases the probability of winning treasures. Holy crap, you need to level up just to draw? Suyu thought it over. Level 1 seemed a bit low, so upgrading was probably the safer bet. Otherwise, with each draw costing so much, constantly getting common items would be throwing money down the drain. How many psi points does it cost to upgrade the lottery level? Upgrading to level 2 requires 1,000 psi tech points. With over 20,000 psi points now, it was totally doable. Upgrade. Lottery tier successfully upgraded to LV2. Each draw now costs 4,000 science points. To upgrade the lottery level to LV3 requires 5,000 science points. Will the required science points increase after upgrading? And now it takes 5,000 science points to upgrade to level 3? Does that mean a level 3 draw will cost 5 or 6,000? Back and forth, and just like that, 10,000 science points are gone. But if you want to get good stuff, you gotta be willing to spend. It's just like playing mobile games, you either have to be willing to spend money, be willing to grind like crazy, or be willing to sit on your butt and let the big spenders foot the bill for you. Suyu gritted his teeth. Damn it, upgrade. Level up successful. Lottery level successfully upgraded to LV3. Current draw cost, 6,000 science points. To upgrade to level 4, 10,000 science points are required. How many science points do I currently have? Host's current science points total, 17,280. Suyu felt a pang of regret. How many science points does it take to upgrade the treasure radar? The treasure radar is currently at LV1, upgrading to LV2 requires 2,000 science points. Thankfully, upgrading the treasure radar doesn't require too many science points right now. Double pull now. A roulette will appear before Suyu's eyes, spinning rapidly. After spending 12,000 science points, it better give me something good. After several seconds, the lottery will gradually come to a stop. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Taoist Talisman Compendium X1, Max Level Heaven Piercing Talisman. It actually dropped. All those science points weren't wasted. In that instant of elation, profound and esoteric runes materialized within Suyu's mind. With each rune that appeared, Suyu's understanding of them deepened. Until thousands of runes filled his mind, he could feel that he could draw perfectly flawless talismans at will, whenever he wished. This was the profound mystery of combining the heaven-piercing scroll with the Taoist Talisman Compendium. Ordinary talisman drawing required extensive preparation, setting up altars, preparing shrines, purifying the body, and more. But the heaven-piercing scroll required none of that. One could draw talismans from thin air anytime, anywhere. Simultaneously, he upgraded his treasure-seeking radar. Treasure-seeking radar successfully upgraded to LV2. Search range increased to 800 meters. Suyu was still elated over drawing the max-level Tongtian scroll. But to Zhou Dongliang and the others, Suyu stood motionless with his eyes closed, smiling inexplicably. They looked around, but couldn't spot anything particularly interesting. Captain, could the master have absorbed too much yin energy and started acting strangely? Xiaobai leaned close to Zhou Dongliang and spoke cautiously. Zhou Dongliang frowned deeply, agreeing that Suyu's behavior was indeed unusual. Don't be ridiculous. The master's cultivation is profound. How could such a trivial amount of yin energy contaminate him? The team member called Laogua approached as well. But Captain, you can see the master isn't right either, can't you? If the master really is corrupted by that yin energy, he might be battling it right now. Maybe we should help him? Zhou Dongliang stared intently at Suyu. In the past, some team members had become prone to hallucinations after excessive exposure to ghosts and spirits. They needed someone in reality to snap them out of it. Now, after hearing the master's explanation, it was clear this was caused by an overwhelmingly heavy contamination of yin energy. But the master was so powerful, anyone capable of absorbing his yin energy must be extraordinary. Moreover, the master is our guiding light on the path of combating supernatural entities. We absolutely cannot afford any mishaps. Zhou Dongliang called over the member nicknamed Monkey. We'll go up and start cursing to boost our yang energy. Xiaobai, I'll take the top lane. Lao Gui, I'll storm the bottom lane. Sure too, the team member gripped his willow branch and looked around. Grab your weapons, everyone. We're rescuing the master. True to his name, Monkey leaped forward in 2 giant bounds, landing before Suyu. Holy! Before the words could fully escape his lips, Suyu opened his eyes to see Zhou Dongliang swiftly cover Monkey's mouth with his hand. The other three teammates also immediately halted their movements. What are you doing? Zhou Dongliang stammered. Well, we saw you suddenly start laughing for no reason and thought you might be possessed by evil spirits. Ha! With my max level golden light incantation and max level heaven piercing scroll on me, what blind demon would dare come near? They must be tired of living. Suyu smiled and said, don't worry. I was just thinking about something that made me happy. Seeing Suyu's perfectly normal expression, Zhou Dongliang and the others secretly breathed sighs of relief. It seemed they'd misunderstood. Recalling how things could have gone if he hadn't stopped in time, allowing the master to misunderstand. Cold sweat beaded on their foreheads. That technique he'd used earlier, shooting golden light to slay fierce ghosts if applied to a human, the thought was too terrifying to contemplate. Watching their faces turn pale and then flushed, Suyu found it odd. He hadn't sensed any ghosts or spirits around. Captain Zhou, is your vehicle still not here? Zhou Dongliang glanced at his wristwatch, then toward the intersection. Just then, a military SUV sped toward them. Master, the vehicle's here. The military SUV pulled up in front of them. After Zhou Dongliang and the others boarded, he instructed the driver, Old Six, head straight to Pan Shiwan. A jumping ghost appeared there and wiped out our entire squad. Don't worry, Captain. We'll be there in under 10 minutes. Old Six understood the gravity of the situation and immediately launched the vehicle out of third gear, speeding toward the location. Suyu sat in his seat, checking the account for his live stream. Before ending the stream, he'd noticed what seemed like a tip. When he opened the account, his eyes widened in shock. 10, 100,000, 10,000, 60,000. After the platform took its cut, he never expected there would still be over 60,000 left. Earning over 60,000 in less than a night left Suyu genuinely astonished. Now that he had money and knew thousands of talisman formulas, he planned to use this money to buy supplies for drawing talismans, then create more to donate to places like hospitals, places that heal the sick yet carry heavy energy. This would protect the patients, doctors, and nurses from ghostly disturbances. He could also give them away for free to his livestream audience to boost engagement and spread his knowledge to more people. Suyu gazed out the window, his mind already mapping out future plans. Meanwhile, Zhou Dongliang and the others kept discussing the issue of ghost possession. Chapter 014, Isn't that a zombie? Under the cover of night. A military off-road vehicle sped along the road. Suyu overheard them discussing the jumping ghosts. He racked his brain for a long time but couldn't think of any ghost that could hop around. The only thing that fit the description was will-o'-the-wisps. But will-o'-the-wisps certainly didn't possess the power to wipe out an entire squad. Suyu reasoned that since this world had no folklore about ghosts or spirits, it must be their own term for something else. Captain Zhou, what exactly is this jumping ghost you keep mentioning? Zhou Dongliang was surprised the master didn't know about jumping ghosts, but he explained carefully anyway. A jumping ghost is a reanimated corpse. Because its entire body stiffens and jerks in a hopping motion, we call it a jumping ghost. From what we've observed, these jumping ghosts don't just kill and feed on human blood, they even prey on livestock. They also exhibit strange rituals like worshipping the moon. Moreover, their bodies are as hard as steel plates, bullets and blades barely scratch them. Suyu was startled. That wasn't a jumping ghost at all. That's a zombie. He'd seen it in the news before, but that one was trapped in a deep pit and sealed with cement. And it wasn't even in this city. That's not a jumping ghost. Suyu pulled out his phone and started a live stream. This needed to be exposed, otherwise, it would lead to disaster. This was even more serious than the vengeful ghost issue. Seeing Suyu's tense expression, Zhou Dongliang and his team suddenly felt a bad premonition. The moment Suyu went live, the viewer count shot straight to 10,000. Master Fire Chicken Bar, you're finally streaming again. After seeing Fire Chicken Bar Master go offline, I suddenly felt anxious and couldn't sleep. Now that I see the master back online, I instantly feel completely safe. Is this master really as awesome as you guys say? Ha ha. Haven't you noticed the official battle team surrounding the master? Maybe it's because his lies got exposed, and now he's been taken back. Suyu glanced at the chat stream, his playful demeanor vanishing. Friends, I'm currently working with the official combat team to handle the ghost jumping issue. The moment the word jumping ghost hit the chat, viewers in the live stream room couldn't sit still. The ghost is really powerful. It's killed quite a few people in our city, and we still haven't eliminated it. No one knows where it's gone now. Last week, a family near me was killed by the jumping ghost. We still haven't found it, and now we're too scared to go out during the day. I saw something hopping around at the intersection the night before last. Not sure if it was the jumping ghost, but I'm definitely not going out now. Master, please capture these ghosts. I really want to go out for barbecue. I run a barbecue shop. It's been half a month, and I haven't dared to grill a single thing. I'm just hoping things get back to normal so I can reopen. Suyu scanned the live chat comments, surprised to see zombies appearing in so many places. Zhou Dongliang urged, Master, please explain what exactly these things are. Suyu nodded, handed his phone to Zhou Dongliang, and began explaining. What you call jumping ghosts aren't ghosts at all, they're zombies. People become corrupted because they lack ambition, while corpses become zombies because they gain an extra breath of life. A zombie is a human who, after death, retains an extra breath that hasn't dissipated. Combined with absorbing dark energy, this triggers a corpse transformation, ultimately turning them into a zombie. Zombies worship the moon and consume blood to absorb its essence and vital energy for cultivation. Zhou Dongliang and the others, along with the live stream audience, were instantly stunned. A corpse could actually absorb moonlight to cultivate. What kind of monster is this? If that's the case, won't zombies only grow stronger? Suyu continued, zombies are classified into tiers: skin zombie, shadow zombie, flesh zombie, purple zombie, white zombie, black zombie, leaping zombie, green zombie, hairy zombie, flying zombie, undecayed bone zombie, lying zombie, wandering zombie, and ba. As Suyu detailed each tier, Zhou Dongliang and his companions, along with the live stream audience, listened in cold sweat. There are actually so many tiers of zombies? Someone in the chat mentioned an entire family being killed by a zombie. It's highly likely that particular zombie had already become a corpse. A corpse is one where the hair and nails continue to grow after death. If the victim was pregnant, the fetus would also keep developing. Once a corpse awakens, its first target is always its own blood relatives. After feeding on the blood of its kin, the corpse has likely become a purple corpse or a leaping corpse. Even Zhou Dongliang and his battle-hardened comrades found their foreheads and backs drenched in sweat after hearing Suyu's explanation. The first target is family who could bear that. And it even levels up? That's absolutely terrible news. Master, don't scare me. I'm a coward. My dad was killed by a zombie 5 days ago and is already buried back home. Damn it, my sister got killed by zombies 3 days ago too. My whole family is holed up at home keeping vigil. No one in my family got killed by zombies, but reading your comments is freaking me out. Damn it. You demonic, deceitful streamer. Let me change my pants first before I argue with you. Seeing the comments in the livestream, Suyu noticed some viewers had family members killed by zombies and immediately asked, Captain Zhou, how many zombie-related killings or injuries have been reported in this city? Zhou Dongliang hesitated, a look of reluctance crossing his face. But seeing Suyu's intense anxiety and intensity he hadn't seen even when confronting fierce ghosts, he gritted his teeth and answered. There are 6 recorded cases. Only 2 were handled by teams, but neither was resolved. One of those cases is the location we're heading to now. Suyu was shocked. So many? What are the casualty figures? Zhou Dongliang replied, so far, the teams have suffered 17 injuries and 28 fatalities. Suyu pressed further, what about civilian casualties? Zhou Dongliang shook his head. That's not within our purview to track, so I don't have that information. But based on my rough estimate, it should be under 10. Suyu thought to himself, so many people killed by zombies? If the undead outbreak spreads, the consequences would be catastrophic. All of you, including the viewers in the livestream, remember what I'm about to say. First, immediately isolate anyone scratched by a zombie. They must be quarantined individually in a designated area where no other people are allowed. Because zombie claws and teeth carry a deadly toxin. Once the toxin enters the body through a scratch, the person will grow fangs, their nails will lengthen, and before long, they'll turn into a zombie attacking the living. What? Zhou Dongliang and the others, along with the live stream audience, paled instantly. The zombie's venom could turn the living into zombies. Zhou Dongliang's heart pounded wildly. He realized that all the survivors who had fought off the zombies were still receiving treatment at the city hospital. With so many people concentrated in hospitals, if just one person turned into a zombie and started attacking others, the situation would snowball into a catastrophe. This was a catastrophe capable of plunging the entire city into disaster. Chapter 015, Can Glutinous Rice Counter Zombie Venom? Everyone was stunned after hearing Suyu's explanation. The car fell silent, so quiet you could hear each other's heartbeats. The live stream's chat dropped by 90% instantly. Even Zhou Dongliang spoke without a shred of confidence. Master, is there any way to fix this? Suyu didn't beat around the bush. He cut straight to the point. That's precisely what I'm about to explain. Zhou Dongliang and the others, along with the live stream audience, listened intently, afraid to miss a single word. The team member nicknamed Xiao Bai even pulled out a notebook to start taking notes. Captain Zhou, how many supermarkets are there at our destination? Zhou Dongliang quickly replied, Pan Shiwan itself is an amusement plaza, and there are 2 large shopping malls there. Suyu said, now, everyone listen carefully to what I'm about to say. Those bitten by zombies must use glutinous rice to purge the zombie poison. Eat glutinous rice, bathe in glutinous rice water, and apply glutinous rice to the wounds. And they can't just lie down, they must jump continuously while standing on glutinous rice. Otherwise, their bodies will stiffen more and more. Also, if the corpse poison lingers too long, sharp fangs will grow in their mouths and their nails will lengthen. Remember, keep their nails trimmed short, and have a dentist grind down their teeth. If grinding doesn't work, pull them out. As for those killed by zombies, every single one must be burned to ashes. Even if buried, dig them up immediately and burn them, otherwise, they'll all turn into zombies sooner or later. Suyu's final words struck like a bolt from the blue. Even those already killed would turn into zombies. So many people had been killed by zombies. If they all turned, the first targets would be their unsuspecting blood relatives. Then those blood relatives would turn into zombies and harm others. At this thought, Zhou Dongliang and the others dared not imagine the consequences. The gravity of the situation far exceeded their expectations. But could something so grave really be resolved with mere glutinous rice? The viewers in the livestream were thinking exactly the same thing as Zhou Dongliang. Holy, thank God the master is here. I thought I heard something in the coffin earlier, but I thought I was imagining things. Turns out it was my sister trying to rise. I'm nailing that coffin shut right now. No matter what my family says, I'm dragging it out front to burn it. And I'm telling my mom to go buy glutinous rice immediately. I'm calling the village committee back home right now, tell them to send people to dig up my dad's grave immediately. Thank God I watched the livestream. I work in the morgue, and 2 bodies were killed by zombies. I'm calling for them to be taken to the crematorium right now. Seriously, you guys just believe him? Hey, if I get killed by a zombie and turn into one myself, I'll slaughter your whole family until the blood runs like a river. Damn it, I'm going to make your house run with blood right now. But are you sure glutinous rice can handle something that serious? I just can't buy it. Honestly, I don't either. All I know is glutinous rice makes sticky rice and the sugar coating on candied hawthorn. Saying it can counter such terrifying zombie poison? You're insulting our intelligence. What you believe, just don't interrupt Fire Chicken Bar Master's science lesson. It wasn't just the viewers in the livestream who were suddenly busy. Zhou Dongliang also set aside his doubts about the master and immediately called the bureau to report Suyu's revelation to Director Liu. Chief Liu immediately dispatched specialists to handle the situation and notified the municipal committee, as well as the supernatural task forces in other cities. At that very moment, a treasure hunting alert flashed in Suyu's mind. Treasure reaction detected 420 meters northeast. Treasure reaction detected 380 meters northeast. Treasure reaction detected 242 meters northeast. Suyu glanced at it. Wasn't this exactly where they were headed? Captain Zhou, how much longer until we reach Panshiwan? If we don't hurry, I'm afraid those zombies will be long gone by the time we get there. Captain Zhou glanced outside and announced, "We're here." No sooner had he spoken than the vehicle pulled up outside a brightly lit square. The square held numerous amusement rides, though none were in use now. Suyu and Zhou Dongliang immediately got out of the vehicle. Captain Zhou, have your team collect glutinous rice immediately. 1 bag per person is best. While glutinous rice can't destroy zombies, it can inflict damage and effectively restrain their movements. Zhou Dongliang promptly dispatched Shi Tu, Xiaobai, Laogua, and Lao Lu to search for glutinous rice inside the mall. You heard the master. Get moving now. Even if the mall is closed now, break down the doors and get in. The bureau will cover any losses, so go ahead and do it. Before they left, Suyu added, if you encounter zombies while searching for glutinous rice, remember to hold your breath. Jumping zombies haven't regained their sight, they can only sense human breath to track their direction. As long as you hold your breath, the zombies won't detect you for the time being. Xiaobai examined the willow branch in his hand and asked, Master, can willow branches fight zombies? Suyu shook his head. Zombies and ghosts are different entities. Willow branches aren't very effective against zombies. Just remember what I've told you, and you'll be fine. The livestream viewers immediately jotted down Suyu's instructions in their notebooks, more diligently than they ever had in school. Watching the 3 team members sprint toward the mall, Suyu asked, Captain Zhou, where's that team you mentioned that got wiped out? Right in that small park up ahead. Zhou Dongliang hurriedly led Suyu over. As soon as they reached the small park with its artificial lake surrounded by grassy lawns, Suyu caught a strong whiff of corpse stench. Even Zhou Dongliang and Monkey could smell it. Master, their bodies are over there. Monkey pointed toward a pavilion ahead. They immediately ran over. Zhou Dongliang's heart sank as he saw his former comrades in arms lying haphazardly on the ground. Their bodies bore wounds of varying sizes, some with arms and legs severed. The grass was stained crimson, a sight that filled him with profound sorrow. Suyu noticed patches of grass and greenery withering on the lawn. It was clearly caused by the corpse chi of the zombies. At the same time, he realized they were only a dozen meters away from the treasure point. There's no time for grief now. Pile all the bodies together. Once Xiaobai and the others bring back the glutinous rice, have them sprinkle it over the corpses first to delay the zombification process. Then you need to notify the bureau immediately. Have them send a vehicle to take the bodies to the crematorium for incineration. Suyu glanced toward the direction of the withering grass. I'm going to track down the zombies now. No sooner had he spoken than he dashed off along the path of withering vegetation. There was no time to waste. If the zombies reached residential areas or hospitals, countless lives would be lost. Zhou Dongliang finally snapped out of his daze, holding Suyu's live streaming phone, but the man was already long gone. Chapter 016, Where is everyone? Where did they all go? Suyu raced along the path of withered vegetation, the heavy stench of decay permeating the air. The stench was like rotten rats left to decay for days, compounded by the muggy rain and the sour, fermented cabbage smell of pickles pressed underfoot covering the carcasses. The stench was enough to make anyone retch. He ran until he reached a bridge. Looking around, he saw only scattered trees and cold streetlights, not a single shadow of a zombie in sight. Bullets and blades can't harm it anymore. It must have become a jumping corpse. Its blood relatives are all dead. There's no one around here now. It'll only jump nearby. He had to find the zombie quickly. If it jumped out of here and headed toward residential areas or the hospital, it would be disastrous. A treasure hunting alert flashed through Suyu's mind. Treasure reaction detected 150 meters east. Find the zombie first. Otherwise, many people will die. Suyu continued running toward the withered plants. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhou Dongliang and Monkey were laying out the bodies of their fallen comrades in a row outside the pavilion. Captain, their faces are turning black. Should we cremate them now? Monkey glanced around. There are plenty of trees here. Should I go chop some wood for the fire? The livestream chat was also urging them on. Captain Zhou, burn these bodies now. What if they turn into zombies? You'll instantly have 10 more undead on your hands. You'll all be done for then. Exactly. Burn them now. I don't want to see a zombie hopping outside my window late at night. That'd be terrifying. I don't trust that so-called master, but these dead bodies are turning black. If we don't burn them quickly, I'm worried some kind of infectious disease might break out. That's just like spreading corpse poison to turn people into zombies. How is it the same? I'm talking about science. Zhou Dongliang glanced at Suyu's livestream on his phone, then back at the two corpses. He gathered their personal belongings, planning to return them to their families tomorrow. The master said cremation is essential, but we can't do it here. Forget how long it'd take for a woodpile fire to reduce these bodies to ashes. We'd spend ages gathering the wood itself. And don't forget, there's a zombie lurking around here somewhere. We don't have time to waste on other things. The only way to hurry is to wait for the crematorium truck to come and take these bodies there. Zhou Dongliang glanced toward the other bodies. Alright, before the crematorium vehicle arrives, let's quickly prepare the remains of our fallen comrades. With that, he and Monkey set off to move the remaining bodies. A cold wind swept through, rustling the leaves with a whispering sound. Monkey had just lifted a body when the chill wind sent a shiver down his spine. He glanced toward them all. Why is it taking so long for Old Gua and the others to return with the glutinous rice? When he turned back, he realized Zhou Dongliang had vanished. Suddenly, rustling sounds came from the nearby grass, making Monkey feel even more uneasy. Could it be the zombies coming for me? He set the corpse down and raised his gun, aiming toward the bushes. He also tried to locate Suyu as panic was overwhelming. He remembered the master saying that when encountering zombies, one should use glutinous rice for protection and hold one's breath. But he had no glutinous rice on him now. If he encountered a zombie, Monkey dared not think about it further. He recalled 2 weeks earlier, when their entire team had been dispatched to assist another squad in fighting zombies. That was his first encounter with a zombie's true form. Its terror rivaled that of ghosts. Bullets couldn't scratch them either, and many teammates had died. In the end, to prevent further casualties, they had no choice but to lure the zombies deep into the uninhabited mountains. Back then, surrounded by teammates, he felt he could hold on. But now he was alone, with a zombie lurking somewhere nearby. Suddenly, nowhere felt safe. Master! Captain! Where are you guys? Monkey knew that making a sound now might attract danger, but he was truly on edge. Everything around him was eerily quiet, not even the faintest chirp of insects. It felt as if he were the only living soul left in the entire world. He swept the beam of his flashlight, attached below the muzzle of his rifle, across the grassy thicket, but detected nothing unusual. Still, Monkey didn't relax. Dragging the corpse toward the pavilion, he scanned the surroundings with his gun, ready to confront any threat at any moment. As he backed away, he suddenly felt something brush against his back. Wait! I'm sure there was nothing back there. In that instant, Monkey's entire body tensed, a chill shooting from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head. In that split second, he even had his last words prepared. Just as his mind wavered, a large hand clamped over his mouth and nose. The monkey instinctively turned his head and saw it was Zhou Dongliang. Relief washed over him instantly. But at the same time, he noticed Zhou Dongliang staring intently at a certain direction, his phone clutched tightly in hand, beads of sweat trickling down his cheeks and temples. Monkey followed Zhou Dongliang's gaze and nearly had a heart attack. The moment his eyes met the scene, a dark figure with outstretched arms leapt before them. Its stiff, blackened face bore a pair of murky gray eyes. A sickening cold breath escaped its mouth, while its outstretched hands bore long, sharp black nails that sent a chill down one's spine. This was the very zombie they had come here to find. Moreover, judging by the clothing, the zombie wore a black, long-robed funeral garment clearly of some age. This indicated the corpse had been dead for quite some time. But even after all these years, the clothes were only slightly torn. Though the flesh had decayed, one could still vaguely make out the features of a young man who had died in his prime. That it hadn't decomposed to bones after decades was already beyond comprehension, utterly unscientific. It completely shatters people's existing understanding. At that moment, the two of them were only 2 steps away from the zombie. In all their years on missions, Zhou Dongliang and Monkey had never faced a zombie this close before. It was impossible not to feel nervous. Yet the zombie, which had been savagely attacking any living thing it saw, now seemed to ignore them completely. The breath-holding technique really worked. Zhou Dongliang and Monkey felt fortunate to have encountered the master. Otherwise, they would have racked their brains in vain, never discovering that holding their breath could actually make zombies unable to detect them. Seeing how effective the breath-holding technique was, Monkey couldn't help but feel a wave of relief wash over him. But in that very instant of ease, he unconsciously exhaled a tiny breath. Monkey immediately held his breath again. But the zombie had already sensed that faint breath. A pair of stiff arms swept toward them. Zhou Dongliang quickly pulled Monkey down to crouch. Long, sharp black nails swept past their faces, barely missing them. Had they reacted a fraction slower and been grabbed, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Chapter 017, The Zombies Here. Holy. Zombies. Holy. This is the first time I've been this close to a zombie. Suddenly, I feel a chill in my pants. I'm numb right now. More numb than when the technician's finger was on my bro's body. Seeing Captain Joe and the others holding their breath, the zombies really can't see them. That turkey head master was telling the truth. Even I'm holding my breath now. Zombie dude, please don't look at me. The zombie's looking this way, everyone hold your breath. Quick heads up, kids in the livestream can breathe normally, zombies can't see you through the screen. What if zombies can really track you through the internet? Turkey Bar Master said zombie tears exist, jumping zombies aren't even the strongest. I can't take it anymore, I need to marry Master Fire Chicken Bar. He's not here now, and I'm too scared to even go to the bathroom. Master Fire Chicken Bar, where are you? Hurry back. Zombies are here. Zhou Dongliang saw the chat in the livestream and desperately hoped Suyu would return soon. Holding their breath kept the zombies from finding them for now. But they could only hold their breath for 5 or 6 minutes at most. If they gave off even the slightest hint of their presence during that time, the zombies would detect them immediately. Zhou Dongliang signaled Monkey to retreat with him. No matter what, they had to get away from the zombie first. Creating distance would also help them dodge attacks. Zhou Dongliang pulled Monkey back step by step, trying not to make a sound. Even the crisp sound of their feet on the green grass was tightly controlled. With great effort, they managed to create a little distance. Yet the zombie seemed to sense something, abruptly turning its body as if searching for a target. After circling several times, it abruptly turned toward Zhou Dongliang and Monkey, stiffly leaping to land right before them, its nose still sniffing the air. This left Zhou Dongliang and Monkey with a bitter taste in their mouths. The hard-won distance they'd gained was now completely lost. Viewers in the livestream felt as if they were right there, each one tense with anxiety. I feel like I'm about to suffocate. Didn't they say holding your breath would keep the zombies from noticing? How did it catch up so fast? Could the master's science be wrong? Master Fire Chicken can't be wrong. It must be a coincidence, or maybe Captain Joe and his team didn't hold their breath properly. They let out a tiny bit of air, alerting the zombies, which is why they jumped over. Where are the other team members? Why haven't they returned yet? Well, I work at the mall near Panshuan. When we close, we move all the rice and stuff to a special small warehouse to keep rats and bugs out. So they must be taking a while to open the small warehouse? Then Captain Joe and his team are done for. Master Fire Chicken's vanished, and the rest are still trying to open the warehouse. Even soldiers, trained to hold their breath longer than average, can't last forever. If they don't use this window to distance themselves from the zombies and find cover, they're as good as dead. If the viewers in the livestream could grasp this logic, how could Zhou Dongliang not? They were crouching low, moving backward inch by inch. They couldn't make too much noise, couldn't let even a hint of their presence slip out, otherwise, the zombies would pounce again. The closest refuge was the public restroom just 5 meters behind them. If they could just reach it and lock the door, they should be temporarily safe. But with the zombie right in front of them, 5 meters felt like 50. Monkey stared at the zombie before him, sweat beading on his forehead. He glanced at Zhou Dongliang beside him, his eyes flickering as if hesitating. Yet within moments, he made his decision. He suddenly broke free from Zhou Dongliang's grip and turned to run. Just as Monkey opened his mouth to exhale, Zhou Dongliang tackled him to the ground, covering his mouth and nose. Zhou Dongliang glared at Monkey with fierce eyes, warning him not to act recklessly. At the same time, the zombie sensed a faint trace of life and leaped forward. Its massive feet, the size of 43-inch boots, landed inches from their thighs. Holy, what's this kid trying to do? Don't get us killed. What are you talking about? He's sacrificing himself to lure the zombie away so Captain Joe can run to the bathroom and hide. Captain Joe clearly saw it and pulled him back to stop him from acting rashly. That's what soldiers do, sacrifice themselves. But the zombie's gotten closer, and that sudden movement means its breath-holding time's getting shorter. The live stream viewers were on the edge of their seats. After all, for most people, the luck of having a zombie right up in your face is hardly something you'd ever encounter. Seeing the zombie looking around in confusion, Joe Donleon quickly pulled Monkey back, inch by inch. After finally managing to retreat a meter or two, they heard footsteps approaching. Joe Donliang and Monkey were frantic. They were already holding their breath to the absolute limit, and now footsteps were approaching. If there were more zombies, this time they'd truly meet their end here. Monkey looked at Joe Donliang, wanting to speak but unable to make a sound to alert him. But just then, the zombie suddenly spun around and leaped off in one direction. Simultaneously, a shout rang out, "The captain and the others are here and so are the zombies. Quick! Throw the glutinous rice!" It was Xiaobai and the others, each carrying a sack of glutinous rice as they rushed over. As the zombie leaped toward their group, Xiaobai immediately dropped the rice sack he was carrying, grabbed a handful, and hurled it directly at the creature. The glutinous rice pelted the zombie like raindrops, and the creature let out a distinct, agonized scream. Where the glutinous rice struck, wisps of black smoke instantly rose from their bodies. Joe Donliang and Monkey seized the chance to finally breathe deeply. Seeing that the glutinous rice was more effective than expected, Joe Donliang shouted urgently, "Quick! Keep throwing the rice!" Xiaobai, Laogua, Oyu, and Laolu each grabbed handfuls of glutinous rice and hurled it relentlessly at the zombie. In an instant, black smoke billowed from every part of the zombie's body, its mouth emitting constant agonized growls. "Damn it, I've been bottling this up for ages, I'm gonna make it pay." Recalling the pent-up frustration from earlier, Monkey charged toward Xiaobai, joining the others in grabbing Xiaobai's bag of glutinous rice to scatter it at the zombie. As they threw, they moved closer to Joe Donliang. The zombie, driven back by the glutinous rice, roared incessantly while retreating step by step. The zombies are actually being driven back by glutinous rice, and black smoke is billowing from their bodies. Holy crap! In half a month, this is the first damn time I've heard a zombie scream. Who would have thought this humble glutinous rice could pack such power? Zombie, take a seat. I'll personally feed you glutinous rice. Keep acting all high and mighty, zombie. You were so tough earlier, but now you're such a wimp. Ha ha ha. It's all thanks to Master Fire Chicken. If he hadn't explained it, who would have guessed glutinous rice and holding your breath actually work on zombies? Finally got that pent-up frustration out. If only night markets were open now, I'd totally order takeout to eat while watching. Chapter 018, Drawing Talismans Mid-Air to Subdue the Zombie. Monkey, Little White, and the others threw glutinous rice like they were in a water fight, flinging it relentlessly at the zombie with wild abandon. Half a bag of glutinous rice was gone in no time. Though wasting food was shameful, there was no other choice now. And zombies have tempers too. The glutinous rice grains stung like shots, and the hunter's wild shouts only fueled its rage, yet it was powerless to retaliate. The glutinous rice pelting their bodies fell onto the grass, stinging even more when stepped on and releasing more black vapor. This temporarily halted the zombies' advance across the glutinous rice blockade. "Captain, you try it too." Monkey shouted to Joe Donliang as he scattered more glutinous rice. Joe Donliang replied, "Don't forget, the master said glutinous rice can only suppress zombies, not kill them. So we need to conserve the glutinous rice. As long as the zombies don't charge us, we'll hold our ground. Right now, we need to find the master quickly. Only he knows how to eliminate these zombies." Joe Donliang looked at Xiaobai and Laogua. "Follow the path of withered plants to search for the master. Remember, to guard against other ghosts appearing, you must stay together. Bring some glutinous rice and keep your willow branches ready." After gathering some glutinous rice, Xiaobai and Laogua immediately followed behind Joe Donliang. "See, Captain." Xiaobai and Laogua had only taken a few steps when they froze in place. "What do you want? Hurry up and go." "Ah." As Joe Donliang turned around, he too froze in place. Behind him, near the bodies of their fallen comrades in the pavilion, two corpses had risen, each missing a limb and with chunks of flesh torn from their necks by zombie bites. Both corpses now sported two sharp fangs in their mouths like zombies, and their nails were long and black. Unlike the zombies, however, these corpses didn't move in jerky, hopping motions. Instead, they shifted with a stiff, almost robotic rigidity. "It's over. They've turned so quickly. Holy, this is the first time I've ever seen a corpse turn. The idea that someone we thought was dead could suddenly move again, acting like a normal person, it's terrifying. Now I get why the combatant's vital energy keeps weakening. Damn it, dealing with this kind of mind-blowing stuff every day is making my heart give out. Thank God I listened to the master and cremated my sister. You guys wouldn't believe it, when we opened the coffin, her hair and nails had actually grown longer. If we'd waited any longer, I might have witnessed her turning into a zombie with my own eyes. This isn't about your sister anymore. Captain Joe and the others are facing 3 zombies right now. The livestream audience, having witnessed the corpse transformation firsthand, erupted into chaos. Zhou Dongliang's heart ached deeply seeing his former comrades transformed into this state. But once they became zombies, there was no room for mercy. Xiaobai, old Gua, throw glutinous rice at them now. Yes. As soon as Zhou Dongliang finished speaking, he ran over to Xiaobai and grabbed some glutinous rice, scattering it onto the two zombies that were advancing toward them. As the glutinous rice struck the zombies, black smoke billowed from their bodies, forcing them to stumble back several steps. But the two zombies pressed forward again, forcing Zhou Dongliang and his men to keep throwing glutinous rice at them. Zhou Dongliang glanced at the corpses of their fallen comrades behind the two zombies, recalling Suyu's earlier words. You keep scattering glutinous rice here. I'll take another bag and cover those bodies to prevent them from turning into zombies. Zhou Dongliang hoisted a sack of glutinous rice and started running toward the corpses near the pavilion. The three zombies seemed to sense his intent. They immediately dodged the scattered glutinous rice and converged to block Zhou Dongliang's path. The black-robed zombie leapt to a tree 2 or 3 meters tall. With a single swing of its arm, it snapped the trunk twice as thick as its own arm clean in two. The fallen tree landed precisely on the glutinous rice, simultaneously disrupting Zhou Dongliang's group formation. Holy! That black-robed zombie actually has some intelligence. No wonder it's an ancient zombie, it actually thinks. If we let it grow any stronger, I doubt even a college student like me could handle it. This zombie absolutely cannot be left alive. Close the door and let the master in. As three zombies approached, stepping on the fallen tree, Zhou Dongliang and his group froze momentarily before scrambling to scoop up the glutinous rice to scatter it. At that moment, a hand swiftly drew 3 overlapping talismans. With a flick of her finger, the 3 talismans formed from beams of light flew toward the zombies' foreheads. Zhou Dongliang and his team, along with the livestream viewers, could only see 3 light-formed objects affix themselves to the zombies' foreheads, instantly immobilizing them. They all froze in place, utterly bewildered by what had just happened. How could the zombies, so ferocious moments ago, become motionless after these 3 things stuck to their foreheads? Even as glutinous rice continued to be scattered over them, black mist still seeped from their bodies. Yet they neither flinched nor dodged, remaining utterly motionless. Zhou Dongliang stared blankly at the scene unfolding before him. What the hell just happened? Could it be the master? No sooner had the words left his mouth than a figure plummeted from several meters above. Suyu straightened his clothes and walked toward them. I ran a bit too far earlier and nearly ended up outside the perimeter. It was his first time at this large plaza. Unfamiliar with the surroundings, he'd followed the withered plants all the way over. When he tried to head back, he nearly took a wrong turn. The moment everyone saw Suyu finally appear, a sense of relief washed over them. Zhou Dongliang hurriedly asked, Master, what's going on? Why did the zombies stop moving? Monkey also ran over and said, just now, those 3 beams of light formed something that stuck to the zombies' foreheads. In an instant, they all froze. Even when we scattered glutinous rice on them, they didn't move. Suyu walked up to the 3 zombies and pointed at the talismans on their foreheads. They can't move because the 3 talismans I drew just now have immobilized them. Zhou Dongliang and the others exchanged bewildered glances, scratching their heads as they looked at Suyu. Master, what exactly is a talisman? And what kind of talisman is so powerful it can immobilize such ferocious zombies? The viewers in the livestream were witnessing zombies being immobilized for the first time. In their world, devoid of ghostly legends, knowledge of talismans was non-existent. This was utterly beyond comprehension for them. They'd all witnessed just how ferocious zombies could be, so the idea that a talisman could subdue them was astonishing. Fire Chicken Barmaster, please explain what this talisman is. This is seriously awesome. And it's all just drawn with light. If I could learn this, I'd be the coolest kid in school. Master, tell us how to kill zombies too. Yeah, with zombies jumping around like crazy all day, I don't even feel safe at home. What if one of my relatives gets killed by a zombie, turns into one, and comes after me? I wouldn't even know. Chapter 019, this symbol is called the corpse suppressing symbol. Zhou Dongliang saw the comments flooding the livestream, which echoed his own thoughts, and couldn't help but ask Suyu. Master, please enlighten us. Suyu glanced at the corpses in the pavilion that hadn't yet transformed. First, cover the corpses with glutinous rice to prevent their corpse chi from becoming too potent and triggering transformation. Xiaobai and Monkey immediately hoisted a sack of glutinous rice over and scattered it all over the corpses. In an instant, black mist billowed from every corpse. After witnessing their actions, Zhou Dongliang urgently pleaded, Master, please enlighten us what exactly is a talisman, and how can we destroy zombies? Suyu nodded. Just as he was about to begin, Lao Lu cut in, Master, how long does your talisman last in holding a zombie? Suyu smiled and replied, with my cultivation level, I can keep them immobilized for as long as I wish, even 100 years. 100 years. Hearing this, everyone gasped in unison. Admiration nearly overflowed from their eyes like a tidal wave. Suyu continued, first, let me briefly explain talismans. Talismans originated in ancient times. People used unique scripts, celestial configurations, and images of peculiar clouds, beasts, and birds. These were inscribed onto special talisman paper, appearing like Chinese characters yet resembling paintings. They embody the will and decrees of heaven and the divine. Charms fu are primarily used in critical situations to summon deities and spirits to suppress malevolent forces. In life or death emergencies, one or several charms can be drawn to cast spells. Lu ritual tablets, however, function like military tokens. They can summon all the deities and spirits inscribed upon them during ritual invocations. Zhou Dongliang and the others, along with the livestream audience, nodded in bewilderment. Who could have imagined that talismans could trace back to ancient times? Or that they were sacred texts passed down from antiquity? Most crucially, they could summon and command spirits for personal use, while also possessing the power to suppress malevolent entities. Didn't all the pieces just fall into place? The entire world was now overrun by ghosts, monsters, and demons, yet Suyu's talismans seemed to counter them perfectly. To them, it felt like a scene from Animal Planet, a pack of predators without natural enemies invading a territory. Wherever they passed, rivers of blood flowed. The creatures of the land had no means to resist. They could only become prey for these predators. And just then, a group of animals capable of completely subduing these lawless predators appeared. At their arrival, the once arrogant predators crumbled before these natural enemies, rendered as insignificant as ants, utterly powerless to resist. To Zhou Dongliang and the others, this was nothing less than the fated natural enemy of those lawless beasts finally arriving. Sounds like this talisman is pretty powerful too. And it can suppress evil spirits? Just hearing that gets me excited. Wait, I just had a thought. How come ghosts suddenly appear out of nowhere, and then someone who can counter them shows up right on cue? Could it be that this streamer is the one behind the whole ghost business? You've got me thinking. That does seem plausible. So this streamer is the real mastermind behind everything. Absolutely impossible. Couldn't it be that after the demons wreaked havoc, the master felt so moved he decided to come out of retirement to help us? Now I have reason to suspect you lot are foreign spies. Unable to handle your own country's ghosts, you can't stand seeing us do well. You spread this kind of talk, trying to use us as pawns to drive the master away so he can join your ranks. Our enemies never stop plotting our downfall. I'm ING reporting this. Reporting +1. Zhou Dongliang glared at the misleading comment in the livestream chat, seething with anger. Seeing the viewers in the chat room remain clear-headed, he couldn't help but shout, "Well said. If I catch any of you spies insulting the master again, I, Zhou Dongliang, will hunt you all down and lock you up." His sudden outburst drew the attention of Xiao Bai and the others. Suyu was about to continue explaining the talismans used to immobilize zombies when Zhou Dongliang's shout drew him over. What's going on? Zhou Dongliang showed Suyu the live chat. Someone just tried to target you and mislead public opinion. Everyone suspects they're foreign spies. They just can't stand seeing us do well. Xiao Bai, Monkey, and the others grew furious upon hearing this. Suyu, however, wore an expression of utter indifference. It's fine. Let them jump around all they want. Those foreign werewolves, vampires, fairies, evil spirits, and demons? I know how to deal with them too. Since they've started targeting me, whether their people live or die is none of my damn business. Zhou Dongliang and the others froze in shock. They hadn't expected Suyu to know how to deal with foreign supernatural creatures. Only a master who had regained his youth could possess such an encyclopedic knowledge base. Otherwise, how could someone barely out of their teens know so many secrets about supernatural beings? Holy crap, the turkey master actually knows this much. Ha ha ha, let these foreign spies keep dancing around now. The master's got them by the balls. Just a gentle tug from the master, and he'll rip you right out by the roots. Suyu's single remark instantly silenced 90% of the commenters trying to steer the conversation in the livestream chat. At that moment, the livestream suddenly flooded with notification alerts. Jiangyan Cyber Police are following your livestream. Lushui Cyber Police are following your livestream. Guangning Cyber Police are watching your stream. In an instant, numerous cyber police accounts began following the stream. This delighted the viewers in the livestream even more. A rare smile appeared on Zhou Dongliang's usually stoic face. At the same time, a question crossed his mind. Master, you mentioned earlier that drawing talismans requires talisman paper, but the one you just drew was made of light? Suyu replied, I'll explain that later. For now, let's discuss the talisman for subduing zombies. Suyu walked up to one of the zombies. This talisman is called the Zombie Suppressing Talisman. It bears the inscription General of the Imperial Pardon arrives here, signifying that the great general who rules the underworld holds supreme authority, commanding all ghosts. Wherever the general arrives, the ghosts must submit. Only then did the others look closely and see the words "The great general of the underworld arrives here" written on the talisman. The deeper they looked, the more they felt the oppressive aura emanating from the characters. It was as if they could truly see the great general, clad in armor and radiating a murderous aura, riding his warhorse slowly toward them. With each step of the warhorse, the general drew nearer, looming like a mountain before them, weighing heavily upon their spirits. Such overwhelming pressure, no wonder it could subdue zombies. Chapter 020, The Ancestral Zombie Has 4. Zhou Dongliang approached the zombie clad in black burial robes, scrutinizing the talismans on its body before examining the corpse itself. This was the first time he'd ever seen a zombie so clearly. Of course, the same was true for the viewers in the livestream. Holy crap, we couldn't see clearly from far away before, but now it's obvious this zombie's exterior is indeed rotting, yet you can still vaguely make out some human features. Holy crap, I've made it big getting this close to a zombie. I suddenly have a question, why do zombies absolutely need to suck blood? And Master Fire Chicken Bar mentioned talismans dating back to ancient times that can suppress evil spirits. Does that mean zombies existed back then too? Don't get carried away. Zombies existed in ancient times. If one survived until now, it'd be at least a 1,000-year-old zombie. Who could possibly defeat that? By then, talismans probably won't even work anymore. The live chat comments reminded Zhou Dongliang. If ancient zombies truly lurked somewhere in the world, they'd surely seek an opportunity to return to the mortal realm. The danger they'd pose would likely be beyond imagination. Moreover, after transforming, even stronger zombies emerge. Who knows if talismans would still be as effective against those flying zombies that don't turn to bone? The more Zhou Dongliang thought about it, the more anxious he felt. Just as Suyu was about to explain how to deal with zombies, he noticed Zhou Dongliang's pallid expression. Captain Zhou, are you okay? Zhou Dongliang snapped back to reality, shook his head slightly, then fixed Suyu with an intense gaze. Master, you mentioned talismans existed in ancient times. Could it be, zombies also appeared back then? If zombies truly existed 1,000 years ago, could talismans still subdue them if they returned to the mortal realm today? Also, you mentioned that after the jumping zombie stage, there are even stronger types of zombies. Can talismans counter them all? Suyu had expected something more significant, turns out it was just this? Their concerns weren't surprising, since their world lacked such knowledge. It was like giving a primitive man an AK-47. He'd use it to kill a pack of wolves invading his home. But when he thought of tigers, he'd hesitate. Could an AK really take one down? After all, the primitive man didn't understand the lethal power of 7.62mm caliber. Suyu explained slowly, zombies certainly existed in ancient times. Zhou Dongliang and the others, along with the livestream audience, felt their hearts tighten instantly. They were right after all. Zombies did indeed exist in ancient times. To discuss ancient times, we must begin with Pangu's creation of the world. After Pangu created the heavens and earth, his body transformed into the sun, moon, stars, mountains, rivers, and lakes. But his bones, brain, heart, and other internal organs remained behind. After countless eons, they developed sentience and became the four great ancient gods, Nuwa, Fuxi, Haotian, and Ho. The crowd was stunned. He'd actually brought up Pangu and the four great ancient gods. Though none had heard these myths before, coming from the erudite Suyu, they must be little-known secrets. During the ancient era when the Yellow Emperor battled Qiyu, Ho caused havoc among mortals. Unable to bear the suffering of the masses, the three great ancient gods Nuwa, Haotian, and Fuxi joined forces to subdue and slay Ho. But Ho was born from Pangu's skull, possessing immense physical strength. Even with the combined might of the three ancient gods, Ho ultimately escaped with 3 fragments of its soul. These 3 souls, combined with Ho's corpse, gave rise to the 4 ancestral zombies, Zhangchen, Hanba, Hoqing, and Ingo. 4 ancestral zombies. And they all descended from a single ancient god. Zhou Dongliang and the others, along with the viewers in the livestream, were overwhelmed by this colossal revelation. Their heads spun, and everything felt unreal. They never imagined that a simple little question would lead to such an astonishing revelation. In truth, all zombies that appear in the world can be considered servants of Zhangchen. The Supreme Heavenly Emperor, wishing to prevent Ho's corpse from wreaking havoc on the mortal realm, sealed it within the sacred tree. Yet unexpectedly, Ho's corpse fused with the sacred tree, gaining sentience. Thus Zhangchen, one of the 4 great ancestral zombies, was born. Zhangchen possessed a unique ability: anyone whose blood he consumed would be assimilated. Later, Zhangchen faced divine retribution for his atrocities against living beings. To evade this punishment, he fled into the void. One day, a beam of light appeared within the void. Zhangchen leaped into it, only to discover that the light was none other than the Tao ancestor Hongjun. The Tao ancestor Hongjun had long heard of Zhangchen's wicked deeds. Thus, he transformed the laws of heaven and earth into primordial talismans, imprisoning Zhangchen beyond the heavens. Though Zhangchen was imprisoned for eternity, the resentment he emitted would, under certain circumstances, infect those who died harboring grievances. When the time and place were right, this resentment would merge with the deceased's lingering anger, causing the corpse to undergo a corpse transformation, becoming a zombie that wreaked havoc. Hongjun, the patriarch of the Tao, is the founding ancestor of the Xianmen. The art of talismans was transmitted by him to the Xianmen from ancient times. The Xianmen tradition encompasses cultivation centers like the Tianchi Palace on Dragon Tiger Mountain. Zhou Dongliang and the others, along with the live stream audience, were already listening with bated breath. Who would have thought it would even involve the founding patriarch of the Taoist sect? The names of these ancient gods and Taoist patriarchs were utterly unfamiliar to them until today. Yet now, hearing such secrets from Suyu's mouth, they realized these were secrets that ordinary people were absolutely forbidden to know in the past. Yet here was Suyu revealing everything without reservation, leaving them momentarily overwhelmed. After all, these myths were simply too staggering for them to comprehend. Especially when Suyu mentioned that the Tao patriarch Hongjun had transformed the laws of heaven and earth into primordial talismans. Spectacular visions of that battle seemed to materialize in their minds. They had thought talismans were mere handguns, but they turned out to be nuclear bombs. So powerful that they could imprison Jiangchen, one of the original zombie ancestors, beyond the heavens. Dealing with his descendants would be a mere trifle. With this realization, their eyes brimmed with even deeper reverence when they looked at Suyu again. And when they glanced at the talisman affixed to the zombie's forehead, their hearts settled with renewed confidence. So zombies have such a powerful origin? Damn impressive. The talisman's origins are even more legendary. It traces back to the Taoist patriarch's generation. What's there to fear from mere servants of Jiangchen? Talking about ancient times like that? I've lost interest in my wife right here. Master Fire Chicken sure knows a lot. Thank goodness he showed up to educate us, otherwise, we'd never have known any of this. Zhou Dongliang watched as viewers in the livestream chat expressed astonishment at Suyu's explanations. His own shock was no less than theirs. He felt quite fortunate that they were the first to encounter the master. Otherwise, they wouldn't have had the chance to hear the master recount ancient secrets firsthand. Nor would they have experienced his hands-on lessons in exorcising spirits. Seeing the excitement on Zhou Dongliang and the others' faces, Suyu realized they were now confident in the talisman's effectiveness. He approached the black-robed zombie, intending to use it to demonstrate to both the live audience and viewers online how ordinary people could effectively counter zombies. Chapter 021, The thing that counteracts evil spirits was right beside me. Earlier, we covered glutinous rice as a method to counter zombies. Now, let's continue by explaining what other methods ordinary people can use to effectively harm zombies when they encounter them. Suyu found a rock to sit on, while Zhou Dongliang and the others sat cross-legged before him like students. With Suyu present, they felt no lingering fear of further danger. Actually, there are many other effective methods for ordinary people to deal with zombies, such as peachwood swords, ink-dotted ropes, copper coin swords, black dog's blood, black donkey hooves, fire, sunlight, and so on. But these items only work against jump zombies. Because starting from the green zombie stage, zombies no longer fear ordinary fire or sunlight. They also master magical arts, capable of flying through the skies and burrowing through the earth beyond what ordinary people can handle. So if you ever encounter a zombie emitting corpse chi with a green body, run as far away as possible. Don't even think about using these items against it. Zhou Dongliang and the others diligently took notes. The live stream's chat slowed considerably as Suyu began his lecture. Suyu turned to Zhou Dongliang. Captain Zhou, once you return to headquarters, remember to tell your chief to send people during daylight hours to search for zombies in the dark corners of the city and mountains. Ordinary zombies fear sunlight. During the day, they hide in dark places, basements or caves in the wild. This is the easiest time to eliminate them. Simply drag them into sunlight and finish them off with fire. You needn't worry about green zombies either. The ghostly chaos has only lasted half a month, not enough time for jumping zombies to evolve into green zombies. At this point, Suyu remembered something and continued, don't overlook places in the city that need to stay dark, like escape rooms. Zombies and ghosts love to hang out there. Don't go exploring during the day and run into the real thing, that'd be the end of you. Some viewers in the livestream suddenly felt a chill down their spines. Holy! Now that you mention it, I remember going to a haunted house with friends during the day a few days ago. I said I saw a ghost with a long tongue that looked pretty realistic. But the staff said they didn't have that actor. I didn't believe them at the time, thinking they were just trying to scare me. I even thought their service was great and gave them a 5-star review. Turns out they really didn't have one. I get it now. My friends and I did a murder mystery game. The script was based on this chaotic ghost era, and we thought it was cool. They turned off all the lights for atmosphere, but I kept feeling like eyes were watching us in the dark. Now that I think about it, holy crap. I actually got the real deal. Over 20,000 viewers in the livestream instantly began sharing their own daytime encounters. Upon seeing this, Zhou Dongliang quickly grabbed his phone and messaged his wife. Don't you dare let our son go to those escape rooms or murder mystery games. If he does, I'll break his legs. Xiao Bai and Lagua didn't share this worry, they weren't even married yet, let alone having girlfriends. Zhou Dongliang asked, Master, could you explain why zombies are afraid of black dog's blood, copper coins, swords, and ink lines? Monkey chimed in, and the peachwood sword. I just can't wrap my head around it, zombies that can't be harmed by bullets, knives, or guns, yet they get hurt by wood? Suyu nodded. He had planned to explain these things anyway. First, black dog's blood. The black dog is the celestial hound Shao Tian, servant to the second Lord Yangjian. It embodies the primordial yang energy, making all black dogs on earth its close kin, all creatures of supreme yang. The black dog corresponds to the earthly branch Su and the element of earth in the 5 elements. Hence, it is also called yang earth. Thus, splashing the supremely yang blood of a black dog upon evil spirits being profoundly inevitably harms them. As for the copper coin sword, it's fashioned from ancient copper coins bound together with red string to resemble a blade. These coins ward off evil because, having circulated for ages and touched by countless hands, they carry potent yang energy, hence their name, 10,000 people's coins. The ink slinger is one of the weapons among the 28 lunar mansions. The axe is called Kuei Mulang, the saw is called Lu Jingdo, and the ink slinger is called Ghost Golden Sheep. It represents the second mansion of the southern region, the Ghost Mansion, which governs fright and portends great danger. All ghosts and evil spirits fear it. Zhou Dongliang and the others, along with the live stream viewers, listened in astonishment. Who would have thought that these seemingly ordinary objects held such profound origins? So the tools to ward off evil spirits were right at their fingertips. As for the peachwood sword, I mentioned earlier that it requires peachwood struck by lightning for 100 years to be effective. Compared to black dog's blood or glutinous rice, the peachwood sword is quite difficult for ordinary people to obtain. I'll explain more about it another time. As Suyu spoke, he pulled a lightning-struck jujube knuckle duster from his pocket. Though I don't have a peachwood sword on me now, lightning-struck jujube carries the power of divine punishment from heaven and earth. It can slay ghosts and demons just as well. He handed the lightning-struck jujube knuckle duster to Zhou Dongliang. Now you can test for yourselves whether this wood truly works. Zhou Dongliang examined the lightning-struck jujube knuckles in his hand, noticing some talismanic symbols carved into them. Suyu explained, those talismans seal away exorcism and demon-slaying properties, amplifying the lightning-struck jujube's effectiveness. Zhou Dongliang swallowed hard, handing Suyu's phone to Xiaobai to hold. He walked up to the black-robed zombie himself and slipped the lightning-struck jujube knuckles onto his hand. He still couldn't quite believe that wood could kill a zombie. It was simply too far beyond common sense. But tonight alone, he'd encountered far too many things defying logic. And he had experienced them firsthand. They truly worked. Zhou Dongliang hesitated no longer, channeling the grief and rage over the zombie's murder of his comrade into his fist. He slammed his fist into the zombie's chest. The zombie erupted with corpse gas upon impact, flying backward. The corpse gas emanating from its mouth, nose, and body caused all the surrounding grass to wither. Xiaobai, Monkey, and the other team members, along with the live stream viewers, saw the zombie's chest actually caved in. Then they witnessed the relentless emission of the corpse gas. This proved that Lei's punch with the jujube knuckle duster had landed a solid hit. It had inflicted genuine, substantial damage on the zombie. Xiaobai rushed to Zhou Dongliang's side. Captain, what did you feel just now? Zhou Dongliang examined his fist, now clad in the lightning-charged jujube knuckles. In past battles with zombies, their bodies felt as hard as steel. But that last punch? It felt like hitting plastic. It shattered on contact. If I'd had more strength, I could have probably punched right through its body. Zhou Dongliang removed the lightning-struck jujube knuckles and handed them back to Suyu. Suyu looked at the lightning-struck jujube knuckles being handed over. Aren't you going to try finishing it off yourself? Zhou Dongliang shook his head. The crematorium truck should be arriving any minute now. I figure it'll take too long to kill it. Better to just send it straight to the crematorium to be burned. Suyu nodded. That'll work. With a flick of his fingers, he conjured a 5 Thunderfire talisman. The moment the talisman materialized, surging flames engulfed the black-robed zombie. In mere moments, the corpse was reduced to ashes. Chapter 022, this technique is called the Heaven-Piercing Scroll. Zhou Dongliang and the others, along with the live stream viewers, watched in shock as Suyu drew the talisman from thin air and it actually spewed flames. And that fire burned the zombie to ashes so swiftly. Everyone was utterly dumbfounded. They'd never heard of a talisman that could spew fire. And it didn't even require any ignition tools. Just drawing the talisman caused flames to erupt out of thin air. This kind of feeling was something they'd only experienced watching magic shows before, but those were all props. Now, it was conjured from thin air by drawing a talisman. Wasn't it supposed to suppress evil spirits? Why is it spewing fire now? Fire Chicken Bar Master glowing was bad enough, but now it's shooting fire out of nowhere. Ghost, you're terrible, you're just terrible. I'm barely the version's darling and you nerf me, then make the whole version T0? How presumptuous. That fire really appeared from the symbol, no props at all. Suddenly, my entire worldview feels like it's collapsing tonight. Wait, did you guys secretly evolve without telling us? Take me with you. The live stream audience was stunned. But the most shocked of all were Zhou Dongliang and his crew at the scene. Just as Zhou Dongliang reached for his phone to check how long the crematorium van would take, when he saw Suyu drawing a talisman with his fingers. The next second, flames erupted, reducing the zombie to ashes in an instant. Zhou Dongliang didn't even notice his phone had fallen. Xiaobai, Laogua, Monkey, and the others all stared wide-eyed. Master, how did you do that? That fire seemed like ordinary flames at first glance, but upon closer inspection, it appeared ethereal and intangible. Zhou Dongliang picked up his phone and walked over to Suyu. Master, what kind of talisman is this? It can even shoot fire? Please enlighten us all. Suyu waved his hand, smiling at Zhou Dongliang and the others. The talisman I just drew is called the 5 Thunder Fire Talisman. The 5 Thunder Fires are divided into Yin and Yang. What I just used was the Yin 5 Thunder Fire, specifically designed to burn in evils. Things like mountain spirits, monsters, zombies, and wandering ghosts all fall under this category. 5 Thunder Fire is an ethereal flame. Water or earth cannot extinguish it. Once ignited, there is only one path, death. It is an exceptionally formidable talisman. This was the first time Zhou Dongliang and the livestream audience had witnessed a talisman capable of inflicting direct harm. And it was utterly ruthless, leaving no chance of survival. Just hearing about it was enough to inspire awe. What astonished them most was the complete lack of a way to extinguish it. They wondered if a fire extinguisher would even work if this fire engulfed them. Even if it could, they'd likely be reduced to ashes before they could even lift a foot. The monkey, however, was thrilled. I've already photographed the 2 talismans the master made. Later, I'll ask the master for the method to make talisman paper. I'll copy the corpse-suppressing talisman and the 5 Thunder Fire talisman onto it. Then, let's see which ghosts dare to come looking for death. Monkey gently stroked the photos of the 2 talismans on his phone, as if handling a delicate bride, afraid even the slightest pressure might damage them. I feel terrifyingly powerful right now. The livestream viewers flooded the chat with comments upon hearing Monkey's words. No wonder he's a professionally trained combatant. His mind works lightning fast. Who has a photo of those 2 talismans the master just drew? I'll send red envelopes for it. Captain Joe, could you pan the camera a bit to the left? At least let us see those corpse-binding talismans on your comrade's forehead. I've already started sketching them, and you guys are still arguing about photos? Now I feel terrifyingly powerful too. Bring on 2 female ghosts. I'll show them how to appreciate Mother Nature's gifts. Exactly. Ghosts aren't protected by the law. Guys, we're in for a treat. Let's team up and show those ghosts we're not pushovers. Let them taste human terror. Damn it, I've been bottling this up for half a month. Gotta make them pay. Boring. I want rivers of blood. The livestream was filled with passionate voices. Even Zhou Dongliang found himself tempted to give it a try. Mastering these 2 talismans would undoubtedly make future battles easier and reduce casualties. Over the past fortnight, he'd had enough of watching his once vibrant comrades turn into cold corpses. Put those thoughts out of your minds. Suyu's abrupt interruption shattered their fantasies. First off, most talismans require practitioners with cultivation to use them. Moreover, drawing talismans is no simple task. Even ordinary talismans have strict requirements for the size, material, and color of the paper used. There are hundreds of methods for drawing talismans. Some require finger-counting meditation and divine inspiration, while others demand ritual steps, chanting incantations, and more. Even the preparation grinding ink, applying it to paper has its own rules. The entire process is incredibly complex and tedious, enough to make an ordinary person dizzy. Before drawing, one must focus intensely, approach with sincere devotion, and clear all distracting thoughts. Then comes purification, cleansing the body, face, and hands, rinsing the mouth, followed by arranging offerings like fruits, rice wine, incense, and candles, alongside brushes, ink, cinnabar, and talisman paper. Taoist priests first invoke divine decrees upon these tools to imbue them with spiritual energy. After hearing Suyu's explanation, the crowd deflated like punctured balloons. It turned out that mere copying was utterly useless. Without specialized training, even the most skillfully drawn talismans held no power whatsoever. Zhou Dongliang asked curiously, Master, if drawing talismans requires such elaborate preparations beforehand, why didn't you need any of that when you drew your talisman just now? And why was it so terrifyingly powerful? Suyu replied, that's because I used the Tongtian LV, one of the 8 marvelous techniques. What? Besides the 8 divine incantations, there are also the 8 marvelous techniques. Hearing this, Zhou Dongliang and the others were utterly astonished. Suyu continued, the heaven-piercing scroll represents the pinnacle of talismanic arts. This technique allows practitioners to draw talismans from thin air without any of the preparatory steps I mentioned earlier, and without any restrictions whatsoever. It allows for the rapid creation of vast quantities of talismans, both offensive and defensive. Think of it as a talisman printer. With this marvelous technique, all talismans in the world can be harnessed for my purposes. After hearing Suyu's explanation, Zhou Dongliang and the others were deeply intrigued by the heaven-piercing scroll. A thirst for knowledge and a yearning to learn surged within them. But given the earlier incident with the golden light incantation, coupled with Suyu's explanation of talismans, it was obvious that abilities worthy of being called extraordinary techniques would require years, even decades, of arduous practice to even begin grasping their secrets. And that was assuming one possessed natural talent. Without talent, they might as well give up hope for a lifetime and go wash up for bed. Noticing their disappointment, Suyu said, "When the time comes, I'll draw some talismans to give to your bureau. They'll provide protective effects for your combat operatives and the ordinary people within the bureau. Such precious talismans, freely given." For Zhou Dongliang and his team, it was like being short on weapons and having an arms dealer deliver a truckload of ammunition for free. And no strings attached. For a moment, Zhou Dongliang couldn't find words to express his gratitude. He even felt an urge to grab his son and have him adopt Suyu as his godfather. Meanwhile, the crematorium vehicle had already arrived at the entrance of Panshi-1 Square. Chapter 023, No Worries Below the Green Zombie, Run Fast Above It. Suyu had just retrieved his phone. The livestream viewers, upon hearing about the free talismans, immediately grew frantic. They flooded the chat with messages and comments, desperate to secure their share. "Master Fire Chicken Bar, I've sent you several carnival tickets, give me a few too. Master, you absolutely have to give me some too, or I'll make a scene. I work at a hospital, could you send some to us too? Otherwise, it always feels like the place isn't clean. I'm a body handler, I want two too. Master, I want one too. Me too." Seeing so many people in the livestream wanting the talisman, Suyu had anticipated this long ago. "Don't worry, everyone will get one. Once I have the talismans ready, I'll hand them all over to the Ghost and Monster Special Operations Bureau for distribution. However, priority will be given to places like hospitals, morgues, and crematoriums, places that frequently deal with the deceased." Hearing Suyu's resolve, the viewers in the livestream instantly felt reassured. At that moment, Zhou Dongliang and his team had already laid out the bodies of their fallen comrades in order. After collecting their personal belongings, the crematorium staff arrived at the scene. There were 2 crematorium staff members. The moment they saw Suyu, their earlier timid demeanor vanished instantly. Like frightened children finally seeing someone to stand behind them, they eagerly approached to greet him. "Master, you're amazing. I came here just to watch this livestream. If it were any other night, we'd never come to carry a body this late, not for anything. But hearing a master was here made us brave the risk." Suyu said, "You've all worked so hard. Don't worry. Once I finish drawing the talisman, I'll hand it over to the Ghost and Monster Handling Bureau. They'll arrange for it to be delivered to the crematorium." The 2 workers had witnessed the talisman's power firsthand while watching the livestream, and they were instantly convinced. Now, with the master's personal assurance, they couldn't be happier. Ghosts were everywhere these days. Who knows? Maybe in the future, having a talisman from a master would become a preferred condition for matchmaking. Suyu's words sent the livestream audience into a flurry of concern. After watching their comrade's body being loaded onto the crematorium vehicle, Zhou Dongliang and the others approached Suyu. At that moment, Suyu noticed the guns Zhou Dongliang and the others were carrying. He thought about how many combatants there were nationwide. Zombie incidents were less common than ghostly ones, but thorough preparation was still essential to prevent casualties. And he was alone, impossible to protect every combatant. Soon, an idea formed in his mind. If you want to use guns to harm or even kill zombies, you could soak the bullets in black dog's blood or chicken blood beforehand. Alternatively, you could use scientific methods to incorporate materials like century-old lightning-struck peachwood, black dog's blood, or chicken blood into the bullet's composition, then pair them with a flamethrower. Then you'll have nothing to fear from green zombies. Zhou Dongliang and the others were thrilled upon hearing this. Earlier, they'd worried that equipping all combatants nationwide with the zombie fighting gear Suyu had explained would be too difficult. Their ultimate goal was to eradicate all ghosts, monsters, and evil spirits. Merely needing self-defense needs wouldn't suffice to achieve that. Moreover, the materials capable of killing zombies like century-old lightning-struck peachwood and jujube were extremely difficult to source in sufficient quantities to craft swords for everyone. Moreover, consumables like black dog's blood would be depleted rapidly if used extensively. Soon, every black dog in the country might be hunted to extinction. Implementing Suyu's proposed method could significantly reduce the equipment burden. Bullets soaked in black dog's blood or chicken blood could be reused multiple times, and the soaked bullets could be distributed to all personnel. It's a truly cost-effective and time-saving solution. Zhou Dongliang suddenly had a question, but how reliable is this equipment against green zombies? Suyu chuckled, if you run even a little slower when facing a green zombie, you're disrespecting your own life. As for hairy zombies, which are stronger than green zombies, ordinary human fire won't harm them. Their bodies are tougher than jumping zombies, and they no longer fear sunlight. If you encounter flying zombies above the hairy zombie stage, my only advice is to leave a message for your family beforehand. Because flying zombies can soar through the air, they're immune to sunlight and ordinary fire, and their speed is blindingly fast. They can devour their prey in an instant, leaving nothing behind. Most crucially, it can wield magic. Ordinary people won't even have time to run if they encounter it. This detailed explanation of the green zombie and flying zombie sent chills down the spines of Zhou Dongliang and his companions, as well as the viewers in the livestream chat. Especially upon hearing that flying zombies could soar through the air and wield magic. If they ever encountered one, it would be like an eagle snatching a chick. Even sprinting at full speed wouldn't save them. And that could happen even in broad daylight, supposedly the safest time. Suddenly, nowhere felt safe. Noticing the worry on their faces, Suyu reassured them, "Don't worry. Both green zombies and flying zombies are extremely rare. The odds of an ordinary person encountering one are about as likely as winning the lottery." His words eased everyone's minds. With matters here settled, he decided to check his treasure radar. Treasure reaction detected 148 meters east. "Now that things here are settled, you can all go back to work. If anything comes up, just give me a call." Earlier, when Suyu and Zhou Dongliang introduced themselves to each other, they had exchanged contact numbers. However, Zhou Dongliang replied, "Master, the director personally ordered us to follow you and learn diligently. How could we possibly disobey an order?" Suyu scratched his head. "But there's no lingering energy here now, nor any malevolent spirits. I'm heading out to hunt for treasures now. My mission differs from yours." Zhou Dongliang countered, "Then we should accompany you all the more. It's nighttime now, prime time for ghosts and spirits to roam. If the master encounters spirits while treasure hunting, we can follow and continue learning." Monkey chimed in from the side, "Learning from the master we could study our whole lives and never finish." Old Gua chuckled, "If the master gets a report or needs backup during the treasure hunt, we can just go alone." Suyu nodded. "That works too." So he led Zhou Dongliang and the others toward the treasure hunting spot. This journey took them away from Pan Shiwan and across to the other side of the main road. Viewers in the livestream watched the familiar city nightscape and felt a wave of nostalgia. Back when they could come and go as they pleased day or night, how different it was from now, when they dared not venture out after dark. Though the demonic chaos had erupted only half a month ago, to many, the city at night had already become unrecognizable. Treasure reaction detected at 18 meters east. After walking for a while, Suyu drew closer to the treasure hunting spot. A small grove lay ahead of him. Chapter 024, Treasure Hunt After Business. Suyu led Zhou Dongliang and the others into the grove. At the very center of the grove stood a conspicuous giant tree, thicker than two people standing side by side. Walking beneath the cold streetlights, Zhou Dongliang and the others remained vigilant. Monkey tensed up and said, "Doesn't it feel a bit cold here?" The others scanned their surroundings. Not a single soul was in sight, the silence eerily thick. Viewers in the livestream felt a chill themselves, seeing the combat team so tense. "This is my first time watching a nighttime outdoor livestream. Are ghosts really this aggressive when they appear so frequently at night? Good thing I never planned to go out. Otherwise, after fighting zombies here, crossing the street only to run into ghosts who could handle that? We're lucky the master's here. Otherwise, something bad would have definitely happened. After watching for so long, I'm starting to feel a chill in my own home." Seeing the comments in the livestream and observing Zhou Dongliang and the others' tense expressions, Suyu said, "Relax, it's all in your heads. This is a windy spot. The occasional gust naturally makes it cooler than other areas." After hearing Suyu's words, Zhou Dongliang and the others calmed down and realized it really was a windy spot. Monkey scratched his head. "We were so tense we didn't even notice the windy spot." Soon, Suyu led Zhou Dongliang and the others to the large tree at the very center of the grove. Treasure reaction detected 5 meters straight ahead. Suyu circled the tree once but saw no glimmering objects. He scanned other areas but found nothing. Could it be up there? Suyu looked up and saw what appeared to be faint points of light shining through the dense foliage of the great tree. "Found it." Zhou Dongliang followed his gaze upward but saw nothing. "Master, let us assist you." Suyu waved his hand, handing his phone to Zhou Dongliang. Then he leaped onto a branch 5 meters up. Everyone was utterly dumbfounded. That was 5 meters. An ordinary person couldn't possibly jump that high without assistance. And he did it from a standing start, no running up at all. Jumping 5 meters from a standing start? If I had that kind of skill, winning an Olympic gold medal would be a piece of cake. The old saying goes, a man's worth is measured by his lower half. Looks like Master Fire Chicken has some serious physical prowess. Why focus on the lower body? I've got 8-pack abs, isn't that convincing enough? Lasts less than a minute and your legs turn to jelly? Even 18 iron abs won't save you. Zhou Dongliang glanced at the comments and rubbed his waist. He really should find time to work on that. Meanwhile, Suyu parted the leaves blocking his view from the tree. A glowing orb appeared before him. As he reached out to touch it, the glowing orb instantly transformed into a peachwood sword. Sealed upon it were talismans inscribed with phrases like "Slay ghosts" and "Exorcise evil." Congratulations on obtaining the treasure, centuries-old lightning-struck peachwood sword. Suyu gazed at the peachwood sword in his hand, feeling immensely pleased. This was one of the essential tools for a Taoist priest. If he could get a Taoist robe too, his outfit would be complete. Zhou Dongliang and the others rushed over when they saw Suyu jump down. "Master, is that wooden sword in your hand the treasure?" That lightning-struck jujube wood knuckle duster was just wood too, but after our captain put it on, he punched a zombie until it smoked. Zhou Dongliang's eyes darted over, and he immediately spoke up. Could this be that peachwood sword? Indeed. This is the century-old lightning-struck peachwood sword. Suyu gazed at the peachwood sword in his hand, a hint of resignation in his eyes. What a pity. Had I known it was a peachwood sword, I should have let that zombie live a bit longer so you could have had more fun with it. Had the black-robed zombie heard those words, it would have broken out in a cold sweat. Even the live stream viewers gasped in shock. Is this even human speech? Suyu turned to Zhou Dongliang and the others. Want to touch it? Zhou Dongliang, Monkey, and the others hesitated. Are you sure it's okay? Suyu said, don't worry, go ahead and touch it. It's hard, but it's tough. Zhou Dongliang respectfully took the peachwood sword from Suyu's hand. The moment it touched his hand, he felt an odd sensation, or perhaps it was just his imagination. He examined the peachwood sword closely, but couldn't discern anything unusual. The team members surrounding him also strained to discern something, yet like Zhou Dongliang, they saw nothing unusual. After respectfully returning the sword, Zhou Dongliang asked in confusion, Master, you mentioned that lightning-struck jujube contains divine punishment energy, which is why it can slay ghosts and monsters. Could this century-old lightning-struck peachwood sword possess the same power? Earlier, when explaining zombies, Suyu had mentioned peachwood swords. But he hadn't explained it in detail then. He had merely hinted that peachwood differed from jujube wood in certain aspects. Indeed, it differs from jujube wood. Suyu flipped his hand, storing the peachwood sword into the system space. To Zhou Dongliang and the others, as well as the live stream viewers, it appeared as though the peachwood sword had simply vanished. Faster than any magic trick, and no one could find where it had been hidden. Suyu continued, according to the classic of mountains and seas, there exists Mount Dusha, upon which stands a great peach tree. Its branches twist and coil for 3,000 li. Between its northeast branches lies the Ghost Gate, the passage through which myriad ghosts come and go. Above it dwell two divine beings, one named Shintu, the other Yulei, who oversee and command all ghosts. Malevolent spirits are bound with reeds and fed to tigers. These deities, Shintu and Yulei, specialize in subduing malevolent spirits. They use peachwood to combat all manner of ghosts and demons, hence peachwood gained its reputation for warding off evil. Classic of mountains and seas? What kind of scripture is this? I've never heard of it before. Moreover, the classic of mountains and seas mentions the Ghost Gate, from which all ghosts emerge. Could the ghosts and monsters appearing in the world today also be emerging from the Ghost Gate? Zhou Dongliang and the others pondered this question deeply. Master, do you know the exact location of this Ghost Gate? Suyu replied, that I cannot say. The places mentioned in the classic of mountains and seas were scarcely found by anyone in the past life. Much less in this world. Whether the Ghost Gate even exists is still up for debate. I've already found the treasure I was seeking, and it's getting late. I'll head back to rest. If anything comes up, just give me a call. Suyu planned to head home first to charge his phone, then check his science points balance and try his luck at the lottery to see what goodies he could win. Hearing Suyu was heading home first, Zhou Dongliang and the others felt reluctant. This was a big shot they'd been longing to have around. When had any night ever been as relaxed as this one? Though Zhou Dongliang felt reluctant, he understood that a mentor was merely a guiding light. True growth came only through one's own efforts. Then please let us escort you home. Suyu waved it off. No need. I'll just grab a shared bike and head back myself. Zhou Dongliang protested, that won't do. You've helped us so much tonight, we can't possibly repay you. But personally escorting the master home is well within our capabilities. Please, do not refuse. Xiaobai, Monkey, and the others chimed in to persuade him. Unable to resist their persistence, Suyu finally nodded and got into the car. Chapter 025, Lottery Draw. Sitting in the car on the way home, Suyu noticed no alerts from his treasure hunting radar the entire journey. It seemed there were no treasures left in this area. I really need to upgrade the treasure radar's range. Seeing he had nothing else to do for now, he decided to try his luck with a lottery first. Host's current science points, 53,406. Suyu felt quite pleased seeing over 50,000 science points in his account. How many science points are needed to upgrade the lottery level now? Current lottery level, LV3, upgrading to LV4 requires 10,000 science points. With 50,000 points, he upgraded in a flash. Level up successful. Lottery tier, LV4. Each draw now costs 8,000 science points. Upgrade to LV5 requires 12,000 science points. Suyu gritted his teeth, keep upgrading. Level up successful. Lottery level 5, each draw now requires 10,000 science points. Upgrade to LV6 requires 14,000 science points. System, how much to upgrade the radar to LV3 now? Treasure radar upgrade to LV3 requires 5,000 Sci-Tech points. I currently have over 31,000 science points left. 2 draws would cost 20,000, leaving me with just over 11,000 science points. Using another 5,000 science points to upgrade the radar is more than enough. Let's do it. Suyu spent 5,000 science points to upgrade the treasure radar first. Treasure radar successfully upgraded to LV3. Search range increased to 1,000 meters. Treasure radar currently requires 10,000 science points to upgrade to LV4. Ha! It's suddenly that expensive? Why don't you just go rob someone? Suyu shook his head, feeling a twinge of pain in his heart. After catching his breath, he turned his attention to the long-awaited lottery. The lottery wheel appeared before him, spinning rapidly. Suyu watched the wheel before him, his eyes filled with anticipation. After several seconds, the lottery wheel gradually came to a stop. Congratulations, host! You have obtained Yellow Talismans X200, 16-character Yin Yang Feng Shui Secret Technique X1. Suyu was quite satisfied with this draw. Yellow talisman paper, no need to elaborate, it's the paper used for drawing talismanic symbols. But what delighted him most was the 16-character Yin Yang Feng Shui secret technique that had flowed into his mind. Suyu recalled that though the secret art of Yin Yang Feng Shui was an incomplete scroll, it held profound mysteries concerning Feng Shui. The 16 characters were heaven, earth, human, ghost, god, Buddha, demon, beast, intimidation, suppression, escape, object, transformation, yin, yang, void. Each character corresponded to a separate scroll, encompassing all manner of geomancy knowledge. Thus, calling it the 16 characters was less accurate than referring to it as the 16 volumes. Though the yin-yang techniques were incomplete, Suyu remained undeterred. In Taoist arts, he now possessed the max-level Golden Light Incantation, the max-level Heaven-Piercing Scroll, and every Taoist talisman at his disposal. Combined with a century of cultivation, no spirit or demon would dare provoke him. Not to mention his external defenses, a century-old jujube knuckle duster struck by lightning and a century-old peachwood sword also struck by lightning. If any foolish demon dared provoke him, he could easily show them a thing or two, knock their heads askew. Just as Suyu thought things would remain this way, a new notification suddenly appeared. Lottery hit critical strike. Acquired 8 divine Taoist mantras. As the host already possesses the Golden Light mantra, the system has adjusted the reward to the 7 divine mantras. A critical hit in a lottery? This truly caught Suyu off guard. Seeing the 7 divine mantras appear in his mind, he felt incredibly excited. Now if I could just get a Taoist robe, I'd practically be half a real Taoist priest. Zhou Dongliang and his teammates watched Suyu sitting beside them, eyes closed, smiling. Monkey whispered to Zhou Dongliang, the master said before that he smiles like this when he's happy. Just like before, he always closes his eyes and smiles like this after vanquishing demons. Why do I always feel like the master has a stronger killing intent than any of us? Seeing Suyu's closed-eyed smile now, Zhou Dongliang found himself thinking the same thing. But then he thought, maybe that's not such a bad thing. After all the lessons Suyu had imparted over the past period, he'd come to grasp a fundamental truth. If ghosts and monsters were vicious, then one had to be even more vicious and ruthless than them to instill fear. Methods like channeling yang energy through furious curses or using the Great General's Edict talisman to subdue corpses, the more ferocious the approach, the greater the deterrent effect on ghosts. Suyu opened his eyes, unaware of their thoughts. He stared at his phone, watching the wave after wave of tips pour in, then tapped his account to check the earnings. When he saw the balance jump from 60,000 to 100,000, his smile grew even wider. He was practically financially free after just one night. But Suyu wasn't one to take advantage without giving something in return. He glanced outside still some time before reaching home. Why not go live and connect with viewers? He could solve some questions online and earn a few extra knowledge points. First, I want to thank everyone for your support and all the gifts you've sent me. Here's the deal, if any of you feel like you've encountered ghosts or suspected paranormal activity, you can connect with me. I'll help you resolve it online. If you happen to be in the same city as me and the issue can't be handled online, I can come in person to handle it. For friends outside my city, if I can't resolve it online, you can contact your local Ghost Special Operations Bureau. I can provide assistance to help solve the problem. The live stream audience perked up at this unexpected perk. They flooded the chat with comments. Master, need a leg accessory? Master Fire Chicken is giving out freebies. Master, I've been feeling inexplicably hot lately, especially when I see your handsome face. I just want to gobble up your little head in one bite. No female ghosts allowed here. I'm Ji Buchang, my name says it all. I can handle this for you, so no need to trouble the master. Ji Buchang? Aren't you Lu Ruyan's white moonlight? Nonsense. Ji Bodai, am Yuyan's true love. After waiting a short while, finally, someone came to connect for the livestream. Suyu clicked to accept. A sweet voice immediately filled the livestream room. But this sweet voice carried a hint of fear. Hello, master. I'm a college graduate who finished 2.5 years ago. I feel like I'm stuck on a path and can't move forward. Suyu furrowed his brow. Tell me more. The voice on the other end of the live stream explained, it's like this. I just landed a job, but since the company sees me as an intern, they're making me work overtime to catch up. Since my place is only a few minutes walk from the office, and I worked so hard to get this job, I agreed. But now, after finishing overtime, I've been walking home for half an hour and still haven't made it out. I'm so scared right now. And I think I keep hearing someone calling my name. I'm too scared to turn around. The voice trembled noticeably with fear. Zhou Dongliang beside him couldn't help but curse. Damn company. The government explicitly banned nighttime overtime. How dare companies still pull this? This is practically killing people. I'd love to shoot the hell out of these bastards. Viewers in the livestream chat couldn't help but join in the tirade. Chapter 026, Can Baby Urine Ward Off Evil? I've dealt with this kind of unscrupulous company too. Just last week, my boss made me work overtime, so I quit on the spot. Compared to work, life is more important. Companies like this still exist? Report them immediately. You'll definitely get compensation. No matter what, you've got to survive first. Maybe it was just the fear of the night playing tricks on you, making you overthink things. Plus, you probably just took a wrong turn. Probably just hallucinations. It's only a few minutes walk. How could you get lost? You're overthinking it. I've never encountered anything like that. Ghosts probably don't have that kind of power. Zhou Dongliang watched the live stream comments, deeply worried about the girl. Which city are you in? If it's around here, we'll head over right now. The girl's frightened voice came through the live stream. I'm not in the city where the master is. I'm so scared right now. The only person I can think of is the master. Suyu thought for a moment. This girl's situation sounded a lot like being trapped in a ghostly maze. Ghost wall refers to being trapped in a place, endlessly circling the same area. Your situation is most likely a ghost wall. Meaning a ghost has trapped you, making you walk in circles endlessly without escape. The live stream audience gasped. Such things really existed. The girl on the live stream grew even more frightened. You mean there's a ghost near me? Suyu nodded. Don't panic just yet. First off, most ghostly labyrinths trick your eyes. If it's a typical ghost wall, you can use your phone's camera to see the path while cursing. The filthier the better. You'll break free quickly because it can only deceive your eyes, not affect machinery. Also, if you hear someone calling your name from behind, never turn around. Humans possess 3 flames, one on each shoulder and one atop the head. Turning your head weakens the 2 shoulder flames, giving spirits an opening to attack. And don't respond in any way. The fact that it hasn't attacked you yet means the spirit targeting you is only black level. It lacks the strength to strike directly. That's good news. Hearing this, the girl connected via livestream felt slightly reassured. She immediately began acting according to Suyu's instructions. Since they were connected live, the girl turned on her camera, and the stream split to show her feed. The scene showed a narrow path illuminated by orange streetlights, flanked by mostly shuttered shops with few buildings in sight. Master! Your method really works. I can see the road now. The girl couldn't hide her excitement. She hurriedly followed Suyu's instructions, cursing as she walked. But her cursing was indeed a bit crude. But coming from a sweet girl, it somehow sounded odd. Hey, girl, that's not cursing. Someone hearing you might think you're flirting with someone. Say a few more, sis. Big bro loves hearing it. Don't just say you like it with that sweet voice, anyone would get confused. Look, cursing while walking is supposed to temporarily boost yang energy, but if you keep this up, even if I were a ghost, I think you had a thing for me. I can't take it anymore. Girl, cut it out. Come on, learn from me. Breathe deep into your lower abdomen, let your voice loose, then yell, what are you staring at? Seeing the chat in the livestream, the girl on the call grew anxious and quickly followed suit. What are you staring at? The moment that voice rang out, not only did the viewers in the livestream room tense up, even Suyu and Zhou Dongliang felt their eyes twitch slightly. This wasn't cursing at all. It sounded like a little girl whining for candy. With that tone and pitch, forget scaring away ghosts. Suyu genuinely worried it might attract others. Okay, stop yelling. I really didn't think this through. Just keep your phone in hand, watch where you're going, and hurry home. Once you get home, find a neighbor with a young boy or a single person who's been alone for decades. Get a sample of their urine and sprinkle it at your doorstep to prevent any ghosts from following you home. The viewers in the livestream and Zhou Dongliang's group were utterly baffled. What the hell? Urine? Master, are you sure you're not joking? I suspect the master is just messing with the single folks. Master, you can't bully single people like this. Zhou Dongliang felt awkward and said, Master, isn't this an inappropriate time for jokes? Suyu said with a serious expression, I'm not joking. Children embody the purest and most vibrant yang energy, possessing boundless vitality and representing the most vigorous life force on earth. In feng shui, they are auspicious symbols. As for those perpetually single men who've never found a girlfriend, they themselves are still uninitiated and technically retain a childlike purity. Their yang energy is naturally stronger than other men's, but it still pales in comparison to that of a true child. This method is merely a stopgap measure. Of course, this only works on ghosts and monsters. Don't even think about drinking it to boost your yang energy. Trust science. At this mention, the live stream audience perked up. Another excuse not to marry or find a girlfriend. Thanks a bunch, Master. Master, does manual labor count as losing one's virginity? Does manual labor count as automated dream modification? Suyu watched as bullet comments flooded the screen, his lips twitching. Why were these questions so lively? Even the single guy's monkey, Xiaobai, Old Guo, Old Lu, and Stone slapped their thighs in agreement. A hint of coyness flashed across their faces. When they turned to look at Zhou Dongliang, their expressions turned slightly cocky. Zhou Dongliang naturally caught their glances and immediately shot them a glare. The group instantly fell silent. Meanwhile, the girl-connected via livestream finally made it back home and slammed the door shut. Master, I just moved here too. I don't know my neighbors well. The girl's voice trailed off, becoming as soft as a mosquito's buzz, and she seemed to blush. But then again, it made sense. Staying up late at night, running to someone else's house to ask for the bathroom, no wonder she felt too embarrassed to speak up. If a guy had asked for the same thing, he probably wouldn't have made it to tomorrow. He'd have been sipping tea at the police station that very night. Suyu suggested, you could just report it. Have your local ghost special operations unit send a team to patrol the area. Soldiers are all tough guys. If that ghost dares to follow you, seeing this kind of force, it'll turn tail and run. The sweet girl on the live stream connection. Thanks, Master. I'm reporting it right now. With that, the connection was cut. Any more questions needing live solutions? Suyu watched the scrolling comments in the livestream for several minutes. No new calls came in. Besides, he was almost home now, so he ended the stream. Sir, we've arrived at the entrance to your residential complex. Suyu nodded, thanked Zhou Dongliang and the others, then got out of the car and headed home. Chapter 027, Alarming the Mayor. You must cooperate fully with the Master. Ghost and Monster Special Operations Bureau. In the large conference room, Mayor Gao Liang of Yangjiang City was watching Suyu's livestream alongside Director Lu. When the zombie appeared, both Director Lu and Mayor Gao were startled. It was their first time seeing a zombie up close. Though separated by a screen, the putrid stench emanating from the zombie's mouth felt almost tangible. Then, they witnessed Suyu effortlessly immobilizing the zombie. This left both Director Lu and Mayor Gao utterly astonished. Such methods were completely unheard of before. Had it not been a live broadcast featuring Zhou Dongliang's official team, they would have assumed it was someone's horror video. They watched until the live feed cut off. The sheer shock of what they'd just witnessed still echoed in their minds. Mayor Gao Liang sat in the main seat with his arms crossed. This Suyu fellow doesn't seem like the type of con artist. Plus, with your bureau's team following him, his authenticity is assured. But I'm genuinely skeptical that zombies can truly be restrained by something as simple as glutinous rice and black dog's blood. Even with your bureau's team witnessing it firsthand, I remain skeptical. And then there's the idea that drawing some talisman out of thin air could immobilize a zombie, or even conjure fire to burn it to death. All these methods, unless witnessed firsthand, seem utterly implausible to us outsiders. Director Lu smiled as he poured Mayor Gao a cup of tea. Who wouldn't agree? I didn't believe it at first either. I specifically called in our bureau's technical staff for a thorough investigation before dismissing those doubts. I've already dispatched personnel to prepare for the science outreach activities proposed by Master Su. But as you know, our Special Operations Bureau for Ghosts and Monsters can only request cooperation from other departments under exceptional circumstances. Many of the materials required for dealing with supernatural entities are in high demand, and there are also concerns about the dangers posed by zombies. It truly requires your personal approval, Mayor, for other departments to cooperate. So far, I've only managed to convince departments in 2 districts. Most others either don't believe it or insist on your approval. Director Lu recalled his earlier impulsive call to the Forestry Bureau chief, who had simply replied, "We'll see after higher-ups approve," before hanging up. After all, it was the middle of the night when people were sleeping. Moreover, apart from the police department, other units like the Forestry Bureau were not included in the Ghost and Monster Special Operations Bureau's coordination efforts. It was only after being rebuffed by the directors of the Forestry Bureau and other agencies that he came to his senses. The director of the Ghost and Monster Special Operations Bureau simply didn't have the authority to interfere in other agencies' affairs. It was only after Suyu explained the dangers of zombies that he had a pretext to summon the mayor in the middle of the night. Mayor Gao nodded. If what Master Su says holds true, the threat posed by zombies if left unchecked could directly undermine the city's economic development and endanger the safety of its citizens. Tomorrow I'll convene a meeting with all department directors to coordinate a multi-agency response supporting your operation. You must cooperate fully with this master. Don't do anything foolish and drive him away. Mayor Gao's words filled Director Lu with immense satisfaction. Rest assured, we absolutely won't. Mayor Gao nodded and said, "You mentioned earlier that you've notified the Ghost and Monster Special Operations Bureau in other cities about the threat posed by zombies. Have they offered any cooperation?" Director Lu replied, "We needn't worry about the ghost fighting task forces in other cities. As for the problems they might encounter, I imagine they'll face similar challenges to ours. For the past half-month, no one had been able to do anything about these supernatural entities. Yet in less than a single night, they'd already acquired a host of effective countermeasures. Even their understanding of these supernatural entities had deepened considerably. Convincing those who hadn't witnessed it firsthand was still highly unlikely. Mayor Gao had considered this point as well. Tomorrow I'll head to the provincial committee again to discuss this matter. We'll have many regions formulate their action plans based on the science popularization provided by this Master Su. Get me a copy of that Master Su's livestream recording later. Director Lu agreed repeatedly. With Mayor Gao's assurance now secured, the weight on his chest finally lifted. Mayor Gao stood up, about to leave, when he suddenly remembered something. Oh, I just remembered something. Yesterday, my son heard from his classmates that in Xiangjia town, where his grandfather lives, something seems to howl in the mountains every night. I recall that area. During the war, soldiers from the land of cherry blossoms excavated a mountain there and built a warehouse to store strategic supplies inside. I suspect it's probably just wild animals making noise, but to be safe, you should send someone to investigate sometime. As soon as Director Lu heard this, Suyu immediately came to mind. But then he recalled that during the live stream, Suyu had mentioned going home to rest. Now that he'd just arrived home, asking him to leave again felt downright rude. I'll send the team that wiped the ox's tears to take a look first. He then had a team escort the mayor out of the Ghost and Monster Special Operations Bureau. Meanwhile, after returning home, Suyu immediately plugged his phone into the charger. He then retrieved the peachwood sword and the 200 yellow talisman papers he'd won from the lottery. With these, I can buy the supplies for drawing talismans tomorrow and start officially crafting them to send to people. Tonight's livestream had already convinced many. Suyu was certain that even if he didn't give them away for free, they'd sell out instantly at 100 each. But he believed this kind of profit shouldn't be made. Wasn't this exactly the same as profiteering during disasters, selling essential supplies at prices several or even dozens of times higher than normal? Having inherited the Taoist tradition, he couldn't allow its reputation to be tarnished. Suyu lay on his bed and glanced at the time. It was already 3:30 in the morning. He glanced at the treasure radar again, but it showed no signs of any treasures. The knowledge I've imparted should equip them to handle most situations. As long as they don't deliberately court death, they shouldn't encounter anything too dangerous. Suyu decided to rest for a bit. But barely half an hour into his rest, his phone rang. Damn, you're just too beautiful, oh baby, you're just too beautiful. One more glance and I'll explode, getting closer makes me melt. Suyu picked up his phone to see it was Zhou Dongliang calling. As soon as he answered, Zhou Dongliang's anxious voice came through. Master, I apologize for disturbing you so late. No problem, go ahead. Here's the thing. I just got word from headquarters. The mayor says there are strange noises at night in the area around Xiangjia town. We're not sure if it's supernatural activity. The bureau already sent a team smeared with ox tears earlier, but the chief remains concerned. Could you possibly join us to investigate? I know it's late and I'm troubling you again, I'm truly sorry, but we're at a loss. Suyu sensed deep down that this matter wasn't simple. It's fine. Come pick me up and we'll take a look. Zhou Dongliang finally relaxed. We're already at the entrance of your residential complex, master. Hearing this, Suyu quickly dressed, grabbed his phone, and headed out. Chapter 028, Are They Human or Ghosts? In Xiangjia town. Deep within these mountains, a 10-person team hid behind thickets, using moonlight to scrutinize the direction of the mountain warehouse ahead. After receiving Director Lu's orders, they had first gone to a cattle farmer in town to obtain some ox tears. Combat operatives typically refrain from checking their phones during missions. Thus, they had no idea about Suyu's earlier explanation. When the bureau first instructed them to apply ox tears to their eyes, claiming it would reveal ghosts invisible to the naked eye, they thought it was a late-night joke. But then they realized Director Lu wouldn't joke at a time like this, so they decided to try it, half believing, half doubting. They visited several households before finally convincing one family to use smoke to induce tears. After all, who would willingly make an old cow cry for no reason? It wasn't like they were raising it specifically for sale. After obtaining the ox tears, they were preparing to return to Yangjian City when another call came from the bureau. They were instructed to investigate the mountains near Xiangjia town, in the direction of Dafeng Mountain, to check for any ghostly activity. They were told that in the mountains there, a warehouse built by the Japanese during the war would emit strange noises in the dead of night. But just as they began walking toward Dafeng Mountain, they spotted a figure dressed like a soldier, whether human or ghost, they couldn't tell, seemingly floating into the mountains. They followed it all the way to the thickets near the mountain warehouse. Captain Zhang, was that a person or a ghost? Asked one of the younger team members. The leader of this 10-person team was Zhang Weigua, a middle-aged man with a slightly weathered appearance. We don't know yet. And I've never heard of ox tears being able to see ghosts. I also heard the bureau sent others to gather willow branches and chicken or duck blood supposedly to ward off ghosts and zombies. Someone unaware might think they're preparing a special soup. I really don't know what kind of con artist's nonsense Director Lu believes this time. Zhang Weigua stared intently toward the mountain warehouse. After that eerie figure in military uniform went inside, it never came out again. Several other figures, some black, some white, entered as well, and none were seen coming out. But the way those people walked was definitely unusual. And that figure's uniform, it looks like the uniform of a soldier from the land of cherry blossoms. The surrounding team members exchanged bewildered glances. That can't be possible, right? Could it be that the Cherry Blossom Nation hasn't given up its treacherous ambitions and secretly sent a team to infiltrate our Yangjiang city? Are they trying to sabotage Yangjiang city's power plants and waterworks? Yangjiang city's power plants and water conservancy projects are interconnected with several cities and towns. If sabotaged, the consequences would be catastrophic. And there are other people here too. Could they have already turned some residents of Xiangjia town? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. With so many infiltrators, our military headquarters, state security, and radar surveillance would have detected them. Exactly. This isn't the humiliating era of decades past. They couldn't possibly infiltrate without a trace. Could it be that after we wiped our eyes with cow tears, we're actually seeing ghosts? Zhang Weiguo shook his head, his eyes filled with confusion. Over the past half month, while we haven't actually seen ghosts, we've occasionally caught glimpses of ghostly shadows flickering by. Has anyone seen a ghost wearing a military uniform during this time? On this point, none of them had ever seen a ghost wearing a military uniform. Truthfully, none of them could even tell if the ghosts were clothed or not. The apparitions vanished before their eyes. If they're planning to infiltrate and sabotage, this underground warehouse would indeed be an ideal hiding place. Because after the military inventoried the contents back then, they simply abandoned it and never came back to check. But if someone were sneaking in to cause trouble, there'd be no point in wearing wartime military uniforms. It's completely meaningless. Zhang Weiguo even wondered, could it really be a ghost? But he'd never seen a ghost wearing clothes, let alone military uniforms. Especially since he'd seen some of the soldiers carrying rifles on their backs. In the past half month, who had ever seen a ghost carrying a gun? If they were that formidable, humans wouldn't stand a chance. And whenever the topic of the land of cherry blossoms came up, a surge of anger welled up in the team members' hearts. How many brothers and sisters had died unjustly or in battle during that war? How dare those beasts live in comfort? Now they're strutting back onto our land. Screw whether it makes sense or not, our gear is so advanced now, we'll just charge in and take them down. If they show their faces, we'll take them out instantly. You're right. Damn it, I wasn't even born back then. But now I've got a gun in my hands. Bring em on, I'll take em all down. The humiliation we suffered back then, we'll avenge it today. Some members, though eager to charge and wipe out those beasts, still wanted to hold firm to orders. Hold your horses, everyone. The chief just sent us to observe. Besides, our primary objective is to deal with the ghosts. If we really have to fight, we need the military to send in troops. Team leader Zhang, what's your take? For a moment, all eyes turned to Zhang Weiguo. Whether they should charge forward now to shatter the enemy's devious schemes and avenge their comrades hinged entirely on his decision. Zhang Weiguo's eyes remained fixed on the mountain warehouse as he tightened his grip on his gun. His grandfather had died at the hands of Sakura Nation soldiers. Since childhood, his father had told him stories of how brutal and inhuman those Japanese soldiers had been. Adding to this were the photographs from the war with Sakura Nation. Countless people were displaced, dying horribly in the streets. And beyond imagination, the horrifying ways people died were too gruesome to describe. Now he too harbored a deep hatred for these beasts. And the rage had been festering inside him all this time. That warehouse was originally built by those beasts back then, and now they're hiding inside it again. We were selected from the military to join the Ghost Special Warfare Bureau, but at our core, we remain soldiers. As the saying goes, when a general is in the field, he need not obey every command from the throne. He turned to one of his teammates, you stay here and relay the situation to headquarters. Tell them to bring reinforcements with proper gear. Then I'll take men to assess their personnel and equipment. Though they're likely operating covertly and won't have many men, caution is still paramount. If we find their numbers are low, we'll wipe them out outright. The team members had been waiting for the captain's order. They all disengaged their safety locks and followed Zhang Weiguo out of the thicket. Only one man remained behind to maintain contact with headquarters. Zhang Weiguo led his team, crouching low, slowly creeping toward the underground warehouse, minimizing every sound. Suddenly, Zhang Weiguo signaled for them to halt, and the team members behind him stopped immediately. 2 or 3 shadowy figures could be seen gliding toward the underground warehouse. The dim moonlight, obscured by clouds, made it impossible to discern their features. It was impossible to confirm whether they were residents of Xiangjia town. Or perhaps they were disguised soldiers from Sakura Nation. Captain Zhang, what do you think got into them? Are they high or something? Why are they walking so lightly? Could it be that infiltrated Sakura Nation soldiers have formed an alliance with those drug dealers to control the residents of Xiangjia town? That sounds exactly like something they'd do. What a bunch of bastards, they deserve to be killed. Zhang Weiguo replied, these are just speculations for now. Once we get inside and interrogate their people, we'll know their true objectives. Watching the figures disappear into the mountain warehouse, he immediately ordered his team to follow. Chapter 029, There are indeed people inside. Zhang Weiguo led 8 heavily armed team members as they cautiously approached the warehouse entranced deep within the mountains. They found the dilapidated iron gate ajar, with no light visible inside. Zhang Weiguo found it odd. He had clearly seen figures enter. It was impossible for there to be absolutely no light inside. Moreover, opening or closing such a large iron gate would make noise. Yet when he saw so many people go in earlier, there hadn't been a single sound. Could there be another entrance? Zhang Weiguo couldn't help but spit in frustration. If only he'd brought night vision gear. Then he could have seen clearly where these people were actually entering from. Now there wasn't a single light inside, meaning they were probably deeper in. The lack of light outside was likely to conceal their movements. After running through these possibilities, Zhang Weiguo decided to open the door and investigate. He slowly pushed open the slightly ajar heavy iron gate, but it still made some noise. Fortunately, the sound wasn't too loud. Zhang Weiguo opened the heavy iron gate just wide enough for one person to pass through. He stepped inside first and immediately shivered, exhaling a puff of white breath. "It's freezing in here," Zhang Weiguo muttered under his breath. The flashlight dangling from the barrel of his gun illuminated the surroundings. He discovered they were inside a hollowed-out mountain. And the path seemed to slope downward. This warehouse seemed to be quite deep. After confirming the area was clear, he signaled for his team members to enter one by one. Zhang Weiguo and his team proceeded cautiously along the muddy path. To avoid drawing enemy attention with their lights, they kept their gun barrels lowered the entire way, using flashlights only to illuminate the immediate area ahead. They followed the path, turned a corner, yet still saw no sign of anyone. One team member remarked, "How long is this place?" They said it was a warehouse, but we've been walking forever and still haven't seen it. Zhang Weiguo replied, "Back when the Japanese devils dug this warehouse, it was meant to hide strategic supplies deep inside for easy concealment." Under Zhang Weiguo's lead, they continued walking. Just as they were about to turn a corner, Zhang Weiguo abruptly halted. Simultaneously shielding the flashlight beam from his gun barrel, he blocked the team members behind him. He made a shushing gesture. Zhang Weiguo peered around the bend, scanning the road ahead. He spotted an old military warehouse there, with light glowing through its windows. Within that light, he could vaguely make out figures moving about. This further confirmed Zhang Weiguo's suspicions. Someone's definitely there. The team members behind him also peered around the corner and spotted the military warehouse. "Captain, what should we do now?" Zhang Weiguo thought carefully and said, "Based on our earlier observations outside, there are likely over a dozen targets inside who appear to be villagers. But we can't confirm how many soldiers are present yet. If we assume those suspected villagers are undercover Sakura Nation soldiers, and considering that covert infiltrations typically don't deploy large numbers, Zhang Weiguo estimated the maximum number wouldn't exceed 20. If those suspected villagers were indeed turned collaborators, they wouldn't pose much of a threat against professionally trained soldiers. Moreover, the enemy is out in the open while we operate in the shadows. The advantage is ours. We'll sneak in cautiously first, then capture someone who's separated from the group. Interrogate them about the specific personnel here and their objectives." One team member asked, "But we don't speak Sakura." Zhang Weiguo retorted, "You fool. They've already infiltrated the town to turn the locals against us. They definitely know our language." The team members nodded in agreement, relieved that this concern was now resolved. Seeing the opportune moment, Zhang Weiguo immediately directed everyone to follow him as they moved slowly toward the military warehouse. He slowly pushed open the warehouse doors. As he stepped inside, Zhang Weiguo's vision blurred. He seemed to hear the muffled sobs of a woman mingled with the maniacal laughter of a man speaking Japanese. Simultaneously, he spotted 2 figures in the distance. One appeared to be an elderly man, while the other, clad in military uniform, pursued him with a raised katana. It resembled a wolf chasing a sheep, the chase continuing until they disappeared around a corner. "Don't kill me. Please, don't kill me." Yet all he heard was the sound of a blade striking flesh, followed by a desperate scream. Zhang Weiguo froze on the spot. Could it be that those Cherry Blossom Country soldiers weren't recruiting local people, but deceiving them? Had they lured them here just for entertainment, just to kill them? Zhang Weiguo recalled his father once saying that those Cherry Blossom people were inhuman. In their eyes, the people of the Dragon Nation weren't even human, they were livestock. Children and men were mere targets for satisfying their bloodlust and training new recruits. As for the women, they were locked away in cells during normal times. Whenever soldiers rested, the women were dragged from their cells and locked into small compartments for their amusement. The air was filled with wails, screams, and the savage, unrestrained laughter of beasts. Who would have thought that the atrocities of the past were still happening today? And right under our noses. Zhang Weiguo's fingers whitened as he gripped his gun, his eyes burning crimson. But he gritted his teeth, forcing himself to maintain a shred of composure. "Everyone stay calm." Zhang Weiguo crouched low and moved forward cautiously. Upon reaching a fork in the road, he hid behind a pile of supply crates. He poked half his head out to survey the situation. Suddenly, Zhang Weiguo's entire body tensed, his eyes widening in shock. His hand gripping the gun trembled from the sheer force of his grip. He saw that the room connected to the outside fork in the path was a large prison cell. Inside the cell were prisoners of all ages and genders, all suspended by their limbs. Their bodies bore the scars of torture. Each of these suspended figures had their eyes closed, their state alive or dead unknown. Ha ha ha. In the large room behind the prison, a man resembling a Japanese military officer gulped down a large mouthful of sake, then staggered drunkenly after a terrified young girl. Please, let me go. Dad. Mom. Save me. The girl frantically tried to flee the room. But a line of Sakura Nation soldiers had already blocked her path. They laughed wildly, as if watching a spectacle, as the drunken officer grabbed the girl and pinned her to the ground. This only made the surrounding Sakura Nation soldiers laugh even louder. Seeing this, Zhang Weiguo could no longer hold back. Damn it! Let's fight them! Kill every last one of those beasts! Zhang Weiguo burst out from behind the supply crate, aimed his rifle at the group of Cherry Blossom Country soldiers, and pulled the trigger decisively. A torrent of bullets erupted from the muzzle, unleashing a hail of fire. But just as the gunfire erupted, Zhang Weiguo suddenly frowned. Why was his gun the only one firing? He whipped his head around, and every hair on his body stood on end. Where were the other team members? They were gone. When he turned back again, he discovered that the crowd hanging from the bars of the cell in front had vanished entirely. Even the Japanese bastards behind the cells and that victimized girl were gone. Even the supply crate he had just hidden behind was gone. Everything was as if it had never happened. At that very moment, the lights that had just come on suddenly went dark. The sudden darkness left Zhang Weiguo momentarily disoriented. By now, he realized something was terribly wrong here. He ran while urgently calling out to his teammates. On the road to Xiangjia town. Inside the military off-road vehicle. Suyu pulled out his phone and opened the map app, asking Zhou Dongliang and the others about the terrain surrounding the military warehouse in the mountains while cross-referencing their descriptions with the map's coordinates. This made his brow furrow even deeper. It was the first time Zhou Dongliang had ever seen such a grave expression on Suyu's face. Master, what's wrong with this place? Suyu replied, little Sakura sure knows how to pick a spot for building things. This is a damning-dominated, highly inauspicious location. Chapter 030, this is a place of extreme een and great misfortune. A place of extreme een and great calamity? Zhou Dongliang and the others heard this term for the very first time. Since Suyu had started streaming live. The viewers in the livestream room also heard what was just said. Is it really that ominous? Just look at the master's expression to gauge how dire it is. Looks like this xiong is pretty dangerous then. How about I handle it? I'm pretty knowledgeable about these xiong things. Suyu saw the comments flooding the live stream, his face creased with exasperation. Seeing Zhou Dongliang and the others looking utterly clueless, he decided to give them a quick lesson first. In feng shui, the four symbols define cardinal directions, which correspond to celestial constellations. Feng shui divides the celestial stars into 3 enclosures and 4 symbols, forming 7 major star regions. The term enclosure refers to a walled city. The 3 enclosures are, the purple microcosm enclosure, symbolizing the imperial palace, the great microcosm enclosure, symbolizing the administrative institutions, and the celestial market enclosure, symbolizing the bustling marketplace. These 3 enclosures form a triangular arrangement encircling the North Star. Outside these 3 enclosures lie the 4 symbols. These 4 symbols are, the azure dragon of the eastern 7 stars, the vermilion bird of the southern 7 stars, the white tiger of the western 7 stars, and the black tortoise of the northern 7 stars. Suyu pointed to the stars in the sky as he spoke. Under Suyu's guidance, Zhou Dongliang and the others, along with the live stream viewers, discovered that the constellations in the sky roughly matched his descriptions. The reason for the slight discrepancies lay in objective factors like weather and terrain. Even so, it was enough to draw gasps of admiration from everyone. Master, you are truly erudite. I never knew the stars in the sky had such meanings before. Feels like I've learned so much all at once. I'm practically a master myself now. Master, you're incredible. Even the stars in the sky hold meaning. Longhu Mountain truly is a place where talents abound. Zhou Dongliang and the others grew even more impressed by Suyu's knowledge. He even has such profound knowledge of celestial astrology. Suyu continued with a serious expression. The reason I mentioned earlier that those cherry blossom country soldiers would choose this location is because the feng shui here has an imbalance in the 4 symbols, creating a harmful energy. The east side, Tongshan Mountain, occupies the azure dragon position. The west side, the white tiger position, is occupied by Hangu Mountain and Oyu Mountain. The north side, the black tortoise position, leans against Huxiao Mountain. The south side, the vermilion bird position, is occupied by the continuous mountain range. In feng shui, the left side represents auspiciousness, while the right signifies misfortune. The azure dragon represents yang and auspiciousness, while the white tiger embodies yin and inauspiciousness. According to your account, Tongtian is a full head shorter than Hangushan and Oyu Mountain. This is the white tiger suppressing the azure dragon, where yin prevails and yang wanes. This place is surrounded by mountains, blocking the wind. It must be shrouded in mist, damp and humid, causing the yin energy to linger. The white tiger governs slaughter, punishment, and warfare. It embodies the punishment star. Add to that what Captain Joe mentioned earlier: many perished at the Sakura Kingdom's military depot here years ago, leaving lingering resentment. This has created an extremely yin, highly inauspicious place, a gathering point for yin sha, easily attracting ghosts and evil spirits. Moreover, the former military warehouse's location lies precisely at the center of this yin energy. The spirits dwelling there are likely no ordinary entities. Zhou Dongliang and the others listened with hearts pounding in terror. If it attracts ghosts and evil spirits, doesn't that mean there are many supernatural beings inside? Some viewers from Xianjiatown in the livestream chat couldn't help but react. Is this place really that dangerous? I was picking mushrooms there just the day before yesterday. You're brave to go mushroom picking there. Aren't you afraid the ghosts will pick you instead? I live nearby too. No wonder I always felt like something was watching me while herding cattle on the mountain. Turns out it really was something. I was planning to go bamboo shoot picking in the mountains the day after tomorrow. Good thing I caught the master's livestream. Suyu, read the comments in the livestream chat. Better not go. That military warehouse might even have a ghost king, the commander who died there, leading the Cherry Blossom Country's soldiers. If they gain strength and emerge, it'll be a huge threat to the townspeople. Now even the ghost king commanding the spirits has appeared. So Yanjiang City is essentially carrying a ticking time bomb ready to explode at any moment. The livestream viewers immediately stopped themselves from thinking further. Viewers residing in Xianjiatown even contemplated moving away. And the mere mention of Sakura Nation soldiers like Zhou Dongliang, their fear instantly turned to rage. Damn it, those bastards. They weren't done tormenting us when they were alive, now they're haunting us even in death. I'm itching to go kill those beasts myself. We never got to set foot on Sakura Nation soil, but now we have a chance to kill those dead bastards again. That's payback enough. Though Zhou Dongliang felt rage too, he remained relatively composed compared to team members like Xiao Bai. Master, based on your assessment, can we destroy that area? Suyu replied, under normal circumstances, we could ignore such a place. But now, in this chaotic era of ghosts and monsters, leaving it unattended could easily lead to trouble. And we definitely need to disrupt the current layout, but we must first eliminate the ghost king within. Otherwise, if we just blast the place to smithereens, the terrain might be destroyed, but if we fail to eliminate the ghost king, we might actually give it a chance to escape. Noticing Zhou Dongliang's flustered expression, Suyu reassured him, don't worry. I'll guide you through the process when the time comes. Zhou Dongliang replied, then let's go gather the ox's tears and chicken blood now. We'll accompany the master to eliminate the ghosts inside. Xiao Bai and the other team members picked up their weapons, ready for battle at any moment. But Suyu countered, no. We can't go there at night. We must go during the day when yang energy is strong. Even in the dead of night, daylight's energy will suppress the darkness. Plus, we won't have to worry about ghosts lurking in that extremely yin, highly dangerous place ambushing us from behind. But you must prepare everything I previously explained as thoroughly as possible. Oyu, who was driving, asked, should we still go now? Didn't you mention earlier that there's a team over there who smeared cow tears? I'm worried they've just applied the ox tears and, without warning, won't be able to tell if what they see is a ghost or a human. Plus, they saw soldiers from the land of cherry blossoms. I'm worried they might rush in impulsively. So we absolutely must go check it out. Suyu had initially thought the place was just an ordinary gathering spot for spirits and planned to handle it overnight. But now it seemed he'd have to wait until tomorrow. Only then did Zhou Dongliang remember. He hurriedly pulled out his phone and called Zhang Weiguo. But no one answered. Seeing Zhou Dongliang's call go unanswered, Suyu knew exactly what had happened. That team must have gone in. We need to hurry, or something bad will happen. Zhou Dongliang urgently reported the situation to headquarters. Simultaneously, he ordered Oyu to floor it and head over. Chapter 031, The Eerie Military Warehouse. The military off-road vehicle sped along the rural roads. The well-maintained roads here were exceptionally smooth, allowing the off-road vehicle to unleash its full power. At the same time, Suyu's treasure hunting radar in his mind also registered a signal. Treasure detected 732 meters northwest. He glanced at the map on his phone and realized the treasure was likely near the military warehouse tucked away in those mountains. No rush could handle it tomorrow. Meanwhile, at the military warehouse. In the pitch-black space, Zhang Weiguo wiped sweat from his forehead, using the flashlight attached to his rifle barrel to illuminate the path ahead. He kept calling out his teammates' names along the way. But the earpiece connected to his walkie-talkie crackled with static, and there was no response from the surroundings. As he ventured deeper, the silence grew eerily thick. Apart from the sound of his own footsteps, no other noise could be heard. His heart pounded with tension, his breathing quickening. At this point, Zhang Weiguo realized that what he had seen outside earlier were likely ghosts. But he couldn't fathom how the teammates who had been right behind him moments ago had vanished without a trace. This was completely unnatural. No. With ghosts running rampant everywhere now, who cares about science? Zhang Weiguo kept running forward. But as he ran, he suddenly realized there seemed to be more footsteps. Zhang Weiguo stopped and listened intently to the direction of those footsteps. Behind him. He raised his gun and spun around abruptly, shining his flashlight beam into the darkness. Nothing was there. This wasn't Zhang Weiguo's first time on a mission dealing with supernatural entities. His experience told him that the moment he turned his body, he might just come face to face with the supernatural entity. Zhang Weiguo gripped his gun tightly, simultaneously regulating his breathing. Then, he spun around abruptly. Still nothing ahead, not even a ghostly shadow. The anticipated ghostly face-to-face encounter never happened. Damn it! Zhang Weiguo cursed under his breath, feeling a wave of relief wash over him, yet simultaneously consumed by rage. He continued walking forward, gun in hand. But after just 2 steps, he felt something grab his shoulder. A chill instantly shot up his spine. He had just looked behind him, there was nothing there. This moment beyond comprehension made him shiver involuntarily. But it lasted only an instant. Zhang Weiguo immediately steeled himself. He spun around abruptly. Just as his finger was about to pull the trigger. Captain! Don't shoot, it's me. And me. In that split second, Zhang Weiguo recognized the 3 approaching teammates and raised his gun barrel almost instantly, fearing he might fire before reacting. Holy! When the hell did you 3 bastards get behind me? Zhang Weiguo felt a rush of blood to his head, making him dizzy. He shook his head and quickly regained his composure. Captain, please hear us out. Right after we followed you in, we realized you and the other team members had vanished. And the warehouse doors behind me had turned into walls. That's when I knew something supernatural had separated us to pick us off one by one. Another team member added, I saw those Sakura Nation soldiers moving supplies. To avoid detection, I immediately found a place to hide. That's when I heard gunfire. The moment I looked away and back, every Japanese soldier who'd been moving supplies vanished along with all the supplies. Then, while I was frantically scrambling around, I ran into these 2. After that, the 3 of us walked together. As we walked, we saw you, Captain, ahead of us, so we came to join you. Zhang Weiguo patted the soldier on the shoulder. Looks like my gunfire drew you in. But the other soldier interjected, I don't think it was your gunshot. I fired too. But we only heard 1 gunshot. Zhang Weiguo frowned deeply. How could that be? He quickly removed the magazine to check the bullets inside, finding exactly 30, not 1 missing. This doesn't add up. I definitely fired. The other team member said, I remember firing my weapon, but my bullets are just like yours, Captain, not a single one missing. Zhang Weiguo looked utterly perplexed. If it wasn't me, and it wasn't any of you, then who fired those shots? One team member began to tremble slightly. Captain, I wonder if that master wasn't lying after all. Maybe wiping cow tears really does let you see ghosts. And we mistook those ghosts for humans? Another team member began trembling as well. If rubbing cow tears really lets you see ghosts, then all those people we saw coming in earlier, they were all ghosts. Zhang Weiguo, seeing their pathetic state, gave each of them a hard slap. Is this the time to be talking about this? We still have 5 people to find. The 3 team members clutched their stinging cheeks and nodded blankly. Zhang Weiguo led the 3 members forward, continuing their search for the remaining 5. But as they walked, one member suddenly sensed something was off. Captain, look around. Doesn't this feel familiar? Of course it is. We've been walking for so long, it'd be weird if it didn't feel familiar. No sooner had Zhang Weiguo finished speaking than he noticed the other 2 members behind him looking uneasy. His own expression darkened as well. Because what he saw ahead where the road should have been had transformed into the warehouse entrance they'd come from. How could this be? They'd walked such a long distance, how could they have been circling back to the same spot? Zhang Weiguo wiped the cold sweat from his temples. Forget about it, keep searching for people. As he turned to take a step forward, he suddenly collided with something, stumbling backward as he lost his balance. When he steadied himself, he found the 5 team members standing side by side, staring blankly ahead. Damn it! When did you guys show up? Just as Zhang Weiguo was about to say more, a gunshot rang out from the distance. Damn it, it's outside. Everyone! Follow me! Zhang Weiguo immediately led his team out of the military warehouse and toward the cave exit. Outside the cave at that moment, the team member hiding in the bushes, tasked with maintaining contact with headquarters, was firing his weapon while retreating. Before him, 2 dark specters crept closer. Bullets fired from his gun passed right through their bodies, causing not a single scratch. Damn it, didn't gunfire work before? Why aren't they working now? The panicked team member stumbled over a rock and fell to the ground. Seeing this, the 2 ghosts clad entirely in black with deathly pale faces immediately lunged forward. At that very moment, 2 swords, forged from golden light, pierced through the bodies of the 2 ghosts. Boom! In the next instant, both ghosts exploded. After the ghosts dissipated, the team members spotted a military off-road vehicle parked beside their two SUVs. Chapter 032, they're all possessed. Holy! The master's glowing again. Damn, the master is awesome. Before coming here, I kept seeing people talking about the master glowing. Now I finally saw it, it's seriously awesome. This can't be real. How can a person glow like that? And the light even condensed into a sword and flew out. Seeing those two punks get instantly killed by the master, I suddenly feel like I could do it too. With the master here, I suddenly feel completely safe. For those joining late, the technique the master just used to glow is called the Golden Light Incantation, one of the 8 divine incantations and a core spell taught at Dragon Tiger Mountain. His body radiating golden light, truly worthy of the Golden Light mantra. Coach, I want to learn that. Viewers in the livestream went wild upon seeing Suyu unleash the Golden Light mantra. They flooded the chat with frantic messages, desperate to learn it. But some in the chat also explained that it takes decades of cultivation just to grasp the basics. The newcomers to the livestream channel were all deflated. Meanwhile, Zhou Dongliang and the others besides Suyu were just as astonished as the viewers when they saw him use the golden light spell again. Get out of the car. Only when Suyu addressed them did they snap out of it, opening the doors and scrambling out. The panicked team members hiding in the bushes saw Zhou Dongliang's group running toward them, their own people, and their unease eased slightly. He hurried over. Captain Zhou. It's so good to see you. You wouldn't believe it, after rubbing ox tears on our eyes, we actually saw ghosts. And the gunfire that usually worked was completely useless here. If you hadn't intervened in time, I might have died here. Zhou Dongliang patted him gently on the shoulder. It's all right now. Let me introduce you. This is Master Suyu. The one who just saved you and told us about the method of smearing ox tears to see ghosts. That was the master who shared it with us. Only then did the team member notice the young man in the crowd, dressed differently from them, who looked like a college student. He recalled the scene moments ago where 2 golden swords had instantly obliterated the 2 ghosts. He immediately looked at Suyu with solemn respect. Master, thank you for saving me. The team member couldn't help but rush forward, gripping Suyu's hand tightly. Suyu asked, how long has your captain been inside? At the mention of Captain Zhang Weigua, panic flashed across the team member's face. Our captain went in over 10 minutes ago. We saw so many people, so many ghosts going in. Master, please save our captain. Suyu looked toward the military warehouse inside the mountain cave. The dense aura of gloom emanating from there was as thick as dark clouds. It was heavier than he had anticipated before arriving. Don't worry, I'll go save him. Just as Zhou Dongliang led Suyu and the team members toward the cave entrance, Zhang Weigua and the others pushed open the door and rushed out, their faces filled with panic. He didn't notice a thing. Behind him stood 5 teammates, their lips suddenly curling into maniacal grins. 5 black muzzles slowly aimed forward at Zhang Weigua and the other 3 team members. Zhang Weigua! A sudden shout made the 5 strange team members wipe the smiles off their faces. Zhang Weigua turned toward the voice and saw Zhou Dongliang rushing over with a group of people. As Zhou Dongliang and his men approached with strides, the 5 members behind Zhang Weigua exchanged glances and nodded to each other. Then, one by one, they let out cold, mocking smiles as they raised their gun barrels, aiming them at everyone in front. Whoosh! Suddenly, a peachwood sword flew through the air, knocking a gun out of one team member's hand. In the blink of an eye, a figure landed before them. Instantly, all 5 members were disarmed and knocked flat to the ground. Zhang Weigua and the 3 members beside him watched as a young man suddenly took down professionally trained combat operatives. Though astonished, they felt more anger. You little punk! What the hell are you doing attacking my team? Zhang Weigua's face darkened as he lunged forward, ready to deliver a kick. But just as he raised his foot, Zhou Dongliang stepped in to stop him. Zhang Weigua, calm down. Calm my ass. This brat came out of nowhere and attacked my guy. If I don't teach him a lesson, how can I be a captain? Get the hell out of my way. Zhang Weigua tried to push Zhou Dongliang away, but their strength was evenly matched, leaving neither able to gain the upper hand. This gentleman is the master. If he intervened, it must be because your team member did something wrong. Just then, the team member Zhang Weigua had left outside hurried over and explained what had happened. Only then did Zhang Weigua begin to calm down. He looked at the 5 team members who had gotten back up. They didn't look like they had any problems at all. You're the master who told the bureau that wiping cow tears lets you see ghosts? Suyu nodded. That's me. Zhou Dongliang's expression darkened. Old Zhang. Show some respect to the master. Zhang Weigua scrutinized the man before him. Aside from being young and possessing decent skills, there was nothing particularly remarkable about him. You hit my men and claim they're problematic? Come on, tell me exactly what's wrong with them. If I see your bolting, no one can stop me. Zhou Dongliang also scanned the 5 team members Suyu had just taken down. They just looked a bit dazed, probably from being startled inside. Other than that, he really couldn't spot anything unusual. Meanwhile, viewers in the livestream chat were also scrutinizing the 5 team members. I don't see anything wrong with these guys either. But to be fair, their complexions are a bit pale. That's obvious. They're all under the flashlight, and they've probably been scared half to death by whatever ghosts they encountered in there. If you'd been in their shoes, you'd be even paler than them. Wrong there. I'd pass out cold, skipping the whole pale-faced stage. Wait. I just noticed those 5 have completely blank stares. That's just stating the obvious. We're all scared. When I first saw a ghost, my parents thought I'd gone dumb. They slapped me twice to snap me out of it. So what exactly is wrong here? Suyu glanced at the live chat comments, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He pointed at the feet of those 5 team members. Look there, they're all standing on their tiptoes. When those 5 team members first saw Suyu, a hint of arrogance flashed in their eyes. But upon hearing this remark, their expressions turned slightly panicked. At that moment, Zhou Dongliang, Zhang Weiguo, and the livestream viewers all turned their gaze toward Suyuji. Those 5 players were indeed walking on tiptoes. But this was flat ground, there was no need to walk on tiptoes here, was there? Suyu spoke slowly. Do you know why they're walking on tiptoes? It's because they're all possessed by ghosts. Chapter 033, You Think I'm a Donkey? Possessed by ghosts? Everyone present looked utterly perplexed. But the spirits possessing the 5 team members were beginning to show signs of panic on their faces. They couldn't understand how the person before them could see through their abilities. Regardless, they knew they couldn't stay here any longer. The 5 of them turned to flee. Suyu had anticipated this outcome. He immediately cast the heaven-reaching scroll, conjuring 5 ghost-binding talismans out of thin air and striking them against the spirits. The 5 spirits possessing the team members were instantly immobilized. Zhang Weiguo and his team were stunned by Suyu's ability to conjure talismans out of thin air. They glanced at Zhou Dongliang and his group, noticing that while Zhou Dongliang and his men also looked surprised, they appeared far more composed than the others. Old Zhou, what's going on? That kid drew something out of thin air and immobilized 5 of my team members? Zhou Dongliang couldn't have felt more satisfied inside. Back in the military and the bureau, Zhang Weiguo had constantly challenged him to contests, and he had always come out on top. Now, seeing him completely dumbfounded, the resentment in his heart eased considerably. This was the superiority of being the first to meet the master. Zhou Dongliang smiled. Perhaps the master himself should explain. Zhang Weiguo and his 3 team members all turned to look at Suyu. Suyu spoke apologetically. Ghost possession poses no lasting harm if resolved promptly, it merely drains one's vital energy. But to ensure everyone can handle such situations calmly in the future, I had to let Captain Zhang's team endure the possession a bit longer, giving you all hands-on experience. Don't worry too much about the depleted vital energy, it can be restored with ample rest and nourishment afterward. Zhang Weiguo glanced at his 5 team members, then turned his gaze back to Suyu. Fearing Zhang might doubt him and waste Suyu's time, Zhou Dongliang interjected, those 5 officers behind you just now were aiming their guns at us. We all saw it. Only because the master intervened in time did they fail to fire. Otherwise, caught completely off guard, we all would have died here. Hearing this, Zhang Weiguo turned to look at the 5 immobilized team members behind him. Zhou Dongliang's team members all spoke with conviction, confirming Zhou Dongliang's account. Zhang Weiguo's eyes narrowed. He knew exactly what his own team members were like. But with so many witnesses present, could it really be that ghost possession was real? First explain to me what you mean by ghost possession, but. Ghost possession typically means a ghost attaches itself to a person and controls their body. The type your team members experienced is a relatively low-level possession. It has obvious flaws. If you observe their feet closely, you'll notice them. Plus, their expressions are dull, and their movements aren't very agile. More advanced ghost possession directly affects both the physical body and the mind. Ghosts are spiritual entities, and humans possess souls. When a powerful ghost possesses a human, it suppresses the original soul to achieve complete control over the body. It's like replacing the person from within. Suyu explained with a calm expression. But upon deeper reflection, those who heard it felt a chill suddenly sweep through their hearts. So someone you once knew intimately could suddenly become a stranger? If you encounter a powerful ghost possession, and you don't carefully observe their past habits and fail to notice it in time, then you're in constant danger. Just imagining my once familiar parents acting abnormally, sharpening knives in the living room every night while I'm snoring away in my bedroom. Holy, I've got goosebumps all over. Hey, don't make it sound so terrifying. Now I'm too scared to even go to the bathroom. Viewers in the live stream room imagined every possible scenario. Zhou Dongliang, Zhang Weiguo, and the others had all considered them too. A sudden chill swept over them, making them shiver involuntarily. And after Suyu mentioned it, Zhang Weiguo realized that when they encountered them in the military warehouse, things really hadn't felt quite right. Still looks a bit lifeless. Could it really be true? But deep down, he still couldn't quite believe it. How could an ordinary person know so much about something even the officials didn't understand? Zhou Dongliang asked, Master, if that's the case, how should we proceed? That's precisely what I'm about to explain. Suyu stepped forward and continued, to lift a ghost possession, you can use chicken comb blood dabbed on the forehead, blood from an aged turtle, a red chopstick piercing the second knuckle of the middle finger, or blood from the middle fingernail or tongue tip dabbed on the possessed person's forehead. You can also bring the possessed person before a mirror to gaze into it. For mirrors reveal one's truest self. When a ghost gazes into a mirror, it suffers excruciating pain, as if its entire body were engulfed in flames. All these methods can effectively break a ghost possession. Clamping the finger with chopsticks? The second joint? And pricking the fingernail? These methods sound pretty brutal. Forget ghosts, humans couldn't endure that either. This is practically torture. Suyu said, but if the possessing ghost is very powerful, these methods might not work, they can only temporarily drive it away. This sudden twist nearly made everyone's hearts drop. Zhang Weiguo watched Suyu speak with such conviction, yet he still couldn't quite believe it. How do you prove your method actually works? So far, you've only talked the talk. There's absolutely no way to prove your claims. And since we don't understand this stuff, we're just taking your word for it. Anyway, I won't be fooled so easily. I'm not some gullible fool like old Joe or the chief. If you can't convince me, I'll still beat you up. Suyu smiled as he picked up the peachwood sword stuck in the ground. What I just described, since I didn't prepare in advance, I can't let everyone try it out for themselves. Zhang Weiguo snorted coldly, his expression saying, I knew you'd say that. The 5 immobilized team members must have used some kind of prop to succeed. I've heard of martial arts masters possessing secret techniques for sealing acupoints. If I find out you used something like that, I'll beat you to a pulp or my name isn't Zhang. Zhang Weiguo stood before him, his threats dripping with disbelief, yet Suyu remained utterly composed. He handed the peachwood sword to Zhang Weiguo. Then he pulled out the lightning strike jujube knuckles and handed them to Zhou Dongliang. If none of the items I just mentioned work, or if they can't resolve the possession issue, then it's simple. Then we'll drive it out with the peachwood sword and the lightning struck jujube wood. Zhou Dongliang slipped on the lightning-struck jujube knuckles, his eager expression leading him to a teammate who was immobilized. Zhang Weiguo stared at the peachwood sword in his hand, his gaze towards Suyu growing even more solemn. You're taking me for a fool. He turned to Zhou Dongliang and the others, you actually believe this nonsense? For half a month, the entire nation couldn't find an effective way to deal with these demons. And now, less than a night in, you tell me this is what can handle them? To Zhang Weiguo and the others, this was indeed too fast. So fast it was almost unbelievable. Besides, unlike Zhou Dongliang and the others, they hadn't been following Suyu closely or watching the livestream. Some things could be explained away as mere coincidence. After all, if just one or two things happened to align, it could easily be seen as credible evidence to outsiders like them. What if it really was a scam artist, using just one or two coincidences to gain their trust? That would be far too easy. Zhang Weiguo refused to be deceived. Because this matter concerned the lives of him and his team members, and the safety of everyone involved. Chapter 034, It Really Happened. The team member Zhang Weiguo had saved, knowing his captain's temperament, hurriedly explained, Captain, the ox's tears really can see ghosts, and the master truly unleashed the golden sword to kill 2 ghosts. Zhang Weiguo stared at the team member. His team member had witnessed it firsthand, so his words carried some credibility. But there were too many inconsistencies, and the concept of ghost possession was simply too far beyond his comprehension. Zhang Weiguo still couldn't quite bring himself to believe it, stubbornly insisting. The ox tears incident could be mere coincidence. As for successfully killing the ghosts, how do you prove they were truly eliminated? And when you say the ghost exploded when pierced by the golden sword, couldn't it have been something like an LED-triggered explosive device that just temporarily drove it back? Seeing Zhang Weiguo so stubborn, Zhou Dongliang felt a bit annoyed. So many of us were right beside the master at the time. How could we not know whether it was real or fake? Zhang Weiguo scoffed. Precisely because it's you I trusted even less. When you were 7, you nearly got lured away with a piece of candy. I can't even bring myself to scold you. Zhou Dongliang snapped back, you stubborn mule. That happened years ago, and you still bring it up. As the two looked ready to erupt into a full-blown argument, teammates nearby rushed over to pull their respective captains apart. Viewers in the livestream chat flooded the screen with comments. This captain's stubborn as hell. Even after everything's been explained, he still won't believe it. No wonder Captain Zhou calls him Zhang Donkey. Even after Fire Chicken Bar Master personally intervened, he still doesn't believe it. I'm speechless. Good thing the master didn't encounter this guy at the start, otherwise, the whole operation would have been derailed. Suyu spoke up at this moment, whether it's real or fake, Captain Zhang, you can find out for yourself by trying it. Zhang Weiguo stared at the peachwood sword in his hand, then glanced at the 5 immobilized team members. Trying it out wouldn't hurt. But he couldn't shake the feeling he was being made a fool of. Why should I do whatever you tell me to do? Do you think you're the commander of the military district? Suyu had never encountered someone this stubborn before. I told you to just try it and see. Why the hell are you still arguing? Are you some kind of born contrarian saint or something? Zhou Dongliang noticed Suyu's expression darkening. He wrenched his arm free from the team member's grip and shouted, "Zhang Lu, stop being so damn stubborn. Commissioner Lu and the mayor specifically instructed us to cooperate fully with the master." Zhou Dongliang remembered clearly what Bureau Chief Lu had told him personally over the phone before he went to find Su Yu. The mayor himself had been present at the time. They had all been explicitly instructed to cooperate fully with Su Yu's actions and under no circumstances provoke his anger. If he got so angry he walked out, they'd be facing a court-martial. When Zhang Weigua heard Zhou Dongliang invoke Director Lu and the mayor, he curled his lip, still feeling resentful. So what if it's Director Lu and the mayor? What makes you think they won't be fooled? What if they really are deceived? Then they'll thank me for my caution. Zhou Dongliang pressed urgently, the only way to verify its authenticity is right in your hands. Just strike it against your team member to see the result. Zhang Weigua stared at the feather-light peachwood sword in his hand. Fine, I'll give it a try. But I'm warning you, if it's fake, you'll be crawling back to the city. Zhou Dongliang finally relaxed when he saw Zhang approach one of the immobilized team members. Master, should I just strike directly? Su Yu nodded. Zhou Dongliang and Zhang Weigua decisively struck the two immobilized teammates. A piercing scream echoed. Two figures clad in Japanese military uniforms were knocked flying, crashing to the ground with pain etched on their faces. Yet no matter what, they couldn't move an inch, like lambs awaiting slaughter. Witnessing this scene, everyone present stood frozen in place. Except for Zhou Dongliang and his crew, of course they hadn't smeared ox tears on their eyes, so they couldn't see the ghosts knocked out by the blows. But Zhang Weigua and his team members had smeared ox tears and witnessed two figures being knocked to the ground. The two struck members, regaining their senses in an instant, suddenly collapsed onto the ground and vomited a pool of black substance. The stench was like forgetting stinky tofu and pork in a powerless refrigerator for a month during the height of summer. It was like opening the fridge after returning home to find stinky tofu and rotten meat fermenting wildly. Everyone present clutched their noses. Even with professional training, the stench was unbearable. Zhou Dongliang covered his mouth and nose, asking, "Master, what's going on?" Su Yu stared at the ink-like substance on the floor and explained. Ghosts and demons are inherently sinister. When they possess a human, filth accumulates within the body. Now that it's all been expelled, it should be fine. Zhang Weigua stared at the two ghosts of Japanese soldiers appearing behind his team members. Even now, he still couldn't quite believe it. But this time, he wasn't just talking tough. It was the first time he'd seen such a small thing in his hand actually work against ghosts. And he'd experienced it firsthand. This truly felt different from the usual sensation of striking a person. There was an indescribable feeling to it. This. The viewers in the livestream watched Zhang Weigua freeze in place and immediately grew cocky. He's already frozen? What a loser. Our fire chicken barmaster hasn't even shown his best moves yet. Look at you talking tough earlier, still tough now? We turkey barmasters have the real deal, we're not afraid of your tough talk. You think you're so tough? Come on, keep arguing. Honestly, the master's way too kind. I should have had him roasted with 5 Thunderfire. Who cares if he believed it or not? The master mainly wants them to experience it firsthand and gain some real combat experience. Otherwise, he'd have charged in himself, finished the job, and gone home to sleep. Who'd be here playing games with you? Without waiting for Zhang Weigua's reaction, Zhou Dongliang, wearing his lightning strike jujube knuckles, dislodged the 3 Japanese soldiers possessing the other team members with just a few punches. The 3 team members also collapsed to the ground, unable to suppress the filth they vomited from their bodies. The 2 members who had been possessed first, seeing Zhou Dongliang, Zhang Weigua, and the others before them, looked visibly stunned. It's such a relief to see you're both okay, Captain. Yeah, we had no idea what was happening. Our bodies wouldn't obey us, and our minds were completely foggy. After we followed you out, I felt this inexplicable urge to shoot you all. I tried to control it, but couldn't. I wanted to warn you, but couldn't even open my mouth. Thankfully, a piece of wood or something flew by and knocked the gun out of my hand just in time. Zhang Weigua glanced at the 5 ghostly soldiers from the land of cherry blossoms behind them, his face equally bewildered. Chapter 035, Beat the out of these bastards. Zhang Weigua stared blankly at Su Yu, then shifted his gaze to the 5 ghosts of Japanese soldiers that had been beaten out. The evidence was now undeniable. Combined with the consistent accounts from all the team members and Zhou Dongliang, it confirmed that this youth before them possessed something extraordinary. He understood more than these official personnel ever had. Before today, Zhang Weigua, Zhou Dongliang, and the other officials present had never encountered a case of ghost possession. Now they witnessed it firsthand. Zhou Dongliang, his team members, and the live stream viewers felt even deeper admiration for Su Yu. Faced with such ironclad evidence, even though Zhang Weigua still found it hard to believe, a voice inside him insisted this was all real, not a single bit fake, and certainly no coincidence. Zhou Dongliang glanced at the stunned Zhang Weigua, unconcerned whether he chose to believe. What mattered was that the bureau chief, the mayor, and their combat team believed that was enough. Compared to that, dealing with these ghostly soldiers from the land of cherry blossoms was far more urgent. He recalled the atrocities these invaders had committed on Dragon Nation soil, acts so heinous they had provoked the wrath of both heaven and earth. How many people had suffered endless torment at their hands before dying? These beasts weren't satisfied with harming so many while alive now dead, they still sought to wreak havoc. Truly, 1,000 deaths wouldn't suffice to appease the outrage. Just as Zhou Dongliang was about to ask Suyu what to do next, one of Zhang Weiguo's team members produced a small transparent vial. A thin layer of water pooled at the bottom of the vial. He looked toward Zhang Weiguo. Zhang Weiguo noticed the vial and nodded. With the captain's approval, the team member handed the vial to Zhou Dongliang. Captain Zhou, this is some cow's tears we collected earlier. This is all that's left now. Zhou Dongliang accepted the vial with delight, applying a small amount to his own eyes before sharing it with his teammates nearby. The ox tears began to take effect. Zhou Dongliang and his men watched as a cherry blossom country soldier, his face twisted with viciousness, arrogantly babbled a torrent of incomprehensible words. Everyone present looked utterly bewildered. Zhou Dongliang asked, "Master, can you understand what this ghost is saying?" Suyu blinked his clear eyes, "I don't understand." Everyone present was astonished. To them, it seemed impossible that someone as powerful as Suyu, who knew so much about ghosts and spirits, wouldn't understand what a ghost was saying. Could it be that the spirits here were more powerful than anticipated? Seeing the solemn expressions on Zhou Dongliang and the others, Suyu realized they were jumping to conclusions. He quickly clarified, "No, this little ghost is speaking Sakura language. I haven't studied it, so of course I don't understand." What were you all thinking? Everyone present suddenly understood. The viewers in the livestream also caught on. I thought I suddenly understood some ghostly gibberish. I was even thinking I might have a gift and should find a master to apprentice under tomorrow. Damn it all. I've seen too many ghosts tonight, even forgot about language barriers. Yeah, totally. Those ghosts messed with my head too, forgot even basic stuff like that. Xiao Bai, the team member beside Zhou Dongliang, pulled out his phone and immediately downloaded a translation app. "Master, Captain, the translation app is downloaded." The ghost soldier from Sakura country stared at the people before him, showing no fear. He continued to spout a bunch of nonsense arrogantly. Even without understanding the words, their expressions made it clear these weren't pleasantries. The other ghost soldiers of Sakura country also wore vicious expressions, struggling desperately to move. Yet the ghost binding talismans affixed to their bodies rendered their struggles utterly futile. Team member Xiaobai was about to use the translation app to decipher the ghost soldier's words. Zhou Dongliang suddenly blocked him with a dark expression. "Look at its expression, no translation needed to know it's nothing good." Suyu chimed in, "Remember my earlier explanation?" Zhou Dongliang's face lit up. "I remember." He immediately stowed away the lightning-struck jujube wood knuckle dusters. "Xiaobai, old Gua, monkey, stone, old six, get your willow rods out. Beat those beasts to death." Xiaobai and the others were just about to move forward. Zhang Weiguo's team members all came over. "Can we join in too? We saw these beasts tormenting the people of Longwa back in that military warehouse. Words can't even begin to describe it. I even saw these beasts attack children under 10 years old. I can't stand it anymore." Xiaobai and the others turned to look at Zhou Dongliang. Zhou Dongliang nodded. Xiaobai and his team handed the willow branches they were holding to Zhang Weiguo's team members. "These were given to us by the master. Don't underestimate them, they may look like ordinary willow branches, but they can whip these demons until they cry." Zhang Weiguo's team took the willow branches, though they didn't sense anything special about them. But since Zhou Dongliang and the others trusted Suyu so deeply, and having witnessed firsthand that Suyu's methods truly worked, they naturally believed wholeheartedly. The 9 of them approached the 5 ghost soldiers from the land of cherry blossoms and raised their hands to strike them with the willow branches. In no time, he unleashed 40 or 50 consecutive strikes on these beasts for free. Suddenly, the tranquil surroundings echoed with the agonized screams of the creatures. "Scream! Scream louder! The more pitifully you beasts scream, the better I feel. Harder! Even now, you're not even a tenth as strong as we Dragon Nation people were back in the day. Damn it! Why the hell didn't I live in Xiangjia Town, Yangjiang City? I'd love to join in, what a fantastic opportunity. The viewers in Xiangjia Town are truly blessed. Just rub some ox tears on your eyes and you can join the hunt for these beasts." Just as the livestream viewers gloated over continuing to humiliate these cherry blossom country ghost soldiers even after their deaths, some Japanese viewers in the Dragon Nation couldn't sit still. They couldn't see the ghosts without cow tears, but they could hear the ghosts' agonized screams and the pleading cries for mercy that accompanied them. Dragon Nation people, stop. They are all soldiers who died honorably and deserve the respect they are owed. You Dragon Country people are so uncivilized, lacking any noble spirit. You Dragon Country people with atrophied brains only think about how many of your own died in war. Don't you realize our great Cherry Blossom Nation also sacrificed soldiers? Why won't you let them rest in peace, even after they've all died? They were just children who never got to return home. They had families too. They were someone's children. Viewers in the livestream watched as these Sakura Nation people spewed shameless comments in the chat, and one by one, they couldn't sit still. Holy! In all my years, I've never seen such shameless nonsense. You claim to be the only ones suffering? What about our soldiers who died resisting your invasion? What about those tortured to death by you? Didn't those people you killed have families? Weren't they children to their parents? Come on, little cherry blossom, keep dancing. I'll flood the chat with 10 carnival gifts. Let the master keep going. Chapter 036, when this master steps in, it's guaranteed to deliver. Suyu, of course, saw the bullet comments from those cherry blossom country folk in the livestream. He hadn't expected that his science popularization livestream would even attract viewers from the land of cherry blossoms in the Dragon Nation. Seeing his own countrymen and the Japanese viewers arguing over this in the chat, Suyu felt genuinely uneasy. Everyone, please calm down. Right now, there are quite a few Japanese viewers watching my stream. This isn't really appropriate. His words caused not only Zhou Dongliang and Zhang Weigui to frown, but also startled the Chinese viewers in the livestream and the various directors of the Ghost and Monster Special Operations Bureau watching the broadcast. The Japanese viewers, however, breathed a sigh of relief. Seems the streamer is more reasonable than those clueless Dragon Country folks. Guess not all Dragon Country people are uncivilized, some can actually reason. The streamer is so skilled at dealing with supernatural threats and such a decent person. I think they should come help us in Sakura Country. Our nation would definitely value the streamer's abilities. So you saw these comments and let a faint smile touch his lips. This situation is truly awful. Is whipping these beasts like this even effective? Bring me the willow switch. I'll add something to it so these beasts get whipped even more thoroughly. At this remark, the Japanese viewers who had just been praising Suyu were instantly dumbfounded. Zhou Dongliang, Zhang Weigui, and the others, along with the live stream viewers and the directors of various Ghost Special Operations Bureaus, instantly caught on. One by one, they turned to Suyu with wicked grins. Ha, I knew the master meant exactly that. The master is truly the master, so thorough in his thinking. I'm such a jerk, I actually had a moment of doubt about the master just now. The team members holding the willow branches all hurried over to Suyu. Suyu took the willow branches back from their hands, channeling the golden light incantation onto them. In an instant, Suyu's entire body radiated golden light, like a sun in the darkness, illuminating this shadowy place. When the light faded, each willow branch glowed with a faint golden radiance. Use these to give those little bastards a golden 100-strike combo. When this master steps in, satisfaction is guaranteed. The team members eagerly grabbed the willow branches. At that moment, Zhang Weigui scratched his head as he approached, his face flushed and slightly red. Master, can I join in too? Zhou Dongliang watched Zhang Weigui's current state and felt deeply smug inside. Suddenly so humble now? What happened to that stubborn, argumentative attitude you had earlier? Zhang Weigui couldn't be bothered to respond to Zhou Dongliang. His grandfather had died at the hands of Japanese soldiers. Many others had also perished in that war. Now that he had this chance for revenge, he couldn't let it slip away. But Suyu said, I just picked these few willow branches on the spot. There aren't any more. Go discuss it with your team members. Then I shan't disturb you further, master. Zhang Weigui hurried over to his team members and took one willow branch. Then, leading his team, they began lashing out furiously at those 5 cherry blossom country ghost soldiers. Each time the willow branch, imbued with the golden light spell, lashed out, golden light flickered like a living breath. Each lash sent the cherry blossom country ghost soldiers wailing like children, cursing their own unfinished deaths. Seeing Suyu's actions, viewers from the land of cherry blossoms in the livestream couldn't sit still, erupting in fierce condemnation. Streamer, you're aiding and abetting the enemy. I'll report your channel and get you permanently banned. Our great Sakura nation may have been defeated back then, but we're not pushovers. Streamer, this constitutes an international dispute. You won't be able to handle the consequences. You'll face trial at the international court. But at that moment, the cyber police officer who had remained silent spoke up. Sorry, but I don't see any living Japanese citizens here. All I see are ghosts that can't speak human language. And ghosts aren't protected under the law. The livestream audience instantly united in their response. I don't know anything about Japanese soldiers. When I arrived, I saw the master instructing our ghost fighting team on how to effectively deal with these creatures. Exactly. The whole world is struggling with ghost problems. What's wrong with us taking down a few speechless ghosts? Haven't you guys ever fought them? Honestly, you should thank us. These beastly monsters dare to wear your Cherry Blossom Nation soldiers' uniforms, impersonating you to commit evil here. We're helping you prevent the situation from escalating and damaging your country's reputation. Exactly. No need for thanks, we'll just give them a few extra whacks for you. The Japanese viewers in the livestream wanted to curse in Dragon Tongue but couldn't match their language skills. They wanted to curse in Sakura language, but feared it wouldn't be understood, leaving their curses falling on deaf ears. They felt utterly frustrated. So you watched these Sakura Nation viewers get stumped and felt quite satisfied. Just spamming hits is boring. Don't forget, I already explained it to you guys before fry ghosts in hot oil. At this reminder, Zhou Dongliang and the others, who had been watching Zhang Weiguo and his crew enjoy their smackdown, felt a pang of disappointment. Now, their eyes lit up with fervor. Zhou Dongliang immediately grabbed the keys to one of the vehicles from Zhang Weiguo. Then, leading his team, they split into 2 cars and sped toward Xiangjia town. Zhang Weiguo had once thought he'd die with regrets, never having personally killed a Japanese soldier. Now he was truly satisfied. Wiping sweat from his forehead, he approached Suyu. Master, I just remembered there are still many ghosts and monsters in that cave. Aren't you worried they might come out? This reminder made Suyu recall. No wonder he'd felt like something was missing all along. He immediately cast the heaven-reaching scroll, conjuring several demon-suppressing talismans that he flicked onto the cave's entrance. These talismans will be enough to keep the spirits inside sealed, preventing them from escaping. And the golden light incantation I just cast can temporarily keep malevolent spirits from approaching this area. Zhang Weiguo couldn't fathom how a few talismans conjured out of thin air and a burst of golden light could have such a profound effect. But now he believed Suyu possessed genuine abilities and no longer harbored any doubts. Master, when will we eliminate the ghosts and monsters inside? Suyu replied, tomorrow at noon, when yang energy is at its peak. As for the details, you'll have to wait until Captain Zhou and the others return to ask them. I already briefed them earlier. Zhang Weiguo nodded, but recalling the eerie events at the military warehouse, he felt compelled to share them with Suyu. Master, actually, the team and I encountered some strange things in that military warehouse earlier. Before he could finish, Suyu interrupted, did you get lost? Couldn't find your way or the others? Saw illusions? That feeling of time and space warping? Zhang Weiguo was taken aback. Master, how did you know so precisely? Suyu smiled faintly, thinking he'd explain this phenomenon to Zhou Dongliang and the others when they returned. Because if this era of ghostly chaos persists for much longer, similar phenomena might start appearing outside as well. Chapter 037, this is called ghostly blindness. Zhang Weiguo and his team members kept drawing for nearly 10 minutes. Each of their faces wore a look of pure bliss. Of course, each took turns to draw. After all, beasts without humanity deserve a beating. The bodies of those Japanese soldiers who had been savagely beaten had already turned translucent, with plumes of white smoke rising from them. Gone was their initial arrogance. Now, each one of them looked at these combatants as if they had seen a ghost. But with their bodies pinned down by the ghost-binding talismans, they couldn't even flee. All they could do was whine and babble incomprehensible gibberish. The Japanese viewers in the livestream chat were heartbroken. I already sent this to the Japanese student group chat, urging everyone to report this streamer. Why hasn't it been banned yet? Is the platform just blatantly enabling this kind of misconduct? I've already reported this to our embassy in Japan. You'll be getting a visit soon. Yet no matter how fiercely they railed or threatened, the Dragon Nation viewers dismissed their words as hot air. Meanwhile, the streaming platform intervened. They directly banned those agitated Japanese viewers for violating platform rules by maliciously provoking conflict. At that moment, Zhou Dongliang and his crew returned in their vehicle. Each person carried a bucket of oil on their back. They also brought back 2 large pots and a roll of plastic wrap. Zhou Dongliang led his team over and immediately assigned tasks: light the fire, set up the pots, and heat the oil. Everyone gather round. I'll explain something you might encounter in the future. Suyu said, seated on a wooden stump. Zhou Dongliang, Zhang Weiguo, and the others hurried over to Suyu, crouching down one by one to listen intently. Earlier, Captain Zhang Weiguo and his team entered that military warehouse. They encountered disorientation, losing their way, failing to locate people, and witnessing illusions. It felt like a temporal distortion. Zhang Weiguo recalled the eerie circumstances and couldn't help but speak up. You wouldn't believe it. I went in with my team, and then I saw those Cherry Blossom Country soldiers committing atrocities inside that military warehouse. I couldn't stand it anymore. I charged out, intent on killing those beasts. But when I fired my gun, I realized I was the only one making that sound. I turned around and every single one of my team members was gone. When I turned back again, those Cherry Blossom Country soldiers had vanished too, along with the pile of supply crates I'd been hiding behind. The lights went out at the same time. How terrifying is that, huh? The live stream audience shuddered at the tale of such eerie occurrences. I'm alone at home right now and I'm too scared to even go to the bathroom. If something like that happened to me, I'd probably piss myself scared. Is this for real? Stuff like this actually happens? I've never encountered it, and I never want to. Zhou Dongliang and his team members were also hearing about this for the first time. Their expressions grew somber. But the real weirdness comes later. Zhang Weiguo continued, I was running with my flashlight to find my team members when I heard footsteps. I turned around, but there was nothing there. But my instinct screamed that if I turned back again, something would be right there. So I braced myself and whipped my head around. Just as I was about to fire, I saw nothing but empty space. Just as I took 2 steps forward, I suddenly felt something grab my shoulder. I turned around and saw it was actually my teammates. There was clearly nothing there a moment ago. It was as if they'd materialized out of thin air. Then, the rest of the team materialized behind me out of thin air. At the same time, we realized we'd been walking for ages, only to find we'd been treading water the whole time. What happened next, you already know. Zhang Weiguo's team members also recounted their experiences inside the military warehouse. Zhou Dongliang and the others listened, stunned into silence. Cold sweat began to form on the backs of their necks. If that's the case, even if we bring more people in tomorrow, we'll likely encounter the same situation. Plus, visibility inside is poor, forcing people to spread out, and there's the risk of being possessed by ghosts. Meaning we could face unexpected attacks at any moment. Zhou Dongliang looked at Su Yu. Now, all hope rested on whether he had a solution. Otherwise, with that ghost king lurking somewhere unknown, this place was far too perilous and near certain death sentence. If left unchecked, as Su Yu had warned, the ghost king could lead its horde out at any moment and countless lives would be lost. Su Yu looked at their grim expressions and said, "Why do you all look so grim? I haven't even explained anything yet." Zhou Dongliang and Zhang Weiguo's faces lit up at his words. Right. He'd been so caught up in talking that he'd forgotten to explain. What Captain Zhang encountered is called ghostly blindness. Zhou Dongliang asked, "Is it similar to the ghost wall phenomenon we discussed before?" Su Yu nodded. "It's similar, but both require sufficient evil energy to manifest. And this place is inherently an extremely highly ominous location. Ghostly evils gather here, and the energy is at its peak, perfectly meeting those conditions. So-called ghostly blindness doesn't mean your eyes are actually covered by a ghost. It's when someone in an evil place suddenly experiences illusions, seeing all sorts of inexplicable scenes. None of those scenes are real, they're illusions. You might suddenly lose sight of the path ahead or fail to recognize those beside you. In truth, this is merely the ghost's magnetic field affecting you, making you mistakenly believe you are alone in this place. Thus, you become afraid, and once fear takes hold, your yang energy inevitably weakens. In places of extreme weakened yang energy is extremely dangerous. All these are methods ghosts use to weaken human yang energy." At this point, Monkey raised his hand and said, "I know that. The master mentioned before that once a person's yang energy weakens, ghosts and monsters can truly strike." Su Yu nodded and gave him a thumbs up. The monkey beamed with excitement, like a child in kindergarten who'd just received a little red flower. Possession works the same way. Spirits dare not approach those with strong yang energy, much less possess them. Doing so would be like setting themselves on fire, harming themselves in the process. Only when you're frightened and your vital energy is weak do they find an opening. Zhou Dongliang, Zhang Weiguo, and the live stream viewers immediately took notes. They were more focused than they'd ever been in school. After Zhang Weiguo finished taking notes first, he scratched his head and asked, "Master, how should we deal with this kind of situation?" He certainly didn't want to go through that again. That feeling of everything being off, only those who'd lived through it knew how terrifying it was. Chapter 038, Ghosts Bully Me, and I'm supposed to just take it? The air was thick with the scent of hot oil. Zhou Dongliang saw the oil had been heated over the wood fire and quickly instructed his team to use plastic wrap to capture the 5 cherry blossom country ghost soldiers and bring them over to the oil countryside. Then he crouched down again to listen to Su Yu's explanation. Ghostly illusions, they only appear frightening. Countermeasures, of course, exist. Sizzle, sizzle. Suddenly, the sound of something hitting the oil pot echoed. Simultaneously, blood-curdling screams echoed through the forest. Zhang Weiguo, Zhou Dongliang, and the others turned to look. They saw the monkey listening intently while grabbing a cherry blossom country ghost soldier with plastic wrap and tossing it into the oil pot to fry. Occasionally, he'd flip them over with a willow branch. It felt like a group of people chatting while waiting for the boss to serve the food. The 4 remaining Japanese soldiers who hadn't yet been processed were already scared out of their wits. If they had any left. They never imagined the people of Dragon Nation could be so brutal. When they said frying, they actually meant frying. Boss, could you make mine not too spicy, please? Chef, I want my fried ghost crispy, ha ha ha. Quick question, will eating fried cherry blossom ghosts give you pimples? Not sure about pimples, but it'll probably give you constipation. It's not exactly wholesome stuff, so better eat less of it. The live stream audience joined in the commotion. Su Yu continued, "First, if you encounter a ghostly illusion, stay calm, don't let it scare you. Then focus your attention. Ignore any illusions the ghostly blinders show you, they're all fake. SSSSH. La la." Just as Su Yu finished speaking, Monkey tossed another cherry blossom country ghost soldier into the boiling oil. Simultaneously, the air suddenly filled with the pungent aroma of cumin and chili. This caused everyone present to frown and look over. The monkey scratched his head. I was just trying out some ideas." Zhou Dongliang snapped, "2 is enough, kid. We haven't even started frying yet." Zhang Weiguo glanced at Su Yu, wanting to ask something but feeling too embarrassed. He felt a twinge of regret about what had happened earlier. If he'd known things would turn out like this, he shouldn't have made things so tense back then. Suyu sat on a wooden stump, noticing Zhang's hesitation. He offered openly, "What's on your mind?" Zhang Weigua hadn't expected Suyu to be so magnanimous, holding no grudge whatsoever. "Master, what's the purpose of frying ghosts in oil?" Suyu replied, "One of the common methods for ordinary people to kill ghosts is to fry them in oil." The astonishment on Zhang Weigua's face mirrored Zhou Dongliang's earlier expression. This was killing ghosts. Who would have dared to think of such a thing in the past half-month? And now you're telling me oil can kill ghosts? That simple? This was utterly beyond his comprehension, and for a moment he couldn't quite believe it. But having witnessed Suyu's previous actions and now seeing those cherry blossom country ghost soldiers writhing in agony and smoking in the oil cauldron, it did indeed look like killing ghosts. Before he could speak, Suyu cut in. "I already explained the methods for ordinary people to kill ghosts to Captain Zhou and the others earlier. You can ask him for specifics, or your bureau should have records. But first, we need to discuss the ghost-blinded eyes." Zhang Weigua nodded repeatedly, saying nothing more, sitting cross-legged on the ground and listening intently. Suyu continued. "To counter the ghost's blindfold effect, you can substitute incense with smoke for offerings, or speak kindly to appease it. These methods usually work to some extent. Ghosts crave incense offerings, and smoke serves a similar purpose. Though the scent might not be pleasant, to spirits deprived of incense, it's like a starving man seeing a bowl of dog food. It becomes a feast fit for a king." Zhou Dongliang and Zhang Weigua turned to look at the other three immobilized ghost soldiers from the land of cherry blossoms, lying beside the cauldron of boiling oil. Apologize to these beasts? Not in this lifetime. Better to die standing than live on one's knees. The viewers in the livestream shared the same sentiment. "I'm scared, but you can't make me surrender. It's like when someone bullies you at school, and you're expected to apologize first." Exactly. The ghost started this, and I'm supposed to apologize? What kind of pathetic loser would do that? Back in my school days, anyone who dared bully me got beaten up by me. Whether it was on campus or off, I'd find them and beat them like a mad dog. Within days, those bullies would run away at the sight of me. Bro, weren't you afraid of getting disciplined? You victims are just too obedient, scared of everything. Bottom line, during compulsory education, school punishments are just scare tactics. Especially when you're defending yourself against bullying. If the school takes their side, make a big deal out of it, take it to the police. I've got the right on my side, so who am I afraid of? The bullies and the teachers who take their side know you won't make a fuss. They only bully and act with impunity because you're obedient, good kids. Since you're too compliant and afraid to cause trouble, they target you. It's the easiest way to handle things. That's why I absolutely refuse to back down after being bullied." Suyu glanced at the live chat comments and nodded slightly. "There is another way besides backing down. Like what we discussed before, just start cursing them out. The nastier, the better. There's also the method I mentioned before about using a child's urine, though that's easier for boys to fulfill the conditions. For girls, though they naturally have less yang energy than boys and are more susceptible to encountering those unclean things, cursing can still be effective." Zhou Dongliang sensed this solution was similar to the one used during the ghost wall incident. "Master, is there a better solution?" Suyu nodded. "Of course there is." He then casually drew a talisman, which instantly vanished. This method is the talisman. Taoist talismans number in the thousands, each designed to address specific situations. For issues like ghostly illusions or being trapped in a ghostly maze, with my cultivation, drawing a talisman to dispel evil and ensure safety would be sufficient to prevent them. Alternatively, I could invoke the Golden Light Mantra and the Purifying Mantra from the 8 Great Divine Mantras to grant protection. This exorcism and shielding would render one impervious to all malevolent forces. Zhou Dongliang and the others were certainly familiar with talismans. Suyu had already educated them on the subject earlier. But for Zhang Weigua and his group, this was still somewhat beyond their understanding. Having never witnessed it firsthand, they found it hard to believe that dealing with such matters could be so simple, as Suyu described. Hearing him describe it made it sound as effortless as a father disciplining his son. Yet those ghost soldiers from the land of cherry blossoms were still present. The truth was, it really was that easy. Suyu stated, "The matters here are nearly settled. We'll formally go inside tomorrow at noon to clean up the rest. Until then, no one is to enter this area." Zhang Weigua and Zhou Dongliang nodded urgently, immediately ordering their team to toss those 3 ghost soldiers from the land of cherry blossoms into the oil cauldron for disposal. Chapter 039, Dawn Breaks. First, draw a talisman. The Cherry Blossom Nation's audience watched their ghost soldiers being tossed into the oil cauldron once more, each growing increasingly anxious. Some hurriedly called the embassy. Others flooded Suyu's livestream with comments, denouncing such satisfying actions. "Don't you have any respect for the dead? Even as ghosts, they shouldn't be disrespected. You people from the Dragon Nation, and this streamer, will surely face retribution." However, these viewers from the land of cherry blossoms had barely typed a few sentences before all their accounts were banned by the streaming platform. At that moment, the air in the forest was filled with the scent of fried food. Damn it, monkey. Didn't I tell you not to sprinkle cumin or anything else after changing the oil? Old Guo wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. After bustling about all night and running to so many places, his stomach was growling. Nowadays they still use that seasoning in fried dough sticks. My stomach's already reacting. Monkey shook his head and quickly protested. I swear I didn't add it. Lao Lu raised his hand then, I added it. I always felt like frying them directly left a faint, off smell. Zhang Weigua raised his hand to slap him, but remembering Lao Lu was Zhou Dongliang's teammate, he lowered it. Lao Lu, you're something else. Did you really think we came here in the middle of the night for a late night snack? We're hunting ghosts. Who cares if it stinks? Zhou Dongliang pointed at Lao Lu and laughed as he turned back. He spotted Suyu sitting on a wooden stump not far away and hurried over. Master, I truly must thank you for your help. Suyu waved his hand dismissively. It was no trouble at all. No need to thank me. Zhou Dongliang glanced toward the deep fryer, his heart filled with emotion. Back when we were on missions to deal with ghosts and monsters, the pressure was immense every single time. We were always terrified we wouldn't make it back alive. Something like this, a group of us happily frying ghosts as if we were out for fun, was something we never dared imagine before. All of this is thanks to your arrival, Master. From now on, whatever you need help with, Master, just say the word. I, Zhou Dongliang, will see it done. Just then, Zhang Weigua came running over. Haha, Master, we were thinking if nothing comes up later, let's head back to town for some late night snacks. We combat team members all have our regular spots. We've already made arrangements with the owners. If we want late night snacks, we just call them up and they'll set us up separately. Sure, it'll cost double, but compared to coming back alive to enjoy that late night snack, what's a little money? Master, eat your fill, this round's on me. Before Suyu could respond, Zhou Dongliang interjected, no, I'll treat. Zhang Weigua pulled him back. I said I'm treating. What's it to you? Besides, I offended the master earlier. This meal should be on me anyway, it's my way of making amends. Suyu smiled and said, ignorance is no excuse. After all, for the past half month, none of us had any effective way to deal with ghosts. Now suddenly, in just one night, a solution appears. If I were in your shoes, I wouldn't believe it either. Hearing Suyu's words, Zhang Weigua felt even greater admiration for his magnanimity. Master, you're truly both formidable and magnanimous. But it's already late at night. Master, you must be hungry. You absolutely must eat this meal. Truthfully, after attaining a century of cultivation, Suyu no longer felt much hunger. No need. I must return to prepare the items required for tomorrow's task here. Zhou Dongliang and Zhang Weigua felt a pang of disappointment. But there was nothing to be done about it. Dealing with the supernatural threat was the absolute priority. As for eating, they could do that whenever they found the time. After they had thoroughly obliterated those 5 ghost soldiers from the land of cherry blossoms, leaving not a trace behind. To be safe, they had Suyu inspect the area to confirm the creatures were completely wiped out before driving back to the city. On the way, Suyu specifically reminded them to bring ample explosives. After eliminating the ghosts within the military warehouse, they would need to demolish the structure itself. They had to destroy the source of the Yin energy from within first. By the time Suyu returned home, it was nearly 5 in the morning. Now I have the talisman paper. I'll buy the supplies for drawing the talismans tomorrow morning. As long as I finish drawing them before noon, it'll be done. He lay down on his bed, closed his eyes, and took a short nap until 8 in the morning. He then spent some time procuring the necessary tools for drawing talismans: brushes, ink, paper, inkstones, cinnabar, and a table from nearby shops in the neighborhood. Next, he retrieved the 200 talisman papers from his system storage and laid them out on the table. Channeling his internal cultivation, he picked up the wolf hair brush and began drawing. As Suyu completed the final stroke of his talisman, a golden light suddenly flashed from the cinnabar characters on the talisman. The moment the golden light faded, the cinnabar characters on the talisman papers still held a faint golden glow. Seeing this phenomenon for the first time in his talisman drawing practice, Suyu was momentarily stunned. He sensed a profound sacred power emanating from the talisman paper. Should any malevolent entity dare approach, it would surely set itself ablaze. Suyu nodded in satisfaction and resumed his focused work. After some time had passed, all 200 talisman papers were inscribed with spells. It's almost noon now. Once the matter with the military warehouse in Sakura country is resolved, we'll hand these talismans over to the combat team members. They'll take them back to the Ghost and Monster Special Operations Bureau for distribution. As Suyu was packing up his things, his phone rang. Damn, you're just too beautiful, oh baby, just too beautiful. One more glance and I'll explode, getting closer makes me melt. He picked up the phone to see it was Zhou Dongliang calling. After answering, the voice on the other end spoke with utmost respect. Master, the Bureau has already dispatched personnel to prepare at Dafeng Mountain. Please let us know when you plan to depart, and we'll come pick you up. Suyu was taken aback. You're coming with me? Aren't you guys taking a break? He had assumed the Ghost and Monster Special Operations Bureau would send another team during the day. After working all night, Zhou Dongliang and the others would surely need to catch up on sleep during the day. On the other end of the line, Zhou Dongliang hadn't expected Suyu to inquire about their rest. A sudden warmth filled his heart. Rest assured, sir. We've had several hours of rest. We're fully alert and physically capable. We won't cause you any trouble, Master. In fact, Director Liu had initially planned to replace the team for today's operation. But after Zhou Dongliang and Zhang Weiguo argued their case forcefully, arguing that they were more familiar with the master than others. Plus, Zhang Weiguo had previously entered the military warehouse deep within Dafeng Mountain and possessed some knowledge of its layout. Using these points as justification, they finally persuaded Bureau Chief Liu to relent. Director Liu was also aware that not everyone had witnessed last night's events concerning Suyu. Even if they showed the live footage in Suyu's science lecture notes now, it would take time for them to believe. If a different team were sent, their skepticism about Suyu's abilities might lead to disobedience and provoking him. Better to have Zhou Dongliang and Zhang Weiguo's teams endure a bit more hardship. Besides, they were more than willing. Alright then. I'm all set on my end. Zhou Dongliang sounded delighted on the other end of the line. Master, we're already waiting at the entrance to your residential complex. Suyu glanced toward the main gate outside his window. Sure enough, the familiar military off-road vehicle was parked there. Chapter 040, Noon arrives, entering the cave. Suyu approached the door and opened the car door. He saw Zhou Dongliang behind the wheel. Captain Zhou, where are the others? Though just the two of them would suffice, their capabilities spoke for themselves. Suyu could handle things solo without much trouble. But the main reason was to involve them, to gain combat experience against the ghosts. Once they learned how to handle these situations, they could pass the knowledge on to others. This would minimize casualties and increase the success rate of ghost eradication missions. After seeing Suyu get into the vehicle, Zhou Dongliang remarked, "The others have been waiting for you at the location since last night. The Bureau has also prepared materials for dealing with the ghosts as much as possible. For instance, we've prepared a bottle of ox tears for each person. We have bullets soaked in black dog blood and others soaked in chicken blood. But due to the rushed preparations, the quantities aren't large. As for oil and oil pans, we've taken 5 barrels of oil and 4 large pans directly from the Bureau's cafeteria. As for peachwood swords, which require wood struck by lightning for over a century, they're hard to come by in such a short time. That's why Director Liu dispatched men overnight to gather willow branches and weave them into whips." Suyu listened while gazing out the car window. He noticed that at the corner of a main road, there had once stood a lush willow tree. But now, only the stump remained. Only you guys from the government could pull something like this off so fast. Zhou Dongliang chuckled awkwardly. We had to act fast. You wouldn't believe it, they planted willows all over the northern part of the city. My wife sent me a photo, people were scrambling up the trees to grab them. She had no idea what was happening and even asked me about it. Suyu hadn't anticipated the situation escalating beyond expectations. He thought he'd mention this during the upcoming livestream. A while later, they returned to the same spot from the previous night. The midday sun beat down fiercely. The area was stiflingly hot and humid, with no breeze to cool it. Zhang Weiguo's team and Zhou Dongliang's team, 16 people in total, were already lined up side by side, waiting. As Suyu opened the car door and stepped out, a resounding cheer erupted. "Master, hello." Suyu paused for a moment as his feet touched the ground, then simply greeted them. Zhou Dongliang stepped forward to the front of the line. Director Liu had intended to come personally to express his gratitude to the master, but due to a meeting with the mayor and other bureau directors, he was unable to attend. "We hope you won't mind, Master." Suyu waved his hand dismissively. "It's fine. I don't mind such formalities." Then, he took out several talismans and handed them to Zhang Weiguo and Zhou Dongliang respectively. "These are evil-dispelling talismans and peace-bestowing talismans. The evil-dispelling talisman protects the wearer from malevolent influences. As the name suggests, the peace talismans ensure safety, protecting the wearer from harm by malevolent forces. Captain Zhou, Captain Zhang, please distribute them to the others. Remember, 1 evil-repelling talisman and 1 peace talisman per person." The talismans were distributed quickly. They folded the talismans and tucked them into their clothes, suddenly feeling inexplicably at ease. This sense of security had been absent since the chaos of the ghostly uprising. Suyu said, "I've only drawn 200 talismans so far, and I just distributed some to you all. The rest will be handed over to the Ghost and Monster Special Operations Bureau once matters here are settled. The Bureau will arrange their distribution." Zhou Dongliang examined the 2 talismans in his hand. He thought about getting one for his wife and child. But he knew he couldn't open that loophole for personal favors. Once that precedent was set, the other team members would surely want some for their own parents and families. That would mean fewer talismans left for the public. Zhang Weiguo looked at the talismans in his hand, thinking the same thing. Of course, Suyu saw right through their thoughts. Don't worry too much. I only said I've drawn 200 today. I never said I wouldn't draw any more later, it just might take some time. Hearing this, Zhou Dongliang, Zhang Weiguo, and their team members felt considerably relieved. Zhou Dongliang folded the talisman in his hand and tucked it into his pocket. Master, what should we do next? Should we go in directly? Suyu replied, you're the team leaders. This is for you to decide. Zhou Dongliang and Zhang Weiguo exchanged glances. That was a fair point. After all that preparation, it was time to put theory into practice. They immediately gave orders. 3 men were to burn oil outside. They instructed the other 3 to seal the entrance with plastic wrap once they were inside. Any ghost daring to escape during this time would be dragged straight into the oil cauldron. This cycle would continue. The team members responsible for burning oil and sealing the entrance were unarmed. As a precaution, 3 others were stationed outside to coordinate, ready to shoot any escape attempts if oversight or delays occurred. Since there weren't many bullets soaked in chicken blood and black dog blood, they conserved them as much as possible. If they used them all up at once, they'd be helpless if another accident occurred. The remaining 8 members, including Zhou Dongliang and Zhang Weiguo, armed themselves and accompanied Suyu inside. The moment Suyu and his group stepped into the cave entrance, a chilling draft swept over them. Zhou Dongliang produced a map. Master, this is the internal map of the military warehouse. Director Lu gave it to me this morning. Suyu nodded, carefully studying the map using the 16-character Yang Feng Shui secret technique and his knowledge of ghosts and monsters. After a moment, he pointed to the farthest end of the map. The Ghost King must be here. This is where all the Yin energy converges. Great Wind Mountain sits between Tongshan and the Azure Dragon position and Hangu Mountain and Oyu Mountain in the White Tiger position. Now, the White Tiger suppresses the Azure Dragon, and the spot where the dragon's head is suppressed is precisely here, also the gathering place of Yin. You all brought the explosives, right? Xiaobai and Lao Lu patted the backpacks strapped to their backs. More than enough to blow that military warehouse to smithereens. Suyu nodded, then pulled out his phone and started the livestream. In less than a minute, the livestream's viewership surged past 100,000. Master Fire Chicken, you finally showed up. I stayed up all night waiting for you. 8 hours. Do you have any idea how I spent those 8 hours? Finally waiting for you, so glad I didn't give up. I live right in Xiangjia town. I couldn't sleep until I saw you handle this place properly with my own eyes. My dad and the others said I was being fooled, that there's no such thing as real ghost exorcists in this world. I've already sent the livestream link to my whole family group. Master, go for it. Meanwhile, discordant voices began to emerge in the livestream chat. Chapter 041, Gathering in the Conference Room. The moment Suyu opened the livestream, 10,000 viewers flooded in. Some had stayed up all night just for Suyu's word, waiting until now. But the majority were those who had seen last night's recorded livestream online, or who had been swept up in the online buzz and now came to see for themselves if it was real or fake. I came because I saw online hype making this streamer sound super impressive, but now he doesn't seem that impressive after all. I thought he'd be some old guy, but he looks about my age. You're telling me someone this age knows all these methods to deal with ghosts and monsters? A friend of mine got scammed out of hundreds of thousands last week. This guy's definitely a con artist too, just a more sophisticated one. Even Yangjiang City's Ghost and Monster Task Force got fooled. I watched the livestream recording. It feels somewhat legit after all, official personnel were present. You think officials can't be fooled? Over the past 2 weeks, haven't officials across the country been getting scammed left and right? You newbies don't know. Does the master's power need to be proven to you lot? I've already rubbed my eyes with ox tears, just waiting for the master to make his move. Suyu saw these comments and had anticipated this reaction. He had no interest in explaining the truth. After all, actions speak louder than words. Simultaneously, a new alert flashed on Suyu's treasure hunting radar. Treasure reaction detected 652 meters to the west. Suyu was slightly startled. The treasure was actually inside. He immediately led his team forward along the path. What they didn't know was, the director of the National Cultural Heritage Administration in the capital of Longwei, the Venerable Li, a titan of the archaeological world, was also watching the livestream. Just then, an assistant knocked on the door carrying a bottle of bull's tears. Inside, the gray-haired Professor Li was watching the morning's sensational livestream. Professor Li, you once said that since the era of ghostly chaos, no matter how thoroughly we've combed through archaeological texts from these years, we've found no methods to counter such supernatural entities. That means such phenomena likely never occurred in history, making it harder than climbing to the heavens to find a solution now. You also said that anyone claiming to know how to deal with ghosts should be regarded as a fraud. Now you're watching this livestream too, and you want me to find ox tears? Master Li smiled gently, sipped his tea, chewed the leaves in his mouth a few times before spitting them back into the cup, then spoke slowly. It's precisely because I don't believe it that I watched this person's livestream recording from last night out of curiosity. To be honest, the methods this person demonstrated in his livestream, all backed by real combat, showed tangible results. Even the official Ghost Countermeasures Bureau is convinced. Though the ghosts in that old townhouse were invisible to the naked eye, making it impossible to verify their authenticity, I did watch the entire segment where he dealt with the jumping ghost, or rather, the zombie, in Pan Shiwan. After watching this person's livestream recordings, I actually started to believe it too. But approaching matters requires the same caution as archaeology. Never be careless. The assistant respectfully poured tea for old Master Lee. Could it be that you still see doubts in this matter, Master Lee? Master Lee's gaze fixed on Suyu's live feed as he spoke. I believe many have noticed the same issue I did. It's been half a month since the ghosts and monsters began rampaging. Why has this person who knows how to deal with them only appeared now? Moreover, in just one night of his science popularization, the methods he revealed for dealing with ghosts surpassed half a month's worth of research nationwide. But how did he come to know all this? And the Dragon Tiger Mountain he mentioned, I heard my students discussing it last night. I spent the entire night combing through every ancient geographical text in the Bureau's archives, yet found not a single trace of it. It's as if this man materialized out of thin air. His knowledge of ghosts and monsters is entirely his own interpretation, yet it works. Old Lee paused, his mouth dry, and took a sip of tea before continuing. If this were mere coincidence, it would be an uncanny one, too perfect to be a fluke. Moreover, every method he described could be retroactively explained by later scientific knowledge, filling in the historical gaps more thoroughly than even I could. Without extensive preparation, it would be impossible to explain himself so convincingly. Then there were those talismans, the one that subdued the zombie, and the one that later spewed flames, reducing it to ashes. Both were utterly miraculous. If it were fake, pre-planned, it still couldn't have fooled the official experts who were also present. As he spoke, Old Lee suddenly began coughing, his face turning noticeably paler. His assistant promptly administered medicine, and his complexion gradually improved. Then, Old Master Lee picked up the bottle of ox tears, poured a few drops onto his finger, and dabbed them onto his eyes. Everything must be verified personally. I intend to see right now whether this method of seeing ghosts and monsters with ox tears is real or fake. No sooner had he applied the drops than he saw the live feed showing Suyu and the others arriving at the entrance of the military warehouse inside the cave. Zhang Weiguo and his team members had returned to this place, and it was impossible for them not to feel nervous. Recalling last night's events here, a lingering unease still weighed on them. When Suyu turned his head, he caught the expressions on their faces. Don't worry. With me here, you can proceed boldly. Nothing will go wrong. His words felt like a shot of adrenaline in that moment, and Zhang Weiguo and his team found their inner anxieties suddenly suppressed. Zhang Weiguo slipped his hand into his coat pocket, gripping the two talismans tightly. His gaze hardened once more. Zhou Dongliang stated, "Our mission is to eliminate every ghost and monster here, and to plant explosives at the weak points of the buildings marked on the map along the way. Once we enter, we'll reach the central hall with 3 paths branching off. The left path leads to the dormitory area and armory, the right path leads to the cafeteria and kitchen, and the end of the central path, as well as the paths branching off the left and right, all lead to conference rooms. I've decided we'll split into 3 teams. I'll lead one group, Old Zhang will lead another, and the master will lead the third." "Master, Old Zhang, what do you think?" Zhang Weiguo nodded. "I'll take the left route." Suyu waved his hand. "I'll take the center path alone. No need to assign anyone to follow me. We'll all meet up in the conference room later." Having studied the map, Suyu knew the central route showed no marked weak points, so he wouldn't need to do much. If any ghosts appeared, a quick move would be enough to take them down. Zhou Dongliang and Zhang Weiguo exchanged nods before opening the military warehouse doors. Chapter 042, Encountering a Horde of Ghosts. The moment the warehouse doors swung open, a chilling wind swept through. Yet Zhou Dongliang, Zhang Weiguo, and the others felt it wasn't as cold as last night. Stepping inside the warehouse, they found it still pitch black, thankfully illuminated by the flashlight's beam ahead. The illusions Zhang Weiguo had been dreading never materialized. This made him feel more at ease. They continued walking deeper inside, encountering not a single ghost along the way. Soon they reached the main hall. "Master, we'll be leaving now. Please be careful." After Zhou Dongliang spoke, he led his team toward the right. Just then, Zhang Weiguo waved the recorder hanging from his chest, calling them back. "Old Zhou, how about we race to see who can kill more of these cherry blossom ghosts?" Zhou Dongliang glanced at his own recorder and perked up. "Deal. The loser buys the winner's meals for a month." Zhang Weiguo rubbed his hands together, eager to begin. "Don't forget, when it comes to marksmanship, I've always been better than you. Even the people I brought along shoot better than your entire team." At this remark, Zhou Dongliang's team members bristled with indignation. Zhou Dongliang declared, "Results are what matter most. Everything else is nonsense." After a few more words, Zhou Dongliang walked into the passageway on the right. "Master, we're off too. See you in the conference room later." Zhang Weiguo chuckled awkwardly and led his team toward the left passageway. The team members nearby felt a twinge of anxiety. "Captain, are we really not going to get possessed by ghosts or fall into illusions this time?" Zhang Weiguo replied, "The master said it himself, it's daytime now, so yang energy is strong. Plus, he gave us 2 protective talismans. Nothing bad can happen. Just remember this, if any ghosts show their faces, open fire. I'm going to vent all the frustration I've swallowed these past 2 weeks." His angry voice echoed through the silent space. Zhang Weiguo led his team forward. Along the way, no other sounds could be heard besides their footsteps and breathing. They moved cautiously through the passageway. Before long, they reached a door. Zhang Weiguo pushed the door open cautiously, sweeping the flashlight beam across rows of rust-stained beds. He first entered halfway, checking for danger in all directions before stepping fully inside. The other team members followed closely behind. Zhang Weiguo scratched his head. "This is damn strange. Last night there were so many ghosts, and now there's not a single one." Scanning the surrounding bunks, he barked, "Everyone search this place. I refuse to believe there isn't a single ghost here." The dorm wasn't very large, so it didn't take long to search. They continued onward to the second dormitory. This dorm was slightly larger than the previous one, with more beds. Along the walls, numerous storage lockers lay scattered haphazardly on the floor. Zhang Weiguo shouted, "Search thoroughly. See if any ghosts are hiding anywhere." It's still quiet now, which means old Zhou and the others haven't encountered anything yet. "We have to get the first kill before Zhou Dongliang and his crew to dampen their spirits." The team members were all carefully searching for traces of the ghosts. They didn't notice at all that behind them, near the main gate, 2 ghost soldiers from the land of cherry blossoms had passed through the wall and drifted into the area. They saw the humans ahead completely oblivious to the danger behind them, and their faces lit up with smug satisfaction. "Those damn chinks again. They actually dare to come here? They must never have tasted death. Then let's kill them once and for all, ha ha ha. It's been ages since I last killed a chink. Time to relish that pleasure again." 2 ghost soldiers from the land of cherry blossoms laughed maliciously as they drifted toward the 2 combatants bringing up the rear. They planned to possess the 2 combatants, catching them completely off guard. But just as the hands of these 2 cherry blossom country ghost soldiers were about to land on the backs of those 2 combatants, a sudden, intense burning sensation shot from their palms through their entire bodies. Simultaneously, a golden light blasted the 2 cherry blossom country ghost soldiers away. The moment the 2 combatants felt a searing heat emanating from the talismans in their pockets. A piercing scream erupted from behind them. The screams caught the attention of Zhang Weiguo and the other team members. They immediately looked over. They saw 2 ghost soldiers from the land of cherry blossoms writhing in agony on the ground, their mouths emitting sounds of pain. "Ha ha ha, the master's talismans are working." Zhang Weiguo was now extremely excited. Finally, a chance to kill the Japanese devils. "Fire, men." In an instant, gunfire echoed throughout the space. In the darkness, muzzles continuously spat tongues of fire as bullets soaked in Black Dog's blood struck the 2 Japanese soldiers. Their screams grew even louder. As bullets poured down, the bodies of those 2 Japanese soldiers dissolved into white smoke, ceasing to exist in this world. "We really killed them." Zhang Weiguo's eyes blazed with excitement and exhilaration. This was the first time since the demonic chaos began that guns and bullets had inflicted fatal damage upon supernatural beings. Yet a lingering unease remained in his heart. Fighting ghosts is different from fighting humans. "One day, I'll trample cherry blossoms and pay them back 100-fold. Before he could finish his sentence, more ghost soldiers from the land of cherry blossoms burst through the surrounding walls and appeared before them. This left Zhang Weiguo and his team utterly stunned. The sheer number of these ghosts surpassed everything they'd seen in the past half-month. The pressure surged to an almost unbearable peak. Every hair on their bodies stood on end. "Captain, our gunfire has drawn all those ghosts here." Zhang Weiguo snapped out of it, his expression grave. "Remember our mission, exterminate every last one of these beasts. Everyone, form a defensive line. Fight your way toward the conference room." Without a moment's delay, Zhang Weiguo kicked open the door behind him. Zhou Dongliang led his team into the kitchen beyond the door. Xiao Bai scanned the left side. "Captain, gunfire." Zhang's team must have encountered the monsters. Judging by the gunfire, they've likely encountered quite a few. Zhou Dongliang's expression grew grave. Such loud gunfire would likely draw the monsters over here too. "Everyone, form a defensive formation. Prepare for battle." No sooner had the words left his mouth. A large number of ghost soldiers from the land of cherry blossoms appeared on the walls flanking the kitchen. Zhou Dongliang and his team had never seen so many ghosts before. The sheer visual impact was overwhelming, leaving them momentarily dazed. Their hearts pounded so hard they felt like they might leap out of their chests. Their speech faltered, and their reactions slowed by half a beat. The ghost soldiers of the land of cherry blossoms, upon seeing Zhou Dongliang and his living human companions, reacted like wolves spotting sheep. In an instant, they swarmed forward, charging like starving tigers pouncing on their prey. "Fire!" Zhou Dongliang was the first to snap out of it and barked the order. The sheer numbers of the Cherry Blossom Country's ghost soldiers were overwhelming. Even with suppressive fire, it was difficult to halt their advancing footsteps. Several ghost soldiers leaped out of the horde, lunging directly at Monkey and Stone. Just as they were about to reach Monkey and Stone, a burst of golden light sent them flying. Monkey and Stone also fired immediately, turning those Sakura Nation ghost soldiers into white smoke. Zhou Dongliang wiped sweat from his temples as he led his team backward toward the door behind them, firing continuously. He then spun and kicked the door open. Suyu passed through a doorway, glancing at the treasure hunting prompt in his mind. Treasure detected 500 meters ahead. Frequent gunfire echoed from both sides. Looks like they've run into a lot of ghosts. Bullets might run out, but the talismans I gave them should keep them safe. At that moment, above Suyu, numerous ghost soldiers from the land of cherry blossoms emerged through the ceiling, passing through the walls. Chapter 043, This is the Master's True Power. So cow tears really work. I actually saw it. I thought it was a scam, but I actually saw a ghost with my own eyes. This is the first time I've seen so many ghosts in my life. I admit I'm freaking out. What's there to panic about? This badass is just gonna go change my pants first. At this moment, one tough guy had already clung tightly to his roommate. See how you all called the master a fraud? Feeling better now? Go ahead, master, show these newbies something awesome. The live stream erupted the moment the ghosts appeared, as countless viewers who had tuned in just to test the waters watched with tears streaming down their faces. It was their first time witnessing so many ghosts appear before their eyes. Some timid viewers nearly fainted from fright. Even the bravest felt their blood run cold at the sight, their hair standing on end as if struck by lightning, holding their breath in terror. Watching the livestream, Oldley nearly had a heart attack at the sight. Fortunately, his assistant was there to calm him down, helping him recover. Good heavens! Cow tears can actually see ghosts. But it's so sudden they just appeared out of nowhere. Viewers in the livestream watched as dozens of ghost soldiers from the land of cherry blossoms drifted slowly down from the ceiling, landing opposite Suyu. Each of them felt deeply concerned for him. Even the regular viewers from last night felt a heavy weight on their hearts. Across from Suyu, the lead ghost officer who looked like a military commander let out a chilling, sinister laugh upon seeing only one person facing him. Hearing that laugh, even through the screen, the viewers in the livestream couldn't help but tremble from the core of their being. The Cherry Blossom Nation ghost officer drew his sword, pointing it at Suyu. Torture this Chinese goat properly, just like back in the day. Ha 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 ha. The Japanese officer barked the order. The ghost soldiers behind him erupted in chilling laughter that echoed throughout the space. The next moment, all the ghost soldiers of the land of cherry blossoms charged toward Suyu. So many ghosts, run for your life. It's over. The streamer isn't moving, he's clearly frozen in fear. He's probably going to die. Can the master pull this off again? Trust the master, he's got this. That. There are more ghosts than we've seen in the past 2 weeks. Who could possibly stop them? If even the official staff here can't hold them back and let these ghosts from the land of cherry blossoms escape, we're all doomed. Seeing so many ghosts charging toward them, the viewers in the livestream felt their hearts stop literally. But in the very next moment, Suyu hung his phone around his neck, then used his left hand to cast the heaven-piercing scroll, drawing 3-5 Thunderfire talismans. In an instant, surging flames swept like ocean waves, engulfing the swarm of ghost soldiers from the land of cherry blossoms charging toward them. Then, golden light radiated from Suyu's body. Golden needles coalesced from the light in his right hand and shot forth. Those Sakura Nation ghost soldiers struck by the needles instantly exploded into oblivion. Even the Sakura Nation ghost officer was left with only a final look of terror in his eyes before ceasing to exist in this world. All this unfolded in the blink of an eye. The ghost soldiers before Suyu vanished completely, as if they had never existed at all. Both longtime viewers and newcomers in the livestream were frozen in place before their computers and phones. Are these still the same vicious, unstoppable ghosts? Was this really the same ghost that had them trembling in fear? They were utterly annihilated by Suyu in the blink of an eye. As easy as crushing an ant. Not even a flicker of disarray in its breathing. Damn, Fire Chicken Barmaster is insane. Holy, what did I just witness? All those ghosts vanished in an instant. Streamer, no, master, what kind of magic is that? How can he draw and emit light out of thin air, then condense golden light into needles? For newcomers, let me explain. One is the Golden Light Incantation, one of the Master's 8 divine incantations, and the other is the Heaven-Piercing Scroll and 5 Thunderfire Talismans, 2 of the Master's 8 marvelous techniques. 8 divine incantations and Heaven-Piercing Scroll? The names are epic, but the effects are even more insane. Is this the true power of the Master? The moment Suyu made his move, the livestream exploded with excitement. Everyone could scarcely believe their eyes. Meanwhile, in the same live stream room, the director of the National Cultural Heritage Administration, the esteemed patriarch of archaeology, Oldley witnessed Suyu instantly vanquish every demon before him. He sucked in a sharp breath, rubbing his eyes repeatedly, doubting whether he was seeing things. Did I really see that correctly? All those ghosts vanished in an instant? His assistant beside him was so stunned his mouth hung open, taking a long moment to recover. Professor Lee, it's real. The ghosts were truly wiped out in an instant. That master is truly formidable. He's got the real deal. Meanwhile, inside the military warehouse, Suyu was unaware that his recent intervention had left nearly 100,000 viewers in the livestream in awe. His full attention was now focused on the treasure hunting radar in his mind. Treasure reaction detected 452 meters ahead. Suyu pursed his lips. Still that far away. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the conference room of Yangjiang City's municipal government building, all bureau chiefs sat listening to Mayor Gao's speech and guidance. Now that I've finished speaking, who is in favor? Who is opposed? The director of the Municipal Administration Bureau raised his hand first. I object. Mayor Gao, your point is valid, but we can't have all departments cooperating with him based solely on a live stream and the science explanation from some random person who appeared out of nowhere. The head of the Forestry Bureau added, willows are primarily ornamental trees and aren't mass-planted. Peach trees, meanwhile, are seasonal crops. Yangjiang City already boasts abundant fruit varieties. Suddenly planting large quantities of willows and peach trees will inevitably impact next year's fruit industry. And this idea of hiring hundreds of people to guard them, supposedly to boost yang energy, isn't that just nonsense? I concur with the Municipal Administration Bureau director. We shouldn't drastically alter our policy based solely on one person's opinion. Mayor Gao had anticipated these directors' objections. He exchanged a knowing glance with Director Liu of the Ghost and Monster Special Operations Bureau. Director Liu immediately understood and stood up to speak. At noon, we have a major operation planned for the Ghost and Monster Special Operations Bureau. The recorders they're wearing on this mission have network connectivity. They should have already commenced their operation with the master. Commissioners, I hope the live feed will change your minds and prompt immediate cooperation with our department's operation. Director Liu picked up the remote and activated the conference room's large screen. After a few adjustments, Director Liu called the Bureau's technical department, instructing them to activate the body camera's network connectivity immediately. Live feeds from Zhang Weiguo and Zhou Donglian's teams appeared on the large screen. Simultaneously, to bolster public confidence in the Ghost Special Warfare Bureau, the recorders' feeds were also integrated into a live streaming platform for simultaneous broadcast. The Ghost Special Warfare Bureau is live streaming now? Holy! The moment I logged in, I saw the combat team surrounded by a horde of Japanese ghost soldiers. Can bullets actually damage ghosts now? As a longtime viewer, let me remind you both these teams were with the Master on a mission last night. Meaning every bullet damage tactic they're using right now was personally taught by the Master. But why do they look so strained? Seeing the state of the official combat team, the viewers in the livestream chat couldn't help but worry for them. Chapter 044, Let's Play a Game. Zhang Weiguo and his team knew their body cameras had online capabilities, but they weren't sure when the livestream would start. Now that bullets could kill ghosts, they hadn't anticipated there would be so many. The battle suddenly turned unfavorable for them. I wonder if this recorder is streaming live right now. If it is, seeing us like this would be so embarrassing. Zhang Weiguo reloaded his bullets and continued firing wildly at the group of Japanese ghost soldiers before him. Damn it, hurry up and plant the bomb. A teammate yelled, bombs are set. Once it's set, keep retreating. Hurry, those bastards are closing in. Wiping sweat from his forehead, Zhang Weiguo led his squad into the next room while firing continuously. Just then, a team member yelled, Captain, I'm out of ammo. Another team member shouted, I'm out of ammo too. Zhang Weiguo's expression grew grave. It took an average of 20 rounds to kill a single ghost. The ammunition consumption was too high. Their current supply was nowhere near enough to eliminate them all. The sheer number of ghosts here was far beyond expectations. When the bullets run out, use the willow whips. The willow whips are soaked in chicken blood to flog those beasts to death. Some members who had exhausted their ammunition swiftly drew willow whips from their belts and lashed furiously at the Cherry Blossom Nation's ghost soldiers. Though the whipping made the Cherry Blossom ghost soldiers scream in agony, eliminating them wasn't so quick. Moreover, they could only strike one or two at a time. There was also a high chance of being pushed back by nearby Cherry Blossom ghost soldiers, forcing them to start whipping all over again. The efficiency of eliminating these demons was far too slow. But there was no other option at the moment. Zhou Donglian's situation was no better. Some members of his squad had exhausted their ammunition and could only resort to whipping with willow branches. And the number of Cherry Blossom Country ghost soldiers was no less than what Zhang Weiguo was facing. Captain, why do these beasts just keep multiplying the more we fight them? Zhou Dongliang wiped his sweat fiercely. How the hell should I know? Once the bombs are set, retreat immediately. Once you're back in the conference room, you'll be safe. The master is waiting there. These words acted like a tranquilizer, instantly restoring courage to the panicked team members. Viewers in the livestream watched as the official combatants were surrounded and chased by hordes of ghosts, feeling the tension as if they were right there on the scene. Only now do I realize how perilous these combatants face when fighting for our safety. They're still fighting even now? They're all heroes. Holy crap, the ghosts are charging. Wait, why did that one get repelled and look so pained? They came with the master. He must have given them something for protection. Is the master that powerful? He even has such things? Thanks to the protective items the master gave them, they suffered no casualties. Otherwise, they probably would have been wiped out the moment they first encountered the ghosts. At this point, some viewers felt the battle pressure here was too intense. Coupled with the camera being directly facing the ghost horde, seeing the hideous, ferocious expressions on each of those ghosts, they couldn't take it anymore. They all rushed over to Suyu's livestream. But the moment they entered Suyu's stream, they were instantly stunned. Am I seeing this right? The master is actually chasing a pack of ghosts? You're not seeing things, and neither am I. The master really is chasing a pack of ghosts. And there are more of them than the official team has. The viewers in the livestream weren't mistaken. Suyu was indeed herding a group of ghosts. But he wasn't running, he was walking at a brisk pace. The large group of ghost soldiers from the land of cherry blossoms ahead of him were filled with terror. They had all witnessed Suyu instantly annihilate dozens of ghosts with a single gesture earlier. These ghost soldiers of the land of cherry blossoms had originally intended to remain hidden, seeking quiet in the darkness. But whatever method that living man used, he'd drawn something out of thin air and struck it against the wall. They were all drawn toward it involuntarily. By the time they realized they needed to flee, they found themselves unable to pass through the wall. To avoid being killed, they had no choice but to flee. Treasure reaction detected 120 meters ahead. Suyu scanned the path ahead, already able to see the conference room door. Looks like the treasure is in the conference room. A faint smile touched Suyu's lips. Suddenly, he took a huge stride forward, startling the crowd of ghosts in front of him into drifting even faster. In the blink of an eye, they all fled into the large conference room. Suyu followed closely behind. The ghost soldiers from the land of cherry blossoms, seeing this fearsome figure closing in, desperately tried to phase through the walls to escape, but to no avail. Suyu waved his finger, now dotted with light, and flipped his hand to produce a peachwood sword. He then slowly made his way toward the commander's seat inside the conference room. The ghost soldiers immediately parted to make way, not daring to obstruct him in the slightest. Suyu sat down on the worn-out chair, thrusting the peachwood sword into the floor. One hand rested on the hilt as his eyes scanned the two passageways on either side. The gunfire echoing from within grew fainter. Probably running low on ammo. Suyu coldly surveyed the group of cherry blossom country ghost soldiers before him. Do you want to live? The translation app on his phone instantly rendered his words aloud. At the hint of mercy, the Japanese soldiers frantically nodded in unison. A mischievous smile suddenly appeared on Suyu's face. Then let's play a game. If you lose, I'll let you go. If I win, you all die. This phrase sounded oddly familiar to the cherry blossom country soldiers. Soon, they remembered they had once treated the people of the Dragon Nation this way. Now the tables had turned. Let's wager on whether a human or a ghost emerges first. Suyu watched the terrified ghost soldiers of the land of cherry blossoms and said with a smile, "Make your choice." The ghost soldiers of the cherry blossom nation looked at each other, each feeling deeply uneasy. For a long while, not a single ghost responded, all hesitating. Seeing their hesitation, Suyu chuckled mischievously. If you won't choose, then I will. The bullets carried by those combat units won't be enough to eliminate the ghosts they encounter. They'll definitely be swallowed up by the ghost horde. So I'm guessing the ghosts will come out first. Following Suyu's gaze, the group of ghost soldiers from the land of cherry blossoms looked toward the passageways on either side. After so many years, these ghosts devoid of any emotion or feeling suddenly felt a familiar sense of urgency surge within them. That feeling the same urgency and fear they had felt when the Dragon Nation soldiers had stormed in all those years ago. The scene before them now mirrored that past moment almost exactly. The only difference was that back then, it took a group of people to terrify them. Now, a single man had instilled fear in the entire group. For the first time ever, these ghosts found themselves worrying about the Dragon Nation soldiers. They hoped those soldiers wouldn't be killed, they had to survive and come out alive. Chapter 045, The Sun Must Be Rising in the West. The livestream viewers were utterly baffled when Suyu actually agreed to play a game with those ghost soldiers from the land of cherry blossoms, promising to let them go if they won. Were utterly baffled. Wait, what is the master thinking? Letting these ghosts go? These beasts caused us nothing but trouble when they were alive. Master, don't be too lenient with them. Master, didn't you say before that letting them go might cause trouble if they came to the city? This streamer must be out of his mind. He's totally unreliable. Master Fire Chicken must have his reasons. Everyone, stay confident. He's already made a bet, how can anyone still have confidence? Everyone's hearts were now in their throats. If those cherry blossom country ghost soldiers actually won the bet, it would be ordinary people like them who'd suffer the consequences. The livestream audience was eagerly anticipating Zhou Dongliang and Zhang Weiguo's teams to be the first to emerge from the passageway. But some viewers who had switched over from their team's livestreams brought bad news. I fear those beasts might win. The official combat team's situation looks grim. Both Captain Zhou's and Captain Zhang's teams are running low on ammo, and they're about to be surrounded by the ghosts. The ghosts are most likely to escape first. Bro, don't mess around. If those ghosts really escape first, we're done for. This streamer is unreliable, how dare he play like this? Recon again. Report back. Some viewers in the chat, seeing these bullet comments, couldn't help but rush over to Zhang Weiguo and Zhou Dongliang's livestreams to see what was really going on. Captain, we can't break out. We're completely surrounded. A team member looked at Zhang Weiguo nervously. Damn it. We were just one room away from the conference room, and now we're completely surrounded. Zhang Weiguo furiously lashed out with his willow whip at the Cherry Blossom Country's ghost soldiers beside him. The willow whip lashed the ghosts painfully. They were on the verge of breaking through, but more Cherry Blossom Country ghost soldiers rushed in from the sides to block them. Damn it, I refuse to believe this. At that moment, one of the team members suddenly shouted in panic. Captain, I see a lot of ghosts moving forward. Zhang Weiguo's brow furrowed immediately. He didn't know if the master had arrived at the conference room yet. If he was already there, there'd be no need to worry. But if he hadn't, there was a high chance the ghosts would pass right through the conference room and charge toward old Zhou. He wondered how long the two talismans the master had given them could hold out against this ghostly assault. If those ghosts actually reached old Zhou, the situation would become extremely unfavorable for them. Old Zhou, you stubborn old fool, still needing your big brother to bail you out. Listen up, everyone. With the master's talismans protecting us, these ghosts can't harm us for now. Everyone, fire in the same direction. Keep firing while charging forward. I refuse to believe we can't fight our way through. Zhang Weiguo charged to the forefront, using the effects of two talismans to blast away numerous ghost soldiers from the land of cherry blossoms. Then he swung his willow whip fiercely, striking the ghosts in front and beside him with explosive cracks. The other members followed suit, charging forward and coordinating their willow whip strikes to force open a path. Charge! Zhang Weiguo bellowed as he charged through the opening, leading the team straight after the group of ghosts ahead. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhou Dongliang's squad had exhausted their ammunition and were now surrounded by the ghosts. Captain, our retreat is blocked. We can't break through right now. Monkey shouted anxiously, swinging his willow whip alongside Little Bite to strike at the Cherry Blossom Nation's ghost soldiers blocking their path. Seeing their current situation surrounded by demons, their only hope now was the master. These ghosts fear the talismans on our bodies. If we charge straight through, they won't dare block our path. Zhou Dongliang didn't know how long the talisman Suyu had given him would hold, but this was the only way to break through the encirclement. Leading by example, he charged forward first, using the effects of two talismans to shake off the ghosts blocking their path. He carved out a path and led the team out. But the ghosts numbered in the dozens. Moreover, since Zhou Dongliang and his men had abandoned their attacks, the ghosts surged forward like a relentless tidal wave. Time and again they were blocked, yet time and again they broke through the encirclement, charging straight toward the passage's exit. Meanwhile, back in the conference room. Has anyone returned from the official combat team's livestream? I just returned from there. Both official teams are currently charging toward the passageway exit, but the situation remains unclear. Things are chaotic with those two official teams right now. There's no way to tell who'll break through first. Viewers watching the livestream felt their hearts race as they read these comments. They had no idea what Suyu was planning. If they lost and actually let those ghosts escape, it would be a true catastrophe. And it wasn't just the viewers in the livestream who were tense. The large group of ghosts before Suyu were even more tense. Their gazes were fixed on the two exit passages to the left and right. The atmosphere in the area grew oppressively heavy. Some ghost soldiers from the land of cherry blossoms glanced at Suyu seated upright in his chair, then immediately turned their heads away, trembling all over. At this moment, faint footsteps and the cries of the ghosts could already be heard approaching from the passageway. Amidst the oppressed ghosts before Suyu, a cherry blossom country ghost soldier suddenly couldn't hold back and shouted something. Their cries grew increasingly frantic. Even the ghost soldiers beside them joined in the chant. Within moments, these ghost soldiers of the land of cherry blossoms were shouting in perfect unison. Suyu frowned slightly, opened his translation app, and had their words translated. The soldiers of the Dragon Nation must not die. They must come out alive. The soldiers of the Dragon Nation will surely overcome all obstacles and emerge alive at the passageway. Fight on, soldiers of the Dragon Nation. Dragon Nation soldiers, fight on. Suyu stared at them with a puzzled expression, scratching his forehead. The viewers in the livestream were equally baffled. What the hell are these animals barking about? I majored in Japanese. You won't believe this, but they're actually cheering for our Dragon Nation team? What? Ha? No way. In all my years, this is the first time I've heard ghosts cheering for the living, especially after they tried to kill us. The sun must be rising in the west, ghosts cheering for the living. And look at those ghosts' expressions, they're practically begging for their own father to show up. If I told my grandpa about this, he'd slap me and say I've lost my mind. At that moment, the sounds from the passageways on both sides grew louder and louder. The figures of Zhou Dongliang and Zhang Weiguo's two teams were now visible. But the ghosts were hot on their heels. Chapter 046, You're actually leaving? Zhou Dongliang and Zhang Weiguo's teams were now just over 30 meters from the exit. At the same time, they saw Suyu already seated in a conference room chair. Hope surged through Zhou Dongliang, Zhang Weiguo, and the others. Charge! The master is waiting for us there. Zhang Weiguo shouted excitedly, his feet moving just as swiftly. Zhou Dongliang, seeing Suyu in the conference room, felt the same surge of excitement. It felt as if darkness was about to recede, and dawn was about to break. But at that moment, the relentless horde of ghosts pursuing them also spotted Suyu in the conference room. Some ghost soldiers from the land of cherry blossoms abandoned their attacks on Zhou Dongliang and Zhang Weiguo, turning instead to charge straight toward Suyu. Still trapped within the passageway, they couldn't see beyond it. More ghosts cowered in fear ahead of Suyu. The group of ghost soldiers from the land of cherry blossoms in front of Suyu dared not move, unable to see the exact situation inside the passageway. They only knew that the humans and ghosts were drawing ever closer to the passageway. Suyu, of course, saw it too. A faint smile touched his lips as he waited quietly for the outcome. The viewers in the livestream also witnessed the situation within the passageway. Master, act now. If you don't act now, the humans are doomed. Master, they're already very close to the exit of the passageway. Why are you just watching? I knew this Thai streamer couldn't be trusted. Who would have thought you, with your bushy eyebrows and big eyes, would betray us too? Master, are you serious? You're actually going to gamble with these beasts? The livestream audience watched as Suyu showed no intention of intervening. He remained seated, watching silently. Viewers who had never trusted Suyu erupted in curses. Meanwhile, longtime viewers who had watched since last night couldn't believe their eyes. The master they'd always trusted was simply letting events unfold without any sign of intervention. If the ghost truly prevailed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Mr. Lee from the National Cultural Heritage Administration watched the scene unfold, his brow deeply furrowed. This kid suddenly wants to bet against the ghost. At first I thought he was joking, but now he shows no intention of intervening, leaving everything to fate. What on earth is he thinking? Could this be his true objective? In the conference room of Yangjiang City's municipal government building, Mayor Gao, the assembled bureau chiefs, and Bureau Chief Liu of the Ghost Special Operations Bureau were all dumbfounded by the scene. Director Liu felt as if he'd been slapped across the face. This doesn't add up. Wasn't the master on our side? Why is he suddenly playing along with those damn Japanese ghosts? And he didn't even think about intervening, just leaving everything to fate. The other directors saw Director Liu's flushed face and sneered coldly. Look at him, this is the so-called master you put your faith in. First off, this master undeniably possesses some skill. But he's betting against those demonic beasts without a shred of regard for public safety. If the demons actually win, the risks involved, well, I'm sure you all understand them perfectly well. How can we possibly trust him? Mayor, I recommend immediately ordering Director Liu to deploy all combat units and contact the military headquarters to send troops. We must jointly guard the entrance to Dafeng Mountain. We absolutely cannot let the ghosts inside escape. I move to arrest Suyu immediately. Mayor Gao's expression was equally grim. He sat in his chair with a grim expression, arms crossed, silently watching the large screen and Director Liu. Meanwhile, in the conference room of the military warehouse. Damn it, get out of the way. Zhang Weiguo lashed out with his whip. The ghost soldier from the land of cherry blossoms ahead actually dodged. At this moment, only 3 meters separated the humans and the ghost horde from the passageway's exit. Yet the humans and the ghost horde were practically neck and neck. And they were closing in on the exit. 3 meters. 2 meters. 1 meter. Under the urgent gazes of the crowd and the ghosts, a figure clad in military uniform sprinted out of the cave first. Master, I'm out of bullets. You must act now. Zhang Weiguo was the first to burst out of the passageway, looking at Suyu and shouting excitedly. Immediately after him, the rest of the team members, including Zhou Dongliang, also ran out of the passageway. In that instant, they froze in shock upon seeing even more ghosts swarming before Suyu. But there was no time to think, as the ghosts behind them surged forward. Just as they began to wonder why Suyu was merely watching, the ghosts in front of Suyu suddenly became agitated. They charged toward Zhou Dongliang and Zhang Weiguo, effectively blocking the ghosts behind them that had been closing in to kill them. Instead of attacking them, the ghosts surrounding them erupted into excited cheers. This left Zhou Dongliang and Zhang Weiguo utterly dumbfounded. Zhang Weiguo looked at one of the team members with a puzzled expression. You studied Japanese, right? What are these beasts saying? That team member was even more bewildered than Zhang Weiguo and Zhou Dongliang. They're actually cheering for us? Are they shouting Longwa soldiers, long live? Longwa soldiers, you're the best. Longwa soldiers have won. Hearing this, Zhou Dongliang, Zhang Weigua, and the others were even more bewildered. How did this group of ghosts suddenly start cheering for us? And they clearly don't seem to want to harm us at all? Zhou Dongliang and Zhang Weigua were bewildered, but the viewers in the livestream were in despair. It's over. The humans came out first, we've lost. You lousy streamer, you betrayed our trust. And I actually called you master, you don't deserve it. We're done for. Now we have to let these beasts go. We're in for it. You Thai streamer, give us our money back. Yeah, you ing bastard. I tipped you tens of thousands, spit it all back out. You, give me my money back. In an instant, the live chat flooded with scathing messages directed at Su Yu. Those viewers who had initially sided with Su Yu now felt deeply disappointed seeing him still not taking action. Su Yu, of course, saw the situation in the chat. He looked at Zhou Dongliang and the others surrounded by the ghost horde and finally spoke up. Captain Zhou, Captain Zhang, come over here. I need to explain something. Zhou Dongliang and Zhang Weigua led their team through the ghosts to stand before Su Yu. Su Yu briefly recounted the wager he'd made with that group of ghosts. Zhou Dongliang, Zhang Weigua, and the others instantly understood. No wonder these ghosts seemed so unusual, so that's why. After hearing this, they could scarcely believe their ears. Zhou Dongliang stared intently at Su Yu and tentatively asked, So, Master, you lost the bet, and those ghosts won? Now you have to let them go? Su Yu spread his hands helplessly. That's exactly how things stand now. Zhang Weigua, Zhou Dongliang, and the others froze in place, staring at Su Yu in disbelief. But deep down, they felt certain Su Yu wasn't the type to betray them. Besides, combat team members were waiting at the door. Perhaps he intended this move to give all combat members practical experience fighting the ghost horde. Yes, that must be it. The ghosts, upon hearing Su Yu's words, instantly breathed a huge sigh of relief. The lead ghost officer from Sakura Nation turned and fled with the horde. But just then, you actually think you can just leave? Su Yu's gaze turned icy as he instantly cast the heaven-piercing scroll, drawing dozens of immobilizing talismans. Amidst these talismans, he also fired several 5 thunder talismans. In an instant, every ghost present was immobilized. Simultaneously, surging thunderbolts illuminated the space, howling toward them. Boom! The earth-shattering roar of thunder sent shockwaves through Zhou Dongliang, Zhang Weigua, and everyone else present, as well as the entire livestream audience. In an instant, the entire horde of ghosts before them was reduced to ashes. Chapter 047, Do you have bombs? Everyone watched in stunned silence as Su Yu suddenly drew several talismans. A flash of lightning erupted, and the ghosts vanished instantly. Master, didn't we agree that if we won, you'd let these ghosts go? Why did you suddenly attack? Yeah, I thought the master was genuinely going to let these beasts go. Who knew he never intended to spare them from the start? What the hell did I just see? That was freaking lightning. Holy, what kind of skill is this, master? Can he even summon lightning? Zhou Dongliang, Zhang Weigua, and the others present froze in place the moment they saw Su Yu strike. They had been wondering if Su Yu intended to give all combat members, even those guarding the cave entrance, some real combat experience. But in the blink of an eye, he struck. They were completely unprepared. Especially when that thunderous roar exploded right beside their ears, their minds went blank for a split second. Only when they heard Su Yu clap his hands did they snap back to reality. Su Yu declared, these beasts weren't fit to walk the earth when alive, and now that they're dead, they still seek to harm others. There's absolutely no need to make any promises to such vermin. Su Yu sat back in his chair, picked up the peachwood sword, and spoke with a relaxed expression. I knew all along you'd run out of bullets in the passageway, and you knew I'd be in the conference room. So to quickly join me and deal with the ghosts you encountered, you'd definitely use the talismans I gave you to break through the encirclement and sprint toward me. The outcome was inevitable, you'd break through first. With the talismans I gave you, the ghosts here couldn't stop your advance. Su Yu glanced around. The area was much clearer now. My plan was to eliminate all the minor ghosts here at once. I'd already driven a large group here to secure the area, while the remaining ghosts were following you. Anyway, those ghosts can't harm you. I was bored waiting, so I figured I'd amuse myself by teasing them. Now all that's left is the Ghost King, and this place will be completely cleared. People had initially wondered why Su Yu had suddenly intervened, but now, witnessing him unleash thunderbolts with a mere wave of his hand, everyone was astonished at the power of his talisman. Zhou Dongliang couldn't help but ask, Master, we were actually wondering what kind of talisman was that you just used? For ordinary people, the ability to emit light or spew fire from one's body was already beyond imagination. Now, the ability to unleash thunderbolts was nothing short of astonishing. Even some viewers in the livestream who hadn't been shedding crocodile tears were now eager to understand. If the earlier golden glow and fire breathing could be explained away as props. But how could one explain the lightning unleashed with a mere wave of the hand? Is he carrying a Tesla coil on his back? But he wasn't seen carrying anything unusual. Seeing the flood of comments in the chat, Suyu decided it wouldn't hurt to explain. What I just used was one of the most powerful Taoist talismans, the Five Thunder Talisman. As the name suggests, the Five Thunder Talisman is composed of 5 Thunder Commanders. The Thunder Department has 36 generals in total, each overseeing different responsibilities. The Five Thunder Talisman can summon different generals into the talisman depending on the request. My 5 Thunder Talismans just now were formed by combining Marshal Zhou's Exorcism Talisman, Marshal Wen's Command Talisman, Marshal Yan's Demon Suppressing Talisman, Marshal Zhao's Wealth Talisman, and Marshal Ma's Protective Talisman. Positioned at the 4 cardinal directions and the central point of Wu and Ji, they resonate in harmony, summoning winds and thundering, subduing demons and vanquishing monsters. Zhang Weigua scratched his head. What was this Thunder Department business? He'd served in the military for years and had never heard of any Thunder Department. Master, could you explain what the Thunder Department is? Suyu nodded. The Thunder Department is a subordinate division of the Celestial Court, presided over by the Thunder Ancestor, the 9 heavens responding to the primordial thunder sound universal transformation Celestial Lord. It governs the calamities and blessings of heaven, holds the scales of justice, controls both objects and people, and presides over life and death. Thunder is heaven's command, its authority supreme, encompassing all within the 3 realms and 9 earths. Thus, in Taoist practice, the 5 Thunder rites possess the greatest power. The Thunder Department generals I mentioned earlier are 5 of the 36 generals who serve under the Thunder Ancestor. The Celestial Court, meanwhile, may be regarded as the supreme governing center of the realm, presided over by the Jade Emperor who commands all celestial deities and immortals. Good heavens, what extraordinary things I've heard! This world has no legends of a Celestial Court. After Suyu's sudden lecture, everyone's expressions abruptly changed. Countless spectators instinctively looked up at the sky, wiping sweat from their brows. Even Zhou Dongliang, Zhang Weigua, and the others couldn't help but lift their heads in the conference room, gazing toward the sky. How come everything the master talks about is so out of this world? First he mentioned ancient times, now he brings up the Thunder Department of the Celestial Court. Just listening to it gives me goosebumps. I don't know if you felt it too, but when the master mentioned the name of the Thunder Ancestor just now, I suddenly felt an extraordinary sense of peace in my heart. Me too. What the master says must be true. But the most astonished of all was Old Li. After decades in archaeology, terms like the Celestial Court, the Thunder Department, and the Thunder Ancestor were utterly unfamiliar to him. Yet now he was learning about them from a mere youth. If it were anyone else, he wouldn't have believed it. But after witnessing Suyu summon thunderbolts with a mere wave of his hand, he had no choice but to believe. Master Li speculated that perhaps the Dragon Nation had experienced a historical and cultural rupture. Otherwise, why were these events completely absent from ancient texts, yet described with such clarity by a mere youth without a trace of fabrication? Who exactly is this kid? How does he know so many hidden truths of history? Could all this be connected to Dragon Tiger Mountain? Overcome by emotion, old Master Li began coughing uncontrollably. His assistant quickly fetched medicine for him, and he gradually recovered. In the conference room of Yangjian City's municipal government building, Mayor Gao's lips were pressed together tighter than an AK-47. This was proof enough that Suyu was beyond reproach. And summoning lightning with a mere wave of his hand? That's not something an ordinary person could do. If this footage reached foreign countries, wouldn't they be green with envy? Director Liu watched as those who had just been vehemently denouncing Suyu now hung their heads in silence. The satisfaction was palpable. Commissioners, are there any lingering doubts? However, some directors still harbored reservations about Suyu. I think we should first see if this man can handle that so-called Ghost King. If he fails to eliminate the Ghost King and instead falls to him, then no matter how much we cooperate, we'll only be delaying the inevitable collapse. Mayor Gao nodded slightly, acknowledging the validity of these words. Only if Suyu demonstrated his strength by eliminating the Ghost King could he win the director's wholehearted cooperation. Only then could the provincial leadership be persuaded. At the military warehouse, Zhou Dongliang, Zhang Weigua, and the others took a deep breath, calming their astonishment. They looked at the passageway, now charred black and cracked in many places from the lightning's fury. Master, should we rest first or press on? Zhang Weigua asked respectfully. Suyu stood up and examined a wall behind him. Treasure detection 3 meters ahead. He had sensed something amiss here when he first arrived. The treasure alert clearly indicated something ahead, yet there was only a wall. At such a close distance, it couldn't possibly be anywhere else. That meant there should have been another room here originally. Yet the map didn't mark it. Suyu looked at Zhou Dongliang and Zhang Weigua. Do you still have any explosives? Chapter 048, Seeking the Ghost King. Zhou Dongliang and Zhang Weigua were both puzzled by Suyu's sudden request for explosives. But while other supplies might be scarce, explosives were definitely in ample supply. After all, they were here to blow up this military warehouse. How could they possibly come unprepared? Monkey produced a bomb and approached Suyu. Master, what are you planning to blow up? Suyu looked at the wall in front of him and said, "There must be another room behind this wall. Did you guys hear anyone mention it before?" Zhou Dongliang, Zhang Weiguo, and the others all shook their heads. They recalled that after the Dragon Nation's army had wiped out the Cherry Blossom Devils here years ago, they had thoroughly inventoried everything inside and found no overlooked areas. Zhang Weiguo waved his hand dismissively. "If the master says it's there, then it is. Hurry up and rig the explosives, blow that wall open. I'll see what those bastards hid in this room all those years ago." Zhou Dongliang quickly stepped in to stop Monkey. "If it's a hidden room, there must be a switch. If there really is anything in there, the blast might damage it." Suyu agreed with this reasoning. "There's a Taoist treasure in here, after all. If it got blown to bits, that'd be a bloody huge loss. Then I'll leave it to you guys." Zhang Weiguo chuckled, "Our pleasure." Then, together with the team members, they searched the conference room for the door switch. But after searching for ages, they couldn't find anything resembling a switch. Suyu realized that even these professionals couldn't locate the switch. It seemed the wall had been sealed shut directly back then. Perhaps, seeing the Long Nation's army advancing, the commander at the time knew the situation was hopeless and could only hide certain things to prevent them from being found. "If we can't find it, we'll just have to blow it up." Monkey immediately attached a bomb to the wall. Everyone then rushed into the passageway. Zhang Weiguo noticed Suyu running in and asked in confusion, "Master, are you running too?" Suyu gave him a questioning look. "How rude of you to ask that. That's a bomb, you know. You think it's some firecracker for the new year?" Zhang Weiguo scratched his head, a look of embarrassment on his face. Boom! A massive explosion echoed, sending clouds of dust flying. The wall was instantly blown open, revealing a gaping hole. Zhou Dongliang and Zhang Weiguo led their men inside first to confirm safety. After entering, Suyu found the rooms inside were quite spacious. Dusty wooden crates were piled high on the floor. Fortunately, none appeared to be severely damaged. Zhou Dongliang immediately ordered one of his team members to open a crate and see what was inside. Lao Lu and Xiao Bai hurriedly opened a large wooden crate. The top layer was covered with a thick layer of straw. They pushed the hay aside completely, revealing porcelain, ancient paintings, and other cultural relics beneath. Holy cow, these are all vintage artifacts. So that's why those bastards built this warehouse to fence our cultural relics. They hid these treasures even as they faced death, refusing to let us find them. May they rot in hell. But Mr. Lee from the National Cultural Heritage Administration was even more agitated than the viewers in the livestream. "That's the genuine calligraphy manuscript of Master Lu from 300 years ago." "What? The original manuscript of Master Li's poetry collection from 800 years ago is here too? I always thought it had been destroyed back then. These are all priceless treasures. And they were all hidden away by those damn Japanese bastards." Overwhelmed by emotion, Mr. Lee began coughing uncontrollably. His assistant hurriedly soothed him until he calmed down slightly. Gripping his assistant's hand tightly, old Master Lee declared, "Contact the mayor of Yangjiang immediately." "No, book a flight right now. I must go personally to retrieve these artifacts." Meanwhile, at the military warehouse, guided by the treasure hunting radar in his mind, Suyu walked all the way to the corner. He reached out and pushed aside the clutter blocking his path. A dust-covered bell, clearly aged, came into view. Suyu's eyes lit up instantly as he picked it up. "Congratulations on obtaining the treasure, 3 Purities Bell." In the livestream, Old Lee stared at the bell in Suyu's hand, its handle shaped like the Chinese character for mountain, yet he couldn't immediately recognize its origin. He racked his brain, searching every ancient text he knew, yet found no mention of such an object. He could only discern that it was cast from brass. Zhou Dongliang noticed Suyu was holding a bell that looked quite old and seemed very precious to him. He approached and asked, "Master, could this bell also be a Taoist artifact?" Suyu nodded and proceeded to explain. "This object is called the 3 Purities Bell. The 3 Purities Bell is also known as the Imperial Bell or the Sacred Bell. During various Taoist rituals and fasting ceremonies, priests hold ritual implements, walk in formation, chant scriptures, and offer Qing Ci prayers to the celestial deities for blessings. Special Taoist music must accompany these ceremonies. The most crucial instrument is the 3 Purities Bell, symbolizing the reverent welcome of the 3 Purities immortals to manifest their divine presence and bestow blessings upon the mortal world. The 3 Purities refer to the Jade Purity Primordial Lord, the Supreme Purity Divine Treasure Lord, and the Great Purity Lord of Virtue and Tao." After hearing Suyu's explanation, Zhou Dongliang and the others, along with the live stream viewers, were all utterly astonished. Earlier, the explanation had introduced the Thunder Ancestor, the 9 heavens responding thunder sound universal transformation Heavenly Lord. Now came the 3 Purities. And each bore the title Lord of Heaven as a suffix. It seemed like another entity of immense stature. But it sounds like all show and no substance. Its actual effect seems rather ordinary. Is this thing just for blessings? Compared to the previous Taoist artifacts, this one feels rather ordinary. Yeah, the lightning-struck Jujube wood knuckles and peachwood sword from earlier were so much more impressive for vanquishing demons. Zhou Dongliang, Zhang Weigua, and the others shared the same sentiment as the live stream viewers. They all felt this bell seemed rather ordinary. Seeing the chat comments and the expressions on Zhou Dongliang and the others, Suyu immediately changed his tone. The Sanqing bell's other primary function is as a ritual artifact for exorcising demons and subduing spirits. The ding-dong sound emitted by the bronze bell is crisp and pleasant to the ears of both gods and humans, soothing the soul and calming the spirit. Yet, what delights the divine and the human is inevitably loathed by demons and monsters. As the saying goes, when the sacred bell resonates, both gods and ghosts are in awe. The Three Purities bell summons the three purities to descend, causing demons, ghosts, and zombies to tremble in terror, their souls scattered to the winds. The live stream audience fell instantly silent. Seems I was rash. I shouldn't have underestimated the Taoist master's methods. I told you all before, the things the master finds aren't simple. None of you believed me. Master, I suggest you take a deep breath before speaking next time, otherwise, my face keeps hurting. Mr. Li from the National Cultural Heritage Administration was now deathly pale, yet inwardly astonished by Suyu. He actually knows things even I don't know. It seems I must seek him out personally. After hearing Suyu's explanation, Zhou Dongliang, Zhang Weigua, and the others felt their faces flush with embarrassment. Suyu stowed away the Three Purities bell. Let's go find the Ghost King. Chapter 049, Wait, there's something extra here. Zhou Dongliang and Zhang Weigua led their team as they followed Suyu. As for the crates filled with artifacts, they planned to move them after dealing with the Ghost King. There would be plenty of time for that later. They walked through the pitch-black passageway. Only the flashlights attached to their rifle barrels illuminated the path ahead. Zhang Weigua scanned his surroundings as they walked, feeling a sense of familiarity. Just then, a team member stepped forward and said, "Captain, isn't this the same place we came through last night?" Reminded by the team member, Zhang Weigua realized. No wonder it felt so familiar. This is where we ended up after being blinded by ghosts last night. Returning here, Zhang Weigua and his team now felt no tension whatsoever. Walking slowly behind Suyu, it felt like strolling through a park. They felt no pressure whatsoever, even chatting casually as they walked. There was no need to worry about ghosts appearing either, since only one Ghost King remained. Why does this suddenly feel less like exterminating ghosts and more like a post-dinner stroll? With Fire Chicken Barmaster here, what's there to worry about? Now I'm actually worried about that Ghost King. I hope he's not as pathetic as those little karamis. I bet that Ghost King already wet his pants the moment he saw our Fire Chicken Barmaster. The livestream viewers were now eagerly anticipating what the Ghost King in that final room would look like. Suyu led the way, suddenly sensing something amiss. From this point onward, the Insha aura grew noticeably heavier. Up ahead lay the Ghost King's command center. Nothing unusual about that. Other than that, nothing seemed out of the ordinary. But why did he keep feeling something was off? Suyu frowned, pondering as he walked. Suddenly, Zhou Dongliang's voice interrupted his thoughts. Master, according to the map, we should be arriving at the Ghost King's command center any moment now. Zhang Weigua laughed heartily. Once we take care of that Ghost King, I'll treat the master and everyone to a feast to celebrate. Suyu, however, didn't share their optimism. His gaze fixed on the end of the passageway, his brow suddenly furrowing. Something's wrong. Zhou Dongliang and Zhang Weigua saw this expression on Suyu's face for the first time. Master, what exactly is wrong? Zhou Dongliang asked urgently. Suyu closed his eyes, carefully sensing the flow of the evil energy. After a moment, he snapped his eyes open. There's something extra here. What the hell did those damn Japanese bastards hide here all those years ago? Zhou Dongliang, Zhang Weigua, and the others were all baffled. This area was originally a convergence point for energy, but part of it is now flowing elsewhere. Seeing they still didn't grasp it, Suyu paused before explaining. In other words, something is competing with the Ghost King for the energy. Now, not only Zhou Dongliang and Zhang Weigua grasped the gravity of the situation. Even the viewers in the livestream chat grasped it. So, something nearly as powerful as the Ghost King is fighting him for sustenance? No way. So does that mean there are two Ghost Kings here? I suddenly panicked. Could this still be salvaged? Suyu handed the lightning-struck jujube knuckles and peachwood sword to Zhou Dongliang and Zhang Weigua. You two take your men and go find the Ghost King first. Zhou Dongliang and Zhang Weigua were both puzzled. The Ghost King's forces were too strong to defeat. Going there would be pointless. Suyu explained, I'm worried that if this scramble continues, one side might get pushed to the brink and seek out the other. When two forces clash, it won't be a simple matter of 1 + 1 equaling 2. So before I return, you two must delay the Ghost King from the land of cherry blossoms. Don't worry about getting hurt. With my talismans, the Ghost King can't harm you. After speaking, Suyu asked Monkey for a bomb. He clutched the bomb and sprinted toward the opposite direction of the energy's flow. Suyu moved swiftly, darting into a passageway around the corner in the blink of an eye. The viewers in the livestream couldn't make out the surroundings. Holy crap, what kind of speed is that? I can't even see clearly. Master, you're going too fast. Slow down, I can't keep up. I'm about to lose it too. Who gets this? Watching a livestream suddenly feels like motion sickness. Yet Suyu's pace didn't slow down at all. He knew that every breath of evil energy that extra thing absorbed now would make it stronger. That thing hadn't appeared yet clearly, its time hadn't come. He had to deal with it now. Otherwise, who knew how powerful this thing could become? Suyu thought to himself as his pace quickened. Before long, he dashed into a small room. The floor was bare, offering no clues as to its former purpose. But as Suyu observed the flow of shadow chi, he noticed a section of wall sealed off within the space. Suyu felt relieved he'd requested a bomb earlier. He quickly set up the bomb, then dashed out of the room to detonate it. Boom! The deafening roar quickly echoed throughout the entire military warehouse. Suyu waved his hand to clear the dust swirling toward him. Suddenly, his expression changed. Through the gaping hole blasted open, a stone-carved coffin came into view. A stone coffin means a corpse. And a corpse appearing in an extremely highly inauspicious place? There's a high chance of a corpse transformation. And if a corpse transformation occurs, it will be at least a jumping zombie level. Hearing Suyu's words, the viewers in the livestream instantly grew tense. Master, I'm easily scared, don't frighten me. Truly a place of great calamity, not only ghost kings but also zombies. Meanwhile, Oldly, also watching the livestream, felt a sense of familiarity upon seeing the coffin. It seemed vaguely familiar, as if he'd seen it somewhere before, but he couldn't quite place it. Nevertheless, he quickly sent a comment. Judging by the patterns on the stone coffin, this casket is at least 800 years old and was definitely excavated from an ancient tomb. But no ancient tombs have been discovered in this area. Which means this coffin was dug up elsewhere by soldiers of the Cherry Blossom Nation back then and brought here. Suyu's expression grew grave as he read these comments. If that's the case, it means this thing has been absorbing energy for decades in an extremely dominated, highly inauspicious location. It hasn't transformed yet because the time hasn't come. Once that time comes, it'll be at least a green zombie level. The viewers in the livestream chat remembered what Suyu had said last night, and fear began to creep over them. I recall the master saying that if you encounter a green zombie and move even a little too slowly, it's disrespectful to life itself. Master, you absolutely must deal with this thing. Don't let it out. I'm seriously fed up. Why do those damn Japanese dig up everything just to sell it? I don't get it either. What's so valuable about a single ancient corpse that they have to dig it up and sell it? Suyu hung his phone around his neck, then pushed the heavy stone coffin lid open by himself. Crash! The stone lid crashed to the ground with a thunderous thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. What kind of strength is that, master? That stone lid must weigh at least 100 pounds and the master managed to lift it single-handedly. Under the beam of the flashlight, a black wooden coffin came into view. As Suyu forcefully lifted the coffin lid, thick black mist billowed out. He noticed 7 coffin nails driven into the lid. His eyes lit up instantly. He quickly removed the nails and stored them away. These nails were antiques, and normally, Oldly would surely object to Suyu's actions. But now, all his attention was focused on the corpse inside the coffin. Chapter 050, Master, the corpse moved. Oldly extended his trembling hand to tap the screen. Now I finally understand why those Cherry Blossom Country soldiers went to such lengths to transport and hide this stone coffin. Because the clothes on that corpse are the silver-threaded jade burial suit documented in ancient texts. And every single burial artifact inside that coffin is a priceless cultural relic. This proves the coffin's occupant was a noble prince or marquis of immense status 800 years ago. Only ancient nobles were entitled to be buried in silver-threaded jade suits. At that moment, no one could fathom the excitement surging within Oldly. This was a monumental discovery in archaeological history. Previously, these accounts existed only in ancient texts. Since no physical evidence had ever been found, everyone believed jade burial suits with silver thread stitching were mythical. But now, the truth stood before them. If that's the case, then the legendary gold-threaded jade burial suit must also be real, it just hasn't been found yet. Overcome with emotion, Oldly began coughing again. His assistant hurriedly patted his back gently and brought him a cup of warm tea. As a history major, I recall historical texts indeed mentioning both silver-threaded and gold-threaded jade suits. Forget about the garments, just these well-preserved burial artifacts alone are worth a fortune. No wonder those bastards from the land of cherry blossoms are so interested in the coffin. What a bunch of heartless bastards. Suyu read the comments and grasped the value of the corpse before him and the silver jade robe draped over it. But right now, the extent of the corpse's transformation was far more critical. Just then, a user with a numeric username sent a connection request. Suyu frowned slightly and clicked to accept. An aged yet urgent voice came through the connection. Hello, I am Li Guoshang, Director of the National Cultural Heritage Administration. Some history students in the livestream immediately grew excited upon hearing the name. This is none other than the esteemed Professor Li, a titan in archaeology and history. 80% of the historical texts we study today are from Professor Li. Damn, Fire Chicken Bar is amazing, they even got a big shot like this to join. Seeing the comments, so you seem to have already guessed the purpose of this video call with Master Lee. You want me to refrain from disturbing this corpse and its burial artifacts? On the other end of the line, Professor Lee nodded repeatedly. Exactly. This is a major discovery to date, holding significant importance for the history of the Dragon Nation. Suyu shook his head slightly, his expression sour. Let me put it this way, I have no objection to how you choose to handle these burial artifacts and the coffin. But I'm afraid you won't be able to take this corpse with you. On the other end of the line, Old Lee grew impatient. This is an 800-year-old prince. We need to identify him. He might hold the key to uncovering more secrets about the jade burial suit and the burial site. However, Suyu pointed out, look, black hairs are visible through the gaps in the silver-threaded jade suit. This indicates the corpse has transcended the green stage and reached the level. Though I can temporarily suppress it with talismans to prevent its corpse from transforming, the severity of the stiff corpse means the talismans won't hold for long. If it were to transform at any moment, human weapons would be utterly useless against it. For the capital, that would spell disaster. Moreover, the hairy corpse no longer fears ordinary fire, nor even sunlight. Only when it's by my side can I maintain stable suppression. Old Lee was momentarily speechless. He never imagined the undead transformation could be so severe that even talismans struggle to suppress it. Old Lee knew exactly what mattered most. Given this, it seemed unlikely the corpse could be brought back to the capital's museum. Suyu remarked, this silver-threaded jade robe will need to be removed and transported eventually anyway. Now is the perfect time. Master Lee, perhaps you could teach me how to remove it to minimize damage to the jade-threaded garment. These words pierced old Master Lee's heart, but there was no other choice. He immediately began guiding Suyu through the process. After some time, the silver-threaded jade suit was finally removed. A corpse covered in black hair appeared before everyone's eyes. Is this a hair corpse? It doesn't even look decayed. Now I'm really afraid this thing will suddenly open its eyes. Seeing this hairy corpse, Suyu suddenly had an idea. But first, he had to subdue it. Suyu drew a coffin nail and slammed it into the hairy corpse's skull with a single blow. This sudden action actually caused the hairy corpse to open its eyes. It immediately stiffened and stood perfectly straight. Viewers in the livestream watched the hairy zombie suddenly rise to its feet, and everyone gasped in shock. Suyu swiftly gathered golden light at his fingertips, etching a corpse-binding talisman and a corpse-controlling talisman onto the zombie's forehead. Next, he took out the three purities bell and began to shake it. As the crisp chimes rang out, the Mao zombie, which had been immobilized, suddenly moved. Master, the corpse is moving. It's over. The talismans and three purities bell are useless. The hairy corpse is that powerful? Even your talismans can't stop it. Will Black Dog's blood or any of that stuff even work? The zombie's coming. Master, run. Yet Suyu continued to shake the three purities bell, pointing forward. Go! The hairy zombie obediently leapt toward the passageway entrance as Suyu commanded. Each leap covered several meters, moving faster than a human could run. This scene left the live stream viewers utterly dumbfounded. Master, what did you do? How did the zombie suddenly become so obedient? Master, you're amazing. You've even got the hairy zombie under control. Only the master can truly command the situation. Suyu glanced at the live chat comments and said, I'll explain later. We need to rush over to Captain Joe and the others now. With that, Suyu immediately caught up with the hairy zombie and raced toward the final command center. Chapter 051, Ghost King ahead, Zombies behind. In the corridor leading to the command center, Zhou Dongliang and Zhang Weiguo led the group at the front. Just as they were about to reach the command center entrance, a sudden explosion echoed, startling everyone. Master, you're moving so fast you've even resorted to explosives? Zhang Weiguo was astonished by Suyu's speed. They had only parted ways moments ago. Zhou Dongliang remarked, the master's speed is a good thing, it means he'll be here soon. All we need to do is hold out until then. Before he could finish, his eyes suddenly widened in shock. Noticing his expression change, Zhang Weiguo immediately looked over. Under the beam of the flashlight, behind the desk facing the entrance of the operations command room, sat a figure in the uniform of a Sakura Nation commander, head bowed. As if sensing someone had entered, the figure slowly lifted its lowered head. A pair of blood-red eyes in the darkness stared straight at Zhou Dongliang, Zhang Weiguo, and the others at the doorway, a cold, sinister smile playing at its corners. This scene sent a chill down Zhou Dongliang and Zhang Weiguo's spines, making them almost turn tail and run. But the moment they recalled this was the very criminal who had once ravaged the Dragon Nation, their resolve immediately hardened. Zhou Dongliang gripped his peachwood sword tighter. I remember back when I was a rookie, visiting the company library, I read articles about the Dragon Nation army wiping out Sakura Nation soldiers in Great Wind Mountain. This must be that very army. I recall the article mentioned that commander was named Ishii Garo. He was responsible for the deaths of many of our brothers and sisters back then. His words had barely left his mouth when, before anyone could react, the Ghost King, seated in the command center, seemed to have heard something pleasing, his smile growing broader. It gave a slight flick of its finger. Instantly. Bang! A thunderous slam echoed as the command center doors slammed shut. Zhou Dongliang, Zhang Weiguo, and the others immediately tensed up. Because just moments ago, they had clearly been standing at the doorway. Now they were already inside this vast operations command room. And the door was locked tight, impossible to open. I never imagined that even after committing seppuku, I would still be spoken of. Back in the day, the armies I led were invincible, unstoppable. Your Dragon Nation's forces couldn't possibly defeat me. Those were truly days worth reminiscing about. Had it not been for what followed, I would not be in this predicament today. Sakura Demon King Ishii Garo spoke fluent Dragon Nation language, his face filled with shame and regret. What the hell is that bastard yapping about? Look at that beast, still wearing that regretful expression. Clearly he's not sorry at all. Damn it, why even waste breath on him? Just make him die again. In the official livestream, viewers seethed with righteous fury at the sight of Sakura Demon King Ishii Goro's despicable face. They were itching to jump in and tear that beast apart themselves. Zhang Weiguo was the first to lose his temper, gripping his lightning-struck jujube wood knuckles as he charged forward. The team members behind him also drew willow whips dipped in either rooster blood or black dog blood and charged forward. Their hatred for the Japanese scum had erased all fear. Now, they only wanted to kill this scum of the scum with their own hands. Sakura Demon King Ishii Garo saw Zhang Weiguo charging at him with a wooden knuckle duster and didn't bat an eye. He didn't even bother to dodge, standing his ground. When the thunder-stricken jujube wood knuckle duster struck his body, excruciating pain surged through him. It was forced back 2 steps. Black smoke billowed from the struck area. Sakura Demon King Ishii Goro's face was filled with astonishment. He never imagined that after becoming a demon, a mere piece of broken wood could bring him such a long-forgotten sensation of pain. In that instant, several willow branches lashed out. Still reeling from shock, Sakura Oni King Ishii Goro had no time to react before being struck solidly across his body. The pain this time was not as intense as that from the wooden knuckles, but it was enough to disrupt his composure. Soldiers of the Dragon Nation, it seems I have once again underestimated you. Sakura Oni King Ishii Garo slowly drew the military sword from his waist. A thick black aura emanated from the blade. Merely looking at it made one feel that if ever wounded by that blade, the consequences would surely be dire. After drawing his blade, Sakura Demon King Ishii Garo offered a sinister grin. In an instant, he vanished from everyone's sight. The next second, he materialized behind one of the team members, raising his blade to strike. Watch out! Zhou Dongliang lunged forward in a single bound, parrying the strike of Sakura Demon King Ishii Garo with his peachwood sword. Sakura Demon King Ishii Garo was stunned once more. How could a mere wooden sword block his blade without shattering? But there was no time to ponder. Zhou Dongliang and Zhang Weiguo charged forward together. Having witnessed the formidable power of those 2 wooden weapons, Sakura Demon King Ishii Garo instantly dodged. He spun around and swung his blade at Zhou Dongliang's back. The strike came so suddenly that no one could react in time. Just as the black blade descended, a flash of golden light erupted from Zhou Dongliang's body, deflecting the black blade. Old Zhou, are you okay? Zhang Weiguo asked urgently. Zhou Dongliang shook his head. With the master's talisman protecting me, he can't harm me. Though he said this, cold sweat still beaded on his back. Without the talisman given by Suyu, casualties would likely have occurred from those earlier blows. Sakura Demon King Ishii Garo was astonished once more to see his attack fail to land. Impossible. How can you block my attacks? I've become a formidable demon king, you can't possibly still be my match. I, Ishii Garo, will not lose to you people from the Dragon Nation. Sakura Demon King Ishii Garo suddenly radiated a frenzied black aura from his entire body, his crimson eyes growing even more ferocious. This sudden surge of power stirred a chilling gale within the sealed chamber. The swirling dust made it impossible for anyone to open their eyes. Sakura Demon King Ishii Garo roared furiously, raising his blade and charging toward the group whose vision was obscured by the dust. Suddenly, the tightly sealed door was torn apart by an even more ferocious force. Sakura Demon King Ishii Garo and Zhou Dongliang, along with the others, all turned to look. They saw a zombie clad in tattered clothes, covered in black hair, leap inside. This left Zhou Dongliang and the others utterly shocked. How could there be a zombie here? And one covered in black hair at that. Observing the aura emanating from the hairy zombie, along with the black mist occasionally spewing from its mouth, made everyone realize this zombie was no ordinary foe like the ones they'd encountered before. Now caught between 2 powerful enemies, they wondered how long the talisman Suyu had given them could hold out against these formidable supernatural foes. As their worries deepened, the hairy zombie roared, spewing a thick cloud of black mist as it slid forward on its feet, charging with blinding speed. Chapter 052, Dragon Nation Zombie vs Cherry Blossom Ghost King. Viewers in the official livestream watched this unfold, their hearts leaping into their throats. This is bad. Ghost King in front, zombies behind, they're clearly leaving us no way out. Maybe we should retreat quickly, we can't hold out much longer. Where is the master? If he doesn't show up soon, everyone here will be finished. Zhou Dongliang, Zhang Weiguo, and the others present felt immense pressure as well. This was their first time facing two such formidable malevolent spirits. If we make it back alive this time, I'll brag about it for the rest of my life. Zhang Weiguo gritted his teeth, his face deathly pale, yet he managed a grim smile. The others and Zhou Dongliang turned equally pale as the hairy zombie charged toward them. But just as everyone prepared to withstand the hairy zombie's attack, a crisp bell chime rang out. The hairy zombie swept past their heads, charging straight toward the Cherry Blossom Demon King, Ishii Goro. It raised its hand and smacked him squarely on the head. The speed was so blinding that Sakura Demon King Ishii Goro couldn't react in time, getting smacked flat onto the ground. His features were smashed beyond recognition. Immediately after, the long-haired zombie's pitch-black claws pierced through Sakura Demon King Ishii Goro's body. As thick black mist billowed out, a rhino-charged golden-haired monkey sent it flying. Sakura Demon King Ishii Goro scrambled to his feet, staring in astonishment at the long-haired zombie before him. His eyes blazed with fury. "It's you dog of a creature, who's been stealing my Insha energy all along. Otherwise, I'd be far stronger than I am now. I should never have brought you back." Mentioning this only fueled the hairy zombie's fury. With a furious roar, it charged forward. Zhou Dongliang, Zhang Weiguo, and the others froze as they watched the zombie and the Demon King clash. What the hell is going on? Looks like this zombie is the one the master mentioned before, the one fighting the Ghost King over food. So does that mean we're safe now? Not necessarily. The master said if these two dark energies collide, it won't be as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Ha! What should we do? Can we still hold out? Relax. You won't need to hold out anymore. A voice suddenly appeared beside them. Everyone turned sharply to see Suyu had appeared beside them at some point. The moment they saw Suyu, they felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Zhou Dongliang hurried forward and asked, "Master, what's going on?" Suyu explained calmly, "This zombie has absorbed at least several decades of yin energy, transforming into a hairy zombie." They recalled the hierarchy: above jumping zombies came green zombies, and above green zombies came hairy zombies. Suyu had once warned them that even running slowly past a green zombie was disrespectful to life. Now that a hairy zombie appeared before them, how could they not run for their lives? Noticing their grim expressions, Suyu said, "No need to panic. I've already subdued this hairy zombie with a corpse-controlling talisman. Combined with the corpse-suppressing talisman and the coffin nail driven into its skull, it's enough to suppress the evil energy within its body. There's no need to worry about them meeting now." Zhou Dongliang and the others looked utterly perplexed. How could a coffin nail, the very symbol of proximity to death, actually serve to suppress it? Guessing their thoughts, Suyu explained. In feng shui, the coffin nail is called the soul sealing nail. 7 are used to secure the soul and ward off evil spirits. At that moment, the hairy zombie and the Sakura Ghost King, Ishii Goro, were locked in a fierce battle. Sakura Oni King Ishii Goro swung his blade at the Mao zombie. The hairy corpse made no attempt to dodge, meeting the blow head-on. The black blade struck the hairy corpse, producing a metallic clang as sparks erupted in layers, yet it failed to inflict even a scratch. Not only Zhou Dongliang and the others were astonished, but even Sakura Demon King Ishii Goro was deeply shocked. Impossible. A blade forged from my Insha energy cannot fail to wound you. Yet, the only response was the hairy zombie's explosive roar. With one hand, it seized Ishii Goro by the throat, pinning the Cherry Blossom Demon King to the ground. Immediately, it began clawing wildly. Sakura Demon King Ishii Goro screamed uncontrollably, expelling more and more black mist. Zhang Weiguo, witnessing the hairy zombie brutally beating Ishii Goro, couldn't help but shout, "That's the way to do it. Well done. Truly worthy of being a zombie from my dragon nation." Zhou Dongliang and the others nearby all turned to look at him. Zhang Weiguo declared, "Born as a Dragon Nation citizen, die as a Dragon Nation ghost. Now that foreign enemies are harming our people, shouldn't we unite against them?" Suyu nodded. "This zombie is said to be a prince from 800 years ago in the Dragon Nation." Zhang Weiguo added, "I've studied history. Our ancient Dragon Nation fought countless foreign foes. As a prince of our Dragon Nation, he might have slain bandits in his time. We should cheer him on even more." Zhou Dongliang and the others found this reasoning compelling, joining the chorus of cheers. Meanwhile, the live stream audience was also cheering for the Mao zombie. "Ha ha ha ha. Truly worthy of being a Dragon Nation zombie. Pinning that little cherry blossom beastly Ghost King to the ground and beating him like a dog. Go for it. Beat that bastard until he himself. Mao Jian, keep it up." Mao Jiang, who was beating the Sakura Demon King Ishii Goro into the ground, seemed energized by the cheers, radiating an even more formidable aura. Sakura Demon King Ishii Goro seized the moment to slip free from Mao Jian's grasp. By now, his form had become largely transparent. Black smoke continued to seep from its claw wounds, refusing to stop. Filled with rage, the Cherry Blossom Demon King Ishii Goro swung his black blade again. The hairy zombie snorted in contempt, swinging its arm with great force to knock the black blade away. Then, he seized one of its arms and tore it off with a violent wrench. The severed hand in the hairy zombie's grasp instantly dissolved into black mist and vanished. This left him even more weakened. Sakura Demon King Ishiguro no longer possessed the initial composure and arrogance. His crimson eyes betrayed terror at the prospect of death once more. "No, I won't die. I refuse to endure that agonizing death again." Zhou Dongliang roared, "You don't want to die in agony, but does that mean the people of the Dragon Nation who die by your hand deserve it? Do they deserve to be tortured by you? Why waste words with it? Charge and tear it apart." Zhang Weigua, his anger boiling over, lunged forward in a fit of rage. Fortunately, a teammate grabbed him by the arm. "Captain, calm down. That battle isn't for us to interfere in." However, Suyu shook the three purities bell in his hand. The hairy zombie turned and leaped back to his side. This left Zhou Dongliang and the others utterly dumbfounded. "What are you standing around for? The Maojang has expelled 80% of the Yin evil aura from its body. Drag that beast out and throw it into the oil cauldron, fry it." These words snapped everyone present back to reality. Suyu drew a immobilization talisman with his heaven-piercing scroll, pinning the Cherry Blossom Ghost King, Ishiguro, in place. Then the combat team members bounded with willow whips and dragged it out together. "I am a glorious warrior of the great Sakura Empire. You cannot treat me this way. Release me. If you're men, fight me fairly." Zhang Weigua donned his thunderstruck jujube knuckles and delivered a direct punch to its head. "Beasts have no right to make demands. You'll be frying in oil soon enough. Your screams will be the best tribute to the Dragon Nation people who died at your hands." Chapter 053, The Mayor Arrives. Viewers in the livestream watched in exhilaration as the Dragon Nation zombies fought with such fierce courage, consistently dominating the battle. They had completely overwhelmed the Cherry Blossom Demon King, leaving it utterly defenseless. Now, seeing it dragged away to be boiled alive, their excitement reached a fever pitch. It was as if they weren't watching zombies, but mighty generals sweeping away invading Japanese pirates. True to our Dragon Nation heritage, even in death, they remain fiercely valiant. What does this prove? It proves that since ancient times, the Japanese invaders have always been crushed by our Dragon Nation. Little Sakura will forever be trampled under our feet. Master Fire Chicken Bar is seriously badass. He can even control such a powerful hairy zombie. If only I had that kind of skill. Damn it, I'd definitely find a female zombie, dress her up in a maid outfit, heh. Are netizens these days really that into this kind of stuff? The most shocked spectators were undoubtedly Zhou Dongliang and his companions watching the battle unfold. In the gloomy, chilly passageway. This place should have been terrifying. Yet now, it echoed with the Ghost King's agonized howls. But no matter how it screamed, no one paid it any mind. For Zhou Dongliang, Zhang Weigua, and the others kept glancing back at the Mao zombies hopping beside Suyu. Over the past half-month, they had witnessed the viciousness of zombies and ghosts. Yet today, they witnessed such an obedient zombie and one far stronger than ordinary zombies, a hairy zombie. Recalling the ferocity of the hairy zombies' battle against the Cherry Blossom Ghost King earlier, they were still trembling with fear. They couldn't help but wonder how long ordinary mortals like themselves could last against such a fierce, indestructible hair zombie without talismans or Suyu's protection. They feared they would be torn to shreds in a single encounter. The team members watched the hairy zombie, its eyes closed, bouncing up and down, whispering among themselves. "That Mao zombie is truly formidable. Even the Cherry Blossom Demon King's blade couldn't scratch it. I doubt our bullets or explosives would do any damage either. I wonder if we could ever escape unscathed if we encountered one of these hairy zombies out in the field without the master by our side? We already have to run when we encounter green zombies. If we run into a hairy zombie, we'd have to run even faster. Actually, is there any chance we could borrow the furry zombie from the master temporarily? After all, he's just one person, while our team is much larger. Having such a powerful ally would surely boost our mission success rate. I'd say the hairy zombie is worth at least half a master. That's worth considering." Suyu's sudden outburst startled the team members who had been whispering. Zhou Dongliang and Zhang Weigua spoke almost simultaneously. "Master, are you serious?" Of course, these whispers hadn't escaped their ears. Truthfully, they shared this very thought, though they hadn't yet figured out how to voice it. Suyu shook the three purities bell, bringing the slightly off-track conversation back on track. But not yet. Right now, this hair zombie can only mechanically execute a single command. Without me present, expecting it to coordinate with your actions would be asking too much of it. Moreover, given the level of Yin-shattered chi within this zombie, I must reapply the corpse-suppressing talisman and the mind-purifying mantra every 3 days to keep it stable and prevent it from going out of control. Hearing this, Zhou Dongliang, Zhang Weigua, and the others didn't feel disappointed. Instead, they grew somewhat hopeful. The prospect of having a formidable hair zombie as an ally in the future, working together to resolve issues caused by ghosts and monsters, was thrilling. This was truly unprecedented. "Let me go, you despicable Dragon Nation people. I refuse to accept this form of punishment. I am entitled to prisoner of war treatment. Sakura Demon King Ishii Goro's sudden roar shattered the idyllic vision of the future Zhou Dongliang and Zhang Weiguo had been imagining. Zhou Dongliang frowned, whirled, and struck Ishii Goro with a sword blow. This only intensified the agonized screams emanating from it. Shut up. Wait quietly for your trial. Viewers in the livestream watched the historical villain transformed into a ghost, now cowering like a stray dog, and felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction. You're a ghost, what the hell right do you have to expect POW treatment? Ghosts aren't protected by law, the Hague Convention doesn't cover this. You bastard. My great-grandfather died by your bullet. Now I'm watching you die again with my grandparents. Ha 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 ha. I wiped my grandpa's tears too. He's holding the very sword that slaughtered little Sakura back then, and he's more excited than I am right beside me. Viewers in the livestream watched the former criminal about to die again, this time in boiling oil, and each was intensely excited. But simultaneously, Japanese nationals and students residing in the Dragon Kingdom, some who had registered new accounts just to keep commenting, others who had only now decided to join the fray. I strongly protest this inhumane treatment. Even if he's already a ghost, he deserves fair treatment, not vigilante justice. Dragon Nation, you shouldn't treat soldiers like this. I know you have misunderstandings about our Sakura Nation's military, but let us bring him back to our country for trial. He is also a soldier of our Sakura Nation, and soldiers must not be disgraced. These Cherry Blossom Ghost's bullet comments instantly ignited fury among the Dragon Nation audience. What a bunch of treacherous beasts we've invited into our own home. Damn it, say one more word and I'll chop your head off with the very sword my grandfather used to kill those Cherry Blossom devils. That piece of trash doesn't deserve to be called a soldier, just a beast in human skin. Suyu walked at the rear of the group with Mao Jiang, his phone still hanging around his neck, oblivious to the commotion already brewing in the livestream chat. This time, exiting the cave didn't take long. The group returned to the outside once more. The midday sun wasn't just blinding, it was giving them headaches. Having spent so long in the darkness, they felt disoriented upon emerging. But the team members who had been responsible for burning oil and keeping watch at the cave entrance were all gone. This puzzled Suyu, Zhou Dongliang, Zhang Weiguo, and the others. Suyu thought it was unlikely ghosts would be active in such bright daylight. Besides, some of them carried guns and bullets dipped in black dog's blood and chicken blood enough to drive off any spirits they might encounter. It was impossible for the entire team to vanish. Zhou Dongliang immediately released the willow whip in his hand. Everyone, be on high alert. The moment the words left his mouth, a hearty laugh echoed from around the bend of the muddy path. Moments later, the group saw the combat team members who should have been outside burning oil and maintaining vigilance, now leading a crowd of people toward them. The laughter came from a middle-aged man in an administrative jacket leading the group. Spotting Suyu, he immediately rushed over with evident excitement. He paid no heed to the mud splattering his shoes and pants. As he approached, he paused briefly upon seeing the Mao zombie beside Suyu, then clasped Suyu's hands tightly. Master Su! To finally meet you in person today. Suyu felt somewhat uneasy at such an enthusiastic greeting right off the bat. And you are? Another middle-aged man stepped forward and said politely, "This is Mayor Gao Liang of Yangjiang City." Chapter 054, The Fried Ghost King. The viewers watching the livestream were stunned. Who would have thought the mayor himself would make an appearance? After all, it's usually difficult to even catch a glimpse of such high-ranking officials. And now, he'd actually come all the way out to the countryside for just one person. This was truly beyond anyone's expectations. Suyu was equally astonished to hear the mayor had come in person. He turned to the person who had just introduced the mayor. And you are? The man chuckled cheerfully. I'm Lu Zhenmin, director of the Yangjiang City Special Operations Bureau for Supernatural Affairs. He then introduced the others behind him to Suyu. This is Director Wang from the Municipal Administration Bureau, this is Director Qin from the Forestry Bureau, this is. He introduced over a dozen bureau chiefs in succession. Not only did this astonish the viewers in the livestream room, even those present, including Zhou Dongliang and Zhang Weiguo, were utterly stunned. They hadn't even met all these officials before. And now so many had arrived at once. Even Suyu couldn't help but feel astonished. May I ask what brings all of you distinguished leaders here today? If it's about the military warehouse in Sakura country, we've nearly finished handling it. All that's left is detonating the explosives to blow up the military depot and then frying the Demon King in boiling oil. Mayor Gao glanced at Ishii Goro, who was bound like a pig, a look of surprise crossing his face. Had they not all smeared a bit of oxen's tears on their faces before arriving, they might not have recognized this familiar beastly visage. This was a criminal recorded in the history books of the Dragon Nation. But the glance was fleeting. He quickly resumed his enthusiastic conversation with Suyu. Master Su, we witnessed your battle inside through the livestream with crystal clarity. To express our gratitude for eliminating this immense threat to Yangjiang City, we simply had to come in person. Addressing Director Liu of the Ghost and Monster Special Operations Bureau, he added, "We were actually in a meeting when the mayor witnessed your actions against these supernatural threats. He insisted on coming to meet you immediately, even before finishing the livestream. We also hope you can personally guide our future operational strategies for dealing with supernatural threats. We will cooperate fully." The other bureau chiefs chimed in agreement. Due to the presence of the hairy corpse and the cherry blossom ghost king, they dared not approach. Suyu stated, "Actually, the methods for dealing with ghosts I explained during last night's livestream should be sufficient for you to handle many situations. The only thing to be mindful of is obtaining ingredients like ox tears, black dog's blood, and chicken blood. Heaven cherishes life, we must never kill indiscriminately. Methods must be humane." Achieving this requires the mayor's leadership and the support of all bureau chiefs. Mayor Gao clasped Suyu's hand tightly while enthusiastically patting the back of his hand. "Master, your decisive action against ghosts and monsters, yet such compassion for these small lives, it's truly moving. We must learn much from you." Humph. Compassion? Nothing but the hypocrisy of the Dragon Nation. At that moment, Ishii-Goro, the cherry blossom demon king bound by willow branch whips, spat angrily. If he truly possessed such compassion, he would have granted me a fair and just trial, instead of condemning me to the oil cauldron with a single word. Mayor Gao watched Sakura Oni King Ishii-Goro from behind. Having watched the live broadcast, he understood this demon king posed no threat to anyone now. Earlier, he had temporarily ignored this beast only to speak with Suyu. Now that his words were done, it was time to deal with him. Sakura Demon King Ishii-Goro declared, "As mayor of the city, you should know that abusing private justice is wrong. I demand a fair and open trial." It reasoned that as long as it could find an opportunity to escape, it would regain its strength. Then, finding a place to cultivate for a few years before returning for revenge wouldn't be too late. Suyu stood nearby, picking up his phone to find the livestream already erupting in chaos. Mayor Gao, standing beside him, naturally witnessed the heated arguments between viewers from Sakura Nation and Dragon Nation in the livestream chat. Mayor Gao's eyes flickered, and a smile returned to his face. "Chief Zheng, you are the head of the Yangjian City Police Bureau. Which law do you think we should use to judge this ghost?" Commissioner Zhang shook his head. "To my knowledge, no such law has been enacted." Mayor Gao pressed further, "What about internationally?" Commissioner Zhang shook his head again. "International law doesn't have corresponding legal provisions either." Hearing this, Sakura Ghost King Ishii-Goro's expression abruptly changed. Mayor Gao nodded. "Director Liu, what exactly are the responsibilities of the Ghost Special Warfare Bureau?" Director Liu, standing beside Suyu, replied, "Our duty at the Ghost and Monster Special Operations Bureau is to eliminate supernatural threats endangering humanity. And Master Suyu serves as our bureau's professional advisor, responsible for providing us with the correct methods to eliminate these supernatural threats." Mayor Gao smiled warmly at Sakura Demon King Ishii-Goro before addressing Suyu directly through his phone camera. "Therefore, everything we've done is reasonable, lawful, and compliant. It absolutely does not constitute vigilante justice." Hearing this, the Dragon Nation viewers in the livestream instantly burst into laughter. Exactly. The Master is an official member of the Ghost Special Warfare Bureau, and that beast is a ghost. What's wrong with the Master teaching people how to eliminate ghosts? You people from Sakura country, how do you prove that Bound Ghost is one of your soldiers? And didn't Ishii-Goro die decades ago? What does he have to do with the ghosts we're dealing with now? The Dragon Nation viewers' comments in the livestream instantly drowned out the Cherry Blossom Nation's comments, leaving them utterly helpless. Sakura Ghost King Ishii-Goro grew frantic. He spouted a torrent of gibberish, incomprehensible to everyone present. Director Liu turned to Zhou Dongliang and Zhang Weiguo. "You two, get back to your duties. Remember, it must be within your duties." "Understood." Zhou Dongliang immediately tore off a large piece of plastic wrap and wrapped it around Sakura Demon King Ishii-Goro. Like kneading clay, he rolled it smaller and smaller until it became a plastic wrap ball barely larger than a fist. The furious roar of Sakura Demon King Ishii-Goro echoed from within. At that moment, one of the team members lifted the pot lid. Rolling hot oil billowed thick smoke. The moment Zhou Dongliang dropped the plastic ball into the pot. Sizzle! The sound of oil exploding in Ishii-Goro's agonized scream. Zhou Dongliang immediately slammed the lid back down, only to find he couldn't hold it down alone. Zhang Weiguo and several other team members rushed over to help pin him down. No matter how much the Cherry Blossom Demon King Ishii-Goro screamed and begged for mercy inside, they wouldn't let go. They even pressed down harder. The pleading cries and agonized screams echoing from within. Those present and viewers in the livestream couldn't have felt more satisfied. Even some veterans dragged by their grandchildren to watch the livestream couldn't hold back tears upon seeing this beast being boiled alive. Many were already planning trips to the Martyrs' Cemetery to share this good news with comrades in arms they'd once fought alongside. Chapter 055, Blowing Up the Mountain? As Ishii-Goro's voice gradually faded away, Mayor Gao and the assembled bureau chiefs couldn't help but sigh deeply. Suyu promptly shut off the livestream. Ishii Goro, who once commanded troops to slaughter tens of thousands of our people, has died again this time. And in the most agonizing way, by being boiled alive. This is the best tribute we could offer to the martyrs and civilians who perished back then. Master Su, we owe this entirely to you. Mayor Gao gripped Su Yu's hand tightly, his face flushed with emotion. Every person present had ancestors who endured the hardships of wartime. None of them had imagined they would ever witness their enemies meet their end once more. After filming the scene, Mayor Gao composed himself and addressed Su Yu. Master, I've already informed all bureau chiefs during our meeting. Whenever you need assistance from any department or unit in dealing with supernatural entities, it will provide unconditional cooperation at any time. Su Yu hadn't anticipated that Mayor Gao's visit would grant him such extensive authority. Thank you, Mayor Gao. And thank you, directors, for your support. The bureau chiefs present responded with polite acknowledgements. Zhou Dongliang then approached Director Lu. Reporting to the director, all cultural relics from the military warehouse have been successfully retrieved. Mayor Gao and the others watched as crate after crate of artifacts were carried out, their hearts filled with astonishment. Who would have thought those little cherry blossom devils stole so many of our artifacts back then, intending to resell them abroad? Fortunately, the Dragon Nation's army arrived in time back then, forcing those cherry blossom devils to abandon their loot and hide these artifacts instead. Now that these artifacts have seen the light of day again, we must contact the National Cultural Heritage Administration to properly study and preserve them. Regarding this matter, Su Yu stated, Mr. Lee from the National Cultural Heritage Administration in the capital mentioned during my livestream that he would personally oversee the return of these artifacts to the National Cultural Heritage Administration. It sounds like he should be arriving in Yangjiang City within the next few days. Mayor Gao and the other bureau chiefs were stunned to hear that such a heavyweight figure as Mr. Lee from the National Cultural Heritage Administration had personally visited Su Yu's livestream. Mr. Lee himself is a titan in the field of archaeology. Many high-ranking officials in the current national leadership are his students. A figure of this caliber was someone Mayor Gao and these bureau chiefs weren't even qualified to meet. Yet here he was, personally reaching out to the streamer through the livestream. This was truly unprecedented. At that moment, a combat team member approached Director Lu, interrupting their astonishment. Per Master Su's instructions, we must now detonate the core of the Insha site. Should we detonate now? Director Lu turned to Mayor Gao, awaiting his command. Mayor Gao steadied his composure and said, detonate it. The sooner we eliminate this threat, the better we can protect the safety of the surrounding civilians. Then, except for the personnel responsible for detonating the bomb. Everyone else followed toward the main road where the vehicles were parked. Along the way, the zombie accompanying Su Yu kept the bureau chiefs at a respectful distance. Yet they couldn't help but watch with curiosity. This was their first time seeing such an obedient zombie up close. Mayor Gao couldn't help but glance at it several times. Master, there's a question I've been meaning to ask. Su Yu nodded. What is it? Mayor Gao asked, Master, can you truly guarantee that this zombie you control poses no threat to people? Su Yu replied, as long as it stays by my side, I have ways to keep it in check. I can guarantee it won't pose any threat to people. Hearing Su Yu's words, Mayor Gao and the assembled bureau chiefs finally let out a sigh of relief. They quickly reached the main road. Immediately afterward, a tremendous explosion echoed from the distance, causing the earth to tremble. The core of the Insha gathering site has finally been destroyed. Su Yu turned to Mayor Gao, but to eliminate the threat permanently, the terrain here must be altered. Mayor Gao hastened to say, please enlighten us, Master. Su Yu pointed toward two distant peaks. First, we must blast down Cold Valley Mountain and Lion's Head Mountain in the White Tiger position. This will elevate Tong Mountain in the Azure Dragon position above them, creating a Azure Dragon in the heavens formation. This will transform this area into a landscape where yang energy prevails over Yin. With the two White Tiger peaks leveled, winds will sweep through, preventing Insha energy from gathering. The air quality will improve significantly. What? Blast mountains? Mayor Gao was stunned. This was no small undertaking. Nevertheless, he meticulously recorded every detail of Su Yu's instructions before assigning the task to the directors beside him. He knew this problem had to be resolved, otherwise, similar incidents would likely continue to occur. With that, the bureau chiefs departed to handle these matters. Then I'll take my leave as well. I still have to head to the provincial capital for a major meeting today. Seeing that matters here were concluded, Mayor Gao also departed. Su Yu approached Director Lu and presented the talismans he had drawn that morning. Director Lu, I'd appreciate it if you could distribute these talismans free of charge to the public through the Ghost and Monster Special Operations Bureau. However, I suggest prioritizing major hospitals, morgues, and crematoriums. Because these places inherently carry heavy Yin energy, making them prone to attracting those unclean entities. Director Lu accepted the over 100 talismans Su Yu handed him with both hands, deeply moved. Rest assured, I will see to it properly. After discussing a few additional precautions with him, Director Lu set off to return to the bureau and make the necessary arrangements. Now, only Zhou Dongliang, Zhang Weiguo, and their team members remained on the main road. All our team members are accounted for now. We should leave this place too. No sooner had Zhou Dongliang finished speaking than Zhang Weiguo eagerly interjected, everyone hasn't had lunch yet. I suggest we grab a bite to eat. I know a newly opened Jin-style roast duck restaurant. Their signature dish, Jin-style mud duck, has been getting rave reviews. Mentioning food was like pouring gasoline on a fire. The combat team's stomachs started growling instantly. Zhou Dongliang looked at Suyu. Master, please join us. You've helped us so much, though a single meal can't possibly express our gratitude. But it's our way of showing our appreciation. Suyu glanced at the hairy zombie beside him, which was emitting wisps of black mist. Next time, he said. I just subdued the hair zombie, and I still have much to do. You know, I live in an apartment complex. There are people everywhere around here. I have to handle this properly. And I need to draw more talismans to protect as many people as possible. Seeing that these matters were indeed quite important, the others no longer insisted. Though Zhang Weiguo desperately wanted to have dinner with Suyu, he understood the order of priorities and could only grit his teeth and sigh. Afterward, Suyu requested a piece of black cloth to cover the zombie. He certainly didn't want to parade a zombie around town. The attention it would draw was far too much. Zhou Dongliang and Zhang Weiguo then accompanied Suyu home. As for the zombie, with all the seats already occupied, it had to be placed in the trunk. Some time later, several military off-road vehicles parked at an intersection not far from the residential complex. Suyu then hoisted the fur zombie, covered in black cloth, onto his shoulder and headed toward the residential complex. Fortunately, this hairy zombie, being quite old, didn't emit a strong corpse stench. Unless one sniffed closely, there was hardly any peculiar odor to detect. Pedestrians passing by Suyu didn't notice anything unusual, assuming he was simply carrying home an inflatable doll. Chapter 056, Unexpectedly Obtaining a Spell. After returning home, Suyu placed the hairy corpse near a window with ample sunlight, ensuring sufficient yang energy for better suppression. He watched the motionless zombie, tilting his head in thought. After dinner, I'll need to buy something better to keep it in check. After all, leaving this thing here is too dangerous. If I'm not around, or if something delays me and I can't get back in time, I need to make sure it won't run wild. Suyu glanced up at the house he currently lived in. Given the situation, it's best to move to a sparsely populated suburban area. He had intended to control the Mao zombie to help ordinary people deal with ghosts and monsters in the future. But now, forget the whole country. Just in Yangjiang City alone, who knew how many supernatural incidents occurred every single night? And how many more went unnoticed? His strength alone was simply too limited. When the opportunity arises, I'll acquire more zombies or docile, harmless spirits to properly train them. Then they can assist official personnel in handling certain issues. That way, we can reduce the number of dangerous incidents. For now, there was nothing else to do. Suyu decided to draw some rewards first. Host's current science points, 85,430. This batch of science points was quite substantial. He nodded in satisfaction at his current science points. System, how many science points are needed to upgrade the lottery now? Current lottery level, LV5, upgrading to LV6 requires 14,000 science points. A single draw at current level 5 requires 10,000 science points. Host, would you like to proceed with the draw or upgrade the draw tier? Suyu felt the current draw level was already quite high. I won't upgrade the lottery level this time. How many science points are needed to upgrade the treasure radar now? Your treasure radar is currently at level 3. To upgrade the treasure radar to LV4, 10,000 psi points are required. I'll do 7 consecutive draws and save 10,000 science points for the treasure radar upgrade. Suyu had made his decision. The familiar lottery wheel appeared before his eyes. Let's see what comes up this time. Suyu watched with anticipation as the lottery wheel began to slowly spin. Ding! Obtained yellow talismans X100. The lottery wheel continued spinning. A few seconds later. Ding! Obtained ink pot X1. Suyu watched the spinning lottery wheel. His mind raced with anticipation. Come on, give me something good. Ding! Obtained yellow talismans X200. Yellow talisman paper is fine too, it's all usable. But come on, give me something exciting. Suyu stared intently at the lottery wheel. Ding! Obtained Maoshan corpse refinement technique. Seeing this, Suyu's brow furrowed slightly. Brand new knowledge flooded his mind. Maoshan corpse refining technique, as the name suggests, teaches methods for creating and controlling zombies. This stuff seemed pretty sinister. But Suyu believed that whether something was evil depended on who used it. If used for good, even dark arts could serve righteous ends. If used for evil, even the most righteous methods can go awry. Take firearms, for instance. In the hands of bandits, they become scourges that wreak havoc on the land. Yet in the hands of police and soldiers, they become instruments safeguarding the peace. Carefully processing the new knowledge emerging in his mind, Suyu turned his gaze back to the hairy zombie by the window. No wonder I always felt something was off. Now that I have the Maoshan corpse refinement technique, I finally know where I was missing something. Once I finish this matter, I'll refine it further. Suyu thought to himself. The lottery wheel before him displayed a new notification. Ding! Obtained Cinnabar X1. Suyu curled his lips. This thing can be bought outright, why bother putting it in the prize pool? Ding! Obtained Yellow Talismans X300. Suyu glanced at his total of 600 yellow talisman papers, enough to protect quite a few people. But relying solely on the lottery wouldn't be enough. He'd have to see if he could find a place to make more later. Otherwise, with tens of millions of people in a single city, let alone the entire nation, this amount would be utterly useless. Soon, the lottery wheel gradually came to a stop. The final prize appeared. Ding! You have gained 100 years of cultivation. Suyu was stunned when he saw the final reward appear. I've actually gained another 100 years of cultivation. The moment the words left his lips, a century's worth of cultivation surged into his body. Suyu instantly felt his entire being brimming with boundless power. He even experienced a fleeting illusion of floating into the sky, gazing down upon the world below. It was an indescribable sense of bliss. Before Suyu could fully emerge from the bliss of his enhanced cultivation, suddenly, the lottery wheel vibrated. Congratulations, host. You've triggered a critical hit. Acquired the art of controlling objects. At that moment, even Suyu couldn't help but blurt out, holy! I actually drew a spell. Suyu was utterly astonished. He never imagined that this consecutive draw would actually yield a spell. A sensation of being able to manipulate objects suddenly emerged within him. This sensation was profound and strange. It seemed that with just a thought and a surge of chi within his body, he could pull the objects before him toward him. Suyu gazed at the plate of fruit before him, unable to wait to try it out. The thought barely crossed his mind. With a flick of his fingertips, a large, crimson apple from the fruit platter floated slowly toward him, landing gently in his hand. Suyu was thrilled to see he had successfully conjured the apple. He quickly retrieved the peachwood sword, 6 coffin nails, and the lightning-struck jujube knuckles, arranging them one by one on the table. Then, gazing at the peachwood sword before him, he channeled the chi within his body and pointed a finger at it. The peachwood sword began to sway and float upward. Next, he hooked his finger. The sword instantly flew toward him. A smile touched Suyu's lips as he turned his gaze to the hairy corpse standing by the windowsill. He then pointed both fingers together at the hair zombie. Go! With a sharp whoosh, the peachwood sword shot toward the hair zombie. Suyu hooked his finger, and the sword grazed the zombie's cheek before halting mid-air. Good, good, good. Though he'd missed his mark, Suyu's heart still surged with excitement. His gaze shifted to the 6 coffin nails on the table. He repeated the same technique. All 6 nails shot up simultaneously, spinning around his body. They didn't stay aloft for long, however, soon all landing back on the floor. Even so, Suyu was still overjoyed. Isn't this the very ability I've longed for in my dreams? With this spell, flying on a sword will no longer be a mere fantasy. It can become reality anytime. Suyu was already envisioning himself soaring through the skies on a sword. But I'm still not very proficient with this spell yet. I need to practice more. Suyu thought to himself that he'd try sword flying once he'd mastered it. Otherwise, if he tried flying on the sword before mastering it, and something went wrong, he'd plummet from the sky. If he didn't die, he'd be crippled for life. Chapter 057, Dalian, time for your medicine. This lottery really turned up 2 great items. Suyu rubbed his hands together with delight. Host's current science points, 15,430. Glancing at his dwindling science points, he decided to upgrade his treasure radar. Current treasure radar level, LV3. To upgrade treasure radar to LV4, 10,000 science points are required. Screw upgrading. Upgrade successful. Treasure radar successfully upgraded to LV4, treasure signal strength enhanced. New feature added, ghost detection. What does treasure signal strength enhanced mean? Enhanced signal strength allows the treasure radar to detect weaker treasure signals. The moment the system finished answering, 2 green dots flashing with treasure locations instantly appeared on the treasure radar in Suyu's mind. This upgrade is pretty effective. 1 treasure is near the commercial district. Suyu was preparing to head there to buy some copper coins for the Mao zombie to craft a mask, strengthening its suppression. He might as well grab that treasure while he was at it. But the radar doesn't show any ghost markers. Come to think of it, it was still broad daylight. Unless it was some particularly gloomy spot, most ghosts wouldn't dare show themselves at this hour. That said, any ghost daring to show itself at this hour would certainly be no ordinary spirit. Suyu glanced at the Mao zombie, who stood obediently with its eyes closed. Before we leave, I should refine the steps for controlling the Mao zombie. He then went to the kitchen and brought out a bowl filled with water. He picked up the fruit knife from the table and made a small cut on his hand. As the crimson blood flowed into the bowl, the hairy zombie suddenly opened its eyes, staring intently at the fresh blood. Suyu naturally noticed this. Don't worry, it'll all be yours soon. After bandaging the wound with gauze, he drew a spirit summoning symbol with the Tongtian scroll and imbued it into the blood. Instantly, the bowl of blood glowed with a faint crimson light. With this step complete, Suyu picked up a spoon and pried open the hare corpse's mouth. At that moment, the hairy corpse seemed to sense the potency of the blood, forcefully clamping its jaws shut. It seemed the original method had indeed been flawed, lacking refinement. After all, this was a Mao zombie, not an ordinary undead. Suyu took out the three purities bell and gave it a shake. A crisp, clear ringing sound filled the air. Come on, be a good boy. Drink it all up. The hairy zombie's entire body trembled. Its blackened mouth reluctantly opened a little. But it snapped shut again almost immediately. I refused to believe it. Suyu kept shaking the three purities bell, ordering the hairy corpse to open its mouth. This blood is fresh, I just drew it myself. Didn't you just want to drink it? Go ahead. In that moment, he felt as though he were forcing medicine down Dalyung's throat. The hairy corpse stiffly moved its neck, every cell in its body resisting fiercely. But under the combined influence of the three purities bell, the corpse-controlling talisman, and the corpse-suppressing talisman, its resistance proved largely futile. Suyu picked up the spoon and fed the blood, infused with the spirit-conjuring talisman, into the zombie's mouth, spoonful by spoonful. Until not a single drop remained in the bowl. After the corpse drank the entire bowl of blood, its body suddenly trembled. Its eyes, which had opened, closed once more. As the Maoshan corpse refining art states, to better control a powerful zombie, one must enhance it through spirit-conjuring methods. Feeding it blood infused with spirit-summoning talismans only completes half the process. To complete it fully, one must gather 3 breaths of the rising sun's energy from the east at dawn and blow them into the corpse's mouth through a bamboo tube. Only then is the full method of spirit channeling corpse control complete. Though spirit channeling techniques could enhance control over powerful zombies. Facing a hairy zombie now, it was still necessary to buy some items for protection. After securing the hairy zombie, he headed out to catch a bus to the commercial district. The shopping district bustled with people during the day, a lively scene. Suyu pushed through the crowd and entered. His destination was a shop specializing in antiques. Treasure reaction detected 120 meters northwest. Even while on the bus, the treasure hunting radar in his mind had been constantly alerting him. Looks like the treasure really is in the commercial district, how convenient. Unfamiliar with the area, Suyu asked several passers-by before locating the antique shop. At the same time, treasure detected 50 meters to the east. Suyu looked in the direction indicated by the treasure radar. The area was mostly filled with shops selling cheap, no-name clothing. It's actually across from the antique shop. After just a glance, Suyu casually opened his livestream and turned to walk into the antique shop. Tens of thousands flooded into the livestream instantly. But this was because most people had no idea Suyu would be streaming at this hour. Wow, the master is live streaming again at this hour. Good thing I was scrolling through short videos with my roommate, otherwise I would have missed it. Just about to watch that girl clean windows, but then I saw the master show up. Who cares about that now? I'm only serious about the master, all the other streamers are just for fun. Master, could I get one of those talismans? After watching the master's livestream at noon, I want one of his talismans too. I've been sleeping so much better. Master, I want one too. I want one too. Seeing the comments in the live chat, Suyu said, don't worry, I'll do my best to draw more talismans. But no need to panic, equipment for the Ghost Combat Squad will be updated soon, offering better protection for everyone. The antique shop owner was a burly, broad-shouldered man who looked like he'd swindled more than his fair share of customers. As soon as Suyu stepped inside, he spotted a customer admiring an antique white jade teapot. Owner, how much is this? The antique shop owner raised his eyes. This was used by the emperor 3,000 years ago to hold wine. Final price, 3 million. The customer's face turned pale at the price. 3 million? You're robbing me. The antique shop owner chuckled. If you want it, name your price. The customer picked up the white jade flask and examined it. 1,000 yuan, or I'm walking out. The antique shop owner raised his hand and shouted, deal. Sold. Not only was the customer stunned, but Suyu and the live stream viewers were all taken aback. Holy cow, 3 million whacked down to 1,000 and it actually sold. The owner's making a tearful profit of 995 yuan. For junk like this, I think 9.9 was too much. Master, don't shop here, watch out for scams. What's there to fear? If this shopkeeper dares rip off our master, we'll just send the hairy zombie to haunt his place. The customer glanced at the white jade teapot in his hands, then at the shopkeeper, grinning slyly. In the end, he could only buy it with tears in his eyes and leave the antique shop. Suyu walked up to the counter. Boss, do you have any copper coins? The antique shop owner was still grinning as he counted the 1,000 yuan bill he'd just received. Yes, I have some. Let me show you. Upon hearing someone speak, he slowly pulled out a white jade teapot identical to the one before him, along with several copper coins, from beneath the counter. The antique shop owner looked up, startled, nearly dropping what he held. Master. You actually came to my shop. The antique shop owner immediately placed the items on the table. Master, please wait. I'll fetch the genuine items for you. Suyu glanced at the few copper coins on the table. Good grief, they're all fakes. Chapter 058, you'd even try to rip off a master? Suyu had assumed that ancient copper coins were plentiful enough that even if antique shops were full of fakes. But when it came to copper coins, you'd at least start by showing a few genuine ones. Little did he expect this old crook would try to pull a fast one right off the bat. Before long, the antique shop owner emerged holding an exquisite rosewood box. Suyu stared at the exquisite box on the table and asked, "You know me?" The antique shop owner exclaimed excitedly, "I've been watching your livestream since noon today. I even got some ox tears from my wife's cousin. It really got those ghosts all worked up. I have to say, you're really good at exorcising ghosts." Suyu waved his hand dismissively. No need for further talk. May I take a look at these copper coins? The antique shop owner hurriedly opened an exquisite rosewood box. Inside, it was filled to the brim with copper coins. These are all genuine pieces from 500 years ago. A full half-tael, totaling 501. Master, if you're interested in collecting them, I'll offer you 500 per gene. How about it? Suyu didn't rush to answer, instead casually picking up a few coins. Folks, to determine the authenticity of copper coins, you must first examine their material. These coins are all made of brass, meaning they're over 400 years old. The inscriptions are also fine. The antique shop owner's expression shifted slightly upon seeing Suyu actually appraising their authenticity. Suyu continued, "Next, listen to the sound. The older the ancient copper coin, the more severe the calcification. Once calcified, the coin loses its original metallic resonance. When struck against metal, it produces a dull sound. The fainter the sound, the older the coin." He then picked up 2 coins and tapped them together lightly. A faint smile touched his lips. He casually picked up several more coins. And then there's the smell. The longer an ancient coin has been oxidized, the more severe the oxidation becomes. The longer the oxidation process, the weaker the metallic copper scent. Suyu sniffed them, then placed the coins in his hand into an exquisite rosewood box. "Boss, since you've watched my livestream, you should know my skills. There are genuine and fake coins mixed in here, and you're still charging me 500 per pound?" Viewers in the livestream watched the antique shop owner's flustered expression and flooded the chat with comments. What a character! He even dares to pull a fast one on the master. This owner's got some nerve. Wait, the master actually knows about this? The antique shop owner hadn't expected someone so young as Suyu to know about this. He quickly put on a forced smile. "Huh, master, I was just joking with you earlier." Suyu's face was also filled with smiles. "Shopkeeper, I see your forehead is looking a bit dark." The antique shop owner visibly panicked. Though he didn't understand, he knew it couldn't be good news. "Master, what does dark forehead mean?" Suyu replied calmly, "A darkened forehead indicates that disaster will befall you before long. If it's a blood disaster, you might end up in the hospital at best, or dead at worst." The viewers in the livestream were stunned to hear such an interpretation. They fell silent for a moment, listening intently to Suyu's explanation. The antique shop owner, having watched Suyu's livestream, believed his words implicitly. Cold sweat instantly broke out on his body. "Master, what should I do? You have to save me." Viewers in the livestream watched the antique shop owner's terrified reaction and flooded the chat with schadenfreude. "I knew that face looked familiar. It's the same con artist who scammed me out of tens of thousands for a fake painting last month. Scammers like this deserve what they get. And those streamers peddling junk in their livestreams? They deserve to have their foreheads turned black too." Suyu watched the frantic antique shop owner, a faint smile playing on his lips. There is a way to avert this calamity. Hearing there might be a way to avoid it, the antique shop owner immediately reached out to grasp Suyu's hand. But Suyu promptly withdrew his hand. Seeing this, the antique shop owner could only grasp his own hand, pleadingly looking at Suyu. Yet when the antique shop owner saw Suyu standing completely still, he immediately understood and hurriedly scooped up the box of mixed genuine and fake copper coins, dashing toward the back room. Not long after, he reappeared carrying a wooden box significantly larger than the rosewood one. This time, however, the box was noticeably older, clearly having seen many years of use. "Master, I won't let you down this time." Suyu opened the old wooden box. Inside were indeed quite a few copper coins, many of them still caked with earth. Suyu picked up the coins and examined each one carefully. These could be confirmed as genuine. Moreover, there were quite a few 5 Emperors coins among them. If forged into a copper coin sword, these 5 Emperors coins would yield greater power than a sword made from ordinary coins, the so-called 10,000 people coins. For the 5 Emperors coins absorbed the vital energy of 5 Emperors at the height of their reigns and the life force of the mortal world, something no ordinary 10,000 people coin could match. The antique shop owner saw the look of satisfaction on Suyu's face. He immediately breathed a sigh of relief. "Master, if you want them, I'll give them all to you." "Well, about this. Suyu naturally accepted the coins without hesitation. After all, the shopkeeper had tried to rip him off first. Had he not known better, he might have taken those mixed quality coins back to craft a face mask and a coin sword. If something had gone wrong, it would have been trouble. It could even cost someone their life. In short, how you avert disaster depends entirely on yourself. The fewer shady deals you make, the farther disaster stays from you. With that said, Suyu grabbed the wooden box without hesitation and headed straight for the exit. The antique shop owner followed alongside, offering to help. But Suyu firmly declined. After that, the antique shop owner could only watch as Suyu walked into the clothing section. Is the master taking us to buy clothes? If you wanted clothes, you should have said so earlier. My family runs a clothing business. If the master wants some, I'll send over a few nice sets. Free? That generous? Well, not exactly free. Just have dinner with me, then breakfast the next morning. That's all I ask. Why do I keep getting the feeling you want to eat the master? Suyu carried the wooden box as he continued walking along the bustling street. Both sides of the road were lined with shops selling inexpensive clothing. Passers-by couldn't help but glance twice at the man clutching a wooden box. 12 meters northeast, treasure detected. Northeast? Suyu walked along, scanning his surroundings, and spotted a corner. He turned into it. He discovered this path led outside, with numerous vendors selling clothes along the way. Just then, his expression suddenly changed. Among the clothes at one stall, he spotted a yellow Taoist robe. Chapter 059, The Five Ghosts Transport Technique. Holding his belongings, Suyu couldn't continue streaming. He simply informed his viewers before exiting the livestream. He immediately ran to the clothing stall. His eyes fixed intently on that Taoist robe. Seeing a Taoist robe in this world felt incredibly comforting. With this garment, his identity as a Taoist priest would soon be complete. But weren't Taoist artifacts supposed to be non-existent in this world? Items like peachwood swords were only ever found in deserted places. How could a Taoist robe suddenly appear on someone else's stall? Hey, boss, is this robe a family heirloom? The stall owner was a dark-skinned woman. When she saw the yellow Taoist robe Suyu was pointing at, she momentarily looked dazed. When did this robe even appear on my stall? Oh well, someone's buying it anyway, no loss to me. $80 a piece. If you buy a few more, I'll give you a discount. The fleeting look of bewilderment on the vendor's face didn't escape Suyu's notice. He could tell the robe wasn't a family heirloom. Or perhaps it had appeared without anyone noticing. Suyu couldn't be bothered to haggle. He simply scanned his zafubo and bought the yellow Taoist robe. The vendor was overjoyed to find a sucker who didn't haggle. But Suyu was even happier. For this was a genuine Taoist robe, possessing the power to ward off evil spirits. If he acquired skills like artifact forging in the future, he could even imprint spells or formations onto the robe. Carrying the wooden box in one arm and the bag containing the robe in the other, Suyu entered another clothing shop. He bought a loose-fitting black robe. The clothes on the hairy corpse are too tattered. I need to buy it a robe to wear. After gathering everything he needed, Suyu also picked up a bamboo tube and a new cell phone. He hailed a ride-hailing service and headed back to his residential complex. Back home, Suyu immediately dressed the hairy corpse in the black robe. He then took out the ink pot and poured vermilion water into it. He then pulled out the measuring cord and strung together one copper coin after another. After half an hour, he fashioned a copper coin mask and placed it over the zombie's face. He used the yang energy of 10,000 coins to suppress the yin evil energy within its body. Suyu surveyed the now hooded, cloaked corpse, its eyes closed, its face concealed by the coin mask. A sense of mysterious and formidable power welled up within him. At a glance, one could tell this creature was no ordinary being. Especially the black claws faintly visible beneath the sleeves of the black robe sent a chill down one's spine. At dawn, we'll breathe the essence of the rising sun into its mouth 3 times. That will complete the method to fully control the zombie. Then I can confidently take it out to handle matters. Suyu glanced at the remaining copper coins and 5 emperor's coins in the wooden box, then began crafting a coin sword. Sometime later, Suyu fashioned 2 copper coin swords from the remaining coins and 5 emperor's coins. He further imbued them with the golden light incantation to amplify their potency. Suyu surveyed the items laid out on the table: the peachwood sword, the lightning-struck jujube knuckle dusters, the 6 coffin nails, the 2 peachwood swords, the 3 purities bell, and the newly acquired yellow Taoist robe. With all these tools to combat evil spirits, I'm starting to feel more and more like a professional Taoist priest. With my current strength and these tools, ordinary malevolent entities wouldn't stand a chance against me. Anything I encounter can be easily dealt with, basically no challenge at all. As Suyu surveyed the items on the table, his brow suddenly furrowed slightly. With all kinds of ghosts and monsters appearing worldwide now, what if some from other countries come to Dragon Nation? If they're from countries like the Eastern Yao or Southeast Yao, it shouldn't be too much of a problem. The Dragon Nation holds supreme authority among Eastern realms. Ghosts arise from the deaths of humans. Though Eastern specters and demons appear in different regions, they all share the same lineage. My Taoist arts and magical artifacts can handle them all. But if vampires, werewolves, evil spirits, or demons from Western nations like the White Eagle Kingdom arrive, Taoist artifacts likely won't be effective. Just to be safe, I'll need to prepare some tools for dealing with Western ghosts and demons. He didn't believe a single word from him could persuade the Dragon Kingdom to close its ports and airports. Such a decision was monumental. The nation would never make it lightly. With that thought, Suyu hurriedly asked the system. System, if I keep upgrading my lottery tier, will I be able to draw items that can handle Western-style ghosts, demons, and the like? Please continue upgrading your lottery tier, host. Everything you envision will be yours. Looks like I'll have to keep spreading the knowledge to earn more science points. Suyu shook his head and took out the 600 yellow talisman papers, beginning to draw the symbols. After some time, the sun was nearing the horizon, and the moon had already revealed a sliver of its edge on the horizon. Suyu cracked his neck. 600 talismans drawn. Next, I need to deliver them to Director Lu so he can arrange their distribution. Suyu glanced up at the sky. It was nearly nightfall. He pulled out his phone and called Director Lu. Director Lu had just returned home for dinner and planned to catch a quick nap before heading back to the bureau. He usually slept during the day. Had he not spent the day in meetings with the mayor and handling matters concerning Dafeng Mountain, he would have used his free time to catch up on sleep. He had just closed his eyes for a brief nap. The phone on the table began to ring. Dad, your phone is ringing. Don't disturb your father while he's working. Director Lu's wife gently picked up their elementary school-aged daughter and sat down on the nearby sofa. Yawning, Director Lu picked up his phone and perked up instantly. His wife beside him froze in surprise. How come she never saw him look so dead tired back when they were dating? Hello, Master, what's the matter? Suyu said, it's almost evening now, so I imagine the ghost combat team is about to set out. I'm worried we might not make it in time, so I'll send you the newly drawn talismans by another method. You handle distributing them. Director Lu was delighted to hear about the newly drawn talismans. The talismans Suyu had given him earlier that day were prioritized for distribution to the Bureau's combat team members, doctors, and hospitals. They were all distributed in no time. However, some combat team members, hospital doctors, and administrative staff of the Ghost Combat Bureau had yet to receive theirs. He hadn't even kept one for himself. After all, such vital supplies must be prioritized for frontline combat units. Now that he'd heard Suyu had new talismans ready, how could he not be thrilled? Master, I'll go get them. Suyu replied, no need. My method is faster. Whatever you see shortly, don't be alarmed, that's my method of delivering the talisman. After obtaining Director Lu's current location, Suyu ended the call. He then cast the heaven-piercing scroll to draw 5 ghosts transporting talisman. The moment the talisman materialized, 5 ghostly flames shot through the window or passed through the front door, arriving before Suyu. Deliver the talisman on the table to Director Lu Jinmin of Unit 0613A, 13th floor, Building 6, Tianfeng Garden. The 5 ghostly flames swept over the stack of yellow talismans on the table and vanished instantly. Immediately afterward, they shot through the window and sped toward the location Suyu had specified. Chapter 060, How did a hospital appear in my home? At Director Lu's residence. He sat on the sofa, deeply curious about how Suyu would deliver the talismans. He had even requested the home address, which felt like some kind of tracking. Could it be a drone? But the distance between the master and my house is way beyond what a drone can fly, right? Director Lu set down his phone and turned to find his wife's slightly jealous expression. Who is this master you keep mentioning? He's so enthusiastic, could it be some young girl? The way you were freaking out just now, I never saw that even when we were dating. Director Lu looked at his wife in astonishment. Didn't I tell you about it? The words barely left his mouth before he slapped his forehead. Right. I didn't get back until this afternoon and went straight to sleep. But don't you watch live streams? Director Lu's wife retorted, I only watch live stream shopping and beauty videos. Who wants to watch your spooky stuff? I just want to get some decent sleep. Just to recapture a bit of that normal world feeling from half a month ago. Just as Director Lu was about to explain, he saw something glowing flying outside the window. Wait. No. It's coming for me. Quick, get down. Director Lu lunged forward, tackling his wife and child to the ground and shielding them with his own body. In an instant, those 5 glowing objects pierced through the window right before Director Lu's eyes and came to a steady halt beside him. In the blink of an eye, a stack of yellow talismans appeared on the previously empty floor. Immediately afterward, the 5 ghostly flames shot through the window and vanished rapidly, disappearing completely from sight. So this is the method the master described. Director Lu picked up the yellow talismans from the floor with trembling hands, still shaken yet faintly excited. He promptly handed 2 talismans to his wife. After giving her instructions, he hurried back to the bureau. Suyu, seeing that everything was now settled, planned to order some fried chicken to treat himself. After savoring the delicious meal, he would head out to stream. Soon, night fell. After polishing off 2 whole roasted chickens, wiping his mouth, and washing it down with a gulp of cola. Ah! How come it's already nighttime and the radar hasn't detected any ghosts? Suyu stared at the lone green dot on his treasure hunting radar. Maybe I should go treasure hunting first, then see if I can run into any ghosts. After making his decision, Suyu slipped on his yellow Taoist robe and stowed his peachwood sword, copper coin sword, and other magical artifacts into his system space. Then, he stepped outside. However, he wasn't in a hurry to start streaming. He hadn't encountered anything yet, and his treasure hunting points hadn't accumulated. This wasn't his first time going live either. He figured he'd start streaming once something happened. Ghost and Monster Special Operations Bureau. Director Liu had just arrived at his office and hadn't even had time to arrange these talismans when the Intelligence Collection Section Chief rushed in. Director, there's trouble in the Eastern District. Director Liu remained remarkably composed. With the Grandmaster here, there's no need to panic. The Intelligence Collection Section Chief spoke urgently. Multiple residents have suddenly vanished from the residential area at East District Crossroads. He immediately transmitted a video to Director Liu's computer. This is a live stream recording from a broadcaster right before they vanished. Director Liu sipped his tea as he opened the video. In the footage, a sweet-looking female streamer was dancing to the song Ace of Spades. Everything appeared normal, with nothing out of the ordinary. But as the clock struck 7 p.m. and the sun fully set, the streamer suddenly shivered. Why am I suddenly feeling a bit chilly? Babies, let's have a carnival. Let the streamer wear some silk stockings to warm her legs. She finished speaking with a pitiful look on her face. Suddenly, as if sensing something, she cautiously approached the tightly closed door. Her delicate hands grasped the doorknob and turned it gently, opening a small crack. The female host's expression shifted slightly. I remember the living room light was on. Why is it dark now? Could the light bulb have burned out? In the video, she could be seen cautiously stepping into the darkened living room. As time ticked by, not a sound came from the dark living room. Nor did the female streamer return. But then, the lights in the dark living room suddenly flickered. Within seconds, the dark living room was illuminated. But Director Liu sprayed a mouthful of tea onto the computer screen. The head of the Intelligence Gathering Division hurriedly reported, Director, after receiving the missing persons report, we immediately dispatched the team responsible for the Eastern District to investigate the situation. As he spoke, he fast-forwarded the video to the moment when a 5-person combat team responsible for the Eastern District appeared. However, Director Liu pressed down on the Intelligence Collection Section Chief's hand. Rewind the footage to when the living room lights flickered. The Intelligence Collection Section Chief didn't understand why this was necessary. Nevertheless, he complied with Director Liu's instructions and rewound the footage. In the footage, when the lights flickered, Director Liu suddenly pressed pause. Look! Director Liu pointed to a slightly blurred area in the footage, situated between light and shadow. Isn't that a hospital bed? And isn't there a row of chairs beside it? The Intelligence Section Chief scrutinized the spot Director Liu indicated. When he made out the details, cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. That really looks like a hospital corridor. And isn't the other half of that hospital bed actually a sofa? No. It's not just wrong, it's completely wrong. This is clearly still a living room. How could a hospital corridor appear here? And that sofa is a trendy model. How could it possibly connect to a hospital bed? Director Liu swallowed hard, running through all the science Suyu had previously explained. None of it matched the current situation. Judging by the current situation, perhaps we've been ghost blinded to another place. The head of the Intelligence Collection Division interjected, but didn't the master say that everything seen through ghostly blindness is fake? The person is gone now, how could it still be a ghostly illusion? Director Liu clenched his fists tightly. He thought he understood enough, yet now faced a situation he'd never encountered before. Just as he was about to call Suyu for assistance, the Intelligence Collection Section Chief's phone rang. What? Tell them not to do anything stupid. Director Liu urgently demanded, what's happening? The head of the Intelligence Gathering Division urgently replied that 5-person combat team in the video claims they've found a way to locate those missing people. This is utter nonsense. Director Liu urgently demanded the combat team leader's phone number from the Intelligence Collection Section Chief and dialed immediately. He had to stop them from acting recklessly. Chapter 061, Where are my teammates? Where are they? At that moment, in a house in Dong District, Yangjiang City, a mother clutched her child, both trembling uncontrollably. Beside her stood a 5-member combat team. Their eyes were fixed on the tightly closed bedroom door. Suddenly, the team leader's phone rang. The captain picked up the phone and saw an unfamiliar number. Hello? Who is this? This is Lu Jinmin. The moment the captain heard the director's slightly angry voice, he hurriedly replied, Director, what are your instructions? On the other end, Director Liu said, I heard you're about to do something stupid. If you hadn't called me personally, I'd be worried you'd get yourself into trouble. Stay right where you are. Everything will be decided once the master arrives. At the mention of Suyu, the captain's face flashed with admiration, but his gaze quickly hardened. Director, the master is indeed capable, but no matter how skilled he is, he's still just one person. How many combat operatives do we have nationwide? How many supernatural incidents must we handle daily? The master can't possibly handle them all. The captain gripped the two triangular talismans hanging around his neck. We're not children anymore. It's time we weaned ourselves off him. I may have identified some patterns in these disappearances. It's when a closed door is reopened, and someone steps back into that darkness, that's when they vanish. We now have the talismans the master gave us, plus weapons soaked in black dog's blood and chicken blood, more than enough to handle the current situation. Armed with these tools, he felt absolute confidence that he could now rescue everyone on his own. No matter how sternly Director Lu tried to stop him on the phone, it couldn't shake his resolve. Director, just wait and see our outstanding performance in the official live broadcast. The captain hung up the phone and turned to the mother and child. Rest assured, since we've come, we will rescue your husband. The mother and son nodded tearfully in gratitude. The captain turned to the four members behind him. Let's go. The captain led the way, opening the bedroom door to reveal complete darkness inside. The moment he stepped inside, the lights in the dark bedroom suddenly flickered on. The team members behind him quickened their pace and followed in. But the next moment, as the lights fully illuminated the room, only the team members remained in the bedroom, their faces frozen in utter bewilderment. The captain was gone. What the hell? Where's the captain? How could he just vanish like that? We went in together, how could he just vanish? Ghost and Monster Special Operations Bureau. Director Lu knew the captain's words made sense. But this situation was unprecedented. Charging in blindly meant facing unknown dangers. He quickly opened the official livestream channel. He located the captain's live feed. On the live feed, the captain was in a pitch black, eerily quiet place. He quickly activated the flashlight mounted beneath his rifle barrel. The beam illuminated the area ahead. The space was vast and open, with four large white marble pillars standing at its center. A dust-covered wheelchair stood beside the pillar. The floor was littered with scattered odds and ends. To the left was a white counter. The captain hurriedly turned to look behind him, only to find a tightly closed door. Where are the other members? Where had the team members gone? The captain rushed to the closed door and kicked it with all his might. But the door didn't budge an inch. The captain tried to peer through the window in the door to assess the situation outside and determine if they were still within Yangjiang City. But the window was fogged up, offering no view. The butt of his rifle and his dagger struck the surface, leaving not a single scratch. It was as hard as steel. Looks like a hospital, huh? An abandoned hospital, at that. We're done for. Only the captain made it here. The rest of the team didn't follow. Wait, I've been watching the live stream the whole time. Right when the captain went in, the stream flickered and the scene changed. Must be ghostly illusions. Quick, pee on it. Or maybe we should just give in and light a few cigarettes like the master said. We all saw it was a hospital in the livestream that rules out ghostly interference, right? I'm scared. Even going to the bathroom feels like I'm being dragged somewhere else. Nowhere feels safe anymore. Director Lu saw the captain was still okay in the livestream. The only issue was occasional snowflakes on the feed or intermittent, unstable footage that seemed ready to cut out at any moment. He quickly dialed the number. Soon, the call was answered. But there was a lot of static. Chen Xing, your team member is stuck in that room for some reason. Don't make any rash moves. Just stay put. I'll contact the master immediately. However, on the other end of the line. Hello? Chief, what did you say? Director Lu, watching the live feed, remained unaffected by the heavy static on the line. But Captain Chen Xing was a different story. His recorder only had the function to live stream online, and he couldn't see it himself. Director Lu wanted to send a chat notification to alert him, but there was no way to get his attention. We must contact the master immediately. Director Lu immediately called Suyu again. Suyu had just walked a block out of the residential complex. His phone rang. He picked it up to see it was Director Lu calling. The moment he answered, Director Lu's urgent voice came through. Master, there's trouble in the eastern district of Yangjiang City. He then proceeded to explain the situation to Suyu. After listening, Suyu sensed this wasn't like being led astray by ghosts or having one's vision obscured by spirits. Ghostly confusion and ghostly blindness both involve visual deception. To put it more scientifically, ghosts are energy entities that disrupt human magnetic fields and brainwaves, causing people to see things that aren't actually there. But walking into a dark space and vanishing outright? Moreover, the hospital that shouldn't have been there appeared within the dark space at home, and even the live stream viewers could see it. This had nothing to do with ghostly hallucinations or illusions. Yet Suyu felt strangely familiar with this sudden transition into another space. He was sure he'd heard or seen something like this before. On the other end of the line, Director Lu said, "Master, are you available now? If you're available, I'll have Zhou Dongliang and the others escort you to the East District immediately." Suyu replied, "I'll wait at the community gate. Also, tell the residents near Cross Street not to open their doors or go inside unless absolutely necessary. Wait until I arrive to assess the situation." Director Lu hastily agreed. Just as Suyu hung up and turned to head back, a familiar military SUV pulled up at the community entrance. Zhou Dongliang and his team members got out and ran toward Suyu. "Master, we were on our way to find you when we received Director Lu's call. Would you be available to accompany us to the East District now?" Suyu nodded. "Let's go immediately." After that, the group piled into the vehicle and sped toward Cross Street in the East District. Chapter 062, I feel terrifyingly powerful right now. Seated in the back seat, Suyu pondered this new development. How many people vanished since the dark space suddenly appeared? He turned to Zhou Dongliang beside him and asked. Including Captain Chen Xing, who was swept up in it, 13 people have vanished after entering the dark space so far. But strangely, no further reports of similar incidents have surfaced since. Suyu stroked his chin in thought. At 7 o'clock that evening, 13 people entered the dark space and never returned. Captain Chen Xing was an exception. The entire team had walked toward the flickering lights of the dark space together, but in the end, only he had entered, while all the other team members had stayed behind. It was now nearly 7:30 p.m. Yet no further incidents had occurred at this hour. Suyu looked out the window and suddenly had a hunch. There must be a major cursed site near Crossroads, where numerous ghosts and ghost kings reside. Their resentment has formed a unique space. The reason why these unnatural spaces appeared in residents' homes is because it was during the transition between day and night, when the Yin energy erupted suddenly at that precise moment. This sudden surge of Yin energy temporarily expanded the space formed by the ghost's resentment into the residential area, causing these unexpected spaces to appear in the residents' homes. Zhou Dongliang and his team shuddered as they listened to Suyu's explanation. It was the first time they'd heard that resentment could form a space and that it could expand. Yet they couldn't shake the feeling that it couldn't possibly be that terrifying. If that were the case, there would be no safe place left. Zhou Dongliang remarked, but so far, there haven't been any new reports of similar incidents. If that were truly the case, people would still be venturing into the dark space right now. Curious souls never run out. With tens of thousands living near Cross Street, it was impossible for not a single incident to have occurred by now. Suyu didn't answer Zhou Dongliang's question. Instead, he said, "We'll see once we get to the East District." Suyu lived in the western district of Yanjiang City. Though the distance to the East District was considerable, the off-road vehicle sped along, and it wouldn't take long to arrive. To gather more information, Suyu immediately pulled out his phone and opened Chen Xing's official livestream. Amidst the intermittent lag and flickering of the live feed, Chen Xing held his phone, trying to call the outside world. But either the calls wouldn't go through, or when he finally managed to connect, he couldn't make out what the other person was saying. This left Chen Xing feeling extremely frustrated and disoriented. He took out the 2 talismans hanging around his neck, and his troubled mind calmed considerably. With the master's talismans protecting me, the spirits here can't harm me. But I must find the person who wandered in here immediately. Chen Xing took out a small bottle of ox tears and dabbed it onto his eyelids. Then, gun in hand, he cautiously advanced step by step. Though the official livestream occasionally stuttered, viewers endured the glitches to catch glimpses of what lay within. Is there only one official team member coming to this weird place? I feel like if I came here alone, even just to use the bathroom, I'd probably lose my mind. What if I'm asleep, roll over, fall out of bed, and wake up in this abandoned hospital? I'd piss myself. At that moment, a 6-foot-tall hunk tucked his feet under the covers and hugged his roommate tightly. The livestream viewers watched as Chen Xing walked step by step to the center of the hall. Passageways and staircases lined both sides, but no elevator was in sight. Judging by the current state, this place must be at least 40 or 50 years old. Is anyone out there? I'm the captain of the official combat team for the Ghost and Monster Special Operations Bureau. Chen Xing's shout was met only by the hollow echoes of the surrounding space. At that moment, a sudden sound came from nearby. Chen Xing spun around instantly. The beam of his flashlight fell directly on the wheelchair behind him. The sight of the wheelchair before him instantly sent a chill down his spine. Because earlier, this wheelchair had been placed beside a white marble pillar. It hadn't been behind him at all. Don't be afraid. You absolutely must not be afraid. The master said that for a ghost to harm a person, it must first use various terrifying methods to weaken the person's vital energy to a certain degree. Now it's trying to scare me to weaken my vital energy. Chen Xing clutched the 2 talismans hanging around his neck tightly. His heart suddenly felt steadier. So what if you frighten me? So what if you weaken my vital energy? With the master's protective talisman and demon banishing charm upon me, you cannot harm me. I feel terrifyingly powerful right now. Come at me if you dare. Damn it! Chen Xing suddenly let out a string of curses, feeling his courage surge and his head grow hot with adrenaline. He couldn't help but laugh. Viewers in the official livestream flooded the chat with comments. Damn, he's putting that knowledge to use right away. With Fire Turkey's masterclass and the Master's Talisman, suddenly I feel like I could take him on too. Quick question, who exactly is this master everyone keeps mentioning? Master Fire Chicken Bar, of course. He's personally certified by the mayor of Yangjiang City and the director of the Yangjiang Ghost Suppression Task Force as the top expert in dealing with supernatural threats. You didn't know that? This big data is so reliable. If you don't follow these things normally, you'd never see any of this. Master Fire Chicken Bar hasn't gone live yet. Once he does, you'll see just how awesome he is. But I bet Master Fire Chicken is already on his way to handle this. As viewers flooded the chat with comments, Chen Xing looked at the two passageways on either side, momentarily unsure which way to go. He had no idea where they led. Is anyone out there? I'm an official agent from the Ghost Special Operations Bureau. I'm here to rescue you. He tried shouting again, hoping for a response. He. A sudden, mischievous child's giggle echoed through the air. Chen Xing spun around instantly, raising his gun to aim at the passageway to his right. As the flashlight swept across the passageway, a white figure darted into the corner of the passageway. Judging by the silhouette, it seemed to be a child. Had a child been dragged into this? Kid, don't run. I'm here to protect you. This isn't a place to play. Chen Xing's heart raced with anxiety as he hurried toward the right passageway, fearing the child might come to harm. How could there still be children inside? Don't their parents care? Wait. Could that child be a ghost? Impossible. It must be human. I saw it clearly without using ox tears. +1. I didn't smear ox tears either, and I saw that child too. A child really got dragged into this. Hope it doesn't leave them traumatized. Right now it's not about psychological trauma, it's about whether we'll make it home alive. Chapter 063, Where's the Master? Did he bail? In the dark hospital. Chen Xing, captain of one of the teams responsible for the Ghost and Monster Special Operations Bureau in Yangjiang's East District, was searching the dark hospital corridors for the child he'd seen. He followed the child's footsteps all the way to the middle of the corridor. Abandoned wards lined both sides of the corridor, yet the child was nowhere to be seen. Kid, where are you? Come out. I'll take you home. Chen Xing's lonely voice echoed through the silent corridor. Speaking of that master streamer you guys mentioned, why hasn't he shown up yet? Things have already gone wrong, and even the child got dragged into this. Maybe he chickened out and didn't dare show up. That so-called master is probably all talk and no action. My master would be scared? Haven't you seen the previous live stream recordings? No thanks, not interested. I only care about the present. Chen Xing couldn't see the bullet comments in the official livestream, continuing his search in the dark space. Just as he reached for a department door handle, a clattering sound echoed from above. Did it run upstairs? Chen Xing wondered, but he hadn't heard any footsteps running upstairs. But his urgency to save lives drove him up the stairs to the second floor. Surveying his surroundings, Chen Xing found the second floor laid out much like the first, with corridors branching off to the left and right. He immediately ran toward a nearby window, hoping to see outside and confirm whether he was still in Yangjiang City. But when he reached the window, he found only pitch darkness outside. He couldn't see a thing. He shone his flashlight outside, but the light barely pierced the darkness. He could only vaguely make out what seemed to be trees outside the hospital. Speaking of which, the Ghost Special Operations Bureau should have notified the master by now. Why hasn't he started his livestream yet? A friend told me they saw a Ghost Special Operations Unit SUV just enter the East District. The master must be in it. How do you even know he's on that vehicle? I think he can't handle this situation and just bailed. Makes sense. That streamer goes live more often than he eats, and now something's gone wrong, yet there's no sign of him. Enough already. I told you the master is on his way. Stop all this ing nonsense. Chen Xing saw no way to determine his location from outside and felt helpless. He'd just have to find the person first. He had barely taken a few steps when a thud sounded from the left passageway. This instantly put him on high alert. He cautiously crept toward the source of the sound. With so many departments lining both sides of the corridor, he felt annoyed for the first time in his life. Chen Xing slowly approached a closed department door. He sensed the sound had originated from this very room. He placed his hand on the doorknob, turning it gently, while his other hand was already on the trigger of his gun, ready for battle at any moment. When Chen Xing finally turned the handle all the way, the viewers in the livestream unconsciously held their breath, afraid of seeing something jump out at them. Yet equally afraid that opening it would reveal nothing. Chen Xing held his breath too, then shoved the door open violently. Ah! In that instant, a piercing scream and the crash of overturned furniture shattered the silence. Chen Xing instinctively raised his gun, only to see a figure lunging toward him, clawing wildly as it pounced. Ah! I'll fight you to the death. The moment the figure lunged at him, Chen Xing realized it was a living person. He frantically tried to pull the woman off him, but she seemed to have gone mad, wildly flailing her arms and landing several scratches on his face and neck. Calm down. I'm human. I'm with the Ghost and Monster Special Operations Bureau. Chen Xing strained to pull the woman off him. But the crazed woman was harder to catch than a pig during the new year. He nearly toppled to the ground. Chen Xing shouted several times before the woman gradually regained her senses. Human? It really is a person. The woman clutched Chen Xing's face tightly, trying to get a clear look. But the surrounding darkness made it impossible to see clearly. Only when Chen Xing shone his flashlight on himself did the woman finally see clearly. The moment she recognized Chen Xing's face, she burst into tears. Finally, another human being. Chen Xing slowly set her down and comforted her for a while. Judging by her attire, she was none other than that female streamer. Once the woman had calmed down, Chen Xing began to gather information from her. You said you saw someone else. Did you encounter another person who also stumbled into this place, and then you parted ways because of something? Do you know where that other person you encountered earlier went? The streamer sobbed uncontrollably, clearly terrified. Earlier, I met an older man in a hall on the first floor. We were searching for an exit together when we passed a staircase, and then I saw a white figure drag him upstairs. I panicked and ran after him, trying to grab him. But as soon as I reached the second floor, the man vanished. Everything was pitch black, and there wasn't a sound. Suddenly, I felt something brush against my leg. I started running around frantically and hid in the first room I found. Then I ran into you. After hearing Chen Xing's account, I feared the worst for that man. But duty called. He had to find the man no matter what. The saying goes, if alive, see the person; if dead, see the body. My mission is to locate everyone who's wandered into this place, but I currently have no idea how many people are involved. So I might be spending quite some time here. For safety's sake, it's best if you come with me. But don't worry, I'm certain the master is already on his way and will arrive shortly. Once he's here, we'll be safe. The female anchor furrowed her brow slightly. The master? What master? Chen Xing and the live stream viewers were taken aback. Others not knowing was understandable. After all, in the age of big data, everything was pushed based on preferences. But she was a streamer. How could she not know? You're a host, and you don't know this? The master is #1 on the local live streaming charts. The female streamer explained, my channel only has a few dozen viewers. I don't really check the local streaming rankings. The viewers in the official livestream suddenly understood. No wonder small streamers don't care about this. But this is a major streaming hotspot. If she went live here, her traffic would skyrocket in minutes. Seeing her emotions had calmed, Chen Xing said, let's go find the others now. The streamer nodded. It was safer to follow the official combat team than to go alone. Chen Xing led the way, the streamer quietly following behind. But neither noticed the torn rope and shattered talisman left behind on the floor of the room they just left. Chapter 064, caught off guard by a face-to-face ultimate, scared to tears. On the second floor corridor of the abandoned hospital. Chen Xing led the way, the female streamer clinging close behind, her eyes darting nervously around, terrified something might suddenly appear. Relax. Every bullet in my gun's been dipped in chicken blood, and so has my willow whip. If any ghosts dare show up, I'll kill every last one. Hearing the streamer's nervous breathing, Chen Xing tried to reassure her with these words, hoping to ease her fear. The female host heard something about chicken blood-soaked bullets and willow whips. It sounded like they were talking about hot pot. Is that master you mentioned reliable? Chicken blood is fine for hot pot, but you're saying it can fight ghosts? There are so many scammers these days. Are you sure this guy's legit? The moment those words were spoken, the audience in the official livestream couldn't sit still. Seriously, someone still doubts the master's credibility? My master here punches zombies and kicks ghost kings. He's no pushover for a small-time streamer like you to insult. But I also think your so-called great master is a fraud. Didn't he say he was on his way? Why haven't we heard a peep from him? Chicken blood can fight ghosts? You just believe whatever he says? What if he's just a big con artist? I saw the official combat team kill a ghost with bullets dipped in chicken blood and black dog blood. Who do you think I'll believe, the master or you? If there really is someone that awesome, then one of you tell me where he is right now. Chen Xing was unaware that the viewers in the livestream chat had already started arguing over this. If he knew, he'd definitely argue his case. Just wait and see, girl. If any ghosts show up, I guarantee I'll take them out the moment they appear. Plus, I've got the master's talisman. It'll keep us both safe for sure. In the dark corridor, the two moved cautiously. Following the path through the corridor, a hospital bed by the wall ahead came into view. They also noticed the doors here were unusually large. Only the old-fashioned signs had vanished over time. Still, Chen Xing recognized it at a glance. Looks like we've reached the hospital's inpatient ward. Then, Chen Xing called out loudly, hoping to find someone. Their voices echoed through the dark, empty space. They walked on, calling out as they went. Squeak! They had just turned left toward the restroom, wondering if anyone was hiding there. But just then, the sound of a door opening came from the other side. The female streamer immediately pressed herself against Chen Xing's back, trembling all over. "Don't panic. If it's people, we'll just have another companion. If it's a ghost, I'll take it down." Chen Xing led the way, and though terrified, the female host followed. She certainly didn't want to be here alone. Soon, they came upon a door that was slightly ajar. This must be the place. Chen Xing held his gun as he slowly pushed the door open. The moment the flashlight illuminated the room, the pale figure on the hospital bed made both the female host and the live stream viewers hold their breath. "I didn't wipe away cow tears. I saw it, it's a person. A child. I didn't fake it either. I saw it too, it's a person, not a ghost. That's why they say people scare people to death. Don't do this stuff late at night." Chen Xing swallowed hard and whispered, "Can you see it?" The female streamer was too shaken to speak, only frantically nodding her head. Seeing her nod, Chen Xing secretly breathed a sigh of relief. "Based on my 2 weeks of dealing with ghosts, they're usually invisible to the naked eye. But I've rubbed ox tears on my eyes, so I can see ghosts invisible to the naked eye. You haven't. So if even you can see it, it must be human." The female host relaxed upon hearing Chen Xing's explanation. Chen Xing looked at the figure before him and felt a sense of familiarity. Wasn't this the same kid from before? He'd actually made his way to the inpatient ward that was remarkably fast. Chen Xing relaxed and strode inside. "Kid, I finally found you. I'm with the Ghost and Monster Special Operations Bureau. Come with us now. Stop running around." Chen Xing approached the hospital bed and gently grasped the child's shoulder. The child slowly turned his head, tilting it to look at them, and gave a mischievous little smile. Chen Xing scooped him up, only to feel something was off. The child felt oddly light and cold. The child suddenly let out a shrill laugh, his pitch-black mouth stretching wider than his head. His entire face contorted. The female streamer collapsed in terror, screaming hysterically. The live stream began to freeze and stutter violently. This is a ghost. Help me, I'm pissing myself. I can't take it anymore, I'm about to pass out. Is this the awesome master you guys kept bragging about? What the hell happened to those supposed powerful talismans? Holy. Scared the crap out of me. I told you that master was a fraud. Everyone argued with me, going on and on about how powerful his talismans were, how ghosts wouldn't dare approach. Now they're practically breathing down our necks. The viewers in the official livestream were still arguing when suddenly boom. Chen Xing's official livestream cut out instantly. Inside the military off-road vehicle, Zhou Dongliang watched as Chen Xing's official livestream cut out, his heart racing with anxiety. "Master, what the hell is going on? That kid is actually a ghost. I saw it too, even without smearing ox tears." Suyu, of course, saw every comment flooding Chen Xing's livestream. He had originally planned to wait until he arrived at his destination before going live. But with this new problem arising, he had to go live to explain. Less than 10 seconds after Suyu went live, the live stream instantly flooded with 500,000 viewers. Many of them were new viewers coming from the official live stream. The moment they entered, the chat exploded with messages. "Master, you finally went live. I've been waiting so long. I was scared out of my wits just now, but seeing you here instantly made me calm down. Master, explain why we can see ghosts without rubbing cow tears." "Exactly. This is driving me crazy." Seeing the comments in the live stream, Suyu cut straight to the chase. Ghosts with sufficient power can choose whether to reveal themselves to humans. The space they inhabit is a unique realm formed by immense resentment. It's stronger than the resentment in that military warehouse before. That's why even weaker ghosts can make themselves visible to humans. Suyu continued, the reason he could barely maintain the livestream in this unique space was that the talisman on his body temporarily blocked the resentment and the ghost's influence on him, creating a delicate balance. The broadcast later cut off because the talisman was accidentally torn off when he encountered that female streamer. However, the residual power of the talisman remained on him, barely sustaining the connection. But when that child ghost pressed close to his face, it drained the talisman's last remnants of power, making it impossible to sustain the livestream in this unique space. Just as Suyu was explaining this to the livestream viewers, Lao Lu, who was driving, announced, "We've reached the crossroads in the East District." Chapter 065, Entering the Abandoned Hospital. Cross Street lay silent and deserted at night, permeated by a faint, lingering aura of death. As soon as Suyu arrived here, a directional red alert flashed prominently on the treasure hunting radar in his mind. He immediately pulled out another phone and opened the map, comparing it to the red alert in his mind. Then he turned to Zhou Dongliang. "Captain Zhou, do we have records of where those 13 people live?" Zhou Dongliang promptly pointed at the locations on Suyu's phone map, pinpointing each of the 13 missing persons' positions one by one. Seeing those locations, Suyu nodded. "Just as I suspected." Then he pointed to an empty plot on the map. "Wasn't there a hospital here once?" The new viewers in the livestream chat looked at Suyu in confusion. Wait, isn't this streamer from Yanjiang City? How could he not know this? Everyone from Yanjiang knows there used to be a hospital there, but it's been abandoned for years. I'd heard it was abandoned even when I was in kindergarten. Zhou Dongliang nodded. There really was a hospital here. Then he quickly added, Master, should we head straight to the resident's home now and enter that space of resentment from inside their house? The live stream audience grew excited at the suggestion. Look at me, look at me. I live right here on Cross Street, Master, come to my place. I live alone on Cross Street in a pretty spacious place. Master, you're welcome to come to my place. If you get tired, you can just crash here, no problem at all. If the master comes to my place, I'll rush to my supermarket and grab some tasty treats. Wait, you guys are actually letting this guy into your homes? His talismans aren't reliable, and he's even less trustworthy. Believe it or not, if you don't, get lost. Suyu read the comments flooding the livestream chat. Going home or anywhere with doors is useless now. At this remark, everyone froze for a moment. Suyu explained, as I mentioned before, the reason unusual spaces appeared in residents' homes was because it was during the transition between day and night. The Yin energy erupted suddenly at that precise moment. This allowed the space formed by ghostly resentment to temporarily expand into residential areas, causing these unexpected spaces to appear in people's homes. Suyu turned to Zhou Dongliang. Captain Zhou, didn't you say there haven't been any reports of such incidents lately? There's only one reason. That is, the cycle of day and night has completed its transition. The Yin energy has stabilized, and the Yang energy has reached a nighttime equilibrium with the Yin. The resentment space that expanded due to the Yin energy's eruption has now retracted to its proper boundaries. So going to those people's homes or any door now is pointless. Zhou Dongliang stared at Suyu with a grave expression. Suddenly, he understood. I understand now. Master, you mentioned earlier that there's a highly inauspicious location at Cross Street, and you also inquired about the abandoned hospital. And those who stumbled into the dark space all had the abandoned hospital as their central point. Therefore, that place of great calamity must be within that abandoned hospital. Suyu nodded. Correct. To enter now, we must go through that abandoned hospital. Old Six, who was driving, immediately floored the accelerator. It didn't take long. They soon arrived at the gates of the abandoned hospital. Everyone got out of the car. As Zhou Dongliang and the others gazed at the abandoned hospital shrouded in night, a chill crept over them. They couldn't help but shiver involuntarily. But what Suyu saw was an overwhelming aura of darkness. It truly is a place of great misfortune. Hospitals naturally carry heavier Yin energy than other places because so many people die there. But this abandoned hospital carries an even heavier aura of gloom, along with intense resentment. Suyu pondered it over and over, finding it increasingly similar to something he'd seen before. Are there any rumors about doctors torturing patients here? Zhou Dongliang replied, this hospital was once called the Abnormal Human Research Center. There were indeed such rumors back then. They said the director was born in Japan, his parents were immigrants from China, and later he returned to China to establish a hospital specializing in psychiatric research, frequently performing cranial surgeries on patients. But with the internet not being as developed back then, no one could verify if it was true or not. I heard that later, patients at this research center rioted, and many died including the director himself. After that, the matter was swept under the rug. Suyu was now certain that the ghost king of this cursed place was undoubtedly that director. Patients tortured into resentment, then killed by that very torment, had caused the area to become saturated with malevolent energy. Once we go inside, everyone must be cautious. The ghosts here are madmen, driven by their resentment to harm anyone they encounter. And since they feared the director, who became the Ghost King, anyone captured by these ghosts will likely be dragged before him and forced to undergo surgery. After hearing Suyu's explanation, Zhou Dongliang and the others, along with the live stream viewers, felt a chill run down their spines. For ordinary people, just hearing about surgery at a hospital is already cause for worry. Now they were facing forced surgery, performed by the Ghost King himself. Who knows what kind of surgery this would be? They might not even get anesthesia, just a raw cut. How excruciatingly painful that would be. There's absolutely no way I'd survive that operating table. Just thinking about it made every part of his body ache. Suyu led Zhou Dongliang and the others through the main gate, arriving at the entrance to the hospital lobby. They saw a tightly shut door with its handle chained shut. Fortunately, Zhou Dongliang had instructed his team to bring wire cutters. With a sharp snip, the chain snapped and fell to the ground. The moment Suyu pushed open the door, a pungent, musty odor assaulted his senses. He waved his hand to clear the dust before him and strode inside. Four white marble pillars stood ahead, starkly visible under the flashlight's beam. These are the very pillars that Captain saw before. Damn, the master really is amazing, he found the right place on his first try. I thought those who wandered into the dark space were lost forever. Turns out they were still at crossroads. Where are all those people who said the master couldn't do it? If he couldn't, how did he find it so quickly? If you'd been in charge, we'd still be searching next year, they'd be long dead by now. Wait, something's off, where's the wheelchair? Yeah, I remember too. There was a beat-up wheelchair by the pillar. How'd it disappear? Did a ghost take it to sit on? Suyu explained as he saw the comments in the livestream chat. That's because we haven't entered the space formed by that resentment yet. He turned to Zhou Dongliang, you've all got your talismans with you, right? They all nodded and even pulled out the talismans they were wearing to prove it. Only when we close the main gate will we truly enter that unique space. As Suyu spoke, Zhou Dongliang's team simultaneously closed the doors. In an instant, the entire hospital lobby fell into an eerie, deathly silence. Suyu's livestream also stuttered briefly at that moment. At that moment, Zhou Dongliang's flashlight beam swept over the white marble pillar. A battered wheelchair had appeared beside the column at some unknown moment. Chapter 066, Hold the Talisman, Follow Me. It's here. The wheelchair is here. This master seems to be legit after all. I'd better take back what I said earlier before I get my face slapped. The livestream audience erupted in admiration. This strange sensation was something they had never experienced before. Director Liu of the Ghost and Monster Special Operations Bureau watched as Suyu led Zhou Dongliang and the others into the hospital. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Xing and the people who wandered in here, they can be saved. First floor lobby of the abandoned hospital. A team member beside Zhou Dongliang tried to push open the main door. But the door wouldn't budge an inch. They could even hear the chains rattling against it from outside. But they had already cut the chains earlier. Moreover, the windows on the door were fogged up, obscuring any view of the situation outside. This was the first time any of the team members had entered a place like this, and they were utterly astonished by the situation. Alright, stop messing with that door. Everyone, focus. Zhou Dongliang quickly gathered the team members. Then he turned to Suyu. Master, what preparation should we make now? No need. Just hold on to your talismans and follow me. Suyu handed his phone to Zhou Dongliang. With a flick of his wrist, a peachwood sword appeared in his hand. Is this master actually a professional ghost hunter, or just a professional magician? How can he have nothing in his hand one moment, and then a long wooden sword appear the next? I bet he's hiding it in that yellow coat. My 3-year-old nephew could pull off this kind of cheap trick. Yeah, the master actually changed into new clothes today, a big yellow one with black and white patterns. But something about it just feels off. The master's big yellow coat isn't as nice as mine. The master is great at everything except fashion. Maybe I should give him some freestyling advice? Zhou Dongliang scanned the live chat comments in Suyu's stream. He hadn't paid much attention to Suyu's yellow coat before, assuming it was just a new purchase. But now that the viewers were discussing it, Zhou Dongliang also felt something was off. Master, your new coat looks great, but might it be too eye-catching? Couldn't it actually draw unwanted attention from spirits? Zhou Dongliang and his team members, all trained professionals, knew this well. On the battlefield, you absolutely must not wear overly bright clothing. Otherwise, even with teammates by your side, you'd be the brightest target in the enemy's sights, all bullets aimed squarely at you. Suyu glanced down at his outfit. He didn't think it stood out. This isn't just any ordinary garment. It's our Taoist robe. Neither Zhou Dongliang nor the viewers in the livestream had ever heard of such a thing. Suyu led them upstairs. That was where the incident had occurred before Chen Xing's livestream cut out. As they walked, he explained Taoist robes to them. Taoist robes are a type of attire within Taoism. Different ranks of Taoist priests wear different robes, and the blessings on the robes grow stronger accordingly. Blue robes are worn by formally ordained Taoist priests. Yellow robes are worn by Taoists who have taken vows. They must be worn during ceremonies to signify solemnity and to ward off evil spirits and harm. Red robes are ceremonial garments worn only by Taoists of considerable attainment during major rituals. Purple robes are the most powerful. Also known as the Celestial Immortal's robe, only the most accomplished Taoists are qualified to wear them. The reason the Taoist order chose purple as the highest rank is that when Laozi, the founding patriarch of Taoism, journeyed west through the Hangu Pass, Yinshi, a master of divination, observed a purple aura rising in the east. He traveled 3,000 li westward to find it. The purple aura symbolizes the presence of one who has attained enlightenment. Thus, the purple Taoist robe is the highest grade ceremonial garment, repelling all evil and striking fear into demons and spirits everywhere. As Zhou Dongliang and the others listened, they grew increasingly convinced that the Taoist tradition behind Suyu was a mysterious and vast organization. They resolved that once the chaos caused by the ghosts and demons subsided, they would personally investigate. Meanwhile, Director Liu, listening to Suyu's explanation, found himself growing increasingly intrigued by Taoism. He sensed Taoism extended far beyond just the Dragon Tiger Mountain sect. Though he had already dispatched men to investigate the whereabouts of Dragon Tiger Mountain and reported the matter to the state, intelligence wouldn't come back that quickly. Meanwhile, inside a hospital room, Chen Xing and the female anchor pressed themselves nervously against the wall, holding their breath. One sleeve of Chen Xing's shirt was torn to shreds, and his arm bore a terrifying claw wound. The bandages wrapped around the wound were soaked red with blood, looking as if they could ooze more with the slightest pressure. The female anchor was mostly unharmed, though thoroughly shaken. As Chen Xing had dragged her along, she must have bumped into something, leaving several bruised patches on her thigh. "Captain Chen, are you okay?" The female anchor forced her voice down low as she looked at the wound on Chen Xing's arm. If Chen Xing hadn't reacted quickly, flinging the child ghost away and then turning to pull her to safety, things could have turned out much worse. But it was precisely when he flung the child ghost away that Chen Xing's arm had been clawed. Fortunately, as an official combat team member, he always carried medical supplies and managed to stop the bleeding. "As long as we get out alive, this wound will heal quickly at the hospital." Chen Xing pushed the door open a crack, trying to assess the situation outside. But then he remembered he'd dropped his gun too. Without a flashlight, he couldn't see a thing in the pitch-black darkness. "Damn it, once I get back alive, I'll make sure to tell old Lou we absolutely need night vision gear for the entire Ghost Special Forces team." Just then, they heard a faint sound from the bathroom, as if something had been bumped. The female streamer's heart, which had finally calmed down, began to race again. "Let's get out of here." Chen Xing, holding his willow whip, stared toward the restroom. "No way. If it's a person, we have to take them with us. That's my duty and responsibility. I may have lost my gun, but I still have this willow whip. You have nothing to worry about." Just as Chen Xing started to move forward, the female anchor grabbed him by the arm. "Forget about the others. And forget about the willow whip. That so-called master of yours is definitely a fraud. Earlier you claimed the talisman worked, that ghosts wouldn't dare approach, yet we nearly died there. And that nonsense about ox tears letting you see ghosts? I didn't even use them and still saw them. I thought they were people because of what you said, and look what happened. Stop listening to your phony master. We need to figure out how to get out of here." Chen Xing listened to the female streamer's words, his brow furrowing slightly. Zhou Donliang and Zhang Weigua had both witnessed the master's abilities firsthand. But why hadn't the talisman worked? He pondered this as he reached up to touch the talisman hanging around his neck. "Where's my talisman? Where did the talisman go?" Now Chen Xing understood why he'd been attacked by the child ghost. It must have been snatched off when he encountered that streamer. His neck still stung slightly. "Look at my neck, you snatched the talisman off, so we're unprotected now." The female streamer couldn't see anything, but hearing that it was her fault made her face flush. "Alright, you wait here. I'll go check if it's a person or a ghost in the bathroom." Chen Xing crouched low and inched toward the bathroom. The closer he got, the more nervous he felt. Without the talisman, he felt a bit uneasy. Chapter 067, if you don't know where it is, just ask. Chen Xing inched his body forward, taking some time before finally reaching the bathroom door. At that moment, a sound like bumping into a bucket echoed from inside the restroom again. This made both the female streamer crouched in the corner and Chen Xing standing before the bathroom door feel a sudden tightening in their hearts. He had considered shouting, but what if it was a ghost inside? That would only alert it. Perhaps whatever was inside hadn't even noticed he'd reached the doorway yet. If it was a ghost, he could spring a surprise attack with 5 swift lashes of his willow whip. Even if it didn't kill the thing, it would surely scare it away, temporarily averting danger. Chen Xing tightened his grip on the willow whip in one hand while slowly placing the other on the bathroom doorknob. He pulled it down inch by inch. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet and kicked the bathroom door wide open. Just as he raised the willow whip, a bright light flooded his vision. Having been in the darkness too long, his eyes stung intensely. Chen Xing instinctively shut his eyes. "Don't hit me. I'm human. I'm human." Chen Xing slowly opened his eyes, stinging and watering from the glare, unable to make out the figure before him. He could only vaguely make out a figure standing timidly, hands trembling as they held a phone, using its flashlight to illuminate the area. "Alright, I see you're human. Put that phone down." The man finally snapped out of it and quickly moved the phone aside. Only then did Chen Xing remember he had a phone that could provide light. His brain must have been scared silly by the ghosts. He pulled out his phone, saw the battery was still decent, and immediately turned on the flashlight. Only then could he clearly see the man, a rough-looking middle-aged fellow. "Don't be nervous. I'm human too, Chen Xing from the Ghost Special Operations Bureau. I'm here to rescue you." Hearing that he was an official agent, the middle-aged man's tense heart instantly relaxed. His entire body deflated like a punctured balloon as he slumped onto the bathroom floor. Chen Xing led him to a hospital bed, where he sat for a while before recovering. The middle-aged man, seeing an official combat operative, was about to feel relieved when he noticed the bandaged wounds on Chen Xing's hands. "Why are you alone? And you're injured? You don't even have a gun. Are you sure you're here to rescue people? And I heard you guys brought in another master for the Ghost Special Operations Bureau, supposedly a real expert. How come you're looking so beat up? Could it be your bureau chief got duped again? If you ask me, you shouldn't be wasting time and money chasing after so-called geniuses and mystics. Seeing the middle-aged roughneck about to launch into a tirade, Chen Xing quickly cut him off. First off, the master's abilities are beyond question. Second, my disheveled state is due to an unexpected incident entirely my own fault. As Chen Xing spoke these words, the female anchor lowered her head in shame. If she hadn't snatched the talisman down, she wouldn't have ended up in such a sorry state. Chen Xing continued, though the gun is lost, I still have my willow whip. I can protect you just as well. There's no need to worry. Besides, I'm sure the master must be arriving any moment now. The middle-aged roughneck eyed Chen Xing's words with skepticism, casting a dismissive glance at the willow whip in his hand. But right now, he didn't want to be alone. Having more people around at least gave him some courage. The chances of survival were better with company. Seeing that both the female streamer and the rough-looking middle-aged man had calmed down, Chen Xing cautiously opened the ward door and led them out. In the dark second-floor corridor, Suyu led Zhou Dongliang and the others in searching for Chen Xing and the others. Zhou Dongliang whispered, Master, from the live feed earlier, Chen Xing had come to this floor, but pinpointing the exact room isn't possible right away. He's also been through here before and didn't notice the civilians who wandered in. Suyu nodded. He glanced at the treasure-hunting radar in his mind. Ever since entering this abandoned hospital, the treasure-hunting radar in his mind had been covered in a dense cluster of red dots. This meant ghosts were everywhere. However, their current location remained relatively safe, with only one red dot appearing. It was in the department to the left ahead. Just by sensing the aura of darkness emanating from it, Suyu Guang knew for certain that a ghost lurked behind that door. Behind the door of that ward, a female ghost with long hair covering her face stood silently. Having sensed the human presence, a faint, involuntary smile curved her lips. Recalling the joy of tormenting cats and dogs during her living days, a sensation she hadn't felt in ages. Now, that familiar sensation returned, filling her eyes with the madness of the hunt. Zhou Dongliang, seeing Suyu hadn't responded, assumed he'd spoken too softly and gone unheard. Master, we can only try to locate the last place where Chen Xing was seen alive. Otherwise, it'll be very difficult to find him. Suyu replied, that's simple, just ask around. Zhou Dongliang and the others stared at him in bewilderment. There was no one else here who could he ask? The viewers in the livestream were equally baffled. Wait, are you serious? Just ask someone here? Ha, I told you this so-called master is unreliable, he's already starting to spout nonsense. Bull. If the master says it, there must be a reason. Come on, explain your logic. There are only a few people here right now. Tell me who I should ask? You can't possibly be asking me, right? Zhou Dongliang couldn't help but ask after seeing the comments in the livestream chat. Master, there's only us here. Who exactly are you supposed to ask? At that moment, Suyu stopped in front of a department office door. There's no one else here. Of course I'm asking the ghost. No sooner had the words left his mouth, Suyu suddenly punched through the wooden department door, grabbed something, and yanked it outward. A long-haired female ghost head was yanked out, stuck in the doorway. This left not only Zhou Dongliang and the others stunned, but also the viewers in the livestream room dumbfounded. Even the female ghost was dumbfounded. Wait, I'm a ghost. What happened to my home turf? Something's not right. This situation was 12 times wrong. Alarm bells were ringing in the female ghost's mind. She couldn't understand she was the hunter, so how had she ended up captured by her prey? And in such a humiliating position, too. But she knew one thing, no matter how hard she struggled, she couldn't break free from that person's grasp. It meant this person's power was absolutely beyond hers. When exactly had the ghost's world turned upside down? Suyu gazed down at the female ghost with icy detachment, pointing at Zhou Dongliang and the others. Have you seen people dressed like them before? The female ghost frantically glanced at Zhou Dongliang and the others. This was the first time they'd been regarded by a ghost in such a manner, leaving them with an indescribable feeling. The female ghost shook her head frantically. And no, I haven't. Suyu's brow gradually furrowed. Really? If you need me to help jog your memory, I don't mind spending some time on it. Hearing this, the ghost's heart tightened. She dared not speak carelessly anymore, instead frantically pointing in a direction with her chin. I remember now. I was waiting in room 302 of the ward area, but they just passed by without opening my door. They went to room 305. Suyu's voice was icy. Is that all you know? Have you seen any other living people? Seeing the icy expression on the human before her, the female ghost suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. But she truly knew nothing more. Thanks for your cooperation. Suyu thrust the peachwood sword straight through her skull. The attack was so swift the female ghost couldn't even scream before dissolving into wisps of smoke and vanishing. Chapter 068, One-Hit Kill. The live stream viewers were all stunned. They'd all asked for directions before. But asking a ghost for directions? That was a first. And in their minds, such a ferocious ghost actually obeyed Suyu like a well-behaved child. Most importantly, it actually worked. I've never seen anything like this before. This streamer, no, this master is seriously impressive. Since the ghostly chaos began, no one's ever thought of this method of capturing ghosts to ask for directions. Seriously? This works? Seeing the master pull this off, I almost fell to my knees. Where are all those people who called the master unreliable just now? How about this move? Is that reliable or what? Master's move was like a heifer peeing everywhere, utterly brilliant. Am I the only one who thinks this ghost still has some charm left? Didn't you notice the master punching right through the door? That was insane too. Zhou Dongliang, holding Suyu's phone, and his team members were just as stunned as the live stream viewers. Everything happened too fast. By the time they processed it, the question was already asked. The next moment, a peachwood sword pierced the ghost's skull, and she instantly dissolved into white smoke. This forced them to confront a question they'd overlooked all along. Ghosts can communicate. When this whole situation first began, the government had indeed attempted to communicate with the spirits, hoping to resolve the conflict peacefully. But for all this time, no one had succeeded. Ghosts simply couldn't be bothered with you. They attack the moment they see you, leaving no room for conversation. And now, a successful case of communicating with the ghosts has suddenly emerged. Though achieved through force, it's still a promising direction. The master truly is a master, effortlessly accomplishing what others couldn't. This is the first time I've heard that ghosts can actually speak properly. Zhou Dongliang, however, reacted differently from the others. Compared to communicating with spirits, Zhou Dongliang was far more astonished by Suyu punching through a door. Staring at the gaping hole in the door, he swallowed hard. Granted, this department door wasn't solid wood, and with training, punching through it was possible. But that required someone holding the door steady from behind to keep it from moving. Yet when Suyu threw that punch, no one was holding the door steady and it still shattered instantly. Such force and speed, even with professional training, they couldn't guarantee achieving that effect with a single punch. It reminded him of the first time he'd seen Suyu. That elusive, unstoppable feeling of emptiness. Director Liu of the Ghost and Monster Special Operations Bureau, witnessing this scene, immediately focused his recording on this segment. He took detailed notes, intending to include it in the official Ghost Manual for future training of combat personnel. Inside the abandoned hospital, Suyu looked at the bewildered group and said, "Remember, a ghost's mouth is the most deceitful thing. Never take its words at face value. Especially when you're at a disadvantage. No matter what it says, don't believe a single word, not even its farts. To extract the truth from its mouth, you must use overwhelming force to suppress it. Only when it knows it could die at any moment will it speak." Zhou Dongliang and the others, along with some viewers in the livestream chat, immediately pulled out pens to jot down this valuable information. You never know when it might come in handy. Now that we know the direction, let's hurry over. Suyu exchanged a glance with Zhou Dongliang, and they immediately sprinted toward the ward area. In the ward corridor, Chen Xing and the rugged middle-aged man used the flashlight on their phones to illuminate the dimly lit path ahead. The female streamer, having been live streaming at the time, didn't have her phone on her and could only follow obediently. This won't do. We can't keep going like this. None of you know where people might be. If we keep searching like this, I'm worried we might stumble upon a ghost horde, and the willow whip won't be much help. Chen Xing had watched the entire recording of the military warehouse livestream. He still felt uneasy about the ghostly horde. The middle-aged roughneck munched on roasted beans, growing impatient. These roasted beans were snacks he bought to munch on while watching a movie back home. But just as he was carrying them to his bedroom, he ended up here instead. So what do we do now? You promised to lead us out. Chen Xing replied, to be safe, I think we should go back and retrieve the gun I lost and the talisman. Only with those chicken blood-soaked bullets and the master's talisman can I be certain. Besides, we can't go too far. If the master is already here, it'll take too long just to find us. That would put everyone else in danger. The rough middle-aged man munched on a roasted bean, his eyes fixed on the blood-soaked bandage wrapped around Chen Xing's arm. Stop talking about your so-called master. If a few scraps of paper and chicken blood could really handle ghosts, would you still be in this state? Here's the deal. I'm a lawyer. Ever heard of Nanshan's Pizza Hut? I'm part of that legal team. Once this is settled, I can help you sue that fraud of a master. I guarantee he'll be locked up for a good decade or more. Chen Xing glared at the rough-looking middle-aged man. The master has real abilities. This happened to me by accident. The middle-aged roughneck sneered dismissively, you guys are so naive I don't even want to tell you. Seeing the rough-looking middle-aged man chattering on and observing Chen Xing's visibly displeased expression, clearly already angry, the female streamer grew anxious. Fearing that lingering here might attract the ghost, she hurriedly stepped between them. Enough. Stop arguing. I accidentally knocked the talisman off Captain Chen's body, leaving him unprotected. Then he got ambushed by the child ghost, causing him to drop his gun and get injured. Why not just go back and test if the talisman works? It's not far, it's right over there. Seeing the female streamer's anxious expression, the middle-aged roughneck raised an eyebrow and said, fine. Since the beauty says so, I naturally have no objections. Seeing no objections, Qinsheng immediately led them back. After passing several hospital rooms, suddenly, footsteps echoed through the corridor. Instantly, everyone's nerves were on edge. Qinsheng hurriedly led the two into a ward, gently closing the door behind them. They hid behind the wall, not daring to make a sound. In the ward corridor, Suyu, Zhou Dongliang, and the others were searching for room 305. Just then, they heard sounds coming from one of the rooms. Zhou Dongliang and the others immediately rounded the corner, shining their flashlights into the corridor. Just then, they saw the door of one ward quietly close. Something was definitely up. Master? Suyu said, stay calm. Zhou Dongliang immediately signaled for everyone to stay quiet, then approached the ward step by step, gun in hand. Qinsheng and the others heard footsteps growing louder outside. They were already at the door. Qinsheng gripped his willow whip tightly, ready for battle at any moment. Meanwhile, Zhou Dongliang had reached the door of the ward. He signaled his team to split into two rows along the walls for cover, while he and Suyu positioned themselves at the doorway. Zhou Dongliang slowly pushed open the ward door. Qinsheng and the others watched as the door creaked open inch by inch. At that moment, everyone's hearts leapt into their throats. At that very moment, as the door swung fully open, the female anchor and the middle-aged burly man couldn't help but scream. Standing at the doorway was a female nurse with a hideous grin. Her eyes, completely white, sent chills down their spines. Qinsheng reacted with lightning speed, lashing the nurse across the face with his whip. She let out a pained scream on the spot. Seizing the moment, Qinsheng grabbed the female anchor with one hand and pulled the middle-aged man up with the other, sprinting frantically out the door. Meanwhile, on the other side, a child ghost appeared before Suyu and Zhou Dongliang. Just as he was about to ask a question, when he heard several screams echoing from the distance, Suyu raised his hand and instantly dispatched the child ghost, then joined Zhou Dongliang and the others in running toward the commotion. But Suyu's speed was too fast. In the blink of an eye, he pulled away from Zhou Dongliang and the others, growing farther and farther behind. Chapter 069, Lying is Bad. Qinsheng dragged the female streamer along as he and the burly middle-aged man sprinted frantically down the corridor. After turning countless corners, they spotted stairs and scrambled up them. Behind him, the female streamer was terrified, screaming hysterically the entire way. Even the middle-aged roughneck, who usually enjoyed the company of beautiful women, was starting to lose his patience. Enough, stop screaming. Keep it up and you'll attract all the ghosts around here. Qinsheng couldn't hold back any longer and slapped her across the face. The stinging pain on her cheek finally snapped the female host back to her senses. Her eyes brimming with tears, she shot Qinsheng a reproachful look. You actually hit me. The middle-aged roughneck snapped, is this the time to be talking about that? He hurriedly followed Qinsheng as they pulled the female anchor into a third-floor hospital room. Then they slammed the door shut. They hoped the supernatural beings outside hadn't noticed them hiding in this room. But before they could catch their breath, footsteps echoed down the hallway outside. The female anchor, whose nerves had just settled, was about to scream again. Qinsheng and the middle-aged roughneck immediately covered her mouth. The footsteps grew louder and closer. Qinsheng hurriedly stood by the doorway, ready to strike the moment the door opened. But just then, the ward door suddenly burst open. The deafening crash startled everyone into a momentary freeze. In that instant, the female nurse, her mouth twisted into a ghastly grimace, charged forward at breakneck speed. Qinsheng froze in terror, his reaction delayed by a split second. As the female nurse ghost closed in before him, he tried to step back, but his foot slipped on a bottle, sending him tumbling. The female nurse ghost pounced on him, pinning him down. Her pale eyes fixed on him, her mouth stretched into a ghastly grin that reached her ears. This utterly terrifying scene instantly drained Qinsheng of all courage. His face turned pale with fright. But just as despair gripped him, suddenly, he saw the female nurse ghost actually take flight. No. Strictly speaking, she was being grabbed by a figure. The female nurse ghost's face was filled with utter shock. Then, that figure slammed the female nurse ghost onto the ground, and fingers glowing with golden light pressed against the center of her forehead. The female nurse ghost let out an agonized scream on the spot. The piercing scream snapped Qinsheng, the female streamer, and the middle-aged roughneck out of their frozen terror. Seeing an even more formidable opponent arrive, the middle-aged roughneck felt panic surge through him. Yet curiosity compelled him to shine his phone's flashlight toward the figure. In the dim light, he saw a man clad in a yellow coat, clutching the female nurse ghost as if she were a dead dog. Don't be nervous. You're safe now. Qinsheng recognized the man before him. Wasn't this the master named Suyu? Hearing Suyu's words, the pressure in his heart instantly eased. For a moment, his head felt dizzy, and his entire body felt weak. But the sudden gunfire from outside and the sound of approaching footsteps snapped him back to alertness. By then, Zhou Dongliang and the others had shot down several ghosts that had appeared and were now running toward this location. Seeing these familiar faces, Qinsheng's heart gradually calmed. The female streamer and the rugged middle-aged man felt reassured seeing so many people arrive at once. Qinsheng, are you okay? Zhou Dongliang helped Shen Xing to his feet and noticed the wound on his arm. Shen Xing then recounted how they had ended up here. No wonder you dropped your gun. So that's why things happened so suddenly. Meanwhile, the female anchor and the middle-aged roughneck watched Suyu from behind Zhou Dongliang's team members. Since he was holding the female nurse ghost that nearly caused their accident, they dared not approach. Hey, I never expected this master to be so young. That's really surprising. A look of confusion flashed across the female anchor's exquisite face. Didn't you say he was a fraud from the start? Now you're showing him respect? The middle-aged roughneck remarked, as the saying goes, seeing is believing. Seeing the master grab that ghost like he was snatching a dead dog is more convincing than 1,000 words. What's there to doubt? The female anchor hadn't expected the master they spoke of to be so young and so handsome. She imagined an old man at first. That yellow coat just looked oddly out of place. Seeing that everyone was unharmed, Suyu turned his gaze to the female nurse ghost he held in his hand. Under his gaze, the female nurse ghost suddenly felt inexplicably anxious. Suyu said, "Your hospital director is the ghost king here, right?" The female nurse ghost dared not speak carelessly in his presence. Earlier, when her forehead was pressed, she'd nearly thought she was going to die. The stinging pain still lingered. Yet she was astonished, how could a living person know the director was the ghost king? Yes, that's correct. Dean Dai is the ghost king here. We all follow his orders. Suyu pressed further, where are the other living people here? And where is your director Dai? The female nurse ghost confessed honestly. I only see the living people here. As for other areas, I don't know. Those are handled by other nurses and doctors. I'm only responsible for these 2 floors of the ward. Director Dai is in his research lab on the 3rd basement level of the annex building. He organizes the doctors and nurses to perform surgeries on patients there. The female anchor, the middle-aged roughneck, and Shen Xing all suddenly looked at Suyu in astonishment. They hadn't expected a human to interact with a ghost so naturally and amicably. Moreover, the female nurse ghost had honestly disclosed everything she knew. It felt like a perfectly ordinary conversation. The sensation was both strange and astonishing. Though the female anchor felt a twinge of fear, she stepped forward and spoke. Earlier, a man who was with me was taken by a ghost. Could you tell us where he is now? Suyu looked at the female nurse ghost, a faint smile suddenly curling the corners of his mouth. Lying is not a good thing. He gathered the golden light spell onto his fingertip and pressed it against the female nurse ghost's forehead. Ah! The female nurse ghost let out a piercing scream of agony, her entire body stiffening under the intense pain. It struggled desperately to break free from Suyu's grasp, but found itself utterly unable to do so. Even ghosts in distant wards trembled with fear, too terrified to emerge. Suddenly, I feel a bit sorry for these ghosts. They're just like we once were. Not me. I think this female nurse ghost is actually quite pretty. If she were mine, heh. Looks like you're really hungry. Bro, you're bold. Aren't you afraid the female ghost in your dream will cut your balls off? Or maybe she'll stab you 20 times in your dream, each one missing vital organs but still killing you with pain. Suyu released his finger from the ghostly nurse's forehead. If she could sweat, the female nurse ghost would be drenched in fragrant perspiration right now. I'll talk. The person we captured earlier has been taken to the basement of the annex building. They're preparing to send him to Director Dai for surgery. You should still have time to find them now. Director Dai and the surgeon in charge need some preparation time. Suyu asked, which way is the annex building? The female nurse ghost pointed in a direction. Head that way past the ward area and you'll find it. Suyu nodded, then dispatched the entity with a single stroke of his peachwood sword. Chapter 070, Master Taoist, what are your orders? The female streamer and the middle-aged roughneck watched in shock as the ghost was pierced by that wooden sword, instantly dissolving into a cloud of white smoke in agony. This feeling was simply magical. The rough-looking middle-aged man couldn't help but ask, the ghost turned into smoke? What's going on here? The female host nodded repeatedly beside him, equally curious about the explanation. Zhou Dongliang explained, the sword in the master's hand is a century-old peachwood sword struck by lightning. It has a powerful effect on ghosts and monsters. And when a ghost turns to smoke, it means it's been killed. Hearing Zhou Dongliang's explanation, the female host and the rough-looking middle-aged man looked at Suyu with even greater astonishment. That was ghost slaying. Something so many had failed to accomplish, and yet the person right before their eyes had done it. Suyu said, next, we're going to the basement level of the annex building to rescue people. Just stay between us, there's no need to be afraid. Having witnessed Suyu's abilities and seen how deeply these combat troops trusted him, they certainly weren't afraid anymore. Suyu and Zhou Dongliang led the way at the front of the group. The middle-aged burly man, the female anchor, and Shen Xing walked in the center, while the combat team members flanked them on both sides and brought up the rear, forming a protective perimeter. They exited the ward. The group marched in formation down the corridor. Wherever Suyu pointed, the members behind him fired. Each shot accurately eliminated a ghost. In an instant, the once silent ward area was no longer quiet. Instead, the continuous sound of gunfire and the ghosts' screams echoed endlessly. Along the way, Suyu captured several ghosts and interrogated them about whether they had seen any living people. Turns out I actually found out. There are 2 on the 2nd floor of the radiation zone and 2 on the 4th floor. Zhou Dongliang immediately directed 3 team members to search the other side. Meet us on the 1st floor of the annex building once you find them. Master, the people here are too scattered. We're rushing to the basement of the annex to rescue people, and I'm afraid we won't have enough manpower. Also, there are too many ghosts here. Our ammunition might not last. Suyu halted his pace, observing the middle-aged roughneck running while munching on beans. The burly man was quite generous. Master, would you like some? Suyu shook his head. Let's head to the lobby on the 1st floor of the annex building first. With that, they headed toward the path leading to the annex. Before long, they arrived at a spacious hall. Here too stood 4 white stone pillars. Numerous worn wooden benches stood scattered about, while the floor was littered with papers, medicine bottles, and other miscellaneous items. A faint medicinal scent lingered in the air. Just as Zhou Dongliang suggested they rest here. A ghost in a hospital gown emerged from behind one of the stone pillars, its back turned to them. Its mouth emitted a bone-chilling sound. Suyu charged forward and struck it down with a single sword thrust. What the hell are you barking about here? Think you're so tough making that noise? Like we're scared? Strolling out from behind that pillar like you're some kind of god? What the hell are you playing at? Well, that's what you get for messing around. Got one shot by the master. Viewers in the livestream, shielded by their screens, grew bolder by the minute. They were just as hyped as if they were there in person, itching to blast it with an electric cannon right then and there. At that moment, the 3 team members assigned to the rescue arrived at the scene with 4 others. 3 of them practically clung to Suyu like he was their own father the moment they saw him. Fire! Fire chicken bar master! Holy, I'm seeing the real master alive. I never imagined it would actually be the master leading the team himself. The 3 rushed toward Suyu, only to lunge at thin air. Suyu had silently moved beside them. Calm down. The 3 men rubbed their fists together excitedly. While watching the master's livestream, I kept wondering when I'd get the chance to work alongside him. Never imagined it would come so suddenly. I even sent the master several virtual gifts. If I'd known the master was here, I wouldn't have been scared less. I would have charged out and killed those bastards. 2 of them were so overcome they knelt down. Master, I, Wang Xiaoxing, beg you to take me as your disciple. I swear to serve you faithfully, working tirelessly day and night. Master, I, Li Wenkai, also beg you to take me as your disciple. I'll do the same as him. I swear to honor and serve you faithfully. Ha? Xiaosheng? Wenkai? Suyu suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. I have no intention of taking disciples at this time. Please rise. Viewers in the livestream watched this scene unfold, some filled with envy. Who would have thought a fan would get personally protected by the master right here? Why isn't that person me? I live on Cross Street too. Damn it, if I'd known, I would have gone in too. My damn caution got the better of me. Aren't you afraid you'll skip meeting the master and get sent straight into surgery without anesthesia? Forget it. Suddenly, watching the master's livestream seems pretty good after all. Zhou Dongliang looked at the 7 people already rescued in the lobby. Excluding the one about to be rescued from the basement level, 5 more remained. Master, there are too many people here now. I suggest just the 2 of us go down to the basement level to rescue them. The others should stay here to protect the civilians. Once we bring that person back, we'll go rescue the other 5. However, Suyu spoke up. I have a better plan. He watched as Suyu approached the rugged middle-aged man. Hello, may I borrow your beans? The middle-aged roughneck and those around him were somewhat puzzled. Shouldn't they be figuring out how to save people and kill ghosts right now? Why was someone asking for beans to eat? The middle-aged man generously handed over half a sack of beans. Half a bag of beans could win over such a powerful elder. What a steal. If you'd like to eat them, master, I'll give you the whole bag. If you like them, I can even recommend the shop that roasts these beans. Suyu held the half bag of beans and said, I never said I wanted to eat them. These beans can be used to kill the ghosts here and help us save people. At this remark, everyone stared at Suyu and the beans in his hand in astonishment. This stuff can kill ghosts and save people? It's just half a bag of roasted beans, right? Could they really have that effect? Suyu motioned for everyone to step back. Then, he wielded the heaven-reaching scroll to draw a scatter beans to form Soldier's talisman. The moment the talisman materialized, he scattered the half bag of beans through it. As each bean hit the ground, boom, 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 a series of explosions erupted, sending up a cloud of smoke. Amidst the smoke, a group of soldiers clad in yellow armor, wielding swords or spears, appeared and knelt before Suyu in perfect formation. Master Taoist, what are your orders? Chapter 071, Rescue First, Ask Questions Later. This was the first time Suyu had ever used the bean-sewing soldier seal. Seeing 50 or 60 formidable warriors clad in armor appear before him stirred a surge of excitement within him. Seems he'd better carry some beans with him from now on. In case he ever encountered another brawl where he needed reinforcements, he could keep things under control. Suyu addressed the group of armored soldiers kneeling before him. You have 2 tasks. First, kill every single ghost here. Not a single one must be spared. Second, find any living people here and bring them to this place. The formidable soldiers responded in unison. We shall obey the celestial master's command. Then, the formidable armored soldiers stood in perfect formation, their eyes showing no trace of fear, and set off in different directions. Not long after, the clang of armor clashing echoed everywhere, and the wails of ghosts. On Suyu's treasure hunting radar, the red dots representing ghosts rapidly diminished one by one. The efficiency was astonishing. He was thoroughly satisfied. Just as he turned to face me. But all he saw was a group of people who had already been dumbfounded, staring blankly at him. In the livestream of Suyu's phone held by Zhou Dongliang, the viewers were collectively dumbfounded. What the hell did I just see? Someone tell me what I just saw. This must be that legendary magic trick where someone vanishes and reappears. Bull magic. Didn't you see the master transform beans? Have you ever seen beans turn into a human being? And they're a bunch of soldiers in armor, each one looking super strong. Just how terrifying is the master's Taoist and Taoist magic? He can conjure soldiers with beans? Master, I want to learn this trick. I want to be the boss. The livestream audience watched as Suyu scattered beans that instantly transformed into soldiers. Even those who'd never heard of or seen Suyu before were utterly astonished at that moment. Scattering a handful of beans to conjure dozens of armored soldiers, such a feat defies explanation even by magic. Especially since this was an impromptu visit, no chance for preparation. And with so many eyes watching, including officials, there was no way to fake it. There was only one explanation: the man before them was definitely no ordinary person. The female streamer, the middle-aged roughneck, and the 4 recently rescued individuals were equally stunned. They had assumed Suyu, no matter how skilled, had his limits. But now, with this sudden move, before anyone could react, so many ancient soldiers appeared. Most crucially, these soldiers could actually kill ghosts. They were killing them one by one with deadly accuracy. The constant wails of the ghosts echoing in their ears proved just how efficient they were. The middle-aged roughneck suddenly rushed forward in excitement. Master, do you need more beans? I'll rush out and buy you a whole bunch as soon as I get home. No, wait, I'll have my parents roast beans specifically for you. A steady supply, what do you say? Special Operations Bureau for Ghosts and Monsters. The entire bureau was in a state of shock. All department heads, including Director Liu, witnessed the live footage of Suyu transforming beans into soldiers. The expressions on their faces were nothing short of spectacular. Director Liu had been contemplating dispatching additional personnel to provide support, only to witness Suyu conjuring an army from scattered beans. The scene was utterly breathtaking. It seems the master no longer requires our assistance. Director Liu sat in his chair, his eyes reflecting a faint sense of detachment, tinged with disappointment. He felt as though he had been left out of this battle. Fortunately, other sectors were also dealing with ghostly disturbances, pulling him back from that sense of exclusion. However, without Suyu leading them, the teams in these areas still seemed to be struggling, even with their newly upgraded equipment. Fortunately, the frequent casualties of the past had ceased to occur. At worst, they suffered minor injuries, requiring only a few days' rest before returning to the fight. At the abandoned hospital, Li Wenkai brought over a stool and placed it before Suyu. Please sit down, master. Wang Xiaoxing hurriedly wiped the stool clean with his sleeve. All clean now. Master, please sit down. Suyu hadn't expected these two to be so adept at seizing opportunities. But he waved them off. No need. His gut told him that no matter which world Wenkai and Xiaoxing came from, anyone bearing those 2 characters in their name had to be kept at arm's length. Zhou Dongliang and the others had assumed they'd long since grown accustomed to Suyu's abilities. But now, witnessing Suyu wield this new ability, it left them even more astonished. It felt as if they had suddenly become useless. Zhou Dongliang asked in bewilderment, Master, what kind of ability is this? Could you enlighten us? Suyu replied calmly, there's no rush. Let's go to the basement level to rescue people first. Everything else can wait until after the rescue. This instantly snapped Zhou Dongliang and the others back to reality. Otherwise, they nearly got distracted by that bean scattering trick and forgot. Zhou Dongliang ordered all team members to stay and guard the civilians here. Then, Suyu and he found an access point leading down to the basement level and ran down the slope. The passage lacked stairs, instead forming a downward slope. Holding Suyu's phone, Zhou Dongliang felt not a shred of panic. Under normal circumstances, even someone with professional training would feel uneasy venturing alone into such a place. But now, he had a badass expert right beside him. Not only was he calm, but he was also looking forward to seeing what new skills Suyu would display when they encountered those ghosts and monsters down in the basement. Yet the closer they got to the basement level, the stronger the medicinal scent became. A vague sense of foreboding began to creep over Zhou Dongliang. The echo of their footsteps reverberated through the passageway. The basement level, like the ward area, contained numerous hospital rooms. But unlike those, the doors here were all made of iron. Zhou Dongliang felt they were more akin to detention cells than patient rooms. Even the temperature felt colder than above. This place feels a lot more sinister than upstairs. So that means the female streamer was brought here by that old man and locked up waiting for Director Dai's surgery? If I were locked up here alone, surrounded by pitch darkness, ghosts, and no clue if anyone could save me, I'd lose my mind. I'd probably need 3 pairs of pants. Suyu and Zhou Dongliang walked down a corridor flanked by iron doors. Fortunately, some of the iron doors were open or ajar, allowing them to peek inside at any moment. Zhou Dongliang entered a room with its door open. He looked around but found no one inside. Then he went to another room, but still didn't see anyone. They searched several rooms in a row, yet didn't see a single person. Could it be that person has already been taken to the basement level for surgery? Zhou Dongliang said. Suyu pointed to a locked room ahead. He should be in there. His senses were now far sharper than those of an ordinary person. From within that room came the faint sound of weak breathing. Chapter 072, this is called the Purifying Mind Mantra. Zhou Dongliang hurried over. He removed the flashlight from the muzzle of his gun and shone it through the crack in the iron door. As the beam of light moved back and forth, Zhou Dongliang's expression suddenly changed. In the corner, seated in a wheelchair, was a person clad in a hospital gown. But he couldn't be certain if it was actually human. Master, is that thing even human? Suyu spoke up beside him. There's a simple way to tell if what you're seeing is a ghost or a human. Look for a shadow. Ghosts lack physical substance, so they cast no shadow when illuminated. Zhou Dongliang peered through the door crack. The figure cast a shadow in the beam of the flashlight. Target located. But the door is locked. Zhou Dongliang tried to pull it open, but the door wouldn't budge. This didn't faze him. He immediately pulled out his lock-picking tools, slipped them into the door's crack, and twisted them a few times. A crisp click echoed through the air. The lock on the iron door was picked open. Captain Zhou's skills are impressive. He can even pick a lock on an iron door like this. If I could learn Captain Zhou's skills, maybe I could unlock her heart too. I reckon it'd at least open her front door. Zhou Dongliang had no time to read the live chat comments. He hurriedly pulled open the gate, confirmed there was no danger inside, and rushed in. Hello, we're here to rescue you. Can you move now? Zhou Dongliang approached the man in the hospital gown, who looked utterly petrified. No matter how much he called out, there was no response. Seeing this, Suyu remarked, that's what happens when your vital energy is nearly scared away. Good thing his soul wasn't scared away, that would have been trouble. Zhou Dongliang asked, what do you mean by soul scared away? Suyu explained, the Taoist text 7 Scrolls of the Cloud states that humans possess 3 souls and 7 spirits. The 3 souls are named Fetal Radiance, Brilliant Spirit, and Hidden Essence. The 7 spirits are called Corpse Dog, Hidden Arrow, Sparrow Shadow, Swallowing Thief, Non-Toxic, Purifier of Filth, and Stinking Lung. These 3 souls and 7 spirits form the very foundation of a person. The loss of any one of them would have profound consequences. For instance, Shuangling, one of the 3 souls, is the light of wisdom. It governs a person's intellect, insight, and reaction speed. If this soul is lost and cannot be recovered, one may become mentally impaired. But such cases are rare. For most people, it's best to get checked at a hospital and seek scientific treatment. After hearing Suyu's explanation, some viewers in the livestream assumed they had already been diagnosed. But after Suyu added this clarification, they were instantly dumbfounded. So after all that, am I really stupid? Great, just great. A fool's anxious heart has finally stopped pounding. Why didn't you say so earlier? I already texted my mom, and now she's taking me to the hospital to get my brain checked. Just as Zhou Dongliang was about to push the man in the wheelchair back downstairs, Suyu suddenly reached out to stop him. Something's coming. The moment the words left his mouth, a series of footsteps and the sound of a cart pushing echoed down the hallway outside. This instantly sent the man in the wheelchair into a panic. He frantically tried to grasp at everything in sight. On the verge of breaking down, he shouted at Zhou Dongliang, "Save me. I don't want to die. I have family. I can't die here." Zhou Dongliang couldn't calm the man, who was nearly driven mad by fear. Seeing this, Suyu stepped forward, gently placing one hand on his head and murmured softly, "Supreme Star of the North, respond without delay. Banish evil spirits, bind demons, safeguard life and body. Wisdom shines bright, mind finds peace. May the 3 souls endure forever, and the spirit remain unshaken." As Suyu recited these words, they seemed to carry a special power. The middle-aged man, who had been on the verge of panic moments before, gradually calmed down. Unconsciously, he began to recite along with Suyu. His eyes, once clouded, gradually cleared. His mind slowly regained its clarity. Though Zhou Dongliang's emotions remained steady, hearing Suyu recite these words brought an unprecedented sense of peace to his heart. Seeing the situation under control, he stepped out, gun in hand. The flashlight beam illuminated the corridor ahead, where several nurse ghosts were slowly pushing hospital beds toward them. The nurse ghosts, noticing the new arrival, looked surprised. Yet one could see their pale, vacant eyes brimming with delight. "With us here today, you won't harm him." Zhou Dongliang aimed at the charging nurse ghosts and pulled the trigger. In an instant, flames erupted from the muzzle. Bullets soaked in chicken blood flew toward the nurse ghosts. At first, the nurse ghosts paid little heed. Until the bullets pierced their bodies, the white smoke billowing from their forms unleashed unprecedented agony, catching them utterly off guard. By the time they tried to flee, it was already too late. By the time the dozens of bullets had been fired, 2 nurse ghosts had already dissolved into white smoke. The remaining nurse ghosts still tried to flee. Zhou Dongliang immediately pulled out 2 hastily crafted black dog blood fragmentation grenades. The grenade's principle was simple. Fragmentation grenades primarily inflict damage by exploding and scattering shrapnel, causing area of effect casualties. The black dog blood fragmentation grenade simply involved soaking the shrapnel in black dog blood, with all other components unchanged. Zhou Dongliang swiftly tossed both grenades before retreating back into the ward. Boom! Boom! 2 explosions rang out in an instant, accompanied by the wails of the ghosts. Zhou Dongliang poked half his head out to observe the situation outside. He saw that the black dog's blood fragmentation grenade had only severely wounded one of the nurse ghosts, its body nearly transparent as it collapsed to the ground. The other nurse ghost, though also wounded by the black dog blood fragmentation grenade, was still able to run. In that instant, Suyu appeared in the corridor, seemingly out of nowhere, and hurled 2 coffin nails directly at the 2 nurse ghosts. The nails flew faster than bullets, striking the fallen nurse ghosts with pinpoint accuracy. The one about to pass through the wall was also struck. Both instantly dissolved into white smoke. Zhou Dongliang scratched his head. Looks like the black dog blood fragmentation grenade still needs more tweaking. When he turned to look at the middle-aged man in the ward, he found the man had fully regained consciousness. His face displayed the normal expressions of surprise and astonishment. "Uncle, are you all right now?" When the old man looked at Suyu, his eyes were filled with curiosity and respect. "I don't know what happened to me back then. Everything just spun around me, and everything looked terrifying. Especially when I saw you two, I thought I was seeing ghosts. It wasn't until this master kept repeating those words that my mind gradually cleared, and I could see clearly that you two were human." Zhou Dongliang found this utterly astonishing. "Master, what is this?" Suyu explained, "This is the Purifying Mind Mantra, one of the 8 great Taoist mantras I mentioned earlier. Chapter 073, the Purifying Mind Mantra. Regardless of that, people never imagined the Purifying Mind Mantra could restore someone on the brink of mental collapse to normalcy in such a short time. And it achieved this effect with just a few simple words. The 8 divine mantras are seriously awesome. The Golden Light Mantra protects the body and slays demons, while the Purifying Mind Mantra restores those who've been scared out of their wits to normal. Truly powerful stuff. At first, I was worried that the guy who was about to freak out would be as uncontrollable as a pig during the New Year celebrations and cause all sorts of trouble. But who knew the master would just chant a few words and solve the problem? As a psychologist, seeing this makes me feel like I might be out of a job. This stuff works better than medication. I'd better jot these down fast, could save me a fortune down the road. Many viewers in the livestream immediately recalled the incantations Suyu had just recited and began jotting them down. They thought about using these phrases themselves, or on family and friends, when someone started acting crazy. That would be far more effective than going to the hospital. A single hour with a psychologist costs hundreds, and there's no guarantee it'll work. This way, they could save a lot of money. Especially for someone at home dealing with depression or constant worrying, a phrase like that could be a lifesaver. After seeing the comments in the livestream chat, Zhou Dongliang shared the matter with Suyu. "Master, since this Purifying Mind Mantra is so effective, why not recite it again? Let everyone memorize it properly. It could serve as a method for treating psychological and mental issues." Suyu hadn't expected so many people to be interested in the Purifying Mind Mantra. He decided to properly educate them to avoid any misunderstandings. Stepping in front of the camera, he spoke slowly. First off, the 8 great mantras only yield such effects when recited by those with sufficient cultivation. For ordinary people, as I mentioned earlier, it might offer some peace of mind at best, but beyond that, it holds no special power. Moreover, the Purifying Mind Mantra is only applicable in situations like what just happened to this gentleman, where one is so terrified their soul nearly leaves their body, or when one's spirit is disturbed by evil spirits, causing uncontrollable dark thoughts. Only then should it be used. For conditions like depression or other mental illnesses, and various psychological issues, it's best to see a doctor. Don't rely on superstitious chants, trust science instead. As soon as Suyu finished speaking, a doctor ghost wearing a hearing aid appeared through the ceiling above his head. It seemed intent on hanging him. Suyu immediately channeled a golden light spell into his hand, forming a golden rope that he swiftly looped around the doctor ghost's neck. Instantly, white smoke billowed wildly from the doctor ghost's neck as it screamed in agony. Suyu yanked the doctor ghost down from the ceiling, then slipped on his lightning strike jujube knuckles and delivered a punch straight to its head. A loud boom echoed. The doctor ghost instantly turned to smoke. Zhou Dongliang, watching nearby, remained utterly unmoved, long accustomed to Suyu's methods. But the old man was utterly stunned. He knew this doctor ghost all too well. Among the ghosts that had captured him before, this doctor ghost was one of them. No matter how desperately he begged for mercy, pleading for them to spare him, they not only refused to stop but emitted bursts of eerie laughter. Especially this doctor ghosted had looked at him with pure mockery, saying, "When the time comes, I'll be one of your operating doctors." The words terrified him beyond measure. He wet himself on the spot. He was dragged to this place and forced to change his clothes. He was left waiting here for death to come. Fortunately, these two arrived. He witnessed the once arrogant Dr. Ghost get punched to smithereens by this young master. Right now, his heart felt incredibly relieved. If he were outside now, he'd drag Suyu and Zhou Dongliang out for a night of heavy drinking. Seeing the man saved, Zhou Dongliang turned to Suyu and said, "Let's take this uncle upstairs to meet up with the others." Suyu nodded and walked with Zhou Dongliang toward the staircase leading upstairs. The uncle followed closely beside them, afraid of being left behind. "Master, does this mean we can go home soon?" Having narrowly escaped danger, the man longed most to return to his own home, to see his wife and children. But he dared not go into his bedroom. It had left him with a psychological shadow. Suyu said, "Don't worry. Since I'm here, everyone will be able to leave soon and go home to rest. I guarantee it won't interfere with work tomorrow." The uncle was walking along just fine when he suddenly froze and changed the subject. "Well, actually, it doesn't have to be that fast. It's already so late anyway. What's a little more delay? I mean, master, it's better to be cautious. Compared to that, whether I show up to work on time tomorrow is trivial. The most important thing is, master, you must be careful. Don't rush too much, lest you fall into these ghosts' traps." Suyu knew immediately what the old man was up to. But hey, this kind of request was something he could agree to. After all, helping others brings its own rewards. At first, the viewers in the livestream were genuinely worried about the person who'd wandered into this place. But the moment they heard the uncle's words, they instantly guessed his true intentions. This isn't about worrying for the master at all. It's clearly about finding an excuse to take tomorrow off. He looks perfectly fine now, not like he's got anything wrong with him. If we don't delay things a bit, he'll have no excuse to take tomorrow off. That's why people like me are born workhorses with this kind of mindset. I'd be itching to get out already. Never even thought of that angle. Uncle's got a point. Why rush out? With the master here, he could hold up the sky if it fell. If it were me, I'd definitely linger inside longer. This is a rare chance with the master here, nothing bad could happen. You treat this spooky place like an amusement park? If it were up to me, I'd treat it like a haunted house, way scarier than any real one out there. Plus, with the master watching over us, what ghost would dare mess with us? The master would beat it to a pulp. Ghost, what about my dignity? I'm his boss. I saw the live stream. Tell him if he's even a minute late tomorrow, he loses a month's pay. The live stream viewers burst out laughing the moment they saw this comment. Zhou Dongliang saw the comment and wondered if it was really the uncle's boss. Just to be safe, he decided to give him a heads up. Better safe than sorry. There was a comment earlier that might have been from your boss. He said if you're late tomorrow, he'll dock a month's pay. The uncle was already crafting excuses for taking the day off. Hearing Zhou Dongliang say this, the man instantly wilted. "Master, I suddenly feel like I'm losing my mind. Could you recite another mantra for me?" Suyu shook his head. The purifying mind mantra doesn't cover that. A few minutes later, as they emerged from the passageway onto the first floor, they collided head-on with a towering figure. Chapter 074, this is called Scattering Beans to Create Soldiers. The uncle was still thinking about whether he could get back to bed early to avoid being late tomorrow. But the moment he stepped out of the passageway, he saw an ancient soldier clad in armor and wielding a long sword appear before him. "Master, a ghost." Zhou Dongliang explained, "Don't panic. This soldier was conjured by the master. His job is to hunt down the ghosts here and rescue people like you who've wandered in by mistake." The old man's pounding heart finally settled. But then it suddenly dawned on him. The master can actually conjure people out of thin air. That's right, he conjured him from beans. Hearing Zhou Dongliang's words, the old man felt even more astonished. But as he stepped out, he caught sight of numerous armored guards emerging from the surrounding corridors. These soldiers were escorting living people to the central hall on the first floor. At that moment, the uncle couldn't help but wonder if he was still half asleep. How could beans turn into people, and so many at that? It was just like being on a film set. Suyu and Zhou Dongliang led the man toward the main hall. By now, over a dozen people had gathered in the lobby. Some wore fear on their faces, while others showed signs of excitement. When they saw Suyu appear, their excitement only intensified. If not for Wang Qiuxing, Li Wankai, and the other team members blocking the way, they might have pounced on Suyu and started gobbling him up. It was as if they'd spotted a superstar. Master, look at me. Look at me. Finally seeing a real master in person. Master, take me home. I'm so scared here. Scared my ass. You're drooling over the master. Master, tell us how beans turn into soldiers. I want to learn. Me too. Me too. Master, teach me. Zhou Dongliang hurried to calm the excited crowd. Meanwhile, Suyu paid no heed to the clamor surrounding him, all eager to learn the secret of turning beans into soldiers. He needed to focus on the treasure-seeking radar in his mind. Currently, only a few red dots remained. They were all clustered in the same location. Among them, one red dot stood out distinctly. Needless to say, that was undoubtedly the Ghost King, Dean Dai. At that moment, Zhou Dongliang approached. Master, I just counted all 13 who strayed here have been accounted for. Then, scratching his head, he added. Truthfully, I'm quite curious how exactly did you conjure so many armored soldiers from beans? Could you explain it to us now? He thought that if he could figure out the principle, he might be able to develop this technique. That would give them another layer of assurance against ghosts and monsters. Suyu saw this as a good opportunity to share some knowledge. He could earn quite a few science points. Alright, I'll explain it now. The reason I can transform beans into soldiers is because I use a talisman called the Bean Sowing Soldier Talisman. Both the livestream audience and the people in the room fell silent the moment Suyu began his explanation. Like students in class, they listened intently to the teacher's lecture. Bean scattering soldier summoning doesn't mean beans instantly transform into soldiers when scattered. Rather, the beans possess spiritual essence. The caster infuses them with magic, scattering them on the ground to summon the shadowy soldiers into the mortal realm. These shadowy soldiers crave tofu, but tofu is too soft, it turns into a pile of mud when thrown on the ground. So beans were used as a substitute instead. At that moment, among the 13, some felt these so-called shadow soldiers were nothing special. I think you're just blowing smoke. These soldiers aren't all that. Yeah. If the ghosts here were any stronger, I'd be dead by now. I think this master is indeed capable, but that's about it, nothing extraordinary. Among them, some had witnessed firsthand during their rescue how the armored soldiers were wiped out after just a few exchanges in battle against the ghosts. Suyu glanced at the armored soldiers, now fewer in number than before. Seems some of the ghosts here are quite powerful, they've taken out a few armored soldiers. But that doesn't mean the armored soldiers are weaker than these ghosts. Rather, the beans used as temporary mediums were roasted, damaging the medium and depleting its spiritual energy, preventing the Yin soldiers from unleashing their full power. At the same time, people began to wonder, these beans summon shadow soldiers. But what exactly are shadow soldiers? Master, what exactly are shadow soldiers? From the literal meaning, it seems related to dark, evil spirits. Impossible. I'm terrified of ghosts, but seeing these soldiers doesn't make me feel that kind of fear. How could they be those kinds of ghosts? Don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. However, Suyu replied, that friend just now was quite right. Shadow soldiers are indeed connected to ghosts. At these words, both those present and the live stream viewers froze in surprise. The Yin army, also known as the Underworld Army, consists of soldiers from the realm of the dead. In Taoism, there was a man named Zhang Daoling who founded a sect in Luoyang called the 5 Bushels of Rice sect. This name originated from an interesting tradition. Those joining the sect had to contribute 5 dough of rice. Hence, it was called the 5 dough rice sect. Zhang Daoling proclaimed himself the Celestial Master, so the sect was also known as the Celestial Master sect. There is a secret tale of an ancient family surnamed Wang, whose eldest son was a disciple of Zhang Daoling. During a period of war, his family faced rebellion. Instead of mobilizing troops or fortifying defenses, he retreated deep into the Taoist sanctuary, holding firm to his faith, hoping to summon the Yin army to counter the rebel forces. Through his sincerity, aided by the assistance of Patriarch Zhang Daoling, he summoned hundreds of thousands of shadowy soldiers with a wave of his hand. With these hundreds of thousands of shadowy soldiers, he caught the enemy completely off guard. Not only did he save his family from slaughter, but he also protected the citizens within the city from harm. After hearing Suyu's tale, both the live stream viewers and those present at the scene, they pondered, if everyone could master this magic, there'd be no more chaos from ghosts and monsters, everything would be swept away in one fell swoop, restoring normal life. Perhaps they could even serve their country, crushing nations like the White Eagle Kingdom and the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. After all, beans aren't scarce anywhere. Just head straight to their homeland, buy a ton of beans, then airdrop them into their cities. No need for bloody carnage, just wreak havoc on their vital infrastructure. Even if the enemy had tanks and artillery, they wouldn't dare fire on densely populated cities. This move puts me firmly in the driver's seat. Everyone can be a general. After all, in Suyu's secret tales, those ghost soldiers were powerful enough to take on an army. Even in modern times, causing chaos by destroying facilities remains entirely feasible. At that moment, a voice shattered the illusion. Master, what is the underworld? Suyu glanced at the time. We'll discuss it another time. Our primary objective now is to eliminate the Ghost King here. Chapter 075, you guys are really something. At the mention of the Ghost King, Zhou Dongliang and the others snapped out of their daze as if awakening from a dream. For all this time, following Suyu around here had felt like an after-dinner stroll. They hadn't encountered anything truly dangerous. Even the rescues had been effortless, with everyone brought back safely. They'd even learned some Taoist lore and tales along the way. Had the Ghost King not been mentioned, they might have thought this was merely a group of people picnicking in the wilderness. They hadn't encountered any real danger. The viewers in the livestream had the same impression. If you hadn't mentioned the Ghost King, I almost forgot about it. Ghost King, am I the Ghost King? Am I really the Ghost King? Hold on, I'll speak up for the Ghost King. Isn't this a bit disrespectful to him? With the master here, this place feels way too chill. Watching the official livestreams used to scare the crap out of me. I just came from another official livestream. You guys have no idea how brazen those ghosts get when the master isn't around. At this moment, among the ordinary citizens, some weren't as relaxed as Zhou Dongliang and the viewers in the livestream room. They couldn't bear to stay in this eerie place a moment longer and just wanted to get home. Hello, I'd like to ask, could you take us out first? Now that your master is back, surely there must be a way to get us out first? I really don't want to stay here any longer. For a moment, many people clamored to leave immediately. No matter how Chen Xing and Zhou Dongliang tried to calm them down, it didn't make much difference. Suyu said, everyone, please calm down. Since this space was formed by resentment, none of us can leave until the Ghost King is destroyed. If I force the gate open, we'll still be trapped within this space. Moreover, this space is already in a state of temporal disarray. If you wander aimlessly, you'll likely lose your way. Then, forget about escaping. Even returning to where we started would be nearly impossible. As soon as Suyu finished speaking, the restless crowd instantly quieted down. Among them, some still harbored doubts about Suyu's words. Yet among those present, even the official personnel possessed less knowledge than Suyu. At this point, if they didn't trust him, there was no one else they could turn to. They dared not venture outside. What if Suyu was right? What if venturing out meant getting lost and never finding their way back? Then it would be better to stay here. At least there were more people here. Those who believed Suyu stood by, helping to calm the others. How long will it take you to eliminate that Ghost King? Can you give me a definite answer? You should be asking how confident he is about defeating the Ghost King and bringing us all home. Anyway, I don't want to stay here any longer. I have to get up early for my 8 a.m. class tomorrow. I have a morning meeting tomorrow. If I'm late, will you take responsibility? Listening to these people's complaints, the middle-aged roughneck couldn't stand their attitude. You lot are really something. The master rushed all the way from the West District to save us all. Not only are you ungrateful, but you're still whining non-stop. If you're so capable, go fight the Ghost King yourselves and let the master and the official team members rest. The female streamer shouted from the side, the master and the official team have been battling these demons since they arrived, all while searching for us. Now that everyone's finally been found, just stay put and wait. What do you need to do? You're still here yapping non-stop only because the master and official team arrived in time. Otherwise, you'd be chatting with ghosts. See if those monsters would even bother responding to you. The middle-aged man rescued earlier from the basement level also pointed angrily at them, his face flushed with indignation. You're the one who'd make ghosts attend morning meetings? If it weren't for the master and the official team saving you, you'd be the ones holding morning meetings for ghosts. You should be thankful I'm practically an old man now. If this were 20 years ago, I'd have given each of you a good beating. Those who were impatient and eager to leave were rendered speechless by the middle-aged roughneck and the female streamer. Their faces flushed red with embarrassment. Viewers in the livestream flooded the chat with comments. Honestly, the master's way too kind. He won't even show their faces. Let us see what these jerks look like. If I had friends like that, I'd cut ties on the spot. If my girlfriend ever pulled this, I'd go straight to her best friend. Why did the master save these jerks? If it were me, I'd just leave them here to fend for themselves while I sat back and watched the show. The livestream audience seethed with indignation. So you watched them hang their heads in shame, deciding it was enough. He spoke up. Everyone, don't worry. We'll be out soon. A mere Ghost King won't hold us up for long. Wang Qiuxing and Li Wenkai immediately pushed through the crowd to fawn over Suyu. Truly worthy of being called a master. Even a formidable entity like the Ghost King is described as mere. My admiration for you, master, flows like an endless river. Wang Xiaoxing and Li Wenkai exchanged a knowing glance. Then, Li Wenkai suddenly knelt down. Why wait for a better day? Master, seize this moment to take us as your disciples, making this occasion even more joyous. Li Wenkai looked at Wang Wenkai, then turned his gaze to Suyu. The words he'd painstakingly crafted over half an hour had already slipped out. Now he truly didn't know what to say. I'm with him. Suyu hadn't expected these two to be so persistent. He hastily waved his hands in refusal. Zhou Dongliang, standing nearby, tried to help Suyu out of the awkward situation. I can tell you two are also eager to deal with ghosts and monsters. How about this? Join our Ghost and Monster Special Operations Bureau. You might even get the chance to work alongside the master someday. The moment Wang Xiaoxing and Li Wenkai heard about joining the Ghost and Monster Special Warfare Bureau, instantly lost their nerve. Suyu turned to Zhou Dongliang and said, my armor can still hold out for a while longer. And all the ghosts here, except for the Ghost King's lair, have already been wiped out. Take your team and follow me down to level 3 to eliminate that Ghost King. Alright, let's resolve this. Zhou Dongliang agreed it was time to act, wasting no further delay. Moreover, with only the Ghost King remaining, the ghosts would be completely eradicated. The safety of the people here no longer required excessive concern. He summoned his team members and followed Suyu down the passage leading to the basement levels. Chapter 076, The Copper Coin Sword Unleashes Its Might. In the pitch-black passageway, several beams of light illuminated the surrounding path. They soon reached the basement level they had visited earlier. The medicinal scent here was even more potent than above. Though Suyu had said the ghosts were all but the Ghost King, the team remained vigilant. This was the result of years of rigorous training. Until they reached a safe location, they must not let their guard down. Otherwise, you give the enemy an opportunity to harm you. This place really is just like the news reports back then. It's practically like a prison. I remember the news initially praised this place, until reports of patient abuse surfaced. Even then, the authorities refused to believe it. You have to hand it to Director Dai, he knew how to hide his true colors, even fooling the authorities. It wasn't until a year after the abuse scandal broke that someone with a conscience inside the facility blew the whistle again, finally drawing proper attention. When I saw that report in the military, I was stunned. It said investigators initially found nothing. But right then, a patient activated a hidden door switch on the basement level and escaped right in front of the investigators. The investigators immediately went to the basement level. The deeper they dug, the more horrifying it became. The military even attached photos and parts of Director Dai's experimental records. Yeah. I remember the live brain dissections to study human reactions while conscious and implanting animal organs into people. Not only did the investigators nearly throw up seeing that, but I almost did too when I read about it. Upon reaching the basement level, members like Lao Lu, Xiao Bai, and Lao Gui kept recalling the scenes from that report they'd seen years ago. Especially the site of Ward 101. They remembered how the people there suffered the most. The livestream audience listened as the team recounted these events. No wonder they're descendants of those who migrated from Little Sakura. When it comes to cruelty, they're practically on par with the natives of Sakura country. I'd say they're showing signs of going full on extreme. My dad mentioned this report too. He said back then they dragged that Director Dai out for a public parade. Countless people picked up stones and pelted him. If the police hadn't intervened, he probably wouldn't have made it to the firing squad. They'd have stoned him to death first. Those little cherry blossoms have caused no end of harm. Why didn't the ghosts of chaos wipe them out during the chaos? You're right. Suddenly I feel like supporting those ghosts and monsters rampaging through Sakura country. I hope they slaughter those cherry blossom people in the most agonizing way possible. I've got a plan. We've got the master here now, right? Have him capture a bunch of zombies and ghosts, then airdrop them all into Sakura country. Let's fan the flames. This plan is excellent. I wholeheartedly endorse it. Suyu, standing nearby, naturally saw the comments flooding the livestream. He hadn't expected this Dean Dai to be so ruthless. It reminded him of a certain military unit from the land of cherry blossoms. Theoretically, this approach is feasible, but its actual implementation carries significant uncertainties. To capture so many ghosts and zombies to send over, the only options are airlift or sea transport. I've never attempted anything like this before. What could happen along the way is anyone's guess. What if a monster escapes unexpectedly en route? That would endanger the transport crew. Besides, we haven't fully dealt with the demons in our dragon nation yet. I can't leave either. Not long after. As they chatted along, they arrived at the second basement level. The basement level had fewer iron door rooms than the first floor. But the medicinal scent in the air was stronger. The Yin energy was heavier. The temperature was colder. Zhou Dongliang and the others instinctively shivered. White breath escaped their mouths. Zhou Dongliang asked curiously, Master, when Zhang Weigua and the others were at the military warehouse in Sakura country, they encountered ghostly blindness. But none of us are experiencing it now? Suyu looked at him and said, "Have you forgotten what I told you? You're still wearing the amulets I gave you, the peace amulet and the evil dispelling amulet. As long as those amulets remain on your person, phenomena like ghostly blindness or ghostly walls won't occur. And while this place is indeed a highly inauspicious location, it's not as dire as those extreme, majorly inauspicious sites. If it hadn't appeared in a residential area, it wouldn't have dragged so many people into this." Zhou Dongliang slapped his forehead. He'd been living too comfortably these past few days. He'd completely forgotten about this matter. He touched the neatly folded talisman in his pocket, a faint smile playing on his lips. Before long, they arrived at the third basement level. The medicinal scent here was the strongest. The moment they stepped out of the passageway, they saw a gloomy operating room directly opposite the end of the corridor. And in the darkness, the operating room's light sign was actually illuminated. This sight sent an involuntary shiver down everyone's spine. After all, this place had been abandoned for years. Power and water had long since been cut off. How could there possibly be power to light up the operating room? And at that very moment, the operating room lights went dark. A sudden, inexplicable pressure surged through Zhou Dongliang and the others. This pressure felt eerily familiar, just like the sensation they'd experienced when they encountered the Cherry Blossom Demon King in the military warehouse. The viewers in the livestream seemed to sense this pressure too. For a moment, the flood of comments in the chat slowed considerably. At that very moment, the operating room door creaked open with a rusty, grinding sound. Zhou Dongliang and his team immediately raised their guns, aiming. But Suyu stopped them. This left Zhou Dongliang and his team utterly perplexed. But there was no time for further thought, as a group of doctors and nurses emerged, pushing hospital beds that seemed to glide effortlessly. The sound of the bed's wheels rolling was particularly jarring in this space. This time, are there really this many test subjects? No records of these patients seeking treatment. It doesn't matter. Director Dai will be delighted to see so much experimental material. The words had barely left their mouths. The ghost doctors and ghost nurses charged forward. Zhou Dongliang and the others couldn't help but take a step back in fright. Suyu, however, remained unflinching. He drew the 2 copper coin swords he had crafted earlier. He flung the coins forward, channeled his chi, and pointed ahead. The 2 coins instantly locked onto their targets and shot forward like arrows released from a bowstring. The moment the coins pierced through the bodies of the doctor and nurse ghosts, a series of explosive cracks echoed through the air. In an instant, the once menacing horde of doctor and nurse ghosts dissolved into wisps of smoke, vanishing into the void. Immediately after, Suyu's lips curved into a smile as he snapped his fingers together. Just as the 2 copper coin swords were about to strike the operating room door, they abruptly turned and shot back, hovering before him. Suyu examined the 2 copper coin swords before him, his expression clearly satisfied. He had intended to use this opportunity to test his mastery of the art of controlling objects. He hadn't expected to have such decent control over them. Meanwhile, Zhou Dongliang and the others, along with the live stream viewers, were utterly astonished upon seeing the 2 copper coin swords hovering before Suyu. Chapter 077, You like studying people, right? Well, now we're studying you. Master, what kind of incredible ability is this? Could this be some kind of high-tech gadget? Like a drone? Damn, seriously? The master's using tech to exterminate ghosts now? This move is so cool you could totally use it to impress girls. You loser. You'd use such an awesome ability to pick up girls? Exactly. It'd be way more practical for delivering packages or takeout. Didn't you notice that sword was made of copper coins? It's from that box the master bought earlier. I remember the master mentioning before that copper coin swords could also be used against ghosts. Who knew he'd actually use them now? Zhou Dongliang scanned the live chat comments. He was genuinely curious about this ability and the copper coin sword. But with the Ghost King right there in the operating room, there was no time to ask such questions. Master, are there any other ghosts here now? Suyu retrieved the 2 copper coin swords into his hands and said, only the Ghost King, Director Dai, remains inside. Let's go. Suyu strode forward, leading Zhou Dongliang and the others toward the operating room. Zhou Dongliang and the others followed behind, thinking that if they had been left to handle this situation on their own, they likely wouldn't have made it here. Upstairs, they would either suffer casualties and be forced to retreat. Yet unable to leave, they would ultimately be trapped here, eventually slaughtered by the ghosts. Or they would be surrounded by the ghosts here, ultimately slaughtered by them. Either way, there was no good outcome. Zhou Dongliang wondered how many such places existed in the city, or even nationwide. If any of his colleagues had encountered such a situation, he couldn't imagine what they would do. In such confined spaces, they couldn't watch live streams or contact the outside world. They could only wait silently for death. As the operating room came into view, Zhou Dongliang shook his head, banishing the distracting thoughts. Even with the master by his side now, he had to remain vigilant at all times. Otherwise, if the master were to leave at any moment, such complacency would inevitably lead to disaster. The moment they stepped into the operating room, A chilling breeze carrying an overwhelming medicinal scent swept over them. For a moment, Zhou Dongliang and the others felt dizzy. But the moment they felt the talismans on their bodies begin to heat up, they snapped back to clarity. How is this possible? The patient is resisting the physical paralysis. No problem. This just happens to provide a new direction for my research on increasing human tolerance for pain. You'll be the perfect test subjects. The words had barely left his mouth. Bang! The operating room doors slammed shut. No need to guess, it was undoubtedly locked tight, impossible to open. The operating room was pitch black, and nothing could be seen with the naked eye. Even the light from the flashlight seemed swallowed by the darkness. Though it shone normally, the light simply couldn't illuminate the path ahead. The atmosphere here was utterly eerie. Even the livestream signal was affected, stuttering intermittently. Am I going blind? Why can't I see anything? Don't doubt it, I can't see a thing up ahead either. Damn it, what kind of weird place is this? Even the flashlight can't illuminate anything. Surveying the pitch-black space around him, Suyu's lips curled into a faint smile. Trivial tricks. He activated the heaven-piercing scroll, drawing 4 exorcism talismans with each hand and sending them flying toward the 4 corners of the space. The moment the talismans reached their targets, a distinct hum filled everyone's ears. Immediately after, in the dark space, it felt as though clouds had parted in an instant. The darkness was rapidly receding. Before their eyes appeared an operating table and the overhead surgical light. Various instruments, surgical tools, and medications lay nearby. At that moment, the sound of applause came from their left. Zhou Dongliang and the others turned to look. There stood a doctor in a white coat and mask, applauding. You really are a peculiar bunch. Especially you, the one in the yellow coat, you're something else. Simply by drawing a few lines out of thin air, you managed to dispel the darkness of this space of resentment. I'd love to study you from head to toe. Especially your brain, your organs. I need to see exactly where this power is hidden within the human body. If I uncover it, I'll be famous worldwide. Come on, let me fulfill this desire. Who knows, maybe your grave will even have a trophy on it someday. Dean Dai's words grew increasingly frenzied, his eyes visibly wild with madness. Zhou Dongliang and his team immediately raised their guns, aimed, and fired in one fluid motion. In an instant, the operating room erupted with flashes of gunfire. Dozens of bullets struck the dodging Dai, yet he only laughed painfully. Yet after everyone had reloaded, the director's body showed only slight weakness. Hardly any smoke rose from the wounds. Damn it! That kid's too fast, I'd blown through over a dozen rounds. Lao Lu kept firing, unable to hold back his curse. The others didn't stop firing either. A torrent of bullets poured forth, the constant clatter of spent casings hitting the ground echoing around them. Dean Dai tried to close in on Suyu, but those peculiar bullets kept him at bay, preventing him from getting much closer. This is truly bizarre. Bullets should have no effect on me in my current state. Why can these bullets wound me and even kill my assistants? As he dodged the relentless barrage, Dean Dai's eyes suddenly narrowed. Blood. I smell blood on the bullets. Chicken blood. Are the bullets coated in chicken blood? Why would bullets coated in chicken blood be able to harm us in our ghostly state? I'm truly curious. Looks like I've found a new avenue for research. Viewers in the livestream watched as Dean Dai grew increasingly unhinged, unable to suppress the cold sweat breaking out on their brows. Who knew he was this crazy? Even now, he's still thinking about dissecting the master and researching why chicken blood bullets can harm it. I suddenly feel relieved. If only Captain Zhou and his team had come alone, given the current situation, they'd probably run out of bullets before they could even make a dent in this Dean Dai. And the way it's acting now, I'm afraid it might suddenly go berserk, charge through the bullets, and drag Captain Zhou and his team straight to the operating table to start dissecting them. As if responding to the chat room audience, Dean Dai erupted into maniacal laughter and lunged forward, charging straight at Suyu despite the bullets. Compared to these bullets, I'm far more interested in your body. Come on, hand over your body to me. Let me fully understand the most unique version of you. I'll take you back to the land of cherry blossoms and display you in the most prominent place for everyone to see to witness the results of my research. Just as he was about to reach Suyu, Suyu brought his 2 fingers together and pointed forward. 2 copper coin swords shot out instantly, piercing through Dean Dai's body. In that instant, Dean Dai let out a cry of agony, his laughter forever silenced. Why do these copper coins cause me such agony? Why? You have many secrets, and I will uncover them all. I will split open your skull and examine your brain. At that very moment, a copper coin sword pierced its left arm. The intense agony made it want to pull the coin sword out immediately. But just as it reached out with its right hand, another copper coin sword pierced its right arm. Suyu twisted his fingers. The 2 copper coins forcibly spread Dean Dai's arms wide, suspending him midair. Then they slowly descended to the ground. No matter how it screamed or struggled, it couldn't break free. The more violently it reacted, the more agony it endured. Zhou Dongliang looked at the restrained Dean Dai and said, Master, let's kill it quickly. Suyu countered, it seems rather fond of research, doesn't it? Then let it be studied itself. Chapter 078, The Tide Turns. Zhou Dongliang and the others looked at Suyu in confusion. Suyu said, when we rescued that uncle on the basement level, I noticed you guys had some new gear. I know new equipment requires test data to keep improving. Now you have a prime subject for collecting that data, right? And it's a ghost king. Test data from it will be far more valuable than from ordinary ghosts. With that statement, Zhou Dongliang and the others instantly understood. Exactly. When they reported back to headquarters earlier that night, they had indeed received some freshly produced test samples. The chief had specifically instructed them to test them whenever possible, to identify areas needing refinement. But once they arrived here, with Suyu present, they never got the chance to test them. It was only on the basement level that they had a chance to test the Black Dog blood fragmentation grenade. Now the roles are reversed. As the saying goes, if the enemy can do it, so can I. You love research, don't you? Well, now it's our turn to use you as our research subject. You spent all this time conducting research that defies heaven and harms humanity. Now you're getting your comeuppance. See if you dare to be so cocky now. With the master personally controlling you, do you really think you can escape? Inside the Ghost and Monster Special Operations Bureau, Director Lu saw that they had already fought their way to the Demon King. The test samples entrusted to them earlier would likely never get tested here. But unexpectedly, Suyu had noticed this and provided an opportunity. And to use the Demon King as the test subject. Such a golden opportunity was truly a stroke of luck. The head of the Weapons Development Department was overjoyed. He was happier than if he'd found $1 million. Back at the military base, we saw on the live feed that the Ghost King's power far surpassed ordinary ghosts. And it's incredibly tough, even gear infused with Black Dog's blood and chicken blood couldn't take it down quickly. I spent the entire night brainstorming alternative test subjects to replace the Ghost King, but none of the solutions satisfied me. I had to settle for ordinary ghosts instead. I thought we'd lost our chance to test on the Ghost King, but now this incredible surprise has been handed to me. The head of the Weapons R&D department ran his hand over his thinning hair and said to Director Lu with genuine delight. Director Lu, after this mission concludes, could we use technical means to enhance the live stream footage to 8K resolution? That way, we'll be able to see everything much more clearly. Director Lu gave an OK sign. You'll have to thank the master for that. I hadn't dared to bring it up before. After all, he volunteered to help us without asking for anything in return. It would be impolite of me to bring this up proactively. Director Lu suddenly raised his hand, eyes and mouth widening as if struck by a brilliant idea. I recall you have a daughter, right? She's 20 now, about the same age as the master. Why don't we help them get acquainted? Your daughter's the campus beauty, and the master's quite handsome too. Plus, his future looks bright. If your daughter could land the master, I'd have to start calling you boss from now on. At this suggestion, even the Weapons Development Department director drifted off in thought. His mind was already racing. With a son-in-law like the master, he might even get transferred back to the military factory. At the very least, he'd be second in command. Suddenly, an explosion echoed through the livestream, snapping the Weapons R&D director and Director Lu back to reality. They stared intently at the live feed. Let me go. Let me go. Dean Dai was hoisted up by his arms, suspended by 2 copper coin swords. Zhou Dongliang ordered team member Xiao Bai to toss another Black Dog blood fragmentation grenade into the fray. Boom! Another explosion echoed. Before conducting the test, Zhou Dongliang and his team had already lowered the operating table and dragged it to the operating room doorway to use as cover. When the Black Dog blood fragmentation grenade detonated, they all took cover behind it. The blast sent steel pellets flying in all directions, many embedding themselves in the operating table. Old Gua, did you get it all on camera? This is crucial test data. Zhou Dongliang said sternly. Old Gua gave him a thumbs up. Don't worry, Captain. It's all recorded. Zhou Dongliang said, good. Now let's try it again from a different angle. They then moved the operating table to a new location and tossed another Black Dog blood fragmentation grenade. Boom! A torrent of steel pellets coated in Black Dog's blood shot out in all directions. Many pierced through the body of Director Dai. Though not particularly painful, he now felt a humiliation he'd never known in life. You chinks! Get me down this instant. What right do you have to experiment on me? Even in the land of cherry blossoms, they never treated me this way. Let me go. You should be the ones understudy. But no matter how fiercely Dean Dai cursed, Zhou Dongliang and Suyu seemed to hear nothing. Captain Zhou, if you have weapons you need to test, you could have just told me. Suyu said. Captain Zhou scratched his head and replied, we've already troubled you enough by asking for your help against the ghosts. If I also had to ask you for a chance to test weapons, I just couldn't bring myself to say it. Suyu patted Zhou Dongliang on the shoulder. We're all contributing to the nation and humanity, what's there to be shy about? If something like this comes up again, feel free to let me know ahead of time. Zhou Dongliang looked slightly embarrassed. Actually, besides the black dog blood fragmentation grenades needing testing, I also have a black dog blood smoke grenade. It's designed to use chemical means to vaporize the black dog blood inside in a short time, killing large groups of ghosts. Suyu nodded. Go ahead and test it. Zhou Dongliang nodded, pulled the pin on a red grenade, and tossed it toward Dean Dai. About 10 seconds later, the grenade erupted in a torrent of crimson smoke, instantly engulfing Dean Dai. This time, under the might of human technology, Director Dai finally let out a blood-curdling scream. Viewers in the livestream watched the scene unfold, shaking their heads in disbelief. Chapter 079, you're still commenting? TSK, this red smoke seems thicker than the fireworks during the new year. Smoke this thick? Forget ghosts, even humans couldn't survive in there. They'd suffocate in no time. Let's be honest, the Ghost King finally cried out this time. That's a good sign. It proves our technological development approach is correct. I bet people overseas are scratching their heads trying to figure out how to develop technology to deal with their own local ghosts and monsters. Thankfully, we have a master here. Once the final data is confirmed, we can mass produce it and distribute it nationwide, equipping all combat personnel. This should significantly reduce casualties. And it all stems from the master's earlier science outreach. Without that, we'd never have conceived this approach. Exactly. Thank goodness our dragon nation produced such an extraordinary figure. Otherwise, we'd be facing the same fate as those foreigners. But I have a question. This is a sealed space now, and with such thick smoke, how are the Master and Captain Zhou going to handle it? Exactly. This thick smoke is unbearable for humans. Zhou Dongliang held Suyu's finger and saw the live chat comments. Suyu, standing beside him, saw them too. As the red smoke began to spread outward, Suyu remained calm and composed as he asked, so, have you all finished recording? Zhou Dongliang's team members beside him replied. Got it on my end. Me too. Recording complete. Zhou Dongliang saw his team members had recorded from multiple angles and turned to look at Suyu. Suyu didn't speak. Instead, he stood up and cast the golden light spell, his entire body radiating golden light. Immediately, the golden light coalesced into a massive blade. It came crashing down toward the tightly sealed operating room door. A deafening crash echoed throughout the room. The operating room door shattered into pieces in an instant. Zhou Dongliang, his team members, and the live stream viewers watched in utter astonishment. But Zhou Dongliang and his team didn't hesitate. They immediately ran out the door with Suyu. In the blink of an eye, they reached the passageway connecting the third basement level to the second basement level. Suyu watched the crimson smoke billowing from the distant operating room and asked, how long will this smoke last? Zhou Dongliang replied, Director Liu mentioned that since the smoke is mixed with chemical agents, it might not dissipate quickly. Suyu turned his gaze toward the operating room, where the agonized cries of President Dai could still be heard. TSK. President Dai is in for a rough time now. But then again, that means I can't get in either. How else can we eliminate it? We can't just wait forever, can we? With the smoke this thick, a dog would need at least 50 years of smoking experience just to survive a single trip in and out. Even with his current cultivation backing him, Suyu wasn't about to take that risk. Because it wasn't worth it. He certainly didn't want to go in and come out with consumption. This smoke won't dissipate anytime soon. There are no windows on this underground level to open for ventilation. The exhaust fans and the ventilation ducts are useless. So let's head upstairs first. Zhou Dongliang looked somewhat apologetic. But if the Ghost King isn't eliminated, this space can't be broken, and people won't be able to return. Suyu raised an eyebrow. I never said we'd leave Dean Dai here as a ghost. With that, he beckoned with a flick of his finger. Dean Dai, with 2 copper coin swords piercing his arm, was thus pulled out. Its complexion was far less rosy than when it had first appeared. The entire ghost appeared rather bedraggled. Honestly, never thought even dog blood could hurt me now. Though it had been under observation, it had overheard Zhou Dongliang and the others' conversation with Suyu earlier. But, you lot are just too stupid. The idea of using chemicals to vaporize blood was clever. But due to chemical composition and reactions, even if the dog blood turned into smoke, its effectiveness would be affected by numerous factors. You thought I yelled earlier because of your black dog blood smoke bomb? The pain that thing inflicted on me wasn't even a tenth of what these 2 copper coin swords did. As it spoke these words, Zhou Dongliang immediately aimed his phone camera at it. This ghost might not be a good thing. It possessed specialized knowledge. Its assessment of this black dog's blood smoke bomb also held significant reference value. Seriously, did this guy get smoked into oblivion? Wow, it's actually giving feedback. Should we give it a 5-star review? Hey, buddy, it's studying you. Fine, you're playing along, but why's it giving professional advice now? I bet it's from inhaling too many chemicals. It must have fried his brain. So here's the question, can ghosts breathe? Do ghosts even have brains? Only a ghost would know that. Ghost Countermeasures Bureau. After the Weapons Development Department director saw the close-up of Ghost King Dai, the Dean, provided by Zhou Dongliang in the livestream, He immediately pulled out the research report on the black dog blood smoke grenade and began reading it. He furrowed his brow, pen in hand, scribbling something. Excellent. Absolutely brilliant. I never expected to hear the Ghost King's evaluation of this. The results of this test are beyond what we could have imagined. Once this matter concludes, I'll have the team compile the test data. We'll arrange for the second batch of test samples immediately. The head of the Weapons or D department now felt a twinge of regret. Had he known such a golden opportunity would arise? He should have researched more items back then to test them now. Director Liu observed the expression on the Weapons or D director's face. It somehow resembled the look on Ghost King Dai's face during the livestream. Or was it that researchers all carried an inherent risk of going mad? As Director Liu observed the Weapons or D department director, the director seemed to sense his gaze and lifted his head to meet Liu's eyes. Director Liu, is something wrong? Director Liu suddenly shuddered and shook his head quickly. Then he turned his attention back to the live feed. Zhou Dongliang turned to Suyu. Master, the smoke hasn't cleared from the operating room yet. How should we handle it? Suyu thought to himself that when he was up there earlier, some people had complained Zhou Dongliang and his team, or other teams, must have encountered the same issue. If they were to move this Ghost King, President Dai, up there, it would allow those who've always been sheltered to witness the Ghost King's oppressive presence firsthand. It would also make them understand how difficult these combatants' battles truly were. These fighters were risking their lives to protect them, allowing them to live long enough to complain about their protectors delaying their progress, rather than being killed by ghosts and monsters, leaving them no chance to complain at all. Of course, if more people witnessed the scene of Ghost King Dai being carried out by the copper coin sword, many would surely become curious about the copper coin sword and the art of controlling objects. Spreading the knowledge publicly then would surely earn more science points. It would be killing two birds with one stone. Take the Ghost King up there. Let them see. Chapter 080, let them witness the Ghost King's majesty. Zhou Dongliang and his team were utterly taken aback. Bring that terrifying Ghost King up there? And let them see it? After all, the people up there were ordinary folk. Making them feel the oppressive presence of the Ghost King, he truly feared they wouldn't be able to handle the terror. Master, perhaps we should handle this here instead. I'm worried about terrifying the people above. They haven't undergone professional training like us. Their psychological resilience might not be as strong. However, the viewers in the livestream chat, embracing the spirit of the more the merrier, were overwhelmingly supportive of Suyu's actions. I wholeheartedly agree. Let everyone see this Ghost King for themselves. Does he even look like a Ghost King anymore? I wish I could be there. I'd definitely ask the master to test his peachwood sword on me. Just try it? I demand the master let me battle the Ghost King 300 rounds. Aren't you afraid the Ghost King will pin you down and slice your brain 300 times? With Fire Chicken Bar Master here, if I'm scared of that, wouldn't I be embarrassing the master? I might be clueless about other things, but when it comes to social etiquette, I've got this covered. I won't embarrass the master. Just talking about it gets me excited. I live right here on Cross Street. Would it be too late to head over now? If you go now, aren't you afraid you'll end up in another Ghost King's realm of resentment? Ha! That's possible? Who can predict such temporal distortions? Zhou Dongliang scanned the stream of comments flooding the live chat. The viewers here didn't seem the least bit afraid. Each one seemed eager to be there in person, devising all sorts of ways to toy with the Ghost King. The ideas kept coming. Some even suggested dripping wax. Were they really here to fight the Ghost King? But these people were, after all, separated by a screen. They knew deep down that ghosts couldn't harm them through a screen, which is why they could watch with such reckless abandon. All sorts of trash talk, all sorts of unexpected, sharp-angled remarks. They can say whatever they want without a care. After all, the Ghost King couldn't hear them. And even if he did, with the master here, what could you possibly do to me? But if the Ghost King were to face them directly, that psychological comfort would vanish. Who knows how terrified they'd be then? They probably can't even bring themselves to talk dirty anymore. And what about the people who stumbled into this place? Many of them couldn't care less about ghosts and spirits. All they wanted was to live their lives in peace. And some of them had already encountered ghosts during their time here. If they were to see the Ghost King now, who knows if they could bear it? Suyu understood Zhou Dongliang's concerns. Actually, letting them see the Ghost King could be beneficial. If they can withstand the Ghost King's presence without being frightened, then they'll surely handle ordinary ghosts encountered on the road or at home with composure, better protecting themselves and their families. Courage is something that needs to be cultivated. Take you combat team members who constantly battle ghosts. Didn't your courage get forged through countless fights? Zhou Dongliang and the others felt Suyu had a point. Though online compilations of Suyu's educational materials already existed, and even the Ghost Combat Bureau had published a comprehensive guide to supernatural entities on its official website based on his teachings. But when you actually encounter supernatural entities, applying that knowledge effectively isn't so simple. The psychological resilience of ordinary people varies greatly. After encountering a ghost, many factors would inevitably come into play. Without solid mental fortitude and a certain level of psychological resilience towards supernatural entities, one simply couldn't apply this knowledge effectively. It might even backfire and harm oneself. Using the Ghost King to build up one's courage seems like a decent idea. But why does this feel a bit off? Zhou Dongliang shook his head. Anyway, with the master present, what harm could come if ordinary people saw the Ghost King? Nothing could possibly go wrong. They walked along the passage leading to the upper levels. The Ghost King, Dean Dai, kept yelling curses in their ears. Let me go. What do you take me for? Some animal put on display for people to gawk at? You'd better pray you can keep me under control. If I break free, I'll dissect every single one of you here, layer by layer. I'll make you feel every agonizing, bone-deep slice of your body being torn apart, every ounce of despair. Yet, no matter how furiously it screamed, Zhou Dongliang and Suyu showed no reaction whatsoever. They wouldn't even spare it a slap. I still have a few roasted beans left over from when I turned beans into soldiers. Let's share them. Suyu produced the meager handful of beans. Since arriving here, Zhou Dongliang and the others hadn't even had a sip of water. Their mouths had long since lost all sense of taste. Now, the salty roasted beans entering their mouths felt incredibly satisfying. Instantly, their minds felt clearer. Meanwhile, in the lobby of the annex building's first floor, two groups had formed and were keeping their distance. On one side were the troublemakers from earlier, while on the other were the female streamer and the middle-aged roughneck and his crew. Neither group acknowledged the other, both still waiting for Suyu and his companions to return after slaying the Ghost King. The ghosts here had been wiped out by the armored soldiers, but the atmosphere in this eerily cold and gloomy place was unbearably oppressive. Moreover, the soldiers' features were indistinguishable. No matter how they addressed them, there was no response whatsoever. Being stared at by these armored soldiers, who looked like the dead, sent a chill down everyone's spine. Even knowing these were summoned by Suyu and posed no threat, some still felt uneasy. Why are they so slow? They said it would be quick. There's no internet here, so we can't even play cards to pass the time. Ugh, my report is due tomorrow morning, and I haven't written a single word yet. This is driving me crazy. Once we get out, I'm filing a complaint against them, including that so-called master. The middle-aged roughneck shot them a glare. You guys never stop, do you? Starting up again? Wang Xiaoxing rolled up his sleeves and walked over to them. If you want us to yell at you again, I don't mind at all. The master said arguing and getting angry can actually boost your yang energy. Just as they were about to erupt again, a group of people emerged from the direction of the basement level. The female streamer and the rough middle-aged man spotted them first. But just as they were about to rush over, they saw a menacing Dr. Ghost hovering beside Suyu and Zhou Dongliang. And the feeling it gave them was different from ordinary ghosts. The moment they saw it, fear surged from their hearts like a gushing spring. Chapter 081, You speak well, but it's meaningless. The pale eyes that met their gaze instantly unleashed an uncontrollable wave of terror within them. Some had encountered nurse ghosts or other spirits before, but none had ever felt as overwhelmingly terrifying as this one before them. Some instinctively turned to flee the scene. Yet as soon as they lifted their feet, the dim passage leading to the main building appeared before them, equally terrifying. Though the soldiers had slain all the ghosts, primal fear proved far harder to overcome. The female host and several women reacted most violently, unable to suppress their screams. The space had been eerily quiet, and now the piercing screams felt like needles, stabbing into the eardrums of everyone present. Many covered their ears. Ironically, it was these very screams that snapped people out of their terror. All right, stop screaming. Shut the hell up. All of you, shut your mouths. Several men couldn't hold back, bellowing at the screaming women. In an instant, the space fell silent once more. Damn, women's screams are something else. They hurt my ears even through the screen. Damn it, I just picked up my chicken drumstick, and those screams made me drop it on the floor. No big deal. If you pick it up within 3 seconds, it's still edible. No way. Just as I went to grab mine, Big Yellow snatched it away faster than a village dog chasing a female. That's nothing. I was just taking a piss when that scream hit me. I had to hold it in halfway through. Talk about uncomfortable. Amidst the crowd at the scene, a burly middle-aged man steeled his nerves and approached Suyu. Everyone, don't be afraid. With the master and official combat team here, no matter how powerful this ghostly thing is, it won't make a splash. With his words, Wang Qiuxing and Li Wenkai also plucked up their courage and approached. They scrutinized Director Dai closely. They found this little thing rather peculiar. It was actually being held aloft in midair by 2 copper coin swords piercing through both arms. Moreover, as they drew closer, they caught a faint, peculiar odor emanating from this ghostly figure. It was like rotten eggs mixed with stinky tofu, pickled together in a brine jar for half a year until fermented, then the smell that hit you when you lifted the lid. Master, what the hell is this thing? The smell is disgusting. Wang Xiaoxing covered his nose, his face twisted with disgust at the ghost. Li Wenkai initially thought he might have misjudged the scent and leaned in closer to sniff again. The next moment, he scrambled to the corner and immediately turned to vomit. The middle-aged roughneck was more cautious. Smelling something off, he immediately backed up 2 steps. No foolhardy moves here. Zhou Dongliang watched Li Wenkai, who was leaning against the wall vomiting, and said, "We used it earlier to test some new gear developed by the Bureau. Since it's a prototype, the smell is bound to be pretty weird. But you guys might want to avoid getting too close to that smell." Li Wenkai had just vomited up his entire dinner, leaning against the wall with one hand while clutching his stomach with the other. Turning his head, he said with a miserable expression, "Captain Zhou, next time you should give us a heads up about stuff like this. It's bad enough I ended up here, and now I've even thrown up my pork knuckle rice. What a waste." Wang Qiuxing asked, "Master, Captain Zhou, this ghost seems pretty powerful. It withstood your new weapon and is still fine. And its body is only slightly translucent." Suyu chuckled and walked up to the Ghost King, Dean Dai. Of course this ghost is formidable. Because it is none other than the Ghost King, Dean Dai. Using it to test the official new weaponry and gather test data is the best possible scenario. The moment these words left his mouth, everyone present froze in shock. Ghost? Ghost King? That's the legendary Dai? Holy! That's why this ghost felt different from the others. It's the Ghost King of this place. Wait, Master, if you can control the Ghost King like this, why not just kill it instead of bringing it up here? Suyu smiled and said, "I figured since we've all gathered here, it's fate. We've successfully captured the Ghost King, so of course we'll let you see it and snap some photos. Wouldn't want your trip here to be in vain. Plus, when you're drinking and bragging later, you'll have something to brag about." Under normal circumstances, surviving an encounter with a ghost would be bragging rights for a lifetime. But this was the Ghost King. Just looking at it nearly scared the crap out of us. And you want to take a photo with it? You must be out of your mind. Master, really, there's no need to be so formal. Yeah, we all stumbled into this place by accident. It's like some twisted fate. We're not getting involved in this. Right. You guys handle it yourselves. We're not interested. The troublemakers who had been causing the commotion were now practically glued to the walls, keeping a safe distance from Suyu and his group. "So, you're scared now?" Suyu asked. The men nodded frantically. "Of course. We don't have the guts. We're just ordinary people, we don't have that kind of nerve." Suyu's tone suddenly turned stern. "If you're afraid, do you think the official team members aren't afraid? They're risking their lives to protect you, and you're all getting impatient. Do you think only you have lives to live? What about theirs? They come to protect you so you can survive and keep living your lives, but they might not get the same chance. You can run when you encounter ghosts and monsters. They must face them to protect you, blocking the danger before them. So stop acting like they owe you something." Suyu's sudden stern words echoed throughout the area. Those restless troublemakers, one by one, hung their heads like students scolded by a teacher. It was unclear whether his scolding had worked or if they were simply too scared to look up or both. Zhou Dongliang and the others felt immense gratitude. They had indeed encountered several instances of the public growing impatient and causing trouble. Even Zhang Weigua and other teams had experienced similar situations. Though met with misunderstanding and complaints, fulfilling their duties remained their responsibility. Restoring the city to its former normalcy was a far more important goal than enduring public complaints. So when faced with such situations, they simply swallowed their pride and carried on. Hearing Suyu's words now, Zhou Dongliang and the others felt deeply moved. It was the first time anyone had ever stood up for them. Yet at that moment, an untimely voice shattered the harmonious atmosphere. "What you say is well put, but utterly meaningless. People will forget all about this in a few days. After all, collective memory is fleeting." Dean Ghost King couldn't resist adding a taunt. Yet no one paid him any mind. Seeing this, it felt its face grow hot with embarrassment. When had anyone ever dared treat it this way? Wang Qiuxing suddenly stepped forward to speak, cutting off its chance to respond. "The master speaks wisely. We mustn't be the kind of people who curse others the moment they put down their bowls." Li Wenkai, the middle-aged roughneck, and the female host all loudly echoed his words. At that moment, Wang Qiuxing seemed quite pleased with Suyu. He hurried over and asked, "Master, could you explain why those 2 copper coin swords are floating?" This question was also on the minds of Zhou Dongliang and the others, as well as the viewers in the livestream. Chapter 082, What is the Art of Manipulating Objects? At these words, Li Wenkai, the female streamer, and the middle-aged roughneck realized that Ghost King Dai, the dean, was actually suspended by the 2 copper coin swords. He hadn't flown up on his own. At that moment, their minds were filled with intense curiosity. Could it be a drone? Impossible. Who would design a drone like this? And judging by the master's demeanor, he doesn't seem like the type to modify a drone like this. Besides, even if it were a drone, it would need propellers to fly. But there are no propellers on these 2 copper coin swords. Suddenly, an absurd thought flashed through their minds. Could it be, these two copper coin swords are flying using magnetic levitation technology? But there's no iron inside either. Could this Ghost King be made of iron? The burly middle-aged man steeled his nerves and touched it with his hand. It felt icy cold and oddly strange. But he could tell for certain it wasn't made of iron. This is strange. How did it fly? Viewers in the livestream chat were speculating too. But none could guess the answer. So you watched them, intrigued by their fascination with the two copper coin swords, and raised an eyebrow. Just as I thought. Very well, I'll take this opportunity to educate everyone. Wang Xiaoxing, Li Wenkai, the female streamer, and the rugged middle-aged man all gathered around Suyu like students listening to a teacher's lecture. They all rushed to Suyu's front, listening intently. Meanwhile, Zhou Dongliang and his group also turned their gaze toward Suyu. Seeing there was such knowledge to be gained, Ghost King Dai, the dean, he instantly wanted to hear it too. After all, whether in life or death, he had never witnessed anything take flight without any external force. And at such incredible speed and agility. Suyu turned to look at Ghost King Dai, catching his eager gaze. You want to know too? Ghost King Dai nodded. Of course I want to know. If I could master this technique, I'd be able to conduct human research remotely in the future. This will greatly expand my research scope and refine my research objectives, ha 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 ha. The maniacal laughter of Ghost King Dai, the dean, echoed in their ears. The female streamer, the middle-aged roughneck, Wang Xiaoxing, Li Wenkai, and others present all felt a chill of dread. If it truly learned this ability, how many lives would be lost in the future? Moreover, since it was being controlled remotely, pinpointing its location wouldn't be easy. Though this Ghost King Dai was currently restrained. What if it managed to escape? Suyu seemed utterly unconcerned that the Ghost King might overhear this conversation. He began explaining things as if to himself. First, let me explain something to everyone. The reason these two copper coin swords can be controlled by me to fly isn't through any technological means. It's one of our Taoist magical arts, the art of controlling objects. The art of controlling objects? What on earth is that? I've never heard of such a thing before. Ghost King Dai, the dean, was deeply puzzled. Why were so many unfamiliar things appearing after his death? As for the others, the term art of controlling objects was also a completely unfamiliar phrase. Individually, they recognized each character, but when combined, it was incomprehensible. The viewers in the livestream racked their brains but couldn't figure it out. Has anyone here ever heard of the art of controlling objects? Does magic count? I sort of get the manipulation part, but I can't wrap my head around how it actually works. The master didn't say it was a technological method either, so what exactly is the art of controlling objects? Zhou Dongliang glanced at the livestream's comments. He voiced the questions on everyone's mind. Master, how exactly does the art of object manipulation work? Suyu waved his hand, signaling them not to rush. Don't worry, I'm about to explain that next. The art of manipulating objects uses the qi within our cultivators' bodies to control specific items. For instance, peachwood swords, chopsticks, pistols, bullets, and these two copper coin swords all are controllable objects. Qi is an innate existence. Qi is the interdependence of spirit and energy, the mastery of form through energy, the supreme harmony of yin and yang, the essence of all living things. Cultivating qi means perceiving all things and merging with nature. Suyu's explanation of qi. Those present listened with baffled expressions. Even Ghost King Dai, the dean, struggled to grasp it, his mind racing with thought. The live stream audience was equally baffled. So, is anyone actually getting the master's explanation about qi? I get the explanation about object manipulation techniques, but the qi stuff? I'm totally lost. Oh man, nobody got it. And they say they want to learn this to fight ghosts? They can't even grasp the concept of qi. The only part one got was that qi has always existed. Everything after that was gibberish. I got a bit more than you. I grasped that qi is used to sense the natural environment and then merge yourself into it. Then, how do you actually do it? Master, Taoism and Taoist philosophy are truly profound. Such a simple phrase, yet it's incredibly hard to grasp. Even if you understand it, applying it to comprehend qi isn't easy at all. Are Taoist priests all geniuses in both arts and sciences? That's a bit terrifying. Wouldn't that make them like the International High IQ Club, like Mensa? If Taoist priests were to descend en masse from the mountains, the spectacle would be beyond my wildest imagination. I'm bold enough to imagine it. Suyu observed the people around him, all deep in thought. The concept of qi isn't something one can grasp fully in a short time. Qi isn't something easily grasped, and I've only touched upon a tiny fraction of it. What about the rest? Wang Xiaoxing couldn't help but ask. The rest can only be understood by those who cultivate the Tao. This much is enough for everyone to know. Suyu's words forced both the attendees and the livestream viewers to temporarily halt their pondering of qi. Next, let's talk about the science behind the copper coin sword. I only mentioned it briefly earlier without going into detail. Now that I've just used the copper coin sword to control this thing, I'll give you all a proper explanation. Chapter 083, The Copper Coin, also known as the 10,000 Man Coin. Just as Suyu was about to continue, Zhou Dongliang suddenly asked, Master, I'd like to ask how far can your object manipulation technique control things? After this question was posed, many others began to grow curious. Since it could control objects across distances, there must be a limit. But just how far was that limit? If the range were sufficiently vast, the implications would be nothing short of revolutionary. Suyu hadn't expected him to ask this question at this moment. Theoretically, when mastered to perfection, taking an enemy's head from 1,000 miles away is as easy as taking something from a bag. Suyu spoke calmly, yet his words stunned both those present and the viewers in the livestream. What does it mean to behead an enemy from 1,000 miles away? It's like a precision-guided missile hitting its target with pinpoint accuracy. That's cutting-edge technology. And now you're telling me that human chi can achieve the same? And this is just manipulating a sword a weapon. If you were to manipulate bullets with object control techniques, that would be far more effective than missiles. Missiles get detected by radar, and precision-guided missiles aren't cheap. Bullets are different. Both involve precision guidance, but one relies on technology, targets large objects, and can be anticipated. Bullets, however, target smaller objects. Guided by chi, they evade radar detection and offer superior stealth. More importantly, the cost of producing a single guided missile could fund the mass production of countless bullets. Manipulate tens of thousands of rounds, especially at night, no one would see a thing. Not a sound, and an entire division vanishes. Win the war without a scratch. Manipulating bullets with chi to wipe out your entire force, no matter how advanced your technology, it still requires human operators. Without personnel, even the most advanced equipment is useless. Absolutely unbeatable. If every soldier in our dragon nation could master chi manipulation, wouldn't we be unbeatable? The entire world would be our dragon nation's domain. At this thought, Zhou Dongliang couldn't help but laugh out loud. Suyu, of course, had no idea what was going through his mind. But judging by that smile, he was definitely pondering something beyond reality. Zhou Dongliang and the others present, upon hearing Suyu describe how the art of commanding objects could manipulate targets from such a great distance, couldn't help but let their imaginations run wild. The rough-and-tumble middle-aged man imagined, if his kid ever acted up again, he'd just flick his fingers and summon 8 wolfskin belts. The look on that brat's face would be priceless. Then he'd see if the brat dared to misbehave again. Even while at work, he could command the 8 wolves from a kilometer away to beat the crap out of him at school. The female streamer imagined, if she could master chi and the art of manipulating objects, she could instantly summon the black stockings from afar. Then she could make petals dance through the air. That would max out the live stream's impact. Shooting straight to the top of the trending charts wouldn't be impossible. Then the chat would be flooded with notifications of big brothers showering her with gifts. Just thinking about it made her want to jump for joy. Wang Qiuxing thought to himself, once he mastered these 2 tricks. Manipulate a candle to spell out 520, what girl wouldn't be won over? Still single then? I'll go through 300 girls a year. Even Ghost King Dai, the dean, began to imagine it. If he could master these techniques, he wouldn't be confined to this one place anymore. Whenever he spotted promising research material, he could dissect it unnoticed. And he could perform multiple surgeries simultaneously. This would boost efficiency tremendously. Alright, let's continue our science lesson on the copper coin sword. Suyu's words instantly snapped everyone present and the livestream audience out of their reverie. Mentioning the copper coin sword. The livestream viewers all recalled. Earlier, Suyu had indeed mentioned it while explaining how to deal with ghosts and zombies. But he hadn't provided detailed explanations, it was merely a passing mention. Moreover, compared to his earlier explanations about chi, which left people scratching their heads, and the spirit summoning techniques that required chi to perform, people were far more intrigued by the copper coin sword, which seemed much easier to obtain. Personally, I'm still more interested in the copper coin sword. Yeah, chi and object manipulation techniques might be more powerful, with tons of potential applications, but they're hard to learn quickly. As the saying goes, distant water can't put out a nearby fire. Copper coins are just easier to collect. My family runs an antique shop. To put it bluntly, we've got copper coins by the handful. Hey, you up there, didn't the master scold an antique shop owner earlier? Could that have been you? No way. My family has been honest and upright for 3 generations. We're not the type to scam people. Cut the chatter. I want the master to explain why copper coins can harm ghosts and monsters. Could it be some special method that gives the coins such power? Honestly, when I handle my own copper coins, I don't feel anything special about them. You're telling me glutinous rice can ward off zombies? Yet people still eat glutinous rice without a peep. Seeing everyone's eyes on him, Suyu. He began explaining the copper coin sword. First, let me clarify, the copper coin sword isn't an actual blade. It's simply bound into a sword shape with red string. Copper coins are typically made from mixed metals. Metal objects inherently possess a sharp, piercing energy, a sha-chi, which can suppress ghostly entities and vengeful spirits to some extent. Moreover, copper coins possess a rigid nature and belong to the metal element in the 5 elements. Copper absorbs energy fields more effectively than gold or silver. Thus, copper coins possess an exceptionally potent ability to neutralize malevolent energy. Zhou Dongliang and the others immediately grabbed paper and pens to jot down every word Suyu said. The rough-looking middle-aged man and Wang Qiuxing, along with a few others, also took notes, so they could brag about it later. Copper coins have another name, 10,000 person coins. These coins, having passed through the hands of countless people, accumulate a substantial amount of yang energy. Especially those with a long history and extensive circulation carry a particularly potent yang energy, capable of suppressing negative forces. The rough-looking middle-aged man suddenly asked a question. So if that's the case, wouldn't those bronze swords and spearheads in the museum be powerful tools for suppressing ghosts and evil spirits? After all, ancient times were plagued by endless warfare. A single weapon changed hands countless times, soaked in the blood of countless enemies, and claimed countless lives. Suyu countered, "You can't make that sweeping generalization. One was currency for trade, the other a tool of slaughter on the battlefield. Though made of similar materials, their fundamental nature is entirely different. Given that periods of warfare outlasted times of peace in ancient times, weapons absorbed excessive malevolent energy. While they might repel ghosts and demons, if they cannot be properly restrained, they could backfire and harm their owner. You wouldn't want to cripple yourself before even facing the enemy, would you?" The middle-aged roughneck nodded blankly. He had been about to mention that his ancestral home still held a bronze sword passed down through generations. But he decided against it. He certainly didn't want to mess himself up before even encountering any ghosts. Suyu continued his explanation. There's actually another type of copper coin called imperial coins or 5 emperors coins. Because 5 emperors coins absorb the vital energy of 5 emperors from their dynasty's golden ages, along with the life force of the mortal world, they ward off ghosts and evil spirits more effectively than ordinary 10,000 man coins. If you ever get the chance to buy genuine 5 emperors coins, you can string them together and wear them for some protection against evil spirits. Chapter 084, Making You Know Yet Never Have. 5 emperors coins, just the name sounds extraordinary. They're said to absorb the imperial energy of 5 rulers from dynasties at their zenith. Honestly, it sounds incredibly powerful. Well, for our dragon nation, that's hardly a challenge. You must know that while we may lack in other areas, the depth of our history is absolutely unmatched. Come to think of it, my family's antique shop might have 5 emperor's coins matching the master's description. My dad mentioned them before. I'll go tell him right now to jack up the price on those coins. Damn it! Greedy merchant. Just you wait. I'm a streamer too. I'll crash your coin prices in the next couple days. You're the man, streamer. We're counting on you. I need to grab a set for my parents and wife and kids before word spreads gotta ward off evil spirits. Otherwise, I won't feel at ease at all. The livestream audience was stunned to learn of so many hidden uses for these copper coins. One by one, they started freaking out. Some immediately placed orders online. Those living near antique shops mustered their courage to head out, determined to buy some overnight. Those who owned antique shops set aside a portion of the 5 emperors coins for their own family's use. Meanwhile, at the Ghost and Monster Special Operations Bureau. Upon witnessing this scene, everyone in the bureau was undoubtedly anxious. Though the bureau now possessed talismans from the master, capable of shielding its staff from harm. And combat team members were generally protected by talismans. But they were frontline troops and thus the priority. For office clerks like them, obtaining a talisman could take an unknown amount of time. Truthfully, the staff at the Ghost and Monster Special Operations Bureau understood that with Suyu present and his scientific insights, the combat team's mission success rate had significantly improved compared to before. As long as they didn't wander off, they didn't need to worry too much about supernatural threats. But precisely because they were the ones responsible for dealing with supernatural threats, they were highly sensitive to such matters. Hearing Suyu personally state that copper coins possess exorcism properties, and witnessing the copper coin sword suppress even a ghost king, how could this not make them anxious? Perhaps with the 5 emperors coins as talismans, they might be able to venture out at night again, just like before. For the past half-month, most people had been confined indoors at night, practically suffocating from the confinement. And with work demanding their attention during the day, there was no time for relaxation. Especially since many people only had time to go out and have a little fun at night. Now, nighttime had become the domain of ghosts and monsters. In the director's office, the head of the weapons development department was also tempted. The talismans distributed by the bureau were nearly depleted after allocating them to critical locations like city hospitals and frontline combat units. He himself hadn't even gotten a single one yet. Director Liu, should we have procurement order a batch of 5 emperors coins or 10,000 men coins? Although the master provided talismans, many bureau personnel still haven't received any. I believe having protective items like these copper coins would help everyone work with greater peace of mind. Director Lu gazed at the hundreds of talismans in his drawer, the ones Suyu had previously delivered using the 5 ghosts transport technique. That's no problem. And I have another 600 talismans freshly drawn by the master. Combined with the coins, that should barely cover everyone in the bureau and their families. But, Director Lu chuckled, I'll need 2 5 Emperor's coins for myself. The head of the weapons development department had just been overjoyed at the news. But upon hearing Director Lu's words, he grew puzzled. Director Lu, don't you and your family already have talismans? In his view, Director Lu, having been the first to obtain so many talismans, would surely prioritize his own needs first. Director Lu nodded. Of course I have. But I gave my copy to my wife and kids. I haven't gotten any for myself, my parents, or my in-laws yet. The Director of Weapons Development looked at Director Lu with surprise. In truth, Director Lu's thinking was quite straightforward. He had to ensure his team was protected first. Only then could they focus on their work. If he only thought of himself, his team would lose heart and quit one by one. Then the Ghost and Monster Special Operations Bureau would cease to exist. Meanwhile, Zhou Dongliang and the others present were also somewhat tempted by the copper coins. They had talismans to protect themselves. But their families did not. Having the coins would be better than having nothing at all. Suyu remained unaware that his science outreach had inadvertently sparked a temporary surge in the industry. Yet he could see the longing for copper coins in the faces of those present. Honestly, you don't need to be overly fixated on copper coins for protection. As long as everyone stays safely at home during the night, there shouldn't be any issues. Even during the day, avoid places that feel off from the very first moment. Situations like today's are extremely rare exceptions. As long as you follow my advice, you'll be fine even without copper coins for protection. After Suyu finished speaking, suddenly, he made a move. Left those present thoroughly puzzled. He simply curled his finger, and the 2 copper coin swords flew back to him. Ghost King Dai, the Dean, was thus set down. Having gained new knowledge, it was now filled with excitement. You actually let me go? That's quite unexpected. Since you're so reasonable. Then, in recognition of the intriguing new knowledge you shared, I'll offer you a chance to collaborate with me. Suyu looked at it and said, Oh? You're offering me a chance to cooperate? Ghost King Dai, the Dean, replied, Of course. I feel that if we join forces, we can certainly achieve great things in this world. But first, you must teach me how to generate chi and master the art of controlling objects. If you agree to these 2 conditions, I'll let you join me. What do you say? With my knowledge, you'll definitely benefit. Zhou Dongliang and the others, along with everyone present and the viewers in the livestream, were all taken aback upon hearing this. Who would have thought it possessed such advanced thinking? It was far more powerful than an ordinary ghost. And in some respects, it was even stronger than the previous Sakura Ghost King. But if this had happened earlier, Zhou Dongliang and the others would have feared Suyu might be swayed. Now, though, they weren't worried at all. Ghost King Dai, the Dean, watched these people who seemed completely unafraid. And why did he have this inexplicable sense of foreboding? Suyu looked at Ghost King Dai, the Dean, and offered a flawless smile. Your proposal is sound, but utterly meaningless. With that, the golden light incantation surged through the 2 copper coin swords. The blades pierced through Ghost King Dai's body at lightning speed, repeating the cycle several times. In an instant, black smoke erupted from Ghost King Dai's entire body. His eyes filled with disbelief and resentment as he stared at Suyu. Why? Why? Suyu replied calmly, Do you know why I let you hear this? I just wanted to see your frustration at knowing these new things yet having no chance to try them. This is the best torment for a ghost like you. Ghost King Dai, the Dean, screamed with unbridled fury. Furious, it charged at Suyu. Its speed was so blindingly fast that Zhou Dongliang and the others couldn't react in time. But Suyu stood perfectly still. Just as the Ghost King Dai rushed to his front. Boom! It completely dissolved into a thick cloud of black smoke, vanishing from this world. Chapter 085, He wouldn't want revenge against us too, would he? Everyone present looked at Suyu in utter surprise. Meanwhile, viewers in the livestream were equally stunned by Suyu's actions. Damn, that's something. Killing the ghost and crushing its spirit. Master Fire Chicken sure knows how to torment ghosts. This is like taking a eunuch to a brothel, all look, no touch. If I were that Dean Dai, I'd die with my eyes wide open. Nonsense. He's already died twice and still won't rest in peace? Let the master give him a 3rd death. Exactly. He tried to use the master's Taoist magic for wicked deeds. Becoming a ghost was the only way to eliminate him. It was his lucky break. If it were up to me, even after it becomes a ghost and dies, I'd kill it again. Though that's already torture enough for a ghost like it, I still feel it's not enough. Among those present, the troublemakers who had caused the earlier commotion. A sudden chill ran down their spines. They thought to themselves. Only he still had connections to the outside world. And among those present, even the official team members were on his side. If he found an excuse to send the official team members away, then used another excuse to shut down the live stream, wouldn't that allow him to exact revenge on them without anyone noticing? Even if they later reported this to the official team members or outsiders, few would likely believe them. Thinking this, their gazes toward Suyu grew more obsequious. Master is truly formidable. Even a powerhouse like the Ghost King was dispatched so effortlessly. Yeah, with you around, us ordinary folks can finally relax and sleep soundly. How about this? To thank the Master for saving us from such peril, I suggest we all treat the Master to a meal once we get home. It's the least we can do to show our gratitude. I agree. Though I'm not exactly free, I can always make time. The female streamer, the middle-aged roughneck, Wang Xiaoxing, Li Wenkai, and the others were all quite surprised to hear these words. Who knew you lot could be so reasonable? Why didn't you just say so earlier? Why cause trouble? Now everything's resolved in the blink of an eye. Did the Master waste any of your time? Sometimes I really don't understand people like you. You don't have the guts to confront those who threaten you, yet you have the nerve to yell at those trying to save you. Faced with the questioning from the female streamer, the rough middle-aged man, and Wang Xiaoxing, the troublemakers all put on apologetic smiles, not daring to utter a single word of complaint. Otherwise, they truly feared Suyu's expression might change, bringing about the very outcome they dreaded. Now, they saw Suyu's face held little expression, yet it showed no sign of displeasure either. They all breathed a silent sigh of relief. Inside the Ghost and Monster Special Operations Bureau. When the Bureau personnel witnessed the Ghost King being effortlessly eliminated by Suyu's own hand, they erupted into cheers. Finally, we've resolved a major problem. Now the people of Cross Street are finally safe. If we'd let things escalate, who knows how many more would have been dragged into this. It could have turned into a real disaster. Looking back over these past few days, how many potential dangers has the Master eliminated for Yangjiang City? Without him, I can't even imagine what the future of Yangjiang would have become. That's right. The Master educated us on the dangers of zombies, ensuring we promptly sent the injured to hospitals for proper treatment. He also advised cremating those killed by zombies immediately to prevent unforeseen disasters. Then there's the incident with the Ghost King of Sakura Country in Dafeng Mountain. We had absolutely no idea such a place existed. Who would have thought such a remote mountain could harbor so many ghosts? If they'd gained strength and escaped, our official combat teams wouldn't stand a chance. Who knows how many lives would have been lost? Then there's the unexpectedly discovered major cursed site at Cross Street, another potential threat neutralized. If that Ghost King, Director Dai, had actually escaped, I shudder to think. Imagine sleeping peacefully at home, only to wake up on an operating table in the hospital, surrounded by doctors and ghosts grinning maliciously as they perform surgery. The very thought is terrifying. Director Liu and the head of the Weapons Development Department, who had just stepped out of the office, overheard their subordinates' conversation. Recalling the events of the past few days, suddenly, it felt as though an eternity had passed. Who could have known that Yangjiang City harbored so many hidden dangers lurking in the shadows? Thankfully, the Master was there to handle them promptly. These live recordings and the Master's educational content have already been shared with the Ghost and Monster Special Operations Bureau in other cities. This has helped them successfully prevent numerous threats. The director of the Weapons Development Department sighed softly. It's also thanks to the Master's educational efforts in allowing Captain Zhou and his team to personally experience effective methods against ghostly imperial entities that I was able to develop some test equipment so quickly. As he spoke, he suddenly turned to Director Liu. Director Liu, what if the Master were invited to join the paranormal task forces in other cities? Director Liu smiled faintly, as if he had anticipated this possibility all along. Actually, I had that idea from the start. Coupled with my desire to retain the Master, that's why I was so decisive in making him our Bureau's nominal advisor. That way, if any other city's ghost suppression task force wants to recruit him, they'll need my approval. With that, Director Liu found an empty seat and sat down. Truthfully, over the past few days, several directors of paranormal task forces from other cities have approached me, hoping I'd send the Master to assist them. But I've turned them all down. The Director of Weapons Development looked at Director Liu with surprise. Director Liu shook his head. Having the Master assist other cities right now is absolutely out of the question. With so many cities nationwide, if we let the Master go, who knows when he'd ever return? We haven't even resolved the supernatural issues in our own Yangjiang City yet. If we lend him to others, what will become of us? Besides, we don't even know how many hidden threats still lurk in Yangjiang City. At this point, Director Liu's expression grew grave. Yangjiang is a coastal city. We used to have many foreign tourists visiting. Freight ferries also dock at our port. What if these international vessels brought ghosts from other countries? If the Master isn't here, we'd be in big trouble. The head of the Weapons Development Department replied, that seems unlikely. I haven't heard of any country being invaded by foreign ghosts or spirits. Director Liu looked at him and smiled. It's only been a little over half a month since the ghosts emerged. Who knows how long this will last? We can't rule out the possibility. That's why Yangjian City faces a more unique situation compared to other cities. The master absolutely must not leave. At the very least, he must remain here until he has established sufficient defenses for the city. Even if mayors from other districts make requests, I doubt our mayor would agree. After chatting for a while longer, the director of the Weapons Development Department returned to his post. Director Liu also returned to his office. Chapter 086, would you even dare to embrace such a big shot? At the abandoned hospital. The time had come for the bean-scattering soldiers. In an instant. Boom! 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 One by one, they all vanished into white smoke. Zhou Dongliang saw that the matter was finally resolved. A huge weight lifted from his heart. Chen Xing, the team leader responsible for one of the units in Yangjiang's East District, also breathed a sigh of relief. He had been quietly observing the unfolding events from the sidelines. When he saw Suyu carry out the Ghost King, President Dai, as if he were an exhibit in a museum, he was genuinely startled. And witnessing Suyu effortlessly eliminate the Ghost King left him utterly impressed. Now, seeing Zhou Dongliang and the others standing beside Suyu, a pang of envy stirred within him. Why doesn't the master reside in our East District? Then I could have met him first. Watching Zhou Dongliang and the others follow the master along the way, they barely needed to lift a finger, let alone worry about any danger. But look at me, if I'd reacted even a second slower, it wouldn't have been just a wounded arm. Lost in thought, Chen Xing rose from the ground and approached Suyu. Master, it's truly thanks to your help that we escaped with only a scare. Suyu waved his hand dismissively. No need to thank me. Actually, you handled yourselves quite well. I merely offered you perspectives you hadn't considered. Ultimately, it was up to you combatants to protect the people. Suyu's words deeply moved Chen Xing, Zhou Dongliang, and the others. Previously, their lack of understanding about supernatural entities had led to low mission success rates. Compounded by heavy casualties, public trust in them had dwindled. But now, with Suyu's arrival, their mission success rate skyrocketed. They regained the people's respect and trust. And now, their efforts were being acknowledged by a master like Suyu. How could they not feel deeply moved? Chen Xing touched his slightly moist eyes and looked at Zhou Dongliang, who was grinning like an idiot. Captain Zhou, though you're under the master's guidance and don't need to worry about much. But as a fellow captain, I must remind you, don't hold the master back. As he spoke, Chen Xing slapped Zhou Dongliang's shoulder with a sharp crack. From the very first slap, Zhou Dongliang sensed something was off. Then came several more forceful slaps in quick succession. This only deepened Zhou Dongliang's unease. Great, this kid's trying to take this chance to get back at me. Who'd have thought you, Chen Xing with your bushy eyebrows and big eyes, would pull this kind of stunt on me? So what if I tag along with the master? Doing tasks feels like window shopping to me. Is that really worth all this jealousy and resentment? What's the big deal? You're being so immature. Chen Xing met Zhou Dongliang's arrogant gaze, as if reading his thoughts. Master, when might you consider visiting our East District? Our East District isn't exactly peaceful either. Suyu pondered as he stepped out that evening. The treasure radar hadn't picked up many ghostly signals. It seemed that after learning the proper methods, the teams responsible for the West District were now handling ghost-related incidents effectively. This had effectively reduced the number of spirits. As for the East District, with that major curse site within the city, the Yin energy was denser than in the West District. The spirits there were slightly more powerful and harder to deal with. Alright, I'll take a look in the East District then. Upon hearing this, Chen Xing was utterly surprised. He hadn't expected that his offhand remark, meant to scare Zhou Dongliang, would be met with such an immediate and straightforward agreement. Zhou Dongliang's expression changed abruptly, but he quickly regained his composure. Master, actually, our West District. Before he could finish, Suyu cut in. There's no need to worry too much about the West District. As long as you handle the extreme Great Calamity site as I instructed, the number of ghosts and monsters will decrease significantly. Moreover, your progress on current tasks in the West District is quite satisfactory. There's little left requiring my assistance. Zhou Dongliang looked at Suyu with some surprise. Master, you even know about this? Things were indeed as Suyu described. With the willow whip and bullets soaked in black dog's blood or chicken blood, mission success rates had improved considerably. He had intended to mention that the situation in the West District was actually moving toward manageability. Other districts needed the master's help more. But now, it seemed unnecessary to say anything. But none of this had ever been mentioned to Suyu. How did he know? Suyu's lips curved into a faint smile. I have my own ways of finding out. Come to think of it, your chief had you shadow me for training, hadn't he? If I handle matters in the East District, you can continue to follow along. Only then did Zhou Dongliang recall. There had indeed been such an arrangement before. They were naturally delighted at the prospect of continuing to shadow Suyu. Zhou Dongliang said, if other teams need it, we can also apply to Director Liu and give up this opportunity. In this matter, he harbored no personal agenda. After all, he knew exactly what mattered most. But the viewers in the livestream chat didn't see it that way. Why does it feel like Captain Zhou and his team are clinging to the master? Is that so hard to understand? When someone helps you rake in big bucks, hitting a small goal every year, wouldn't you latch onto their coattails? Hell yeah, I would. If someone drives you around in a Faraday to pick up girls, takes you yachting and throwing silver parties, wouldn't you latch onto them? If I let go, I'm a dog. I'll bite anyone who tries to take it. Someone offers you $100,000 a month with zero work required, would you latch on? Better treat me harshly, or I won't feel secure, always worried he'll ditch me any moment. If someone pins your head down, insists on giving you hundreds of thousands in pocket money, and hands you their brand new designer clothes and phone to use, wouldn't you latch on? He's my second parent. So what if he holds my head down? We may not share blood, but we're closer than kin. Blood is thicker than water, we can't be separated. With a patron like that, I'd be kneeling down to cool his hot temper every day without him even asking. Fine. Have you all lost your ambition? Did your education go to the dogs? Why didn't you invite me to such a sweet deal? At that moment, among those who had stumbled into this place, some, seeing the Ghost King Daidin vanquished, could no longer wait. Summoning their courage, they stepped forward to ask, Master, now that the Ghost King has been vanquished by you, when can we return home? Suyu replied, didn't you feel it? The space of resentment has vanished. Everyone has returned to the real world. Upon his reminder, everyone realized the surroundings had indeed changed slightly, though it wasn't obvious unless you looked closely. Suyu led everyone straight to the main building. Chapter 087, Should this hospital be demolished? Suyu led the group swiftly through the dark corridors toward the silent, pitch-black main building. Unlike before, they could sense the place was chillingly cold, and an inexplicable fear gnawed at their hearts. It made one feel increasingly uneasy, hesitant to take another step forward. Yet as they ventured deeper, while the chill remained palpable, it was no longer that bone-chilling, terrifying cold. It was the kind of cold found in places devoid of human presence and sunlight. Even the inexplicable dread in their hearts gradually faded. Unconsciously, everyone relaxed. It truly felt as though everything had returned to normal, with no more apparitions or supernatural entities to appear. Soon, they arrived at the familiar second floor of the main building, flanked by department offices on both sides. Upon arriving, Zhou Dongliang, Chen Xing, the female anchor, and the others noticed nothing different from before. It still felt just as dirty, messy, and run down. But unlike before, the doors to the departments had all been torn down long ago, and the interiors were completely empty, everything had been cleared out. Yet the middle-aged man in their group still felt a lingering shadow of fear upon arriving here. This was the very place where he had been targeted and dragged away by several nurse ghosts and doctor ghosts. The moment he arrived, he couldn't help but recall the incident, instinctively moving closer to the two team leaders, Chen Xing and Zhou Dongliang. Uncle, it's okay now. Everything's fine. Zhou Dongliang patted the man's shoulder reassuringly. Chen Xing also offered reassurance, there are so many of us here now, and even the Ghost King has been vanquished. This place is safe now. Don't dwell on the past. A look of lingering fear still lingered on the uncle's face, but he understood the logic. Suyu and the others found the staircase leading to the first floor and quickly descended. Upon reaching the first floor lobby, Chen Xing suddenly pointed ahead and shouted, look. There used to be a wheelchair by that pillar, but it's gone now. He remembered that wheelchair all too well. It was this very wheelchair that had suddenly appeared behind him back then, followed by the sound of a child's laughter and the fleeing figure of a child. No. Or rather, a ghostly figure. This means the space of resentment has vanished. Everyone has returned to normal spacetime. Suyu pointed toward the gate. The group noticed the gate was now slightly ajar. And under the beam of the flashlight, they could faintly make out chains on the ground through the crack. The wheelchair's really gone, how amazing. I was hoping for a ghostly old gatekeeper. You just love stirring up trouble, don't you? Looks like we're really back in the present world. Time to head home. Should we tear this place down? Yeah, they blew up mountains and reshaped terrain for that super unlucky spot before. This place should go too, right? Zhou Dongliang glanced at the live chat comments on Suyu's phone and suddenly remembered this question too. Master, should we demolish this abandoned hospital? If we don't demolish it, could similar incidents happen again? Suyu nodded. The abandoned hospital definitely needs to be demolished. But since this highly inauspicious site is located within the city, surrounded by various facilities and residential areas, to alter its layout and break its curse will likely take far longer than it did at Dafeng Mountain. Not to mention the numerous businesses on Cross Street. The residents here alone have lived here for decades. Getting them all to move out at once would be impossible in the short term. Moreover, if they were forced to move hastily, where would all these families with children and belongings go? Just the relocation compensation alone, who knows how long it would take the government to finalize the decision? And then there's the matter of securing funding from the treasury to build the resettlement housing. With resettlement housing available, those who relocate have a place to live. Only with resettlement housing in place would residents be more likely to agree to relocate. But with over 100,000 residents in Cross Street, this represents a significant expense. Moreover, it will take at least 3 to 4 years for the resettlement housing to be completed. Only after construction is complete can the process of persuading residents to relocate begin. This process itself could easily take another year or two. Back and forth, it could easily take 4 or 5 years to complete. What's more, these are all substantial sums of money. The National Finance Department won't approve them all at once. There are simply too many unknowns involved. Unlike the situation at Dafeng Mountain, where it's simply a matter of blasting through the mountain and that's in the countryside, far from the complications. For blasting operations, the Finance Department would approve funding quickly, and the city would then proceed with project bidding and formal procedures. At most, within 6 months, the blasting operations could commence. However, due to the unique circumstances at Dafeng Mountain, the timeline might be even shorter. Unlike Cross Street here, with its residents and businesses, where so many factors must be considered. Moreover, although the Ghost King and its spirits no longer haunt this cursed land, if left unattended, it will inevitably attract a new group of spirits to settle here. At that point, the surrounding residents would once again face potential danger. Zhou Dongliang and Chen Xing were equally aware of these difficulties. Among those present, the female streamer was a separate matter. The middle-aged roughneck, the uncle, Wang Qiuxing, and others had lived in Cross Street for over 10 years. If they were forced to move, where would they find the money to buy a new home immediately? And then there's the renovation. And even after renovation, they couldn't move in immediately. It would take at least 6 months for the place to air out. They couldn't just go back to their hometowns, could they? Their jobs are all in the city. Commuting back and forth would be incredibly inconvenient. If they had to rent, imagine if everyone in Cross Street moved out. Where would all those hundreds of thousands of people find enough rental housing? Not to mention landlords might take advantage of the situation to jack up prices. The middle-aged roughneck and others asked in unison. Master, can Cross Street really avoid demolition? If they really tear it down, we're all finished. Our entire families have lived here for decades. We have no homes back in our hometowns, and our children work here too. If we really have to move, we won't find anywhere to live. Suyu turned around, extending his hand to signal they needn't worry. It's precisely because I've considered the problems everyone will face that I don't recommend altering the existing layout through reconstruction, like they did at Dafeng Mountain, to break this highly inauspicious location. Suyu walked over to Zhou Dongliang and addressed the live stream audience. I wonder if Mayor Gao or Director Lu from the Ghost and Monster Special Operations Bureau are watching the live stream. Or does anyone here have his phone number? This matter requires reaching the mayor directly or contacting him through intermediaries to offer advice. Otherwise, talking endlessly in the live stream when no one can hear us would be pointless. If we only contact those bureau chiefs, who knows if they'll even listen? After all, as a low-level official, Suyu couldn't be sure what they were thinking. Going straight to their top leader is the most efficient approach. At that moment, a comment in the live chat caught Suyu's attention. I'm Lu Zhenmin, Director Lu of the Ghost and Monster Special Operations Bureau. Master, if you have anything to say, you can tell me and I'll relay it. It's late now. Mayor Gao might already be resting. Chapter 088, Suppressing the Malevolent Force with the 8 Trigrams Formation. Regarding the Ghost and Monster Special Operations Bureau. After confirming that Suyu and his team had indeed returned to the real world, his admiration for Suyu deepened. But when he heard Suyu mention that the abandoned hospital at Crossroads was slated for demolition and that the layout of Crossroads itself would be altered, he immediately sat up straight. He was well aware of the situation at Crossroads. If they were to proceed with such a plan, the project's difficulty and the time required would undoubtedly be far greater and longer than the one at Big Wind Mountain. Moreover, it would require a substantial amount of funding. The finance department might not approve it. After all, funding for other urban projects must also be considered. If all the funds were allocated to demolishing Cross Street, constructing resettlement housing, and covering relocation compensation costs, what about the other projects? Would they all have to halt? Then the contracting companies won't get paid, they won't be able to pay wages, and the workers will have no income, which could lead to unrest. This would trigger a cascade of problems. For instance, construction companies unable to recover funds could face broken capital chains leading to bankruptcy, while residents might resist relocation, all presenting significant challenges. If demolition were truly necessary, Mayor Gao would likely hesitate for a long time, unable to make a decision on the spot. And if ghosts gather again during this delay, spawning a new Ghost King, wouldn't we just be back to square one? Then they'd have to call on Suyu again to resolve the situation. Their current equipment simply isn't up to the task of dealing with a Ghost King. Apart from Suyu, they have no other solution. Hearing Suyu mention an alternative method that avoids demolishing Cross Street, Director Lu's eyes lit up instantly. If demolition could be avoided, the difficulty would be significantly reduced compared to the demolition option. Mayor Gao wouldn't face as much pressure either. Thus, when Director Lu heard Suyu ask if Mayor Gao or his team was watching the livestream, he immediately sent a comment in the chat. This is Lu Jinmin, Director Lu of Yangjiang City's Ghost and Monster Special Operations Bureau. Master, if you have anything to say, you can tell me and I'll pass it along. It's late now, so Mayor Gao might already be resting. Holy crap! There really is a bureau chief. Damn, Fire Chicken Master is awesome. Our city's bureau chief of the Ghost and Monster Special Operations Bureau is actually watching the livestream. This is the first time I've seen such a high-ranking official, a bureau chief, responding to a streamer in a live chat and actually watching the stream. If this happened to me, any friend who didn't pick up the tab when we went out to eat would be disrespecting me. Let me put it this way, if it were me, even my own brother would have to stand up and toast me. The moment Director Lu's comments appeared in the chat exploded. A relentless stream of comments flooded the screen. The sheer volume of comments was overwhelming. Suyu quickly interjected, everyone, please hold off on the comments for now. I need to see what Director Lu typed. His words proved quite effective. Within moments, the chat volume in the livestream dropped by 70%. Seeing the comments drop at a visible rate, Suyu began to voice his proposal. Director Lu, here's what I think, let's abandon the Cross Street redevelopment project. But to break the curse of this highly inauspicious site, there's another method. First, demolish the abandoned hospital. Then, I'll deploy an 8 trigrams formation using feng shui principles to suppress the malevolent energies here. This will contain them, preventing their escape. Without a way to sense the area, the spirits will naturally lose their gathering point, thus avoiding such incidents in the future. However, the array has a limited lifespan. At its shortest, it will begin to decay in 10 years, at its longest, within a century. While the abandoned hospital is within the residential area of Cross Street, it occupies a large plot with few surrounding homes. Therefore, the best solution is to convert it into a school. The vital energy of 10,000 people will gradually dispel the malevolent forces of this highly inauspicious site. Observing the feng shui layout here, I estimate the array's effectiveness should last at least 40 to 50 years. Gradually neutralizing the malevolent energy with the yang energy of 10,000 people will take at least 20 to 30 years. Of course, I will also make minor adjustments to enhance the school's feng shui layout. This will not only improve the neutralizing effect but also prolong the effectiveness of the bagua formation. Suyu delivered this lengthy explanation. The people present and the viewers in the livestream couldn't quite understand. But it just felt incredibly impressive. In the livestream, after hearing Suyu's explanation, Director Lu still found many parts incomprehensible. But he didn't really care about the parts he didn't understand as long as the master understood. That was all that mattered. What he grasped was that this method would take decades, even centuries, to resolve the issues of the Great Calamity Land. And they were planning to build a school there. That seemed rather challenging. Of course, this difficulty wasn't about whether the project could get approved. After all, demolishing an abandoned hospital wouldn't cost much. This abandoned hospital has no debt complications and is a highly unique location, so securing project funding should pose little difficulty. After demolition, converting it into a school won't be difficult either. Given the site's unique nature, the Land Bureau will expedite the process. It would boost fiscal revenue and solve problems. Why not do it? The real challenge, however, is that this place is considered a major site of misfortune. Building a school there is easy enough, but whether any students would dare to attend is another matter entirely. Director Lu pondered this, then suddenly recalled the talk of the bagua formation and ensuring the school's prosperity. Perhaps having the master explain this could dispel these concerns. He promptly sent a message. Master, could you explain what the bagua formation is? And what exactly do you mean by a feng shui layout that brings prosperity to the school? Upon seeing Director Lu's message, Suyu began explaining the bagua formation. In feng shui, the bagua array is used to determine the positioning and layout of buildings, aiming to achieve harmony and tranquility or to suppress malevolent forces. The origins of the bagua array can be traced back to the ancient Book of Changes. The core of the I Ching consists of 8 trigrams: Shen, Kun, Jin, Sun, Kan, Li, Zhen, and Dui. Each represents one of 8 natural phenomena: heaven, earth, thunder, wind, water, fire, mountain, and marsh, symbolizing the transformative laws governing all things in the universe. The bagua formation crystallizes the application patterns of these 8 forces into a distinctive tactical array. Chapter 089, The 3 Great Mysteries of Ancient Times. Why bring up the Book of Changes now? Neither the people present, the live stream viewers, nor Director Lu had ever heard of this book. Director Lu asked via live chat, Master, what is the Book of Changes? Where can I buy it? Suyu replied, the Book of Changes is one of the 3 great mysteries of ancient China. The 3 great mysterious books of ancient times are the Lianshan, the Guizhong, and the Zhouyi. Unfortunately, the Lianshan and Guizhong have been lost to history. The I Ching is contained within the Zhouyi, the only one that has survived. The I Ching approaches the world from a holistic perspective, viewing humanity and nature as an interconnected, responsive organic whole, the unity of heaven and humanity. It is also an ancient classic that elucidates the transformations of all phenomena in heaven, earth, and the world. But as far as I know, there's currently nowhere here where you can buy the Book of Changes. Suyu knew this world lacked ghostly legends and Taoist traditions. Therefore, the I Ching certainly hadn't been studied in ancient times either. So you're saying this incredibly profound book, the I Ching, is only available at Dragon Tiger Mountain where the masters reside? Wait, are Taoists all geniuses? They already comprehended the laws governing all cosmic transformations back in ancient times? No way. Just how many secrets does this world still hold? I'll just ask boldly, is there anyone watching the livestream who might secretly be someone like the master? Don't go flying off into the sky while I'm left running on the ground. I'd be really upset if that happened. Director Liu hadn't expected it either. He'd only asked a seemingly simple question. It had uncovered a staggering world secret. In that moment, he felt that as a modern person, he had initially believed he understood this world well enough. But now it seemed his understanding was like that of a frog at the bottom of a well, mistaking the sky visible through the well opening for the entire world. Little did he know that the world above the well's rim wasn't even the tip of the iceberg of the true cosmos. After calming his emotions, Director Liu continued typing his comments. Master, what exactly do you mean by feng shui that aids a school's prosperity? Upon seeing Director Liu's comment, Suyu understood exactly what was troubling him. The so-called feng shui layout for school prosperity certainly isn't about thriving business or abundant wealth. Rather, it's about creating feng shui that nurtures talent. Of course, such feng shui configurations for nurturing talent are one thing. But ultimately, it still depends on the joint efforts of the school's teachers and students. One must not become overly superstitious about feng shui. If you don't put in the effort yourself, even the best feng shui won't make a difference. It's like owning a supercar with a full tank of gas. If you don't learn to drive or press the accelerator, no matter how powerful the engine or how much fuel you have, you won't move an inch. Ultimately, you have to get moving yourself. The viewers in the live stream room, upon hearing Suyu's explanation, each felt a surge of excitement. Doesn't that mean attending this school would be like getting a study buff? Why did I have to be born so early? If I'd been born a few years later and gone to that school, getting into Tsinghua or Peking University would have been a piece of cake. I was worried about negative effects or encountering ghosts at that school. But if you put it that way, I need to talk to my parents about repeating a grade. I graduated early. If I go back now and wait for the school to finish construction before repeating the year, would that still be possible? Too late. Let's leave it to the middle schoolers. Wait, they never said whether they're building a school at all, or if it's even an elementary, middle, or high school, right? Director Liu glanced at the live chat comments from viewers. He realized that even at this early stage of discussion, the response was already so positive. It really takes a master to speak. With the master's personal endorsement, it would serve as a guarantee. Once the school was built, promoting it with this narrative would significantly ease people's fears about the so-called unlucky location. It would also be easier for people to accept. Having a company take over the school construction project wouldn't be too difficult either. Director Liu nodded silently, deciding to bring this matter to Mayor Gao's attention later. He quickly typed a reply in the chat stream. Your approach is excellent, Master. I'll discuss your suggestion with Mayor Gao first thing tomorrow morning. Seeing his proposal endorsed by Director Liu, he turned to the residents gathered at Cross Street and announced, everyone can rest assured now. The residents of Cross Street present were deeply grateful to Suyu. They were spared the hardship of moving away from the place they'd called home for over a decade. Even those who had previously caused trouble began to hold Suyu in high regard. Master, we truly owe you our deepest gratitude for your advice this time. Without your advice, we truly wouldn't have known what to do. We might have had to find new places to live before the authorities even got involved. Suyu waved his hand dismissively, smiling as he spoke. Everyone, there's no need to worry during this period. The Ghost King and his horde have been eliminated. No ghosts or monsters will gather again anytime soon. Here's what we'll do. Before he could finish, Suyu swiftly cast the heaven-piercing scroll, drawing several exorcism talismans, house-protecting talismans, and evil-suppressing talismans. He placed them in the feng shui corners of the first-floor lobby. He then swiftly moved to other areas, repeating the process. The assembled crowd was utterly astonished. How did the master vanish in the blink of an eye? I only caught a glimpse of the master's figure flickering before a yellow afterimage vanished into thin air. Is the master really that fast? He's faster than my great-uncle was in his youth. As for Zhou Dongliang and the others, they were already used to such things. It took only a few minutes. Suyu had already covered every crucial feng shui point in the abandoned hospital with various talismans designed to ward off ghosts, dispel evil spirits, and suppress malevolent forces. Though talismans now protected the site, without yellow talismans, their duration depended entirely on how much of Suyu's cultivation power he had expended. For now, maintaining them for 1 or 2 months posed no problem. The next moment, Suyu's figure suddenly materialized before them. This startled the female streamer, the middle-aged roughneck, and the others. I've already covered this entire hospital with talismans. Until it's demolished, you needn't worry about ghosts gathering here. As for when I'll set up the Bagua formation, that depends on when Mayor Gao finally breaks ground here. But regardless of whether it becomes a school or not, I'll be here to set up the formation when the time comes. No need to worry. No sooner had he finished speaking. Suddenly, a middle-aged man in the crowd slapped himself across the face. Everyone stared at him in shock. Li Wenkai leaned close to Wang Qiuxing's ear and whispered, "Could that guy be possessed by a ghost?" I recall the master mentioning something about it in his science popularization work. Wang Qiuxing nudged his head with his own. Dumbass. The master already said there are no ghosts here anymore. How could anyone be possessed? Besides, with the master and all those official team members here, what ghost would be so reckless as to show its face now? It'd be courting death. Li Wenkai thought about it and realized he was right. The female host asked in confusion, "Uncle, what's wrong with you?" The middle-aged man who just slapped his own face spoke. "I hate myself for misunderstanding the master before, thinking he was petty and would seek revenge on us. I judged a noble man by my own petty standards." Hearing this, the other troublemakers nearby all looked somewhat ashamed. We didn't know each other before, so some misunderstandings are understandable. Suyu waved his hand dismissively, signaling they needn't dwell on it. Alright, everyone can go home now. Zhou Dongliang sprinted forward first, kicking the door open with a heavy thud. The door burst open instantly. Under the cover of night. The fresh air made everyone feel incredibly refreshed at that moment. If only there were no ghosts and monsters to disrupt the world. They could stroll through the streets in this crisp breeze, easing their tense spirits. Yet, the very moment they stepped outside, the middle-aged roughneck's phone rang. Under normal circumstances, the ringtone would have been unbearably irritating. But now it didn't feel quite so bothersome. After answering the call, the man heard a woman's voice on the other end. "Attorney Zhao, I've been calling you so many times, why are you only answering now?" Just as the rugged middle-aged man, Attorney Zhao, was about to respond, the woman on the other end suddenly spoke with a puzzled tone. "Ha? Did I actually say that?" At that moment, the woman's breathing on the other end of the line suddenly turned panicked. The next moment, a woman's scream and the sound of an explosion erupted from the other end of the line. After that, no matter how loudly the middle-aged, rough-looking lawyer Zhao shouted, there was no response from the other end. Chapter 090, Gas Explosion? Better go treasure hunting. Although lawyer Zhao's phone wasn't on speaker. But the surroundings were quiet now, and the piercing screams and explosion were loud enough for Zhou Dongliang and the others present to hear. What? Something happened? Zhou Dongliang asked immediately. The rugged middle-aged lawyer Zhao nodded. One of my clients seems like there was an explosion at their home. Zhou Dongliang hurriedly said, "Where is your client? Call the fire department immediately. I'll take my team over right away." The rugged middle-aged lawyer Zhao said, "My client lives in the South District. If it really was a house explosion, the local emergency responders should know about it soon. I'll just report the fire. There's just one thing that strikes me as odd." So you asked, "What's strange?" The rugged middle-aged lawyer Zhao said, "Right before the explosion, my client said, 'I can't believe I actually said that.' Then I sensed her breathing instantly turned panicked." Zhou Dongliang pondered for a moment before adding, "I suspect it might have been a gas leak. She didn't notice it at first, inhaled too much, and it clouded her mind. Then maybe she turned on a light or something, creating an open flame that made her realize what was happening, but by then, it was already too late, and the explosion had already happened." Otherwise, Zhou Dongliang couldn't think of anything else in an ordinary home that could cause such a violent explosion. The middle-aged, rough-looking lawyer Zhao found this plausible. "My client handles overseas business, with many dealings involving Japan. She rarely came home, relying on the housekeeper for everything. She didn't know how to operate many appliances herself." He recalled that this client had previously damaged a new electric water heater because she couldn't operate it properly when the maid was on leave. Add to that her fiery temper, she insisted on demanding an explanation from the water heater company, which is how she ended up hiring him for the lawsuit. Given this, it made sense that the nanny hadn't returned yet. The client's inability to properly turn off the gas stove, leading to a leak, wasn't hard to understand either. It was just bad luck, really. But as Suyu listened to the middle-aged, rough and tumble lawyer Zhao speak, especially that line, "I actually said that" out loud, it felt strangely familiar. It felt like he'd encountered something like this before. But he couldn't quite place it. Moreover, Zhou Dongliang's analysis seemed sound. If that was the case, then it wasn't his concern. Suyu watched the signals on the treasure hunting radar in his mind. He noticed some red dots fading in certain areas. He surmised that the other teams assigned to the eastern sector must have successfully completed their tasks of eliminating the ghosts. It seemed that ordinary ghosts were no longer a threat to the official personnel. Then he'd have to find some tougher ones. After all, there was still plenty of time before dawn. Suyu hadn't forgotten to collect 3 mouthfuls of eastern chi at dawn to feed the hair zombies. He had already brought the bamboo tubes. Captain Chen, you're injured. You should go back and rest first. I'll patrol the eastern district with Captain Zhou and the others. If we find any ghosts you can't handle, we'll take care of them for you. Back at the abandoned hospital. Suyu had already noticed that the intensity of ghosts varied significantly based on the size and color depth of their red dots. Take that Ghost King, Director Daya's red dot was both bright red and enormous. However, Suyu also noticed a green light appearing on the radar. That signaled the presence of a treasure. Upon hearing Suyu's words, Captain Chen felt immense gratitude toward him. I really wanted to join Suyu on his mission. This was my chance to repay the favor. But his wounds genuinely needed attention now. Plus, that ghost had dug its claws in so deep that now, with the tension released, his entire arm felt utterly drained of strength. In his current state, even if he went with Suyu, he'd only slow them down. Alright then. Once my injuries heal, I'll find another chance to work with you, Master. After saying this, he immediately contacted his team members. Together with Zhou Dongliang and the others, they led the group out of the abandoned hospital grounds. Suyu and Zhou Dongliang waited for Qin Xing's team to come and retrieve him. Zhou Dongliang's team took charge of escorting the 12 people who had wandered in here back home. Not long after, a military off-road vehicle drifted around a corner and sped toward them. When it came to a halt, it left several long skid marks behind. Captain, are you okay? Chen Xing's team members immediately rushed to his side as soon as they got out. I'm incredibly lucky. With Master and Captain Zhou here, how could anything go wrong? Chen Xing patted his chest as he spoke, introducing Suyu and the others. His team members grew even more excited upon seeing Suyu. Master, you're incredible. We couldn't find it anywhere, but you managed to locate it. We owe it all to you. I can't even imagine what might have happened to our captain otherwise. Captain Zhou, thank you for bringing your team to support our captain. Because of you, both our captain and the people who wandered in here are safe. Zhou Dongliang smiled politely. We're all comrades on the same team. Helping each other is only natural. And we owe the greatest thanks to the Master. Without you, our efforts alone wouldn't have been enough. Suyu waved his hand dismissively. No need for further thanks. You should hurry and take your captain to the hospital. After expressing their gratitude, Chen Xing and his teammates boarded the military off-road vehicle and departed. Meanwhile, the team members tasked with escorting civilians home returned at that moment. Then, Suyu got into the vehicle with them. Master, where are we headed? Zhou Dongliang asked. If no report has been filed, let's head to Silver Sea Plaza first. Suyu said, deciding to check his science popularization points and draw a prize first. The military off-road vehicle headed towards Silver Sea Plaza. Chapter 091, Get in the vehicle, first draw a prize. Inside the military off-road vehicle, Suyu saw that nothing particularly noteworthy was happening at the moment. The surrounding ghosts were too weak, he could handle them himself now. Moreover, there were no special reports to handle. If there were, Zhou Dongliang and the others would have already contacted headquarters and related to the Ghost and Monster Special Operations Bureau. So he decided to end the livestream first and draw some prizes. Zhou Dongliang and the others nearby saw Suyu close his eyes and immediately fell silent, not daring to disturb him. System, how many science points do I have now? Host's current science points, 123,454. Over 100,000 science points, not bad. System, how many science points are needed to upgrade the lottery now? Current lottery level, LV5, upgrading to LV6 requires 14,000 science points. A single draw at current level 5 costs 10,000 science points. Host, would you like to draw now or upgrade the lottery level? Suyu looked at his 120,000 science points. Upgrading once would cost 14,000 points, leaving him with over 100,000 remaining. A level 5 draw costs 10,000 science points. If upgraded to LV6, each draw would cost between 12,000 and 14,000 points. If upgrading the treasure radar wasn't a consideration, pulling 8 or 9 times shouldn't be a problem. The key question was whether upgrading would actually yield better rewards. Suyu had already made up his mind. Upgrade the lottery level. Ding! Lottery tier successfully upgraded to LV6. Current lottery level, LV6, upgrading to LV7 requires 16,000 science points. Current level 6 lottery requires 13,000 science points per draw. Suyu nodded slightly upon seeing the required science points for level 6 draws. It was pretty much what he expected. System, how many upgrade points are needed for the next level of treasure radar? Current treasure radar level is LV4. To upgrade the treasure radar to level 5, 13,000 science points are required. In that case, I'll hold off on upgrading the treasure radar for now. The treasure radar's current functionality and range are sufficient. We'll address it next time. Suyu immediately selected the thrilling lottery segment. The familiar lottery wheel appeared before him. Hopefully another 8 marvels technique or something like immortal cultivation. Suyu watched with anticipation as the lottery wheel began to slowly spin. Ding! Obtained yellow talismans X200. The lottery wheel continued spinning. Ding! Obtained yellow talismans X100. Suyu watched the spinning lottery wheel. His heart raced with anticipation. Come on, give me something good. Ding! Obtained healing pills X20. Wait a minute. Healing? Pills? Suyu immediately checked the newly acquired healing pills in his system space. As his gaze focused on the palm-sized white jade bottle, a description instantly appeared before his eyes. Healing pill, crafted using ancient alchemical methods. The injured recover within moments of ingestion. A staple remedy among ancient cultivators. This time, even Suyu couldn't help but blurt out, "Holy crap! I actually drew a pill commonly used by cultivators? Even this thing showed up? Does that mean there's a chance to draw cultivation techniques too? Then wouldn't my 200 years of cultivation instantly leapfrog past foundation establishment to reach the innate realm? My abilities would become even stronger." At this thought, Suyu's heart surged with excitement. After suppressing his excitement, Suyu proceeded with the lottery. He hoped with all his heart either grant me a cultivation technique, or bestow one of the 8 marvelous arts, or give me both. I won't be picky. The familiar lottery wheel appeared before him once more. As if sensing Suyu's excitement, the wheel spun with a livelier rhythm than usual. Ding! Obtained Cinnabar X10. Suyu furrowed his brow slightly. Seriously? Cinnabar? Something you can buy anywhere? The lottery wheel continued spinning. Ding! Obtained Wolf Hair Brush X1. Ha! Brushes and cinnabar can be used to draw talismans. But since we're using so much, it's just a little bit. But keep the good stuff coming. Suyu stared intently at the spinning lottery wheel. Ding! Obtained Taoist Array Manual X1. The moment Suyu saw the notification, every formation within the Taoist formation manual instantly surfaced in his mind. Some suppressed ghosts and monsters, others amplified yin and yang energies, while others reversed the natural order, causing all evils to wail powerful formations of every kind. Upon seeing these formations, his heart surged with excitement. Before, when dealing with ghosts and monsters, I always worried they might run wild. Now with these formations, I have more ways to guard against them. If I had enough materials, I could even try setting up an exorcism formation in an entire district, restoring peace to the area. But such a large formation would be incredibly complicated. The most fundamental requirements are favorable timing, advantageous location, and harmonious human elements. If even one element is missing, the array either fails entirely or becomes incomplete, yielding negligible results. At the very least, it would be difficult to accomplish in the short term. Suppressing his excitement, Suyu continued the lottery draw. The lottery wheel kept spinning. Ding! Obtained 10,000 People's Coins X100. Though surprised to find copper coins which possessed exorcism properties in the lottery pool, Suyu. But he could accept it. It meant he could craft a few more copper coin swords. Ding! Obtained 200 yellow talismans. Suyu glanced at his total of 500 yellow talismans, enough to protect quite a few people. System, how many science points do I have left? Current host remaining, 5,454 science points. 8 consecutive draws. Not getting any of the 8 marvelous techniques is still acceptable. Well, no use complaining. That's all I have left. Suyu opened his eyes and looked at Zhou Dongliang and the others beside him. How many people are in your family? The sudden question caught Zhou Dongliang and the others off guard. They didn't know why Suyu was asking. But they answered honestly. Zhou Dongliang said, "My family consists of my parents, my wife, and 1 child. Including my in-laws, there are 6 of us in total." The others also shared details about their own families. Then, Suyu flipped his hand, revealing several yellow talismans in his palm. "You've been with me for so long, and it's been tough. Let me draw some talismans for your families." Zhou Dongliang and the others froze in surprise. Lao Lu, who was driving, instinctively slammed on the brakes. Everyone except Suyu nearly flew out of their seats. This jolted them back to their senses. "Master, this isn't quite right. We can't accept favors without merit. We already have the talisman. As for our families, as long as we work diligently, we're already quite safe." Zhou Dongliang quickly chimed in. "Honestly, there are many others who need these talismans more than we do. Let's leave them for those who truly need them." Suyu shook his head. He took out his wolf hair brush and cinnabar, swiftly completing the talisman. "Your frontline fighters. Of course you and your families deserve priority protection. If something happens to your families, you won't be able to maintain your composure to protect the people. Besides, I've made some more talismans today. I'll finish drawing these and deliver them to the bureau later. As he spoke, Suyu slipped the completed talismans into the hands of Zhou Dongliang and the others. They stared at the talismans in their hands. They could still feel the lingering warmth of Suyu's hands on them. Their gratitude toward him knew no bounds. Tears welled up in Zhou Dongliang's eyes as he carefully tucked the talismans meant for his family away. He looked at Suyu with solemn respect. Master, we don't know how to repay the debt we owe you. But if you ask, we'll follow you through fire and water. The other team members also solemnly pledged their support. Suyu waved his hand dismissively. It's no big deal, just a few talismans. At the same time, Suyu noticed the treasure hunting radar in his mind indicated the artifact's location was very close. 823 meters north, treasure detection signal detected. Chapter 092, I must do something for the master. Suyu saw the alert on his treasure hunting radar. He hadn't expected to get this close in the blink of an eye. Having a means of transportation really did make a difference. Thinking this, Suyu turned his thoughts to his art of controlling objects. He resolved to master it thoroughly when he had the chance. If he could master sword flight, then he could simply soar into the sky that would be far faster than any vehicle. Suyu imagined the sensation of soaring through the skies and couldn't help but chuckle. This caused Zhou Dongliang and the others to pause in surprise once more. Why did the master have so many things to be happy about? It seemed like every time he vanquished a ghost, he'd just start laughing for no apparent reason. Come to think of it, only after slaying a ghost could he laugh like that. It felt like the master's killing intent was stronger than even us soldiers. Thankfully, the master is a righteous person. If he were some kind of murderous maniac, that would be a real headache. Suyu, unaware of Zhou Dongliang's thoughts, kept his eyes fixed on the signals from the treasure hunting radar. 533 meters north, treasure reaction detected. Around the radar's center point, countless small red dots remained, representing ordinary ghosts and monsters. These minor spirits were left for the combat team assigned to the eastern sector. After all, the official combatants needed opportunities to gain battle experience. If a report came in from nearby residences, they could always return later. Signal points like these, non-urgent and involving only minor spirits, aren't worth the trip. Seeing that Silversea Plaza, where the treasure lay, was still some distance away, Suyu decided to go live, thinking he might connect with his viewers. He wanted to see if anyone had encountered ghosts that could be dealt with online. The moment the live stream went live, 20,000 viewers flooded in instantly. Keep in mind, this was just the moment the stream went live, not even a minute had passed. And already, 200,000 people had joined. Suyu was startled by the sheer number of people. So far, no unusual activity has been detected in the eastern district of Yangjiang City. If any viewers have ghost-related issues, feel free to connect with me. For local viewers facing issues that can't be resolved online, I can head over immediately to handle it on site. For viewers outside Yangjiang City, I'll guide you on how to safely reach the Ghost Special Operations Bureau to ensure your personal safety. After Suyu finished speaking, the live chat exploded with even more active comments. The comments scrolled by in rapid succession. Without his cultivation base, he wouldn't have been able to read them clearly. Finally, it's time for the exciting live QA segment again. Unfortunately, I haven't had any ghostly encounters lately. They've been well behaved and stayed home. Master, there's something I've always wanted to ask. Can ghosts get pregnant? Holy crap. What kind of outrageous question is that? Alright, no surprise here. Late night viewers really let their hair down. It's all thanks to the master's educational indulgence that you've grown so bold, even daring to ask about ghosts. Suyu's face darkened upon seeing this comment. What kind of questions are these? It really feels terrifyingly powerful now? Friend, it's best not to harbor any thoughts about female ghosts. Because female ghosts are generally more vicious than male ones. And if you actually get involved with a female ghost, your physical health will suffer. Ghosts are inherently yin. Spending too much time with them will drain your yang energy, making you weaker and weaker. Once your yang energy becomes too weak to threaten her, the female ghost will drain your yang energy to replenish her own yin. Then you'll be left withered and dried up, and mark my words, I'm not speaking metaphorically. Even if you don't get drained dry, your body will deteriorate, leaving you weak and sickly, listless all day, and afraid of sunlight. At that point, you'll have one foot in the grave. Within days, you'll be gone. Zhou Dongliang and the others, along with the live stream audience, listened intently to Suyu's explanation. It felt like spending time with a ghost. Even if they didn't harm you, you'd still be affected. It's nothing but harm, with absolutely no benefits. At that moment, Zhou Dongliang remembered that Suyu had a hairy zombie at home. Master, if that's the case, then bringing that hair zombie home and spending day and night with it must be quite dangerous too. Zombies are also considered dark and evil entities. If the master were to harm himself suppressing the hair zombie for the sake of the people, who could bear such guilt? Realizing this, Zhou Dongliang suggested, Master, I think it's better to keep the hair zombie at my place. I'll have my wife and kids stay with relatives. I refuse to believe that my military yang energy can't suppress it. The team members nearby chimed in urgently. Master, we can take the fall, but you absolutely must not. If something happens to you, our dragon nation is finished. So let's keep the corpse in my home. I'll send my family elsewhere too. I'll personally subdue it. But Master, you warned us about the Maojing's terror. How could any of us ordinary people possibly suppress it alone? I suggest taking the zombie to headquarters instead. Let all our combat team members' young energy suppress it together, that way we can share the danger with you, Master. Viewers in the livestream were deeply impressed when the combat team members voluntarily accepted the dangerous Mao zombie. Military folks really have guts. I'd never dare keep a zombie in my house. That thing isn't a pet. If I let it stay at home and it moves on its own while I'm up in the middle of the night, I'd be dead before I could even scream. That's a hairy zombie. Most human weapons are useless against it. Only the Master can subdue it. If it got out of control in my house, I wouldn't stand a chance. Suyu glanced at the live chat comments before turning his gaze back to Zhou Dongliang and the others. You have nothing to worry about. Keeping the hairy zombie by my side is the safest and most reliable option. And you needn't worry about its energy harming me. I possess the 8 divine incantations, numerous Taoist arts, talismans, and magical artifacts. In terms of yang energy, it still can't overpower me, and it won't get another chance. So you can rest assured. Hearing Suyu's words, the viewers in the livestream felt reassured. But Zhou Dongliang and the others still worried for Suyu, determined to do something to protect him. Just then, they arrived at Silver Sea Plaza. 189 meters north, treasure detection reaction. Chapter 093, leave this to you guys, I'm off treasure hunting. Suyu and Zhou Dongliang's group stepped out of the vehicle. He addressed his livestream audience. By the way, are there any viewers in the livestream who live in the eastern district of Yanjiang City? Suyu still felt something was off about the incident involving the middle-aged roughneck Xiao's client. Me. I live in the East District. Me too, I'm in the East District. Is the Master planning to visit East District? How about this, if the Master leads the way, I'll accompany you for a night of fun. Suyu said. Earlier, someone caused a suspected gas explosion due to improper handling. I wonder if you guys in the East District heard any commotion nearby. At this mention, viewers from the East District flooded the chat with comments. I heard it just 700-800 meters from my place. I was munching chips while watching your stream when this huge boom went off. Scared me so bad I dropped my chips on the floor. Ended up feeding them to my dog, Big Yellow. I was even closer. I was watching the stream when a massive explosion shook my window so hard I nearly jumped out of my skin. I can actually see the fire from my place right now. I'm even closer than you. The explosion happened at Lujiang International Manor, that's where I live. Building 6, floor 13 blew up. I saw the fire trucks and firefighters' SUVs arrive. Lujiang International Manor? That's a high-end community. Who knew even the rich guys watch our Master's live streams? I live there too. I saw many residents from Building 6 running downstairs. Combat personnel are protecting them while fire trucks extinguish the blaze and rescue people. Suyu saw these comments. He realized that if it was indeed an explosion, they'd have to wait for the official investigation to determine whether it was caused by gas. At the very least, it would take until tomorrow to find out. There was no point in asking questions now. Zhou Dongliang asked from beside him. Master, are you suggesting this wasn't an accident? Suyu paused briefly before shaking his head. Let's go. Since no one's connecting, we'll keep searching for the treasure and see what we can find. Zhou Dongliang's teammates whispered to each other. I've been meaning to ask, how exactly does the Master know where treasures are hidden? The Master can already slay ghosts and command objects. Is it so strange he knows where treasures lie? Don't pry too much into the Master's affairs. We just need to follow him closely. Still, I'm curious, what kind of treasure will the Master find this time? The group followed closely behind Suyu. Treasure detected 100 meters ahead. Suyu stopped in front of a large shopping mall. He had no choice but to stop. The mall was closed at this hour, and conventional entry was impossible. Moreover, he noticed a relatively bright red signal point within the mall. Captain Zhou, there's something supernatural inside. Can we contact the mall? Zhou Dongliang immediately pulled out his phone, asked for the mall manager's number, and dialed it. Before long, a call came in on his phone. It was the security guard responsible for locking up the mall. Hello, officer? It's the middle of the night, and I'm genuinely too scared to go out even if you come to pick me up. I'm genuinely terrified. The manager has agreed to let you in. Go to the second flower bed on the left side of the main entrance. Look under the soil where the red flowers are planted. I hid a spare key there just for this moment. Zhou Dongliang hadn't expected this solution. After hanging up, he went to the flower bed the security guard had mentioned and indeed found the spare key to open the door. This is my first time in a shopping mall this pitch black. Everything is pitch black. Even the emergency exits are lit, but it still feels incredibly eerie. Don't just say Yuri, the master said there are ghosts here. That's even more terrifying. If I had to work here too, I'd jump off the roof. The viewers in the livestream followed Suyu into the pitch-black mall. For a moment, everyone felt the terrifying atmosphere. Even through the screen, they felt deeply uneasy. 92 meters ahead, treasure detection response. Suyu looked up at the upper floors of the department store. That ghost is moving around on the 4th floor. You guys haven't really used your gear much tonight. Want to test out your new equipment? At this, Zhou Dongliang and the others glanced at the guns and gear strapped to their bodies. They exchanged glances. In each other's eyes, they saw a look of eagerness. Zhou Dongliang declared, then let's seize this chance for a proper fight. Put everything Master Kapu taught us to use everything we can. The team members responded in unison, yes. Zhou Dongliang and the others grabbed their guns, applied gun oil, and advanced toward the elevator. Master, please wait here for our report. Suyu nodded, watching them walk toward the elevator. Master, are you sure it's okay to just send them in like this? If the master trusts them enough to send official combat members to practice and test equipment against these ghosts, how strong could they really be? I feel like the ghosts here are in for a rough time. Just sitting here drinking and singing, only to get their home invaded. Actually, I think the master has a deeper meaning here that Captain Zhou and the others need to decipher. What deeper meaning? Isn't it just to let them gain some real combat experience? After all, they've been following the master around, and most of the time, he's the one handling everything. If this keeps up, the master worries their skills will get rusty. That'd be putting the cart before the horse, wouldn't it? Hearing you say that, I realize the master really is quite responsible. If it were up to me, I'd take out every ghost on the entire street single-handedly. If you took them all out, the official combat team would have no monsters left to fight. Their combat skills and reflexes would deteriorate. Besides, you can't be everywhere. What if you're off somewhere else? The official combat team's situation wouldn't improve, they'd be weaker than before. That would truly be detrimental to them. Suyu scanned the live chat comments. He never imagined that simply telling Zhou Dongliang and the others to practice more would lead to such a big fuss. He turned and headed toward another area to search for treasures. While Captain Zhou and the others are busy, I'll stream my treasure hunt here. Let's see if any viewers encounter issues and need to connect with me. Meanwhile, Zhou Dongliang led his team up to the 2nd floor via elevator. The 2nd floor of the large shopping mall housed the clothing section. It was nighttime now, and the place was quiet, lacking the bustle of daytime. Each clothing store on the 2nd floor had its doors tightly shut. Only through the glass walls could glimpses of the interiors be seen. Although Suyu had instructed the ghosts to stay on the 4th floor, the pitch-black darkness inside the shop still stirred an uneasy feeling in his heart. And that was only on the 4th floor earlier. Perhaps the ghosts had already sensed someone approaching and were moving toward the 2nd floor. This thought crossed Zhou Dongliang and the others' minds. Even though they were only on the 2nd floor, they dared not let their guard down. Chapter 094, Treasure Hunt and Connection. Zhou Dongliang led his team down the dark corridor, several flashlights illuminating the path ahead. The elevator to the 3rd floor is just around the corner up ahead. Everyone stay alert, keep an eye on your surroundings, and avoid any surprise attacks from ghosts. After issuing the order, Xiaobai behind Zhou Dongliang glanced down at the 1st floor and caught sight of Suyu walking away in the opposite direction. His voice chatting with live stream viewers grew fainter and fainter in the stillness. A sense of loneliness welled up within Xiaobai. Suddenly, Zhou Dongliang and the others heard what sounded like footsteps upstairs. That couldn't be. It was late at night, the mall was closed, and even the security guards had gone home and dared not come out. How could anyone still be here? They certainly wouldn't doubt their own hearing. There was only one possibility: the ghost on the 4th floor had likely sensed someone's presence. And now it was coming down to deal with them. Zhou Dongliang whispered, "Everyone, stay alert. Keep an eye on your surroundings." The team members nodded in unison. Following Zhou Dongliang's lead, they cautiously made their way to the elevator leading to the 3rd floor. As they looked up from below, a sudden, inexplicable sense of unease washed over them. An instinctive warning told them danger must lie on the 3rd floor. This made their hands grip their guns even tighter. Step by step, they slowly entered the elevator. But just as they reached the midway point, the elevator beneath their feet suddenly jerked. Caught off guard, several of them stumbled and fell onto the elevator floor. Zhou Dongliang and Xiaobai behind him barely steadied themselves, then immediately aimed their guns around the cabin. Reporting to the captain, no ghosts in sight. The others quickly got to their feet and remained on high alert. Reporting, Captain, nothing detected on my end either. Zhou Dongliang saw no sign of the ghosts either. But having followed Suyu all along, he had already figured it out. The ghost's objective is simple: to frighten us and weaken our yang energy. This means it still can't harm us directly, it's nothing to fear. Xiaobai chimed in, it's just a little ghost that only knows how to scare people, nothing to be afraid of at all. Over the days Zhou Dongliang and the others had spent with Suyu, they had encountered countless ghosts and spirits. They'd even encountered one hairy zombie and two ghost kings. A mere little ghost like you? What's there to fear? Do you think you're the ghost king? Not only were Zhou Dongliang and the others unafraid, but they felt a surge of excitement. An excitement to give this cowardly sneak attacker a good thrashing. Let's go. Upstairs. Zhou Dongliang, fearing the ghost might activate the elevator again, wasted no time and led his team up to the third floor at a brisk pace. Meanwhile, Suyu traversed a corridor, arriving at the amusement area within the large shopping mall. The first thing that caught his eye was a massive inflatable castle. Bouncy castles and other amusement facilities stood nearby. 71 meters west, treasure reaction detected. On Suyu's treasure hunting radar, a red signal representing a supernatural entity also appeared here. Its power level appeared comparable to the one Zhou Dongliang and his group were seeking. Moreover, this red dot was positioned very close to the green dot indicating the treasure's location. Guys, family, it's been ages since anyone went live. It seems at least 200,000 people in my livestream are safe. They won't go out looking for thrills and know how to protect themselves. Right now, I feel deeply relieved. But no sooner had he uttered those words. A live stream connection request popped up. Ah, come on, don't do this. The master finally felt relieved for us, and someone has to ruin it? Maybe it just happened to coincide? You never know with these ghostly things. I wonder if he'd already encountered danger, managed to escape, and only now got the chance to connect with the master? Hold your horses. Couldn't it just be someone trying to set up a blind date with my master? How dare you? You're eyeing my master's body? Trying to make him lose his virginity and weaken his power? Suyu read these comments and couldn't help but feel exasperated. Just a simple connection, and you guys can make a whole drama out of it. He shook his head and accepted the connection request. The connection was established. A deep, masculine voice came through the phone. Master, I'm a college student. I think I've run into some trouble. Suyu replied, first, could you tell me if you're in Yangjiang City or another city? If it's within the same city, and I can't resolve it online during the livestream, I can head over to your location immediately. The voice on the other end trembled uncontrollably with fear. I'm not in Yangjiang City. I'm attending university in Nanhai City. Suyu nodded. Alright, tell me what happened. The caller explained, my dorm is on the 11th floor. Today I had food poisoning, and since our floor is high up, the drains tend to get clogged easily. I usually go to other dorms to use the bathroom. But it was almost 11 p.m., and all the other dorms were locked. Since there was still some time before the dorms closed, I ran out of the dorm building to use the restroom on the first floor of the academic building. The livestream viewers couldn't help but admire the caller's boldness. Wow, you really had the guts to dash out like that heading to an empty academic building in the middle of the night. You don't know, during those first few days when the ghosts first appeared, didn't quite a few people get killed by ghosts in the teaching building at night? Just thinking about that pitch black stretch of hallway makes me shiver. I get it though, when you have diarrhea, you just can't hold it. Wait, why didn't you start from the beginning of the world? The online viewer continued. I was scared too, but I was in such bad shape I had no choice. But just as I was halfway through, I heard someone else walking into the restroom. I was totally freaked out, especially since it sounded like high heels clicking on the floor. I was in the men's room, why would a woman come in? I kept telling myself it was just the dorm supervisor coming to find me. But just as I thought that, the high heels suddenly sped up, like they'd spotted something and started running. My mind went blank, and my forehead was drenched in sweat. I instinctively grabbed the bathroom door handle with one hand and immediately texted my roommates for help with the other. The moment I finished sending the message, the sound of high heels stopped. I knew instantly that whatever was out there must already be right outside my bathroom door. And just moments ago, when I peered through the door crack, I actually saw a pair of feet wearing red high heels standing right outside. I can't even speak loudly now. Master, you have to save me. Suyu knew this was a ghost blocking the door. And this one had the power to choose whether to reveal itself to humans, a ghost with some real strength. If he didn't help, he wouldn't be leaving this restroom today. At the same time, he was impressed. Even at a time like this, it still managed to explain things so clearly. At first, he hadn't thought it would be this serious. Just then, the call switched to video. Everyone saw the shaky screen on the other end capture a pair of legs in red high heels peeking through the door crack.